Chapter 1 Jiang Chen's Little Wife. Afternoon. The sun is shining. Jiang Chen lay comfortably on the reclining chair on the rooftop balcony, slowly flipping through an interesting magazine. The breeze blew through the green plants on the balcony, making a rustling sound. On the small table stood a glass of freshly squeezed juice and half a plate of exquisite pastries. That was the afternoon tea that Su Luowei had specially prepared for him. Jiang Chen felt that he was very lucky. He had just been reborn into this parallel world and immediately got married to the national goddess Su Luowei. 3 years ago, Su Luowei was 21 years old and was recognized as the national goddess in the Chinese entertainment industry. After only 3 years of debut, his popularity exceeded 90 million. Singing, dancing, acting, variety shows, he is proficient in everything. At various ceremonies at the end of this year, she won almost all the Best Newcomer awards in Chinese music. Time magazine ranked her as the most beautiful face in China. In the field of film and television, she won the Best Actress award, making her the most eye-catching traffic goddess at the glory ceremony that night. She has a bright future. With such a beautiful and earning young wife, Jiang Chen thought for 3 seconds and decisively gave up the idea of re-entering the entertainment industry. In his previous life, he worked really hard. He got up early and went to bed late every day, worked very hard, and struggled for more than 20 years before he finally reached the top position in the entertainment industry. As a result, before he had time to enjoy life for a few days, he died at the awards ceremony due to overwork. After waking up, he found that he had regained his life, but he also suffered from extreme phobia of the entertainment industry. Whenever he thought of working in the entertainment industry, he would get goosebumps all over his body and cold sweats on his head. So in this life, he just planned to enjoy life and put work aside. Anyway, his little wife can make money, so it's totally fine for him to just lie back and relax, right? In short, he is serious about not working in the entertainment industry. After 3 years of marriage, he never told Su Luowei that he could sing, play the piano, write scripts, or act in movies. My only job every day is to stay at home and write books. Of course, this job was also carefully selected by him. It doesn't really matter what I write, as long as I can stay at home. As a writer, going out to find women can also be said to be a job of finding inspiration. Sitting in front of the computer every day, who knows whether you are writing seriously or playing games? Anyway, Su Luowei doesn't have the time to supervise him. The little girl's career has been on the rise in the past 2 years. After leaving her original company, she opened her own studio. She is very busy every day and has to travel from time to time. The two have been together for 3 years and have rarely been together for a long time. However, Su Luowei happened to be at home these days, and he lost his usual leisure time. He had to run to the top floor balcony from time to time to find the inspiration that had been lost for many years. The little girl would often pick on trivial matters to get angry with him, and act like a spoiled child to coax him, which wasted a lot of time. Just now, the two of them were arguing for a long time about whether tofu pudding should be added with sugar or brine, and now they are in a Cold War state with no one paying attention to each other. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't want to coax her. Although Su Luowei is pretty and cute, for some reason, she looks a bit like the female capitalist boss in his previous life. Both of them are super beauties who are more stunning than anyone else, but Jiang Chen died suddenly and traveled through time because of the ruthless exploitation of the female capitalist boss in his previous life. So when Jiang Chen saw his beautiful enemy again, his mood was very complicated. There is a sense of relief from the previous life, but also an inability to resist a small feeling of revenge. During these 3 years, he and Su Luowei had many quarrels. The act of living off someone seems to be gradually becoming more and more justified. First, Su Luowei's career is currently in a period of rapid growth, and she doesn't need his help at all, nor does she lack this little money. The second is his small sense of revenge against his beautiful boss in his previous life. Since you've exploited me for so long, it's only right that I can take advantage of you, right? As for the fact that I haven't written any works for several years, it's easy to explain. Lack of inspiration, poor state, wrong thoughts, bad weather. In short, isn't it normal for a writer to fail to produce anything? Who says that being a writer requires you to write over 10,000 articles a day and be overflowing with inspiration? He had a lot of reasons to deal with Su Luowei. If nothing works, he will say that he is a writer with ideals and ambitions. I want to write a masterpiece that will be passed down through the ages, rather than a commercial piece that only knows how to make money. Teacher Chow spent his entire life writing Dream of the Red Chamber. Did you see anyone say anything? Luowei, you are so irrational. Why did you marry such a person in the first place? You are the national goddess. That guy Jiang Chen can't do anything. What's the point of being with him? In the tidy study, sunlight shines through the gauze curtains, casting faint streaks of light on the desk. Su Luowei wore a slim dress with her ponytail tied behind her head, revealing her fair and beautiful neck. On the computer screen, dense comments from fans kept flashing by, and Su Luowei pouted slightly, seeming a little unhappy. I was live streaming at home today, and we were originally talking about the possible delay in the release of the new song. I don't know why fans suddenly asked about her marriage. 3 years ago, she and Jiang Chen had a flash marriage and did not deliberately hide their marriage. So all her fans on the internet know that she is married and her husband is Jiang Chen. At that time, her popularity was rising at the fastest rate, and the sudden news of her marriage shocked the entire internet. National goddess Su Luowei is only 21 years old and is about to get married? This is the first case in the entertainment industry in many years. Who is this guy named Jiang Chen and how could he win over the national goddess? Could he be the second-generation rich kid from some wealthy family? Curious netizens immediately dug up Jiang Chen's identity details online. Name: Jiang Chen. Age: 21. Occupation: suspected writer. Works: none. Income: none. Honors: none. Looking at a piece of A4 paper, there are more than a dozen words nothing. The entire network fell into a stagnation. This Jiang Chen, he has nothing at all. No, he has no products at all. No stable job, no fixed income, no family background. Where did such a person come from? How could he be worthy of Su Luowei? Netizens had a huge argument over this matter. People in the entertainment industry sent messages and called Su Luowei, advising her not to be impulsive and to consider matters like marriage carefully and take a long-term view. However, Su Luowei seemed to have not heard anything and continued to try on various wedding dresses, choose the wedding venue, and plan the guests. Then on the appointed day, she wore a beautiful wedding dress and had a beautiful smile on her face. Like a fairy from a painting, she married Jiang Chen without hesitation. On the wedding day, photos of the two holding hands and hugging each other were broadcast crazily by major media outlets. The smiles and happiness in the photos almost overflowed the screen. Countless young boys fell into silence in the internet cafe at the first moment. Overnight, the streets of China were filled with young men smoking cigarettes and with a hint of sadness on their faces. Luowei, why did you marry Jiang Chen in the first place? Faced with the fans' relentless questions, Su Luowei hesitated for a moment, pouting her lips, and for some reason, a faint pink color began to appear on her fair face. This scene made the fans in front of the screen stunned. After a long while, Su Luowei said a little embarrassedly, "Because it looks good." Ah? Her answer left all the fans stunned. Good, it looks good? What the hell is the reason? Jiang Chen is indeed handsome, they have all seen his photos. He has star-like eyebrows, sharp eyes, clear features, a tall and slender figure, and his appearance is no less impressive than those young handsome guys. But, can being handsome be enough to make a living? Jiang Chen, he has nothing. How can he give you happiness? How can he be worthy of you? Luowei, you're so confused. There are so many handsome guys out there, don't be so obsessed with looks. I'm dizzy. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Su Luowei. Oh my god, my goddess, are you in love? The blush on Su Luowei's cheeks seemed to deepen. There are many reasons for choosing to marry Jiang Chen, and good looks are just one of them. But for the moment, this was all she could think of. She really is a face control, she's obsessed with Jiang Chen's looks, the kind that can't be helped at all. She didn't know why she was like this. She was a little embarrassed to talk about this, but she couldn't resist the fans' constant questioning, so she had to explain. She didn't expect such a big reaction. Luowei, get a divorce. You can find someone better. Jiang Chen is really not suitable for you. Look at what he has done in the past 3 years. He stays at home every day, waiting for you to support him. A man like this is simply a coward. Do you plan to support him for the rest of his life? Luowei, you're really bad at picking men, let me introduce you to one. Looking at the barrage of comments that were all saying bad things about Jiang Chen, Su Luowei couldn't help but pout again. Even though she had just had an argument with Jiang Chen, she couldn't help but side with him in her heart. Jiang Chen has been busy writing since his marriage. He transferred 200,000 yuan to Jiang Chen's card every month to support his work and living expenses. But in 3 years, Jiang Chen still hasn't written any works. She knows all of this. But I really wanted to marry Jiang Chen at the beginning. She also thought that it would be great if Jiang Chen could work harder and be better than he is now. There were not many people who opposed their marriage. But Jiang Chen seemed to not care about the outside world's evaluation of him at all, and stayed at home writing books every day. He rejected several high-paying jobs that she recommended to him, and even Jiang Chen had never visited her newly established studio. This guy seems to like being a writer. Even though he hasn't achieved any results, he keeps persisting. How about, let's continue talking about the new song? She looked at the computer screen and changed the subject in a soft and helpless voice. Seeing Su Luowei's unmoved look, the fans in front of the screen couldn't help but sigh heavily. How come such a good national goddess is just obsessed with looks? But they did not give up, because looks cannot make a living. A man like Jiang Chen, who has no talent and no career, is not worthy of Su Luowei at all. They believed that one day, the goddess would find out that Jiang Chen was not a good match for her. And the new song, originally scheduled to be released in 3 days, may be delayed for a week. Su Luowei's voice was filled with apology. I've been a bit busy lately, so I'm sorry for delaying the new song. But I will continue to work hard, and my new songs will not disappoint you. Fans in the live broadcast room have spoken out. It's okay, I understand. We can wait a little longer. Luowei, you must rest well and don't exhaust yourself. The new song will definitely be a hit. It's all Jiang Chen's fault. He's a grown man, but he doesn't work all day and relies on his wife for support. He's made our Luowei so tired. That's right, we must get a divorce. Su Luowei looked at the comments and her face fell slightly. Why were they talking about Jiang Chen again? In fact, her new song could have been released on normal time, but she encountered some troubles in the studio recently, so it can only be postponed. This kind of thing is a bit difficult to explain to the fans, so I didn't explain it. After chatting with fans for a few more minutes, I was about to end today's live broadcast. A fan suddenly mentioned, Luowei, let's see your wedding photos. Yeah, show us. I just collected 5 or 6 pictures from the internet, and I want to see more. Please, love you, Lovi. I want to see it, I want to see it. Although everyone opposed Su Luowei marrying Jiang Chen, the way Su Luowei looked in her wedding dress was very fascinating. Judging from the photos currently circulating online, Su Luowei is so beautiful that she is like a fairy, and there is simply no end to her beauty. It is said that on the wedding day, Su Luowei put on her wedding dress and slowly walked out of the car. Everyone at the scene couldn't help but think of this. How could such a beautiful flower be stuck in cow dung? God has no eyes. See, fans keep asking for it. Su Luowei blinked her big eyes, smiled slightly and did not refuse. Sure, but I think I put the album in the cabinet. I'll go look for it. She picked up the camera and walked to a drawer next to the bookcase. When I opened the drawer, I found several exquisite wedding photo albums inside. It's really here. She picked up a photo album with a smile, but a slightly yellowed piece of paper suddenly fell out from the gap between the album. What's this? Su Luowei picked up the piece of paper in confusion and found that it was covered with dense words. The font is elegant and free-flowing, free and unconventional. It's Jiang Chen's handwriting. The Wind Rises? Entertainment Circle Fear Value 100. Chapter 2, The Wind Rises. There were lines of short sentences on the paper. The first line of the title has only 3 words, The Wind is Blowing. What is this? Is it a poem written by Jiang Chen? Why is it stuck in the photo album? Su Luowei looked at the piece of paper covered with words in her hand, not quite understanding. In the live broadcast room, fans also saw the piece of paper and spoke out. Is it a poem? The sentences are so short? Did Jiang Chen write this? Can he also write poetry? Don't tell me Jiang Chen spent 3 years writing just this one poem? I guess so. Do you think he has published any works in the past 3 years? I see him hiding at home every day, not writing seriously at all. You spend your days at home lazing around, and you still say you're living for your dreams. It's so comfortable to have Luowei supporting him. Huh? Wait, why does it look a bit like lyrics? Suddenly a fan said, there's a melody next to it. This message not only reminded the fans in the live broadcast room, but also reminded Su Luowei. She was so focused on reading the text that she hadn't noticed the melody playing next to it. As an idol singer, her perception of melody and lyrics is much stronger than that of ordinary people. After looking at the melody and the text next to it, she was suddenly surprised. That fan was right, this is a song. Although each line of sentence is short, there is a slight sense of rhythm between the sentences. The sentences are beautiful and the artistic conception is strong. Most importantly, the melody score and lyrics next to it correspond one-to-one. But is it windy? What song is this? Why had she never heard of it? Fans in the live broadcast room also quickly noticed the music score next to the lyrics. It really seems like a song. So, Jiang Chen was so bored at home that he copied lyrics? No way, I thought he at least wrote a poem, but it turns out he copied it. But what song is this? Why have I never heard it before? Stop and go along the way. Following the traces of the boys drifting. The moment before leaving the station. I was a little hesitant. Su Luowei didn't rush to look at the melody, but gently read the lyrics on the piece of paper. She thought the lyrics were beautifully written and eye-catching. But she stopped after just a few sentences, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly. These lyrics may seem simple, but almost every sentence is worth reading carefully. I once found myself lost in the vastness of the world. Also indulged in the dream talk. Don't struggle with truth or falsehood, don't be afraid of being laughed at. The evening breeze blows the white hair on your temples, healing the scars left by memories. Your eyes are a mixture of light and darkness, and your smile is full of flowers. The surprise in Su Luowei's eyes grew stronger and stronger. This lyrics is really well written. Behind every line of lyrics, there seems to be a touching memory that makes people unable to help but indulge in it. All the lyrics put together seem to describe the experience of a young man who travels far away from home and pursues his future. The adventures, travels, regrets, confusions, and struggles along the way. Although my mind is full of mixed thoughts, I always have faith and courage for the future. Where did Jiang Chen find these lyrics? As an idol singer, Su Luowei has listened to and sung many songs. But in my impression, there seems to have never been such a song. In the live broadcast room, fans were also full of doubts. I can't find The Wind Rises on the internet. Whose song is this? Could it be that Jiang Chen wrote this randomly? It's possible that they modified someone else's lyrics. Su Luowei was stunned when she saw the barrage on the screen. Can't find it online? Could it be that Jiang Chen really modified someone else's lyrics? Her beautiful eyes turned and looked at the melody score beside her. Compared with the lyrics, the melody score is relatively simple, with only some numbers, and it looks a bit messy. Ahem. She blushed slightly and then cleared her throat. Following the melody, I sang a cappella. Stop and go along the way. Following the traces of the boys drifting. The moment before leaving the station. I was a little hesitant. Su Luowei's voice is very soft, with a melody that has a hint of melancholy, and she sings along with the lyrics, as if she is telling a story. After just a few words, she was stunned. The melody was unexpectedly good, but it seemed like I had never heard it before. Wait, that sounds nice. What song is this? It's kind of nice. A melody I've never heard before. Is it Luowei's new song? Fans also discovered that this was a melody they had never heard before. Although Su Luowei was singing a cappella, her voice was soft and warm, and coupled with the melody with a hint of melancholy, it gave people a very special touch. Su Luowei stopped and looked at the piece of paper in her hand in disbelief, her eyes flickering for a while. Then he took a deep breath and continued singing. And the sky of Nagano. Still so warm. The wind blew away from the past. When I first encountered this world. Wandering around. Looking at the horizon as if it were right in front of you. I am willing to go through fire and water to go through it again. The melody gradually rises. But for some reason, there was still a hint of worry. It seems to be telling a story, thinking about something, and missing something. In the live broadcast room, the number of barrages gradually decreased. Fans were listening carefully to Su Luowei's a cappella performance. This song is really catchy. With just a few lines, people can feel the story hidden in it. This is a song with a story. Besides, it sounds pretty good. Now walking through this world. Wandering around. A different face over the years. I broke into your smile unexpectedly. The pitch of the melody rises to a crescendo. Next comes the climax, the chorus. The fans in the live broadcast room couldn't help but hold their breath. This song is really nice. Everyone is looking forward to it. How good will the climax of such a song be? But just when everyone was looking forward to it, Su Luowei's voice suddenly stopped. The singing in the live broadcast room suddenly stopped. The fans opened their eyes one after another, their eyes wide and filled with confusion. What's going on? What about the back? Why did you suddenly stop singing? Lovi, what's wrong? Su Luowei looked at the dense barrage of comments on the screen, her innocent eyes wide open. She flipped through the paper in her hand and turned to the audience in the live broadcast room. The sheet music ends here. The melody for the lyrics is not written yet. She showed the piece of paper in her hand. Sure enough, the lyrics on the piece of paper were complete, but the music score only had a few lines. What? There was immediately some commotion in the live broadcast room. This melody is too short. That is totally not enough. What's wrong with Jiang Chen? He didn't even copy it completely? It's too short. Luowei, Jiang Chen's hair is so short, aren't you going to do anything about it? In just a short moment, The Wind Rises left a deep impression on the fans in the live broadcast room. Although Su Luowei only sang the opening part and there was no accompaniment, the special melody with a hint of melancholy, like a silk thread, tightly wrapped around the hearts of all fans. He stopped only halfway through the song, leaving many fans feeling unsatisfied. Really, boring. Some people who were unwilling to give up planned to find the complete version of the song online, but suddenly remembered, wait, this song doesn't seem to be available online at all. No one has ever heard the melody. Could it be that? Could it be that this song was written by Jiang Chen himself? Chapter 3 Oops, the song I wrote was discovered. Sisters, I just looked up the song and couldn't find any information about it. I searched for The Wind is Rising, but all I got were news reports about people being ravaged by typhoons. So, this is an original song? Written by Jiang Chen? No way, original song, why would he hide it in the closet? This piece of paper has turned yellow. I don't know how long it has been there. Hasn't he written anything in 3 years? How can he have such talent? There was a lot of discussion in the live broadcast room. Su Luowei gently held the piece of paper, but her beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. This song was written by Jiang Chen? But isn't he a writer? Why does he write songs? Where did you learn music theory? Even if Jiang Chen is a writer, he hasn't written anything in 3 years. How can you write lyrics and melodies of such high quality? Now that you have written it, why not publish it? Isn't it a waste to put such a good song here? Various questions kept popping up in her mind, and Su Luowei's beautiful and lovely eyebrows slowly frowned together. Her woman's intuition told her that Jiang Chen seemed to be hiding something from her. But when they got married, didn't this guy solemnly promise that they would be honest with each other and not hide anything after marriage? Thinking of this, she bit her lip lightly. Then he grabbed the paper, took the camera, and walked towards the rooftop balcony. Are you going to look for Jiang Chen? Seeing this, the fans in the live broadcast room became excited. Hey, there's going to be some fun. Jiang Chen is done. Let's see how he explains it later. You bastard, you only know how to make our Luowei angry. We can't let him go so easily. Husband? Cover your face with a magazine to block out the sun. Jiang Chen was lying in a chair, dozing off slightly. The afternoon sunshine is so comfortable that one can't help feeling sleepy just by lying down for a while. Jiang Chen's nap time is usually quite casual. He lies down whenever he feels like sleeping. Anyway, Su Luowei would not disturb him. After all, this is also an important way for a qualified writer to gain inspiration. Suddenly, someone flipped open the magazine, and the dazzling sunlight shone directly on his face, causing him to frown. Depend on. He opened his eyes slightly and was about to say something, but suddenly saw Su Luowei's beautiful face appear in front of him, with a serious yet a little cute expression. Wife? Jiang Chen sat up. All married men know that when their wives frown, things are often not going to be simple. He was about to say something, but then he remembered that they were still in the Cold War and frowned again. Of course, tofu pudding must be eaten salty, and he will not admit defeat easily. Look, what is this? Su Luowei pouted and then handed over a piece of paper. Jiang Chen took it and looked at it, then he was stunned. The wind is rising. Damn, aren't these the lyrics he wrote casually when he was alone at home and bored? How did it end up in Su Luowei's hands? Shua. Doesn't Su Luowei already know that I can write songs? Jiang Chen suddenly felt as if 10,000 alpaca horses were galloping through his heart, and he felt a little panicked. After traveling to this world, he also tried to return to his old job and enter the entertainment industry. But he didn't know if it was because the sudden death in his previous life was too painful, but whenever he thought of the busy working conditions in the entertainment industry that lasted day and night, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling, his heart palpitating, goosebumps all over his body, and even dizziness and nausea. It's like a person who is afraid of heights is tied up on a plane by robbers, or a person who is afraid of water wakes up in the endless deep ocean. It's really not that he deliberately attacked Su Luowei in retaliation, but he is now incompatible with the entertainment industry. As soon as you try to enter the entertainment industry, all kinds of symptoms of panic will appear. The entertainment industry may seem glamorous, but it is actually a large world of fame and fortune where fame, money, honor, and flattery are intertwined. Whether you like it or not, as long as you step into this circle, there will be various forces pushing you forward. Sometimes I don't want to be so tired, but when I enter the world, I have no choice. Driven by various relationships, interests, and situations, work simply cannot be stopped. What's more, his relationship with his beautiful boss in his previous life is a little unclear, and he can only become a silly workaholic in the end. Jiang Chen could already feel the cold sweat on his forehead, and tried his best to remain calm. Ahem, where did you find it? Su Luowei kept staring at Jiang Chen, but didn't see anything unusual on his face. It's in the wedding photo album. Honey, did you really write this? Yeah, I just wrote it when I was bored, what's wrong? Jiang Chen's brain was working at full speed, and he came up with two options: admit it, or refuse to admit it. What will happen if you admit it? What if you don't admit it? But Su Luowei recognized his handwriting. Now that he's caught red-handed, there's no way he can deny it. Did you really write this? Su Luowei's little mouth opened slightly. Before she went to ask Jiang Chen questions, she was actually still a little bit unconvinced that Jiang Chen could write such good lyrics and melody. After all, the song written on this piece of paper is of really high quality. She has released more than a dozen songs over the years, but none of them can compare to the quality of this song. Aren't you a writer? How come you can write songs? Su Luowei was wearing a pink woolen dress and white plush slippers today, with her delicate heels and calves exposed. Her ponytail swayed gently behind her head, giving her a warm and charming look. But Jiang Chen's expression suddenly became as uncomfortable as if he had eaten expired instant noodles. He had no time to appreciate it. How did this casually written draft get discovered? What would happen if it was discovered that he could write songs? Return to the entertainment industry? Debut and become famous, then go back to the old path of the previous life? He just felt that goosebumps seemed to be popping up all over his body again. It's over. I learned a little bit before. What? Did I hear that correctly? Did Jiang Chen really write this song? He admitted it himself, so he can't be wrong. You can write a song like this after learning a little bit? Are you bragging? But Luowei found the lyrics herself in the closet. They can't be fake, right? Having said that, I still don't quite believe it. Me too. How could Jiang Chen write such a good song? It seems a little unrealistic. Fans couldn't believe it. Su Luowei also looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This song was actually written by Jiang Chen? Then why don't you finish it? She pointed at the sheet of music on the paper and said, "There's only half of the melody on it. Where's the chorus? Where else can I go? I was halfway through writing when I got tired." Jiang Chen said modestly, "Ahem. Wife, although I learned a little bit of composition back then, it wasn't much. I was only half-baked and couldn't compare to professionals. So, I haven't figured out the melody for the chorus yet." What? Su Luowei's little mouth gradually opened wider and she stared at him blankly. Didn't learn much? Only a half-baked level? With such a mediocre level, can you write a melody like "The Wind Rises"? Can you write lyrics like "The evening breeze blows the white hair on your temples, smoothing the scars left by memories"? Are you speaking human language? What do you mean? Are you saying that professionals like us don't understand music and can't write songs? For some reason, Su Luowei's pretty face suddenly turned slightly red. She had systematically studied composition and music in college, and after her debut, she has never given up studying in this area. In her latest album, there are 2 songs written by her. However, those 2 songs were not very popular. So strictly speaking, she is what Jiang Chen calls a professional. His level is not even as good as that of a half-baked professional. She glared at Jiang Chen angrily and gritted her teeth. Then why didn't you tell me that you could write songs? The sweat on Jiang Chen's forehead kept gathering. He hadn't figured out the answer to this question yet, so he could only say dryly. Ahem, didn't I just say that? I just learned a little bit at the time. It was a completely half-baked skill. It was so bad. It's not worth mentioning at all, so I didn't tell you. This answer again? Su Luowei gritted her teeth in hatred. She didn't think Jiang Chen's behavior was a bit strange, but instead felt that this guy was deliberately showing off and mocking her. Half-baked, very bad, not worth mentioning at all. These adjectives always sounded a bit harsh to her ears. Although her fans have been praising her songs, the data cannot be faked. The data of those two songs are the worst in the entire album. This matter has always been a knot in her heart. Therefore, she always felt that Jiang Chen's words were just a disguised way of saying something about her. She stretched out her little foot and stepped hard on Jiang Chen. Then, he sat down on a chair nearby, with a stern face, looking away. Angry. Fear value 100. Chapter 4, Admit Mistakes? Why? Jiang Chen rubbed the back of his foot, staring in pain. This little girl is so cruel when she kicks. He originally wanted to stand up and show his prowess to let Su Luowei know who is the head of the family, but after seeing the little girl looking a little angry, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Will Su Luowei discover the truth? But he has no way to explain his phobia of the entertainment industry. He can't say that he died suddenly and traveled through time because he worked too hard in the entertainment industry in his previous life, right? Not only can he write songs, he can also play the piano, write scripts, write books, and make movies. Ahem. Luowei, actually, this is the case, He opened his mouth but couldn't come up with a suitable reason for a long time. Su Luowei looked at his stuttering and finally realized something was wrong. Jiang Chen's condition is a bit abnormal. For some reason, when women think about issues related to their husband's abnormality, their IQ always performs exceptionally well and their intuition is terrifyingly accurate. So Su Luowei reacted almost instantly. Her beautiful eyes widened. She turned around and looked at him in disbelief. Jiang Chen, have you been lying to me for the past 3 years? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and sweat began to flow down his forehead. Wife, this matter is not what you think. Su Luowei's beautiful eyes flashed with thought, and she quickly figured out the whole story. She stood up angrily. You've actually been able to write songs for a long time, right? But you've always kept it a secret. There's a reason for this, honey, please listen to my explanation. Okay, go ahead and I'll listen to your explanation. Su Luowei put her hands on her hips and looked at him angrily. No matter which woman it is, she would not feel good if she suddenly found out that her husband had cheated on her for 3 years. Jiang Chen sighed uncomfortably. I was having a good nap, how come I was discovered all of a sudden? Damn, now that things have come to this, I might as well admit my mistake first. There is no end to a woman's anger. If you apologize and comfort her early, you may be able to get her forgiveness. Otherwise, if the little girl really gets angry, my leisurely days will no longer be so good. I'm sorry, honey. I shouldn't have hidden from you the fact that I can write songs. Su Luowei snorted coldly, with a stern face. Now that you know you're wrong, what should you do next? What to do? What else can I do? For Jiang Chen, this was simply a life or death question. If the answer is, I will work hard in the future, stop being lazy and slacking off, be proactive and strive to be the best, then I might as well kill him. He had been exhausted enough in his previous life. He had finally enjoyed life for a few years. How could it end like this? But if you answer otherwise, Su Luowei will definitely not be satisfied. Jiang Chen asked tentatively, cook you a meal? Su Luowei frowned and shook her head. Then I do the housework for 2 hours? Jiang Chen. Su Luowei stomped her feet in anger, you are too lazy. Even when you're trying to coax me, you're only willing to do housework for 2 hours. Wife. Jiang Chen was confident and had his own theory. Let me ask you, how is the salary of our housekeeper calculated? By the hour. Where's the chef? Press, Tan? That's right. If I do housework and cook, who will pay these aunties' wages? Who will take care of their grandchildren? We can't let our own willfulness affect other people's family happiness. Su Luowei was completely stunned, looking at Jiang Chen with a bewildered face. How could he suddenly affect other people's family happiness? Wait a minute, why do I also think what Jiang Chen said makes sense? Fuck. Bullshit, how can this make sense? I almost got tricked by Jiang Chen. Luowei, he's lying to you. Wake up, wake up. Don't be fooled by Jiang Chen. If Auntie doesn't work here, she can go to work somewhere else. Su Luowei came to her senses after a while and became furious. Okay, Jiang Chen almost got around me again. She looked at Jiang Chen angrily and warily. Were you just fooling me? No. Okay, then I don't want you to do housework or cook. You're not angry anymore? Of course not. Su Luowei said angrily, I want you to write a song. Ah? Jiang Chen's expression suddenly tensed. Could it be that the Su Luowei in this world also had the potential to develop into a capitalist? Write a song? How do I write it? Let me think. Su Luowei snorted coldly. This was a solution she had just come up with. Jiang Chen is too cunning. If you ask him to do housework, he will always find various excuses to prevaricate. But I wrote the songs independently, so I can't blame others. From now on, you have to write 2 songs at home every month. Jiang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At home? Only write 2 songs a month? Then why is he nervous? As long as he doesn't make his debut as a star, it doesn't seem like a big deal if he has to go to work every day. Writing songs might be difficult for others, but it is nothing for him. I spent decades in the entertainment industry in my previous life. Although I haven't written many songs, I have a lot of songs in my mind. It takes me less than 5 minutes to write one. Okay. Jiang Chen said awkwardly. That's more like it. Su Luowei seemed to have finally calmed down a little. Jiang Chen knew that this matter was probably over. Who would have thought that Su Luowei's focus was not to let him debut, but to let him write songs at home? It seems that the exploitative operations of the beautiful capital boss in the previous life did not affect this world. If nothing else, I'll sleep a little longer and look for some inspiration. He waved his hand and yawned again. This is a problem I have as I get older. As soon as I relax, I feel sleepy again. It's quite uncomfortable to have my nap interrupted. It should still be in time to make up for it now, right? I picked up the magazine from under my feet and prepared to retrieve the dream that had just passed away. But Su Luowei stared with her beautiful eyes and bit her lips again. It seems that he feels that forgiving Jiang Chen like this is a bit too easy. After all, this guy had kept it a secret from her for 3 years just to be lazy. No. Su Luowei put down her jade hands and crossed them again. You always fool me, maybe you won't write again in a few days. So what do you want? I want to watch you write. Right now. Ah? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Su Luowei with a confused expression. Right now? Damn, writing songs is not bullshit. How can something just happen? Doesn't it need to be prepared? I don't care. I want you to write it now and sing it to me when you're done. Su Luowei's little face was full of unreasonable expression. Have to. This is to coax. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. How could he not understand the other party's thoughts? Women just like to do things like taking off their pants and farting. Didn't he just want me to coax him a few more times? Was it necessary to go to so much trouble and be in the Cold War with me for the entire morning? But he also knew that at this time, as long as he wrote a few nice lyrics and coaxed her with sweet words, Su Luowei would calm down. Otherwise, this matter will never end. Su Luowei would torture him in various ways. Cold War, crying, deliberately finding fault, hunger strike, until he surrenders and admits his mistake. After 3 years of marriage, he would definitely not make a mistake on this easy-to-answer multiple-choice question. He turned his head and saw a ready-made paper and pen on the coffee table beside him. They were left over from when he was bored playing with paper airplanes yesterday. He sighed, walked over and picked up the paper and pen, with a sad expression. What song do you want me to write? Everyone knows how to use the strategy of inflicting pain on oneself. You did something wrong, so, then, write a song to admit your mistake. Su Luowei seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for her. Admit your mistake? That's right, I want to hear you sing a song of admitting your mistakes. Writing a song is not like buying vegetables on the street. You can't just say whatever you want. How can I write a song to admit my mistake in such a short time? Jiang Chen was very embarrassed. I don't care. I just want to listen. Su Luowei didn't intend to let Jiang Chen go, and proudly waved her fist. No more wasting time. Go and write. I'm going back to my room to get my guitar. When you're done, you have to sing it live for me to pass. In the live broadcast room, fans cheered. Well said, Luowei, that's what we should do. We can't forgive him easily. I've known for a long time that Jiang Chen wasn't a good person, but I never thought he'd been deceiving Luowei for 3 years. This bastard doesn't deserve to be forgiven. He must be taught a lesson. In my opinion, it's better to just get a divorce. Jiang Chen was speechless and looked at Su Luowei in disbelief. The girl went back to her room to get her guitar in a proud and arrogant manner. Jiang Chen looked at Su Luowei's graceful figure leaving, and gradually felt relieved. Fortunately, I finally passed this level. Su Luowei didn't ask him why he wrote songs, but just let him write songs. As long as he doesn't work in the entertainment industry, writing songs is nothing to him. Jiang Chen relaxed and resumed his lazy posture, leaning back on the sofa. He thought slowly, what song should he sing to cheer Su Luowei up? Admit mistakes? A song popped up in his mind, but he curled his lips and gave up. Admit your fault. A real man can make mistakes. But never admit mistakes. He thought about it for a while, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Chapter 5 Jiang Chen, are you provoking me? When Su Luowei came back with the guitar, she found that Jiang Chen had already spread out the paper on the table, holding a pen, and was writing something on it seriously. His brows furrowed from time to time, as if he was racking his brains thinking. Seeing this scene, Su Luowei couldn't help but smile. As a singer, she naturally understands that writing a song actually requires a long time of preparation. Lyrics, melody, arrangement. Each step requires a lot of time investment. Sometimes even after writing something, it still has to be revised over and over again. For the 2 songs she wrote, she spent more than a month polishing the lyrics alone, and the melody was also continuously improved with the guidance and help of her teacher. You can imagine how difficult it was. She asked Jiang Chen to write a song on the spot to admit his mistake. It was a request she made out of anger and was deliberately making things difficult. The purpose was to deliberately punish Jiang Chen and make him realize his mistake. In order to be lazy, he actually deceived her for 3 whole years. What a bastard! But now, seeing Jiang Chen's distressed look, her anger gradually subsided and she couldn't help but soften her heart. Writing songs live is so difficult. Not to mention Jiang Chen, even her teacher couldn't do it. If I make things so difficult for Jiang Chen, he won't be angry later, right? After being married to Jiang Chen for 3 years, she naturally understood that Jiang Chen was not a man without temper. If you push him too far, he'll get mad. If you continue to act unreasonably, you might be the one to be punished tonight. By then, I'll have to beg for mercy. Or, maybe I should find an opportunity later to forgive him? Su Luowei blushed and took 2 steps closer, wanting to see what Jiang Chen was writing. In the live broadcast room, fans started shouting. Luowei, hold on, don't be soft-hearted. This bastard is only thinking about living off his wife. He must be taught a lesson. Let him write and see what kind of nonsense he can come up with. Let him sing. I'm going to record it and make fun of him later. Su Luowei walked behind Jiang Chen and found that there were several lines of words written on the small piece of white paper. Jiang Chen had an inspiration in just a short while? She looked at the paper in front of Jiang Chen and saw that Jiang Chen was writing very quickly. It doesn't look like a creative work at all, but rather like a ghostly scribble. The handwriting is free and unconventional, and between the lines, there is a sense of laziness. After writing a few words, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly, and with a slap sound, he slapped his calf with his left hand, muttering curses. Damn, it's broad daylight, where do all these mosquitoes come from? Su Luowei watched this scene. After a while, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth and his little face turned a little blue. She just thought Jiang Chen was thinking seriously, but she didn't expect that it was just a fabrication and pure nonsense. Su Luowei was furious, gritted her teeth, and was about to say something. Jiang Chen put down his brush with a pop sound. Okay, it's done. Su Luowei glanced at the paper and found that only the words on the first line were slightly neater, it's the moon's fault. But the last 2 or 3 lines were so sloppy that they were unrecognizable, with only a few big cats and small cats. Su Luowei felt even more angry. I've only written a few sentences and it's already finished? What's more, it's the moon's fault. What kind of messed up song title is this? He was clearly asked to write an apology. What does that have to do with the moon? Not only is it nonsense, it's also off topic. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at her with a smile. Honey, I've already written it, where's the guitar? Is it finished? Su Luowei said with a straight face, you are quite fast. Jiang Chen's smile looked completely deceptive to her. It took him less than 5 minutes to get his guitar and come back. In just a few minutes, Jiang Chen said he had finished writing a song? What's more, the handwriting on the paper looked like scribbles and was completely unrecognizable. That's natural. Jiang Chen didn't notice Su Luowei's abnormality. Instead, he took out a cigarette box from the drawer beside the table and lit one. He has always been addicted to smoking. Although he has quit smoking a lot after traveling to the New World, he can't help but think of the past days. The sudden death experience caused him to have a great deal of resistance and shadow towards life in the entertainment industry. But after decades of ups and downs in the entertainment industry, his mind is still filled with countless songs, and each one is a classic. As a witness of that world, the words he wrote should be respected. Don't be fooled by the fact that these lyrics are only a few lines long, but the soul is already reflected in them. Sometimes songwriting doesn't require too much detail, as long as you can express the feeling. Jiang Chen shared his experience of slacking off writing songs. I only wrote a few lines, of course, just to be lazy. Anyway, the whole song is already in his mind, so why write it in such detail? But he didn't know that in Su Luowei's eyes, he looked like he deserved a beating. Su Luowei was almost furious. She knew that Jiang Chen smoked. But she didn't like Jiang Chen smoking at all. Because in the past, when Jiang Chen smoked, she would always sneak up and take away the cigarette but when he wasn't paying attention. As time went by, Jiang Chen started smoking less and less. So why would this guy light a cigarette at this time? To provoke her? Su Luowei gritted her teeth, wishing she could take off her slippers and give Jiang Chen a good scolding. This bastard still hasn't realized his mistake. Fans in the live broadcast room were also very angry about Jiang Chen and spoke out angrily. How dare you, a bastard, be so perfunctory? I'm so pissed off. He didn't realize his mistake at all. Look how angry Luowei is. Luowei, we can't spoil him. Pack your bags immediately and let him sleep on the street tonight. We're already married, so if you encounter problems, you should solve them calmly. I suggest you go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Don't believe him. He's totally kidding me about writing songs based on feelings. You're such a perfunctory person trying to coax your wife. You're such a bastard. You must never forgive me so easily. Of course, Su Luowei would not forgive Jiang Chen easily. She handed the guitar to Jiang Chen with a cold expression. Have you really finished writing it? Certainly. Just these few lines? The quality of a song lies in its soul, not in the number of words. Jiang Chen's expression was very confident. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but sigh. How long had it been since he sang a song seriously? He hasn't sung in front of anyone in the past 3 years. At most, he writes lyrics at home and recalls his previous life, for fear of returning to his old ways in the entertainment industry. I didn't expect to be caught red-handed by Su Luowei today. Suddenly thinking back, singing was actually a long, long time ago. Okay, sing, I'll listen. Su Luowei walked angrily to a chair nearby and sat down, with her arms folded across her chest and a cold expression. This time she was really a little angry. Jiang Chen's attitude was not serious at all. Jiang Chen didn't notice Su Luowei's emotions, and his attention was completely focused on the guitar in his hand. The main body of the guitar is white, exuding a warm luster like mother of pearl. The body curves are smooth and the workmanship is very exquisite. You can tell at a glance that it is very expensive. This was the New Year's gift Su Luowei gave him last year. But he never played it. After 3 years of playing poorly, he picked up the guitar again and was surprised to find that the feeling of being extremely familiar and nostalgic could still slowly emerge. Jiang Chen quietly looked at the guitar in his hand, and his eyes gradually changed. Memories of my past life kept condensing and dissipating in my mind. How many years has it been since you played guitar? I don't quite remember. However, he knew that when he was young, he practiced playing and singing with his guitar in the training room day and night. During that time, he was still an unknown figure in the entertainment industry, and all he cared about was hard work, music, and training. Life is hard, but also fulfilling and happy. All kinds of past events popped up in my mind like a revolving lantern. There are happy, painful, exciting, and lost. He held the guitar in his arms and gently plucked the strings. Ding! The tone is very good. This guitar should have been tuned by a girl, and the pitch is very accurate. Jiang Chen's lips formed a trace of emotion and a wry smile that belonged only to memories. No one knows how much effort it takes to grow from a trainee to a top star in the entertainment industry. But he knew. Chapter 6: The Moon's Trouble. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the autumn sunshine was gentle and pleasant. The villa where Jiang Chen lives is located next to a park. Standing on the third floor, you can overlook the park scenery in the distance, and there is a small lake. Su Luowei sat on the balcony but was in no mood to feel anything. She glanced in Jiang Chen's direction with her beautiful eyes, still feeling angry. She planned to never forgive Jiang Chen easily no matter what he sang later. Jiang Chen must be made to realize his mistakes. Thump thump. The sound of guitars could be heard in twos and threes. Su Luowei raised her head, but was stunned. Jiang Chen was still biting the cigarette, but the feeling he gave her was a little different. His expression was very serious, and he looked at the guitar in his hand, as if he was greeting an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. Su Luowei recalled that a few years ago she followed her teacher to seek advice from a senior music veteran. The old man was very kind, but when he demonstrated it to her personally, he suddenly became like a different person. The temperament displayed in an instant was extremely shocking. The feeling Jiang Chen gave her at this moment was different from that of the old senior, but somewhat similar. Su Luowei's mouth slowly opened wider. In the live broadcast room, the number of barrages gradually decreased. Thump, thump, thump. A faint melody sounded. Jiang Chen gently plucked the guitar strings. He didn't want to reveal too much, but as soon as his fingers touched the guitar strings, he couldn't help but become proficient. The familiar rhythmic movement seemed to be engraved in the bones and cannot be changed. He sighed secretly in his heart, and his eyes gradually became inward, turning from deep to clear. However, Su Luowei felt that the inexplicable touch seemed to be stronger. Jiang Chen had never played the guitar in front of her, and she always thought that Jiang Chen didn't like playing the guitar. However, after discovering that Jiang Chen could write songs, she thought about it and decided to take the guitar. Because people who can write songs usually play the guitar. But what she didn't expect was that Jiang Chen not only could play the guitar, but seemed to be even more skilled than her. Jiang Chen in the sunshine seemed to be doing something very serious. So much so that Su Luowei was a little confused. Could it be that she had misunderstood? Was Jiang Chen really working seriously on his creation just now? But she saw it clearly, it was just a ghost painting. Su Luowei clenched her fingers, feeling both curious and expectant. What song will Jiang Chen sing? Did he actually write a song? It shouldn't be possible with such a short creation time. Finally, the guitar prelude melody came to an end. Jiang Chen spoke softly in a hoarse voice. It's all your fault. Fall in love with me easily. Let me unknowingly satisfy the vanity of being loved. What? The moment I heard the first line of lyrics, Su Luowei suddenly felt that the whole world seemed to be spinning, and the sun above her head became dim. Question marks popped up in my head one after another. She looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. What is? It's all your fault? She remembered clearly that she had just asked Jiang Chen to write a song to admit his mistake, right? How did it become her fault? However, Jiang Chen's expression and singing were very serious at this time. It's all your fault. Your pampering of others is a temptation. It's all your fault. There's always a hazy look in your eyes that makes people love and pity you. It's all your fault, your dream of love is like a curse. After being loved by you, who else can I still be moved for? There were several "it's all your fault" in a row. It was like a huge brick falling from the sky, hitting Su Luowei's face hard. She was hit so hard that she saw stars, clenched her teeth, clenched her pretty fingers together, and her nose on her pretty face was almost crooked from anger. What exactly does this lyric written by Jiang Chen mean? She asked Jiang Chen to write a song admitting his mistake, and he wrote this? This bastard, he clearly did something wrong, but he still dared to say it was Luowei's fault? Okay, let him write a song. He wrote this in 5 minutes? Damn it, that's too much. You're asking for forgiveness for such a crappy song? Hate. As long as Jiang Go isn't eliminated, Luowei will be pissed off by him for another day. Brothers, let me go, I want to die with him. Mr. Day, after you leave, Luo Wei and I will visit your grave every year. The fans all focused on the phrase, "It's all your fault." They were so angry that smoke was coming out of their mouths and noses. They wished they could immediately put Jiang Chen in a sack and beat him up. Jiang Chen's hoarse singing continued on the screen. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Su Luo Wei, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. What made the fans even more angry was that one Buddha ascended to heaven and two Buddhas were born. However, when Su Luo Wei looked at Jiang Chen who was singing, she was suddenly stunned. Because she found that there seemed to be something else in Jiang Chen's eyes. The pitch of the song is rising continuously, and some emotions that have been suppressed seem to be about to be released immediately. I don't know why, but the anger in my heart inexplicably began to dissipate at this moment. Su Luo Wei's eyelashes trembled suddenly. She suddenly understood what Jiang Chen meant by his eyes. Listen carefully. Emotions reached their peak at this moment. I admit it's all the moon's fault. You are so beautiful and gentle in that night. It will happen in an instant. I just want to grow old with you. After just a few words, Su Luo Wei was stunned. The meaning contained in the lyrics seems to have completely transformed into another style in an instant. She is a singer who loves writing songs and delving into lyrics. She listened to Jiang Chen's lyrics very carefully. I admit that it was all the moon's fault. You are so beautiful and gentle in that night. It will happen in an instant. I just want to grow old with you. This is... An indescribable strong feeling suddenly came over her. She misunderstood. This is not a song of admitting mistakes. It's not a song that accuses her of doing something wrong. This is a love song. Jiang Chen, in those short 5 minutes. Instead of writing a song about admitting your mistake, you wrote a love song? Entertainment Circle Fear Value 99. Chapter 7, a live broadcast room full of sourness. I admit that it was all caused by the oath. Sugar and honey are the most touching words. No matter how hard your heart is, it will become soft as silk. Jiang Chen's singing continued. Su Luo Wei stared at Jiang Chen in a daze. At this moment, Jiang Chen seemed to be immersed in the melody. It's all your fault that you fell in love with me so easily. Let me unknowingly satisfy the vanity of being loved. It's all your fault, you spoiled people. It's a temptation. It's all your fault, in your eyes. There is always a haziness that makes people love and pity it. Jiang Chen sang the same lyrics again. But this time, Su Luo Wei has gradually understood the meaning of the lyrics. This is a love song. Even though every word is your fault. But what Jiang Chen sang was not her fault, but the reason for loving her. Thinking of this, Su Luo Wei couldn't help but blush. There is no acknowledgement of fault in this song, but it is gentler than any words of apology and more beautiful than any love words. This is the love song Jiang Chen wrote specifically for her. This is the love song Jiang Chen wrote specifically for her. For some reason, this voice suddenly became the only thing left in Su Luo Wei's mind. My thoughts seemed to go back to 3 years ago at this moment. The scene where I first met Jiang Chen. That night, under the moonlight, he walked a long way, carrying a lost little girl on his back. Along the way, he spoke in a gentle tone, constantly telling the girl jokes and fairy tales, comforting her and making her giggle. It's more than an hour's journey. Jiang Chen didn't complain at all, and didn't even take a rest. But along the way, he used various methods to divert the little girl's attention and patiently answered every innocent and strange question of the little girl. The little girl didn't cry or get anxious. They get along very happily. 2 hours later, he successfully sent the little girl home without leaving any words. He simply waved goodbye to the little girl and then turned and left. He thought no one knew what he was doing. But what Jiang Chen didn't know was that the girl had the program cruise camera and microphone hidden on her body. She was in a coffee shop not far away, watching Jiang Chen's every move. It was a show, and the little girl was arranged by the production team in advance. She was a special guest invited by the program team, and she heard every word Jiang Chen said to the little girl that night. She also memorized every strange fairy tale told to her. Originally, according to the program arrangement, after Jiang Chen sent the little girl home, she should have come forward to commend Jiang Chen for his courageous act and interview him. But that time, she unexpectedly rejected the request of the program team. She suddenly wanted to appear in front of Jiang Chen in another way. Perhaps because of her refusal to show up, the scenes related to Jiang Chen were ultimately not broadcast on the show. And later, She had a flash marriage with Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen singing once again awakened her memories. The night I first met Jiang Chen. The moonlight is indeed beautiful and moving. So, according to him, is it his fault that I fell in love with Jiang Chen? The blush on Su Luowei's face became more and more obvious, and there was a hint of tenderness in her eyes as she looked at Jiang Chen. Perhaps it was the wonderful experience that night that made her decide to marry Jiang Chen. What kind of deep affection? It will make two people take their whole life as a commitment. I admit that it was all caused by the oath. Sugar and honey are the most touching words. No matter how hard your heart is, it will become soft as silk. The song gradually came to an end. The sound of the guitar gradually subsided. When the song ended, the empty balcony suddenly became quiet. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and neither did Su Luowei. She looked at Jiang Chen quietly, her eyes slightly red from the memories of the past. Wife, let's end the Cold War, okay? Jiang Chen put down his guitar and said with a slight smile. Su Luowei didn't hesitate at all, and the next moment, she threw herself into his arms. The voice was low and choked, okay. In the live broadcast room, the fans were stunned, staring blankly at the two people hugging each other in front of the camera. Etc. What the hell is going on? Jiang Chen did not write a song admitting his mistake, nor did he apologize. He even said shamelessly that it was all Su Luowei's fault. How come Su Luowei just forgave him directly? What is this operation? Luowei, wake up. This guy just scribbled a few lines on the paper. The originally noisy live broadcast room was now filled with silence. After a long time, then someone slowly typed a line of words on the screen. This song is kind of nice. Gradually, the barrage of comments became active again. It's actually a love song. Who could have predicted this? This was really written in 5 minutes? Isn't that a ghostly scribble on the paper? That bastard, all his sweet talk, his singing was pretty good. Jiang Chen is really good at coaxing women. Luowei is in danger. Hubby, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have quarreled with you, and I shouldn't have been angry with you. Su Luowei snuggled in Jiang Chen's arms and spoke softly. Jiang Chen touched her head and said gently, "It's okay, I've already forgiven you." Live broadcast room. Su Luowei might have been really moved by Jiang Chen's song. She kept lying in his arms and refused to come out. The entire live broadcast room seemed to be filled with a faint aroma of dog food. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them with sourness, but didn't know what to say. The song Jiang Chen just sang had a huge impact on them, and they still haven't recovered from it. Jiang Chen held her for a while, feeling the soft and delicate body with curves in his arms, and his hands couldn't help but become a little dishonest. He glanced at the sun overhead. The warm and gentle sunlight was lazily falling on him. After a sudden death, my mentality and life pursuits have undergone tremendous changes. I am no longer obsessed with work as before, but hope to focus more on life. His biggest regret in his previous life was that he didn't have his own family. He had been in the entertainment industry for more than 20 years, without a lover or children of his own. Now he has married and achieved most of his life goals. But unfortunately, due to work reasons, he and Su Luowei have been separated for the past 3 years. Even when they meet, they often quarrel for a long time over trivial matters. More importantly, the girl seemed to have not completely changed her girlish mindset. Every time he wanted to go further, Su Luowei would blush, her body would tense uncontrollably, and she would even speak incoherently. Although he really wanted to continue going down, seeing Su Luowei so scared, he had to give up in disappointment. Why not take advantage of this opportunity today? He coughed lightly and pinched Su Luowei's slender waist. Ahem, honey, I think the sunlight is a bit dazzling. Why don't we go to the room and continue talking? Su Luowei immediately understood what he meant. She poked her head out of Jiang Chen's arms with a flushed face, glanced at the sky, and found that the sun had lazily hidden in the clouds. It seemed that they were too lazy to watch Jiang Chen's shamelessness anymore. In the live broadcast room, fans' mouths were already stuffed with dog food and couldn't stand it anymore. They typed on their keyboards and cursed. You bastard, where are you putting your hands? Let go of my goddess right now. Ah, I want to duel you, you can choose the time and place. Oh my god, where's my knife? Where did my knife go? Luowei, don't believe his lies, he's up to something bad. Wow, Yaoling, someone is being a hooligan here. I suggest a direct death penalty. Su Luowei's cheeks became even redder, and her expression and tone became increasingly confused. Just now, no, wait, I have an appointment with someone, Sister Jing, she has something to talk to me about. The little girl's hair was slowly lifted by the wind. She looked cute and lovely, and her face was as red as a big apple. She lowered her head helplessly, like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to raise her head at all. Jiang Chen could even see her eyelashes trembling. I couldn't help but wonder, why was he so nervous before even entering the house? It seemed that in the past, the little girl would only show this nervous look when she was in the room, right? Are you so nervous when you pinch your waist today? Ahem, who's looking for you? Jing, Sister Jing? Who is Sister Jing looking for? Look for me. Who are you looking for now? Looking for Sister Jing. After Su Luowei finished speaking, she realized that she had been fooled. But she was too distracted to argue. No. I won't talk to you anymore. She stamped her feet, blushed, gritted her teeth, pushed Jiang Chen away, turned around, and ran downstairs. Chapter 8, Invisible Wings. Jiang Chen touched his nose in confusion. Suddenly, Su Luowei, who had already reached the stairs, came back with a red face and picked up the camera on the table. Hubby, I want more fans, wedding photos, drawer, live broadcast. I'm leaving first. Jiang Chen burst out laughing. Could it be that Su Luowei was so shy and nervous because it was a live broadcast? He looked at the little girls fleeing back and shook his head helplessly. I thought today was a rare opportunity to teach the capitalists a lesson, but I didn't expect to encounter so many third wheels. If these guys have nothing to do, why don't they just take a class? Why are they spending all day in the live streaming room? Are they planning to light up the world? As he was thinking, the phone on the recliner suddenly lit up again. Husband. It was a message from Su Luowei. The little girl was too embarrassed to face him, so she found a place to hide and contacted him via her cell phone? This is really weird. What's wrong? Did you really write this song in 5 minutes? Jiang Chen's alertness rose sharply. Why did he suddenly ask this? Could it be that Su Luowei wants to make her debut in the entertainment industry? When he thought about this kind of thing, his scalp tingled. Of course not. Actually, the inspiration for this song came a long time ago, and I just wrote it out in its entirety. No wonder. Su Luowei seemed to understand something. 2. It's unreal that I could write a song in just a few minutes. But what Jiang Chen said was also true. This song had indeed existed a long time ago, and he just wrote it in its entirety. Su Luowei didn't expect Jiang Chen to actually write songs. So you're such a good songwriter. We agreed not to hide anything before. Are you still hiding something from me? Jiang Chen only felt that the palpitation seemed to gradually emerge again, and cold sweat began to flow on his forehead. Looking at the words on the screen, I thought to myself, I can not only write songs, but also play the piano, write scripts, and act in movies. If I debut, I can instantly beat out all the young idols on the market. But if you say that, your husband will be dead. Of course not. He smiled bitterly and pressed hard on his heart. In these years, I have only written 2 songs in total, and you discovered them all. Real? Real. Jiang Chen answered sincerely, but secretly apologized in his heart. I'm sorry, wife, for the sake of my life, I can only hide this from you for now. I will definitely prepare 2 more songs to make it up to you in the future. Humph, if you lie to me again, just wait and see. Okay, carrot. Su Luowei finally believed it and stopped sending messages. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, put down his phone, and slowly lay down on the chair. The sun peeked out from behind the clouds again, shining brightly on his body, making him feel warm and comfortable. The palpitations gradually subsided. In fact, over the past 3 years, he has also thought about writing a few songs for the girl to help her develop better. But in recent years, the girl's development in the entertainment industry has been smooth sailing, her fame is getting higher and higher, and her family's income is also increasing. So he didn't bother doing it. It would be bad if he was arranged to work in the entertainment industry because too many songs were exposed. Even if you give a song, you have to do it methodically and rhythmically. If you act too hastily, you will only expose yourself. As long as life is good, why pursue such a tiring life? He also doesn't want to live a too tiring life, spending all his time on work and end up with nothing left. With what he has in his mind, he can solve the problem at any time whenever the girl encounters a bottleneck. That's pretty good, isn't it? Life shouldn't just be about work, it's also about living. White clouds are floating lazily in the sky, and the green plants beside the balcony are swaying comfortably in the wind. Jiang Chen placed his hands behind his head, changed to a more comfortable position, and exhaled heavily. Let's just lie down for a while. The magazine blocked the glaring sunlight again and he squinted his eyes slightly. I haven't sung for many years, and I sang the song just now very comfortably and enjoyed it very much. In just a few minutes, he recalled many past events. When he was young, he loved singing and dancing. But he was not very talented, so he was always the last one to leave the company's practice room. Singing song after song in front of the mirror, repeating the same movements over and over again, always working harder than anyone else. In the end, he climbed to the position of king step by step. However, those trainees who were once more talented than him could no longer even see his back. That period was very hard, but also very pure. I immersed myself wholeheartedly in my dreams and tried my best to pursue them. Although in the end, he lost his life. But there doesn't seem to be much regret in my heart. He chose his own path. Although the road to becoming the king was difficult, it allowed him to appreciate scenery he had never seen before. If he had not experienced these things before, and was given the chance to choose again, he might still embark on this path without hesitation. Wait, Jiang Chen's brows suddenly furrowed. Why did I start to recall the struggles of the past? No. This is a very bad habit. There is no going back to the old ways in the entertainment industry, and the post-apocalyptic fear caused by sudden death is not allowed. Now he has chosen another more leisurely path, lying down every day, enjoying life and time. So, why still think about those bad things? He yawned and lifted up the magazine that was about to fall from his face. Although she was a little exposed today, fortunately the girl did not make any excessive demands. Only one manuscript was found. At that time, I was reminiscing about the past and wrote a lot of random things. It has been so long and I don't know if I have finished processing them. Anyone would be suspicious if a large number of songs were discovered in a short period of time. He planned to select 2 songs and release them next week, the week after next. Releasing 1 or 2 songs a month was already a very fast pace. If he released more than that, he would probably have to go straight to work in the entertainment industry, which would be fatal to him. In the study downstairs, the voices of Su Luowei and her fans could be faintly heard. Time seemed to have been so leisurely, as if nothing had happened just now. Jiang Chen rested his hands on the back of his head and sighed inwardly. He decided that he would never write songs casually at home again. Life is something that should be enjoyed, not frightened. Wait, did I write something weird yesterday? It should be dealt with, right? In the study. It took a long time after Su Luowei and Jiang Chen finished texting before the redness on her cheeks gradually subsided. Her condition just now was really too embarrassing to be seen by others. Luowei, wedding photos. I haven't even seen the wedding photos yet. Where did you go? You weren't really fooled by Jiang Chen, were you? Su Luowei breathed a sigh of relief, picked out 2 wedding photos for her fans to feast their eyes on, and then she couldn't wait to say goodbye to her fans and end the live broadcast. In the following time, she returned to the table and looked at the 2 pieces of paper on the table, her eyes still flashing with a faint incredible light. These 2 pieces of paper. One of them was the lyrics and melody of The Wind Rises that she had found earlier in her wedding photo album. This piece of paper has probably been stuck in the photo album for at least a year. The edges of the paper have turned slightly yellow, and even the color of the ink on the writing has faded a lot. The other one was the one Jiang Chen had just written, "The moon caused the trouble." The paper was still brand new and white, and the ink color of the handwriting was very bright, but there seemed to be some oil stains in the center of the paper. These should be the traces left by Jiang Chen when he was eating potato chips yesterday. Su Luowei pouted a little unhappily, then stretched out her slender hand and gently touched the oily area, seeming a little distressed. This guy Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention at all. After wiping gently for a while, the oil stain finally became a little lighter. Her eyes also fell on the lines of lyrics that were scribbled but full of affection. I admit that it was the moon that caused the trouble. That night is so beautiful and gentle. It will happen in an instant. I just want to grow old with you. She recited it softly, and the light of disbelief in her eyes intensified a little. Is this really a song Jiang Chen wrote in 5 minutes? Although it was an idea I had a long time ago, this is too incredible. The trouble caused by the moon writes about the love for the lover from a very special perspective. It's all your fault. Made me fall in love with you. It's all because the moonlight is so beautiful and charming that I just want to grow old with you. Su Luowei felt a little happy and sweet in her heart. The only pity is that Jiang Chen has only composed 2 songs in these years. It would be great if this guy could spend all his time creating music. She recalled Jiang Chen singing to her lovingly a few minutes ago, and the tenderness and gentleness in his eyes increased a little more. After thinking for a while, she stood up and walked to the cabinet, took out a beautiful notebook and carefully put the 2 pieces of paper in it. However, just as she was about to put the notebook back into the drawer, her cell phone suddenly rang. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone screen lit up and a name appeared. It was the agent Su Jingshu calling. She made an appointment to meet Su Jingshu today. Hello, Sister Jing? Hey, Lovi, I'm almost at the door. On the green path in the community, a tall woman held up a phone, looking at the beautiful villas scattered on both sides, sighed softly, and continued. I'm sorry, Yao Sikhan, I couldn't stay. He seems determined to resign, and he chose this time. Your new song is about to be released, what should I do? He's our company's music director. If he leaves, many things will be delayed. I've been busy with this today. Okay, let's talk about it when we meet. After hanging up the phone, the woman took a deep breath and continued walking forward. The fountain statue not far away was spurting water. Around each villa, there were lush green lawns, dotted with flower beds and trees. The air was filled with the fresh fragrance of flowers and plants. However, Su Jingshu was not in the mood to appreciate the beautiful scenery. She walked quickly, and in a moment, she arrived in front of the gate of a villa. Ding dong ding dong. Su Jingshu stretched out her slender fingers and pressed the doorbell. The doorbell rang crisply, she put her phone into her bag, and then looked around with a somewhat bored look. When her eyes fell on the green plants not far away, she was stunned for a moment and walked forward with some confusion. What's this? In front of her, there was a green plant shaped like a little bear, with a paper airplane stuck on its forehead. It looked very strange and funny. Is this a prank by some kid? Su Jingshu took down the paper airplane and originally wanted to throw it into the trash can, but after taking a look, he found that there were some faint words inside the paper airplane, as if something was written. She took apart the paper airplane out of curiosity. I discovered that on this small piece of creased paper were lines of short sentences. There were only 5 words on the top of the paper, invisible wings. Invisible wings? Every time. Are all wandering in loneliness and being strong. Every time. Even if it hurts. No tears in my eyes. I know. I have a pair of invisible wings. It's such a short sentence. Who wrote this poem? Su Jingshu looked carefully at the contents on the paper and found that the poem seemed to be well written. But the font is really not very good. It is crooked and arbitrary. Every stroke seems to reveal a sense of laziness. Who wrote it? Su Jingshu was puzzled, but didn't think much about it. Instead, she put the piece of paper into her bag. Forget it. Anyway, I found it at Luo Wei's door. I'll ask her later. Chapter 9 Genius Musician. Achoo! Jiang Chen was awakened by a sneeze, and the magazine fell to the ground. Then he opened his eyes and sat up, looking surprised. Wait, that's not right. He recalled Su Luowei's flushed face just now, and an idea inexplicably emerged in his mind. The reason why Su Luowei blushed and became extremely nervous every time she took a step forward was probably not because she was nervous or afraid, but because she is allergic to romance? In the 3 years since we got married, whenever Su Luowei and I are in the same room, we like to turn on the comfortable ambient lighting, light some incense, or prepare some roses. The original intention was to create a warm and romantic environment to make Su Luowei more relaxed. Unexpectedly, the little girl not only did not relax, but became more and more nervous. Every time her face was hot like a freshly steamed crab, and if she pinched it carefully, hot white smoke would come out. At first, he thought that the other party was just nervous because she was shy and embarrassed because of her girlish mentality. But after this happened several times in a row, he realized something was wrong. There is no problem with hugging and cuddling normally, why does this happen at night? Could it be that the little girl has a psychological barrier to this matter and gets scared when something like this happens? Given Su Luowei's current status, he couldn't be so foolish as to take her to the hospital for treatment. In addition, Su Luowei was too busy with work, so the two of them had few opportunities to meet. Every time they met, Su Luowei was as nervous as a rock, so there had been no progress between the two of them. He was originally still having a headache about this matter, but the same reaction that Su Luowei suddenly showed on the balcony just now made him suddenly realize. It was broad daylight, without any ambient lighting or aromatherapy, but just a hug, and the little girl's face gradually turned red. He didn't react this strongly when I held him before. The only difference was that he had just finished singing a song and the atmosphere was more romantic. So, Su Luowei is not afraid of that kind of thing, but reacts strongly to romance? Whenever there is a slightly romantic scene, Su Luowei will tense up, blush, and speak incoherently? The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more he felt his guess made sense. He stared at the azure sky with wide eyes and slowly lay down. How could such a problem exist in this world? No way? I really didn't expect it. How come I can't see it at all? You are actually this kind of Su Luowei? The second floor of the villa. Su Luowei hung up the phone, touched her cheek, and made sure that the blush on her face had completely faded. Only then did she carefully put the notebook away in the drawer, which she used to store important information. There was also an exquisite little lock on the outside of the drawer. As I closed the drawer, the doorbell rang downstairs. She picked up her phone and walked towards the stairs. Su Jingqiu is 10 years older than her and is the agent she has been working with since her debut. Whenever there is something important, I will come directly to her house to discuss it. A year ago, she left her original company and set up her own studio. At that time, Su Jingqiu also submitted her resignation to the original company and continued to work in the new studio as her agent. For this reason, she has always been grateful to him in her heart. She even reserved a room for Su Jingqiu on the first floor of her villa. Sometimes when they chatted late, she would let her stay there for a night. Generally speaking, Su Jingqiu is not an outsider. There was a click. Su Luowei opened the door. The person standing at the door was indeed the tall Su Jingqiu. Sister Jing. Su Jingqiu didn't hesitate, changed her shoes and walked straight in, complaining, it happened to be rush hour, and the traffic was stuck for too long, otherwise we would have arrived a long time ago. Drink some water first. Su Luowei smiled and handed her a glass of water. The two chatted for a while and then walked to the sofa and sat down. Sister Jing, what was that conversation on the phone just now? When talking about work, Su Luowei's originally homely demeanor gradually subsided. In just a few years, she has become a new popular little queen and won the title of national goddess. It is not just her looks that matter. The efforts behind the scenes are no less than those of others. Half a year ago, her studio began to develop into a formal entertainment company. In addition to her assistants and agents, the studio also recruited a number of trainees. Therefore, she often appears in front of everyone as the boss. Over time, her aura of a female CEO became stronger unconsciously. But the strange thing is, no matter how cool and domineering she is outside, as soon as she returns home and sees Jiang Chen, she always instantly returns to the state of a little woman throwing a tantrum. She likes to argue with Jiang Chen whenever she has nothing to do, and even if she wins the argument, she will wait proudly for Jiang Chen to coax her. Maybe Jiang Chen really is her weak spot. Luowei, this is what happened. Su Jingqiu sighed again. 2 days ago, Yao Sikun, the music director of Chunwe Entertainment, suddenly resigned. During this period, in addition to trying to keep him, I have also been in contact with a new music director. There was some progress, and several veterans in the music industry expressed their interest in collaborating during discussions. But when I contacted them again today, I don't know what happened. Suddenly, they all changed their tone and said they would not cooperate with us Chunwe Entertainment. When I asked them the reason, they were unclear. Even Yao Sikun stopped replying to my messages. Hearing this, Su Luowei frowned slightly. She also knew that music director Yao Sikun had proposed to resign. Her new song was originally scheduled to be released in 3 days, but for some reason, Yao Sikun kept delaying the production of the new song during this period. When the new song was about to be released, he suddenly resigned. As a result, her new song has been on hold until now. The lyrics and melody have not been completed, let alone the arrangement, production, promotion, and release. In the live broadcast just now, she has promised her fans that the release of the new song will be postponed for 1 week, but even if another week is added, the time is actually very tight. The only way to catch up is to find a new music producer immediately and work overtime to catch up. I didn't expect to hear another piece of bad news from Sister Jing today. The music producers who were originally interested in cooperating have all stood up, and now it is too late to find a new music producer. So her new song will probably be postponed again. Breaking promises to fans again and again will have a certain impact on her popularity. Luo Wei, I suspect that someone is behind this, Su Jingqiu said after hesitating for a moment. Su Luowei frowned and nodded. During this period, she also felt something unusual. In the past 2 weeks, several announcements originally prepared by the company for new employees were suddenly intercepted by someone, and the reasons were somewhat unclear. These matters were originally the responsibility of Yao Sikhun. In addition, there is the strange thing that Sister Jing is encountering now. Several music producers stood up at the same time. It is such a coincidence that no one believes that there is no one behind the scenes who is deliberately pushing it. There must be someone deliberately targeting Chunwe Entertainment behind the scenes, and this troublemaker is most likely Yao Sikhun. But after thinking carefully for a moment, she couldn't help frowning again. Yao Sikhun is just a music director. Even if he has some fame in the music industry, he cannot have such great power to command other music producers. Behind this, I'm afraid there is an even greater force driving it. The ones behind this are Yao Sikhun and other entertainment companies, she guessed. Su Jingqiu was stunned for a moment. You mean, other entertainment companies are involved? Su Luowei nodded. Only other entertainment companies have such great power to contact so many music producers at the same time. Only other entertainment companies are willing to pay the price to persuade those music producers to give up cooperating with us. Yao Sikhun doesn't have the ability or leverage to do this. Chunwe Entertainment has been doing very well lately, and it's definitely squeezed the profits of many entertainment companies. They colluded with Yao Sikhun to take advantage of the time when my new song is about to be released and catch us off guard. This Yao Sikhun is such a traitor. With Su Luowei's reminder, Su Jingqiu suddenly understood a lot of things and cursed angrily. Has he forgotten that when he was still relatively unknown, it was you who insisted on using his songs, which allowed them to continue to appear in the music scene? Now that he has gained some fame, he has started doing this inhumane thing. Su Luowei remained silent and did not speak. Yao Sichuan's betrayal made her feel a little bad. Yao Sikhun was her senior in the same school, who majored in composition. When she had just debuted and was short of songs, her teacher recommended Yao Sikhun to work with her. It was precisely because of this relationship that she had been collaborating with him for so many years, with the idea of mutual support as fellow disciples. Unexpectedly, now. However, the most important thing at the moment is not to deal with Yao Sichuan's affairs. During this period, the announcements of new artists were intercepted one after another, and the music director suddenly resigned. The morale within the studio has become a little unstable. In the circle of trainees, there are even some rumors that Chunwe Entertainment is about to be banned. The most important thing is to stabilize the company in a timely manner. The entertainment industry itself is a world of fame and fortune, where infighting and intrigue can be seen everywhere. But no matter how fast they develop, they are still just a small company after all. How could they suddenly attract such great efforts from other companies to target them? Su Luowei was a little confused. She knew that it was not easy to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry, and it was only a matter of time before she would be targeted. But I didn't expect it to come so soon. At this time, Chunwe Entertainment is still not prepared. What should I do? Forget it, Luowei, there's no need to think so much now. Su Jingqiu was angry for a while, then looked at Su Luowei with some heartache. I'll hurry up and contact a few other musicians. No matter which company did this, I want to see if they have the final say in the entertainment industry. With your current popularity, there will definitely be people willing to write songs for you. At worst, we can lower the quality of the songs a bit and get through this difficult time first. No, Sister Jing, if you really do that, you will fall into their trap. My song is actually not important. Su Luowei shook her head. Su Jingqiu looked at her in confusion. Isn't the most important thing now to resolve the issue of Su Luowei's new song first? There was a thoughtful glint in Su Luowei's beautiful eyes as she pondered quietly. Her thoughts were very clear. Yao Sichuan's betrayal and all the things that happened in the company slowly went through her mind. They came for Chunwe Entertainment, so they deliberately attacked my new song. This is just the first step. But that's not their real goal, because even if my new song isn't released on time, it will only cause me to lose some popularity, which isn't very meaningful. So what's their goal? Creating chaos. Su Jingqiu was a little surprised. She came from a big company and was never exposed to the open and secret struggles between companies. What she is best at is arranging everything in an orderly manner within the existing framework. Now that they were suddenly talking about the fierce confrontation between companies, her mind was a little slow to catch up. Chunwe Entertainment has been established for less than a year, and its foundation is still very shallow compared to those big name companies in the entertainment industry. I guess what they want to do is let everyone see the gap between us, Chunwe Entertainment, and those big name entertainment companies. It would be enough if everyone could realize that Chunwe Entertainment is not an entertainment company with strong enough potential. But, is there any benefit for them in doing this? Su Luowei smiled slightly. Sister Jing, if everyone has already seen Chunwe Entertainment's shortcomings and decline, then when the competition really begins, do you think anyone will still choose to stand on our side? Hiss. When Su Jingchu heard this, he took a breath and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Each company in the entertainment industry is like a huge pool. Any resources in the entertainment industry are like drops of water in these pools. The drops of water can flow freely between the pools, or they can be stored in just one pool. But if all the water drops suddenly learned that a pool was on fire, all the water flowing into it would be evaporated. Then all the water drops will no longer move towards that pool. Over time, even if the pool is not on fire, the water in it will gradually dry up. Without the nourishment of new water drops, the ultimate fate of a pond can only be drying up and extinction. So, what should we do now? Su Luowei already had an idea in her mind. First, we must immediately find a new music director for Chunwe Entertainment to stabilize the situation within the company. Secondly, the release of my new song cannot be delayed any further, and the quality must be guaranteed. Otherwise, it will definitely be used as a target for attack. Su Jingchu looked conflicted. I'm confident I can find a new music director, but it's a bit difficult to do so in such a short time. It's very difficult for these big-name musicians to arrive within a week, let alone delay your new song. Su Luowei didn't say anything. For some reason, a lazy figure suddenly appeared in her mind. That bad guy seems to be good at writing songs. Can he solve my problem? How about trying to get him to be the new music director of Chunwe Entertainment? But, would he agree? Jiang Chen has been obsessed with writing for several years and has not considered other jobs at all. Sister Jing, regarding the selection of music director, I actually have an idea in my mind for the time being. She said after hesitating for a while. I will try to talk to him. If he agrees, maybe we can solve our current problem. We have a candidate, who is it? Su Jingchu was full of doubts. She knows almost all the famous music producers in the entertainment industry. She hadn't thought of a suitable candidate for a while, but she didn't expect that Su Luowei already had a direction. The expression on Su Luowei's face was a little wavering. His situation is a little special, and I'm not entirely sure. After I talk to him, I'll tell you. Su Jingchu looked at her expression and suddenly understood something. She hesitated for a moment and asked, Luowei, is this person not famous? Su Luowei thought about it for a moment, then nodded. Jiang Chen is actually quite famous, but it's all a bad reputation. He really doesn't have much fame in the music industry. Su Jingchu took a deep breath. As expected, Su Luowei was planning to take an unconventional approach. Ever since she met Su Luowei, this girl has never been a stable person. Although she is smart, she is not steady at all when doing things. It was the same when I got married. I chose an unreliable man and married him early, and I wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. Isn't this self-destructive? Now that I have started a company, I didn't expect that my personality is still the same as before. Luowei, our current situation is indeed a bit bad, but if we think carefully, we can still contact some experienced music producers. We split the issues of songwriting and music director appointment into two parts and tried to solve them one by one. The worst that could happen is that it would cost a little more money. You can't joke about this kind of thing. Su Luowei smiled and said, Sister Jing, how could I make fun of Chunwe Entertainment? The person I'm looking for may not be famous, but he is a true musical genius. He may not be well known now, but I believe that he will become famous in the music world in the near future. When Su Jingchu heard this, he curled his lips in disapproval. Genius? She has seen so many geniuses, and the entertainment industry is not short of geniuses. Only those who can persist on this path are true geniuses, and the others are at most just individuals. She frowned and continued to ask. Has the person you have in mind ever written any works? Su Luowei thought for a moment and said, Yes, I saw he wrote a poem today. As she spoke, she found paper and pen. After thinking for a while, he wrote down the names of the two songs on the paper. The Wind is Blowing. The Moon's Fault. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 99. Chapter 10. A piece of sexy lingerie. The living room was very quiet, with only the rustling sound of the pen hitting the paper. Su Jingqiu watched from the side. Su Luowei wrote very quickly. The lyrics and melodies of the two songs were deeply engraved in her mind. In less than 10 minutes, the paper was filled with densely written lyrics. Her handwriting was elegant and neat, much better looking than Jiang Chen's. After she finished writing, she picked up the paper, checked it once, and then handed it to Su Jingqiu when she was satisfied. Su Jingqiu took the white paper and looked at it, but was a little confused. Is it windy? Is it the moon's fault? Both of these songs were titles she had never heard of, but both were given to her by Su Luowei, so she patiently continued watching. The first song, The Wind Rises. Stop and go along the way. Following the traces of the boys drifting. The moment before leaving the station. I was a little hesitant. I can't help but laugh at this homesickness. Still unavoidable. In the cool morning light. Sweet smile. When I first encountered this world. Wandering around. Looking at the horizon seems to be right in front of you. I am willing to go through fire and water to go through it again. After only seeing half of it, Su Jingqiu's eyes kept widening. She has been an agent for so long and knows a little about music. There are at least dozens of songs that have passed through her hands. But this song, The Wind Rises. Just looking at the lyrics, you can tell that they are of extremely rare and superb quality. Lyrics of this level cannot be written by a lyricist without a certain amount of experience. Luowei, this song, which teacher wrote it? Su Jingqiu added the respectful title of teacher and looked at Su Luowei excitedly. I think if you can release this song in a week, there will be no problem. Su Luowei looked at Su Jingqiu's surprised expression and smiled gently, but soon shook her head with some regret. This song is indeed very good, but it's not finished yet. Only half of the melody is composed. The old teacher has no inspiration for the remaining half. Otherwise, if it could be completed, this song would definitely become famous in the music world. Is that so? That's such a shame. Hearing this, Su Jingqiu sighed with some regret, then returned her gaze to the white paper and looked at another song. The moon caused the trouble. It's all your fault that you fell in love with me so easily. Let me unknowingly satisfy the vanity of being loved. It's all your fault, you spoiled people. It's a temptation. It's all your fault, in your eyes. There is always a haziness that makes people love and pity it. I admit it's all the moon's fault. That night is so beautiful and you are so gentle. It will happen in an instant. I just want to grow old with you. This is a love song. Looking at the lyrics, the wording and sentence structure don't seem to be very gorgeous, but Su Jingqiu once again showed a look of shock. Because she knows that in the pop music world, love songs have a huge market, but they are also the most difficult to write. Because there are so many people writing love songs, the competition is extremely fierce. If you want to write a good and distinctive love song, you must find a new way and search for emotions that can move the audience. This song, The Moon's Trouble, expresses the love for one's lover from a very special and down-to-earth perspective, and it is very complete. On paper, there is a complete melody. She compared the melody and hummed it softly, and immediately found it unusual. The melody was catchy and very catchy, and the rhythm was clear and bright. Such a high-quality love song would definitely be widely sung once it was released. Lovi, what about this song? You can sing this song too. There was a glint of shock in her eyes as she looked at Su Luowei excitedly again. As long as this song could be presented at the press conference in 10 days, the fans would definitely be shocked. But Su Luowei still shook her head. Sister Jing, this song is indeed very good, but it is not suitable for me to sing because it has been sung by someone else. Su Jingqiu was stunned for a moment. Has it been sung? Which singer sang it? Why have I never heard of it before? She had been busy with her music director duties today and really had no time to watch Su Luowei's live broadcast. Oops. Who else could it be? That guy. Su Luowei's face couldn't help but blush, and she gently pushed Su Jingqiu. Don't worry about who sang it specifically, but this song is inappropriate anyway. This is the love song Jiang Chen gave her. In her heart, this song will always belong to Jiang Chen. She only wanted to listen to Jiang Chen singing it, and she didn't want to sing this song unless it was absolutely necessary. Okay. Su Jingqiu sighed with regret again. However, after watching 2 songs in a row, she had a rough idea of the strength of the musician in Su Luowei's mind. The person who can write these two songs must have good composing skills. Could it be that person is really the legendary genius? While she was thinking, Su Luowei had already started to explain. Sister Jing, you don't have to contact other musicians for the next 2 days, but you know a lot of people, so you can try to find out which company is behind this? As long as we can find the mastermind, we won't give up. Su Luowei gritted her teeth and said with some hatred, I have been bullied to the point of being bullied by others. If I don't fight back, how will I survive in the entertainment industry in the future? Okay, I'll immediately use my connections to find out when I get back. Hearing this, Su Jingchu nodded solemnly. After saying goodbye to Su Jingchu, Su Luowei locked the door and returned to the living room with the piece of paper filled with lyrics and melody. Jiang Chen seemed to be still taking a nap on the rooftop. She put the lyrics away, sat on the sofa, supported her chin with her hands, looked out the window, and thought quietly. As for the studio's affairs, she just needs to handle them step by step and she is not in a hurry. However, wanting Jiang Chen to be the music director of Chunwe Entertainment was not an idea that she came up with on a whim. When she discovered that Jiang Chen could write a song like The Wind Rises, she knew that Jiang Chen had a talent for songwriting and that he was obviously more suited to songwriting than writing. After all, I have persisted in writing for so many years, but in the end, I haven't written anything. But writing songs doesn't seem to be a difficult thing for him. In just a few minutes, she was able to write a complete love song, something that even her teacher couldn't do. Although the inspiration came a long time ago, she always felt that Jiang Chen was very relaxed when writing. She was almost certain that as long as Jiang Chen started writing songs, he would become famous in the music industry. Compared to the things happening in the studio, she actually hoped that Jiang Chen's talent would not be buried. But Su Luowei sounded a little distressed. Jiang Chen has always been obsessed with writing. For 3 years, he kept the fact that he was writing songs a secret, probably so that he could write peacefully at home. She had noticed this before, so she didn't ask too many questions. So, what exactly needs to happen to get Jiang Chen to give up writing and become the music director of Chunwe Entertainment? Su Luowei made a bitter face and racked her brains for a long time. Then, she seemed to suddenly think of something, her face flushed, and a soft light flickered in her beautiful eyes. For 3 years, both of them had been troubled by that incident. She didn't want to disappoint Jiang Chen, but every time she reached a critical moment, she would get so nervous that she couldn't control herself at all. This made her very helpless, and she even planned to see a psychologist privately. How about, try again today? Thinking of this, she suddenly stood up, walked carefully to the second floor, and then took out an exquisite little box from the cabinet in the room. This was the sexy lingerie Jiang Chen had bought online before, and he had always wanted her to try it on, but she refused because she thought it was too embarrassing. This has always been a small wish in Jiang Chen's heart. How about tonight? The more Su Luowei thought about it, the more embarrassed she became, and she was having a fierce struggle between her conscience and her desires. But even if I change clothes, what if I become as nervous and stiff as before? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Then, he quietly walked out of the room, holding the small box. Chapter 11, Capitalist Rewards. The sun is shining. Jiang Chen originally wanted to recall his 3 years with the little girl and judge his guess. However, the gentle yang was so comfortable that he yawned unconsciously and gradually fell asleep. I didn't know how long I slept until I felt a chill all over my body. Then I woke up with a start. He sat up and looked ahead in confusion. At this time, the sun had completely set in the sky, leaving only a light red sunset glow on the horizon, and night was gradually falling. In the distance, lights were on in many houses. Jiang Chen yawned, picked up the juice on the table and leaned lazily in his chair, biting the straw while admiring the sunset glow in the sky. I had a really comfortable sleep and I can play a few more games tonight. So, what should I do tomorrow? I haven't been out for a while. How about going fishing? The weather seems to be pretty good recently. As a writer, it is normal to go out and look for inspiration, or play chess with the old man at the entrance of the community. Last time, I wasn't paying attention and lost 3 games in a row, which made those old guys show off a lot. Damn it, I must get my revenge this time. Hubby, it's time to eat. Just as I was thinking about it, Su Luowei's voice suddenly came from downstairs. Jiang Chen felt his stomach and was indeed a little hungry. He put on his slippers, stretched hard, and walked downstairs. But as soon as he reached the restaurant, he was stunned. Because the restaurant is usually empty and Su Luowei is too busy, she rarely cooks at home. But tonight the table was filled with exquisite delicacies, neatly arranged bowls and chopsticks, 2 beautiful high-heeled glasses, and a bottle of red wine. It was just that the light was a little too bright, like a huge light bulb, shining on his face. What's going on? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Su Luowei is usually very busy even on weekends, so she doesn't have the time to cook such a table of dishes. The two of them rely on the aunt who comes to feed them for their meals. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw Su Luowei coming out of the kitchen carrying dishes. She was wearing a tight apron and her soft silk hair was tied behind her head. She looked like a gentle and well-behaved housewife. Su Luowei was a little shy. Sit. Tonight, it's a reward. Jiang Chen immediately became excited when he heard this. Award? Could it be that the song she just sang moved the little girl? So, she specially prepared this table of dishes to reward herself? He touched his nose and grinned. He sat down in the main seat without any hesitation, and put his arm around Su Luowei's slender waist. Little girl, don't be busy for now, let this young master hold you for a while. Wait, I haven't changed my clothes yet. Unexpectedly, Su Luowei struggled with an embarrassed look on her face. Jiang Chen thought she was talking about the apron, so he cooperated and let go of her. Then go quickly, I'll wait for you here. Su Luowei ran away with a red face, but she did not go back to the kitchen, but went upstairs. Only Jiang Chen was left sitting at the dining table waiting. Jiang Chen looked at the big light bulb above his head and suddenly something moved in his heart. It is said that women like romance, but Su Luowei cooked this table of dishes and turned on the lights so brightly. Is it really because? He slowly stood up. 10 minutes later. Su Luowei still didn't come down from upstairs. Why does it take so long to change my apron? Jiang Chen muttered to himself and was about to go upstairs to see what Su Luowei was fussing about. There were footsteps coming from the stairs. As soon as he looked up, he was stunned. The girl was wearing a tight black dress. The delicate fabric was close to her skin, gently outlining her curvy figure. Of course, he recognized the clothes because he was the one who carefully selected them. The design of the neckline perfectly shows the girl's collarbone and elegant neckline. The hem of the skirt sways gently, and as Su Luowei walks, her white and smooth legs sway in front of her eyes. Like a charming landscape, it gracefully walked into his field of vision. Damn! Today's reward is quite impressive. Jiang Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart, then he touched his nose and thought blankly. Hubby, I. Su Luowei walked into the restaurant with light steps. She wanted to say something, but suddenly stopped and looked dull. Because the restaurant was no longer bright at this moment, a few dim lights flickered on the dining table, and vaguely, you could see swaying light and shadow on the wall. Several slender candles burned quietly, emitting a faint warm yellow light, swaying gracefully in the breeze. In the center of the dining table were the dishes she had carefully prepared, with attractive colors and overflowing aroma. She stared blankly at the dining table in front of her. The goblets on both sides of the seats were half filled with red wine. The red wine looked even more rosy and attractive under the candlelight. Su Luowei was completely stunned. How could this happen? She felt her face burning hot, as if it was rapidly heating up. My heart was beating violently, and an inexplicable feeling emerged. Husband, all of this is your fault. Su Luowei's eyes were confused and she forgot how she walked to the chair and sat down. Jiang Chen was also stunned. The little girl was already very pretty, and now her face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes were gradually becoming hazy. Against the backdrop of the firelight, she looked like a drunken beauty, exuding a fascinating charm. No way? He was shocked. This little girl was really allergic to romance? These candles were prepared by him. A dinner for two is only romantic if candles are lit. I originally just wanted to confirm my guess, but I didn't expect it to trigger Su Luowei's violent reaction. Yes, I prepared all of this. Do you like it? But why? Su Luowei didn't seem to expect that she would have the same symptoms as before in the room. Jiang Chen looked at Su Luowei, whose tongue and teeth seemed to be fighting, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her rosy cheek. The cheeks looked like they had just been taken out of a steamer, and the blush gradually spread from the cheeks to the neck. The little girl was tense all over, with confused eyes, and looked at him somewhat at a loss. How so? When Jiang Chen was with Su Luowei before, he thought Su Luowei was acting like this out of fear, so he didn't dare to do anything more for fear of leaving a psychological shadow on Su Luowei. But now, The girl was wearing a sexy black dress, her fair and soft skin was faintly visible, and under the dress were straight and slender legs. Everything seemed to be pulling at his heart. Husband, I. Su Luowei looked at him pitifully and helplessly. She didn't know what was wrong with her. This kind of situation, except for when Jiang Chen wanted to do something bad before, seemed to have never happened before. I? The fire in Jiang Chen's heart, which had been unable to be suppressed, gradually rose. Damn, even though he had kept the fact that he could write songs a secret from Su Luowei for 3 years. But this girl has deceived herself a lot in the past 3 years. It turns out that she wasn't nervous or afraid at all, but was allergic to romance. Jiang Chen picked up the red wine on the table and drank it all in one gulp, his eyes flashing with the eyes of a big bad wolf. 3 years, 3 years. This little bitch has delayed me for 3 years. I must teach him a lesson tonight. What are you going to do? Amidst Su Luowei's exclamation, Jiang Chen stood up and picked up the girl on the chair by the waist. I haven't eaten yet. The wind and rain were raging and the thunder was roaring. A full 2 hours. Jiang Chen walked down the stairs again, carrying Su Luowei in his arms. Su Luowei's face was red, her body was weak, and her hair was a little messy. Jiang Chen gently placed her on the chair. After all the tossing and turning, Su Luowei exuded an indescribable unique femininity all over her body. It's all your fault. The food is cold. She looked at Jiang Chen, somewhat annoyed. It's okay, it will be fine after a while. I'll go and heat it up, you rest here for a while. Jiang Chen said with a smile, then walked to the kitchen with the dishes. Compared with serious matters, what does it matter if he eats some cold dishes? 10 minutes later, he came out of the kitchen again with the dishes. The dinner for the two of them officially began. Come, have a bowl of soup first. Jiang Chen was very considerate and served Su Luowei a bowl of soup. After a long period of intense work, both of them were really tired. After he understood the girl's characteristics, he considerately turned off the ambient light and threw the aromatherapy out of the room. Everything went more smoothly than expected. Su Luowei gave him a glare with her beautiful eyes, but did not refuse. She took the soup and drank it in small sips. It lasted for so long that she was really a little hungry. After eating for a while, most of the dishes on the table were gone and the two were already half full. Su Luowei's beautiful eyes then secretly looked at Jiang Chen. The timing was just right, and she planned to get to the point. Hubby. She originally wanted to act coquettishly, but for some reason, the words turned into a habitual quarrel and nitpicking. Why did you put garlic in my bowl? Because I just ate it accidentally. So you're going to let me eat it too? Chapter 12. The capitalists are angry. Eating garlic is good for your health. The flickering candlelight made Su Luowei's face even more charming, but it was no longer a warm apple, but a hot pepper. I won't eat it. Also, you're not allowed to cross your legs. Why? No. Then I won't skip the class, okay? Jiang Chen changed into a lazy posture. No Coke either. Why? It's unhealthy. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, knowing that Su Luowei was starting to act unreasonable again. If you want me to coax you, just say it directly, don't find fault. Who wants you to coax me? Su Luowei seemed a little angry when her thoughts were exposed. Anyway, you ate garlic today, so you are not allowed to hold me to sleep. So what do you want? If you agree to one condition, I will forgive you. What conditions? Jiang Chen wanted to carry Su Luowei upstairs and give her a good scolding right now, but he still asked according to her temper. The music director of our Chunwe entertainment has resigned. If you can come to work in the company, I will. I will forgive you. Jiang Chen was stunned. Etc. Entertainment industry, work, music director? No way? Su Luowei actually wanted him to work in the entertainment industry? Is capitalist exploitation back? In an instant, Jiang Chen felt cold sweat running down his forehead, and the fingers that were picking up the food couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? The strong feeling of palpitations is enough to wake a man up instantly. He put down his chopsticks. Are you serious? Certainly. Under the flickering candlelight, Su Luowei's beautiful eyes blinked beautifully, with a hint of arrogance. I'm very pleased with your performance today. I think you're fully qualified for the position of music director. Besides, working from home every day will only waste your talent. You might as well go straight into the entertainment industry. Jiang Chen's heart was shaken. Really? After Su Luowei discovered that he could write songs, she still wanted him to work in the company. Although I am only serving as the music director, this kind of thing will happen again. As long as he becomes the music director of Chunwe Entertainment, then under the push of various forces, he will slowly return to his old ways. When Jiang Chen thought of this, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Honey, actually, I really don't like working in the entertainment industry. I'm naturally incompatible with it. If you need a song, I can write one for you at home. Forget about going to work. I don't like that place. No. Su Luowei rolled her eyes in anger. You're trying to lie to me again. No one is born with a conflict with the entertainment industry. I think you just want to be lazy and not go to work. Besides, if you don't like the entertainment industry, why did you learn songwriting and singing in the first place? You can write a song in 5 minutes. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and choked on the spot. He couldn't say that his ability to write songs was innate. After a long while, he pinched his fingers hard to keep calm. Wife, actually you misunderstood. That song wasn't written in 5 minutes. Su Luowei was puzzled. No, isn't it? I clearly watched you write it on the spot. Actually, I've already written this song, but I never told you. He sighed, stood up, lifted the table, then picked up a small piece of folded paper from the bottom of the table leg to pad the table legs and placed it in front of Su Luowei. Take a look. Su Luowei took it and opened it in confusion. However, after seeing the content above, her mouth couldn't help but open wide in surprise. Because when the dusty paper was unfolded, the content on it was the song The Moon's Trouble that Jiang Chen sang on the rooftop today. The lyrics and melody are all there. But she clearly remembered that Jiang Chen had used this paper as a table leg pad more than a year ago. When did this guy write this? He actually used such a good song as a table leg? Su Luowei stared blankly at the piece of paper in her hand. It was found that the creases on the paper were very obvious, the color was slightly yellow, and it even felt a little damp to the touch, proving that the paper had indeed been placed under the table a long time ago and it was impossible to forge it. She suddenly felt her brain wasn't working properly. This song was written a long time ago? Then, how long did it take you to write it? I don't remember, it was quite long anyway. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, thinking silently. 10 minutes? 20 minutes? Anyway, it is definitely not short. So how many songs have you written in these years? 2. Jiang Chen secretly apologized in his heart. I'm sorry, wife, but I really can't be the music director. If you need songs, I can write 50 or 100 for you at home. But working in the entertainment industry is really not possible. Jiang Chen's face was a little pale, but under the light of the pale yellow lamp, it was still concealed. It's not that easy to finish a song. These 2 songs alone took me a lot of time. In 3 years, I've only written 2 songs. I'm afraid I'm not suitable to be a music director. Su Luowei stared blankly at Jiang Chen, who seemed to have turned his back on her. Her thoughts were completely confused at this moment. What? Did Jiang Chen write The Moon's Trouble a long time ago? He spent 3 years and only wrote 2 songs? So, his abilities are not actually suitable for being a music director? How could a music director only write 2 songs in 3 years? A normal music director, regardless of the quality, must produce at least 10 songs a year. With Jiang Chen's speed, he simply couldn't be a music director. So, what is she doing tonight? Jiang Chen forced a smile and said, Wife, my dream is to become a great writer and write works that will be passed down through the ages. This has always been my dream. If I can't realize it, I won't be able to sleep at night. Do you understand? Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen, who was talking freely. I don't know why, but I gradually became angry and wanted to pounce on him and bite him right now. I don't understand. She snorted coldly at Jiang Chen in anger. Then he stamped his feet, stood up angrily, endured the pain, and walked upstairs with a ding-ding-ding sound. She wanted Jiang Chen to be the music director of Chunwe Entertainment, not because she really couldn't solve those problems, but because she didn't want to bury Jiang Chen's talent. But now things are completely different from what she thought. Jiang Chen looked at the little girl's back and wanted to stand up and say something. But the images of sudden death that kept flashing in his mind and the strong palpitations made his face turn pale again. Damn, what the hell is going on? Wasn't he fine this afternoon? Why did you suddenly want him to work in the entertainment industry a few hours later? And why did that damn music director suddenly quit? My wife was taken to Thailand to be a transvestite? Jiang Chen sat on the chair and scolded Yao Sichuan's entire family before he sighed helplessly in his heart. He had no idea how to explain his phobia of the entertainment industry to Su Luowei. Who would be afraid of the entertainment industry if they have never been in it before? If we talk too much, it will easily bring up things from our past lives. Never mind, never mind. I'd better put Su Luowei in a difficult position for now and write a few more songs at home to make up for it. This should also solve the problem of the music director leaving. Thinking about. After a while, Su Luowei's somewhat annoyed voice suddenly came from upstairs. Eat quickly and wash the dishes after you're done. Carrot. 10 o'clock in the evening. When Su Jingchu returned home and was searching for her keys in her bag, she suddenly found the paper airplane with the words "Invisible Wings" written on it. Oh, why did you give this thing to Luowei? She patted her forehead gently. Never mind. I have to go to her place tomorrow morning anyway, so I'll give it to her then. As she said that, she shook her head, put the paper airplane back into her bag, took out her key and opened the door. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 99. Chapter 13. Oops, the song I wrote was discovered again. The next morning, Su Luowei got up early. Jiang Chen really pissed me off last night. Although if you think about it carefully, it seems that Jiang Chen cannot be blamed entirely. After all, he is just a writer. Being able to write 2 songs within 3 years is already very impressive. But for some reason, she was so angry that she ignored Jiang Chen the whole night. Jiang Chen was still sleeping in upstairs at this moment. This was his habit. He would not get up until 10 o'clock every day. Because as a writer, you have to keep a clear head at all times. She took a big sip of water angrily, then looked out the window dejectedly. Actually, she also thought carefully about what Jiang Chen said last night. There is indeed no music director who only makes 2 songs in 3 years. The music director is responsible for supporting the music creation of the entire company. She is not the only artist in the studio. There are also many newly signed artists who also need music works. If Jiang Chen were really appointed as the music director of Chunwe Entertainment, under such intense pressure, it might even have the opposite effect and undermine his creative confidence. Su Luowei sighed softly. Never mind. After all, Jiang Chen is only 24 years old and not a professional yet. It is already difficult for him to write 2 high-quality songs. As for the music director, we should not force it too much. Let's look for other senior musicians. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as I was thinking about things, the doorbell rang. Su Luowei put down the cup of water and opened the door. Su Jingchu appeared at the door in a hurry. She was carrying a shoulder bag and holding the phone, talking to someone unknown. After a long while, she hung up the phone. Luowei, I have arranged everything about the studio. How was your talk with the music teacher yesterday? She asked while changing her shoes. Su Luowei's expression suddenly stiffened, and she stammered, No, we didn't reach an agreement. Ah? Su Jingchu was puzzled. What happened? She thought yesterday that Su Luowei had to be certain that she would talk to the music producer. That person. I thought about it later and he doesn't seem to be suitable to be a music director. Su Luowei sighed. Luowei, can you tell me who the music production teacher you mentioned is? He can write 2 songs of such high quality, so he shouldn't be unknown in the entertainment industry, right? Su Jingchu changed his shoes and walked into the house. Su Luowei hesitated for a long time. Since it was about Jiang Chen, she actually didn't want to say it. However, the 2 songs, The Wind Rises and The Moon's Trouble, will be released sooner or later, and it will be impossible to hide it then. So, after hesitating for a while, she continued. It's Jiang Chen. What? Su Jingchu was stunned for a moment and opened his mouth wide. Jiang Chen, isn't he a writer? Can he write songs? After saying this, she couldn't help but add in her heart. What kind of writer? This guy hasn't written anything in 3 years. Chun is just a scoundrel. If he hadn't been relying on Luowei for support, he might be begging on the streets now. A guy like this can actually write songs? Of course, it was difficult for her to say these words in front of Su Luowei. Only the questioning expression on her face betrayed her thoughts. Su Luowei pouted, feeling somewhat helpless. Sister Jing, those 2 songs were written by Jiang Chen. This was the reason why she was unwilling to reveal Jiang Chen. Everyone around her seemed to have a lot of opinions about Jiang Chen. Whenever Jiang Chen was mentioned, everyone reacted very strongly. Etc. Su Jingqiu seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Luo Wei, you're not thinking of letting Jiang Chen be the music director of Chunwe Entertainment, are you? She was startled. No. Luo Wei, this is absolutely not possible. How can Jiang Chen be the music director? You know his personality. If he were to be the music director, there would definitely be trouble. And Luo Wei, please don't bring your personal feelings into your work. Sister Jing, don't get excited. I already talked to Jiang Chen about this yesterday, and he didn't agree. Su Luo Wei didn't find the opportunity to speak until Su Jingqiu stopped. He didn't agree? Su Jingqiu was a little surprised, and then immediately curled her lips. Fortunately, I didn't agree, otherwise Chunwe Entertainment would have been ruined by this scoundrel. Su Luo Wei nodded and sat down on the sofa somewhat depressed. Su Jingqiu looked at her and breathed a sigh of relief. Nizi, it's a good thing he didn't agree. Listen to my advice. Jiang Chen is truly unsuitable to be the music director. This position is too important. Jiang Chen, you know how he's been at home these past 3 years. If he's truly talented, how could he not have written anything in 3 years? The status of those two sons is still unclear. Anyway, your marriage to Jiang Chen is your personal matter, and I can't stop you. But having him as the music director is definitely out of the question. Su Luo Wei looked at Su Jingqiu with a nervous face, and didn't know how to explain for a moment, so she could only nod helplessly. I understand, Sister Jing. She actually figured it out. If Jiang Chen only wrote 2 songs in 3 years, then he is indeed not suitable to be the music director of Chunwe Entertainment. Okay, Luo Wei, don't be too anxious. When you reach the point of failure, there will always be a way. We'll figure out the music director issue later. I thought of a few senior members of the music industry yesterday, and I'll call them later. Su Luo Wei nodded. By the way, Luo Wei, this is a paper plane I found at your doorstep yesterday. I saw something written on it, so I didn't throw it away. Take a look, is it yours? Su Jingqiu suddenly remembered something and took out a paper airplane from her bag. What paper airplane? Su Luo Wei took the paper airplane and spread it out in her hands, originally thinking it was just a child's toy. But when she saw some familiar handwriting on the paper, her beautiful eyes were stunned. On the paper, there were lines of short sentences that looked very familiar. Because she had seen something similar yesterday, she recognized it at a glance. It was Jiang Chen's handwriting. And the above content. Invisible wings. Every time. Are all wandering in loneliness and being strong. Every time. Even if it hurts. No tears in my eyes. I know. I have always had a pair of invisible wings. Take me flying. Flying over despair. If it weren't for what happened yesterday, Su Luo Wei might still think that this was some strange poem written by Jiang Chen. But now, she understood. Here are the lyrics. And these lyrics. The more she looked down, the more frightened she became. I finally see all dreams blossom. Chasing the young. The singing is so loud. As a professional idol singer, she is very sensitive to lyrics, and sometimes she can tell whether a song is good or bad just by looking at the lyrics. She only glanced over the lyrics written on the paper and vaguely felt the faint melancholy contained in them. This lyrics is very well written. The only pity is that there is no melody written on the paper. So, this is the third song written by Jiang Chen? Entertainment Circle Fear Value 99. Chapter 14. Jiang Chen is very professional. The early morning sun holds the hand of the breeze, pulling the curtains at the window one by one. The light and shadow flickered, and a graceful figure in front of the window looked a little angry. Luo Wei, do you recognize this paper airplane? Su Jingqiu asked curiously. Su Luo Wei gritted her teeth in hatred, clenched the paper tightly, and a hint of danger flashed in her eyes. I recognize it. Of course I recognize it. I saw a similar one yesterday. Su Jingqiu was stunned when she saw her gritting her teeth. Why does Su Luo Wei look so angry? What's so special about this paper airplane? Who wrote this? Who else could it be other than Jiang Chen? Su Luo Wei gritted her teeth. She looked down at the creased paper again. The paper was clean and white, and the ink on the paper was clear and bright. It was obvious that it was written just a few days ago. Most importantly, the day before yesterday, Jiang Chen was playing with paper airplanes on the rooftop. She knew about this and had told him not to throw them around. The truth came out almost instantly. The content on this paper was written by Jiang Chen 2 days ago. Su Luowei gritted her teeth in anger. The bastard Jiang Chen had lied to her again. He also said that he only wrote 2 songs in 3 years. If this guy really only wrote 2 songs in 3 years, then what's the point of this paper? Luowei, is this poem really written by Jiang Chen? Su Jingqiu couldn't keep up with the pace. Su Luowei nodded. Su Jingqiu opened her mouth wide. How could Jiang Chen write such a poem? But after a while, he became somewhat disapproving. What's the use of writing good poems? They can't be exchanged for money, and I still have to rely on Luowei for support. I write these useless things every day. No wonder I haven't published any works until now. Just as I was thinking about it, Su Luowei said angrily. These are the lyrics written by Jiang Chen. If nothing unexpected happens, this could very well be the 3rd song he's written. Song, lyrics, is this a song? Su Jingqiu was surprised again and looked at Su Luowei. She always thought that the content on the paper was poetry copied from somewhere. Su Luowei nodded and was about to say something when Jiang Chen came down from upstairs unsteadily. Ha! He yawned loudly and walked to the hall in his pajamas with lazy steps. Honey, I'm hungry, where's breakfast? He walked towards the restaurant, but found that there was no breakfast there, which made him feel confused. Normally, whenever Su Luowei is free at home, she will prepare breakfast. What happened today? He turned around and saw Su Jingqiu and Su Luowei sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at him with complicated and strange eyes. Hey, Lao Chu is here too. He raised his hand in a lazy greeting. As Su Luowei's agent, this was not the first time Su Jingqiu came to the house, so he naturally recognized her. However, when these words fell into the other party's ears, Su Jingqiu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Su Jingqiu's name does contain the word Chu, but people younger than her usually address her as Jingjia, while older people just call her Xiao Jing. Only Jiang Chen had been calling her Lao Chu since the first time they met. It sounded like old animal and was very unpleasant. And no matter how many times I tell him, this guy never changes. She took a deep breath, turned her head slightly in anger, and didn't intend to continue paying attention to Jiang Chen. Su Luowei's expression did not change at all. Jiang Chen thought she was still angry about what happened yesterday, so he walked over and said coaxingly, Hey, wife, are you still angry? Su Luowei's expression seemed even colder. Did you sleep well last night? Okay, I slept soundly. Jiang Chen deliberately pressed his body against Su Luowei's and sat down beside her. He planned to coax Su Luowei today and let go of what happened yesterday. Su Jingqiu watched from the side and thought to herself, Jiang Chen is such a shameless guy. Oh, really? Su Luowei didn't react at all, and continued expressionlessly, but I didn't sleep well yesterday, so I got up early this morning and found a paper airplane at the door of our house. She gently shook the paper in her hand and asked in surprise. What's strange is that there's some strange writing on this paper airplane, and the handwriting is very familiar. Honey, do you know what's going on? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then looked at the familiar white paper in Su Luowei's hand, and the faint handwriting on it. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh my god. No way. Wasn't that thing he wrote the day before yesterday already dealt with by him? How did it get out there? Could it be that the wind blew it down while he was taking a nap and he didn't notice? How come it happened to be picked up by Su Luowei? What kind of shit luck is this? What a fuck? Jiang Chen looked more upset than if he had eaten a fly. Wife, please listen to my explanation. He looked at Su Luowei with a smile. Okay, you explain, I'm listening. Su Luowei smiled and didn't seem angry at all. However, Jiang Chen knew that this was a sign that the little girl was really angry. If he continued to smooth things over, the little girl might really lose her temper. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he decisively gave up the idea of continuing to struggle and honestly admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, wife. I made a mistake yesterday. In the past 3 years, I've actually only written 3 songs. The birth of one lie often requires the compensation of 10 lies. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly inwardly. I'm sorry, girl, I really don't know how to tell you about this. The old man is worthy of being a seasoned veteran who has been married for 3 years. He was apologizing in the last second, and he could still talk nonsense with a calm expression in the next second. Su Luowei really wanted to grab Jiang Chen's wrist and bite it hard. But Su Jingchu was still here, so she could only look at him angrily. Jiang Chen, how long are you going to keep lying to me? Wife, this is just a misunderstanding. Jiang Chen smiled awkwardly. I promise, this is the last song. Su Luowei gritted her teeth inwardly and took several deep breaths before she felt a little better. However, when she wanted to continue speaking, she found helplessly that she seemed to have no way to deal with Jiang Chen. After all, there doesn't seem to be much difference between writing 2 songs in 3 years and writing 3 songs in 3 years, so Jiang Chen still cannot be asked to serve as the music director. Ahem. If there's nothing else, I'll get busy first. I don't know why, but I feel particularly inspired to write today. Jiang Chen was also very sensible and planned to retreat immediately. However, Su Luowei did not intend to let him go, and gritted her teeth and said, etc. What else? Su Luowei took a deep breath, waved the paper in her hand, and said angrily, You can only leave after you finish singing this song. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally understood. Jiang Chen was just lazy and it was useless to force him. Even though he lied to her, this guy didn't do nothing. At least the song written on the paper is quite suitable for her and is just right to solve her current urgent problem. As for the music director position, we just need to find the right person before the new song is released. No problem. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and made an okay gesture. It's just a song, it won't have much impact. He knew that the girl's anger had actually mostly subsided, so after she finished singing the song, he would say a few nice words to comfort her, and the matter would be over. When the time comes, he will choose a time to write a few songs for Su Luowei, and she will still be the most handsome boy in the whole neighborhood. When Jiang Chen returned to the living room with his guitar, Su Luowei's expression had indeed improved a lot. He smiled, held the guitar and gently plucked the strings. In the living room, the 2 women looked at him curiously. Su Jingchu's eyes were full of doubts. Could Jiang Chen really write and sing songs? How come she can't see it at all? But at this moment, Jiang Chen's attitude gradually became serious. As long as he doesn't go to work in the entertainment industry, singing a few songs at home is no big deal. Feeling the change in Jiang Chen, Su Jingchu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Su Luowei also held her breath and stared at Jiang Chen intently. The inexplicable feeling I had from Jiang Chen last night seemed to slowly reappear. Jiang Chen adjusted his posture, then skillfully plucked the guitar strings with his fingers. Ding 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 ding. The string sounds as dense as raindrops suddenly rang out. This is a sound check. Su Jingchu looked at Jiang Chen's fingers flying up and down, and her eyes widened involuntarily. She had never seen Jiang Chen's audition technique before, but she could intuitively feel that this technique was not simple, because Jiang Chen's movements were not only fast, but also looked very comfortable, with bursts of rhythm. The strings sounded so quickly, continuously, and densely that the sound test was completed in just a moment. It seems that he is even better than a professional singer. After Jiang Chen finished the audition, he slowly closed his eyes. Singing requires emotions, and he is looking for the emotions he wants. Su Luowei and Su Jingchu looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. There was nothing wrong with Jiang Chen's approach. A moment later, Jiang Chen's eyes slowly opened, and his fingers gently plucked the guitar. A melody with a hint of sadness gradually sounded. Su Luowei listened carefully and couldn't help nodding in her heart. This prelude has an inexplicable sadness, but the melody is extremely catchy. Then, Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth, his voice a little hoarse. I forgot how long it's been. I never heard from you again. Tell me your favorite story. A sad and hoarse singing voice sounded. But Su Luowei and Su Jingchu were stunned almost at the same time. Because the song Jiang Chen was singing at this moment was completely different from the lyrics written on the paper plane. Chapter 15, Fairy Tale. There was silence in the hall for a moment. Only Jiang Chen's hoarse voice carried a hint of melancholy. Su Luowei picked up the lyrics in her hand and read them carefully again, only then was she sure that she was not mistaken. The song written on the paper is called Invisible Wings, and the lyrics are completely different from what Jiang Chen is singing now. So, what song is Jiang Chen singing now? I thought about it for a long time. I started to panic. Did I do something wrong again? You cried and told me. Fairy tales are all lies. Jiang Chen sang the lyrics one by one. But Su Luowei and Su Jingchu's eyes were wide open, their faces full of astonishment. Because they found that although they had never seen the lyrics of the song Jiang Chen was singing, the song seemed quite nice. Jiang Chen's singing skills are unexpectedly good. The voice is charming, the pronunciation is clear and standard, and the emotions and pitch are perfectly grasped. Su Jingchu opened her mouth slightly and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Her job is an agent, so she has a very good eye for artists. She fell in love with Su Luowei at first sight and was sure that this beautiful and simple girl would become a big hit, so she was willing to be Su Luowei's agent. But now, she felt a completely different temperament from Jiang Chen. Calm, professional, confident, what's going on? She didn't know how to describe this temperament. But she remembered that this feeling seemed to only be felt when facing the few top stars in the entertainment industry. Is he really the Jiang Chen I knew before? Besides, This guy, isn't he a bastard writer? I can't be your prince. Maybe you understand. Ever since you said you loved me, my sky is full of stars. Jiang Chen didn't notice the expressions of the two women in the living room. He slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to his youth in high school. That year, at the school anniversary party, he sang the song affectionately on the stage and dedicated it to the girl he liked. Under the stage, the lights swayed left and right, and screams rose and fell. The classmates were all shouting his name. That year, he fell in love for the first time and expressed his feelings in the boldest way. The girl is very beautiful, and when she smiles, two small canine teeth are exposed. That night, she accepted his confession and they got together. The carefree days of youth and the sweetness of first love are truly nostalgic. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Just 1 month later, the girl transferred to another city because of her father's job transfer. The night of farewell. His eyes were red, and he sang this song alone in the room until very late. In the hall, Jiang Chen's singing continued. However, he kept suppressing his emotions. Suppressed, as if waiting for an opportunity to explode. Finally. I want to become a fairy tale. The angel you love. Open your hands. Turning into wings to protect you. You have to believe. I believe we will be like in a fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the ending. Su Luowei and Su Jingchu stared at Jiang Chen in amazement, their minds stopped thinking for a moment. The climax of this song. It was clearly just a calm song, but it seemed to convey a heart-wrenching feeling. A faint sense of sadness makes people's hearts tremble. The lyrics and melody reveal a heart-wrenching love and regret. You have to believe. I believe we will be like in a fairy tale. Happiness and joy are the ending. You cried and told me. Fairy tales are all lies. Jiang Chen's singing continued. But Su Luowei and Su Jingchu's eyes had gradually turned red. If nothing unexpected happens? This guy Jiang Chen seems to have created another super high-quality love song? Oh. Right together. Our ending. Finally, the singing slowly subsided. There was silence in the hall. Jiang Chen waited quietly for a moment, until his emotions gradually subsided, then he took a deep breath and put down the guitar. Looking at the two women who were already in a daze on the sofa, he took out a cigarette from the cigarette box and lit it with a click. This was a prop he had prepared long ago to show off. White smoke swirled around him. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, tilted his head slightly, and looked at the ceiling, as if he was thinking about life. The pose was melancholic, and he felt good. He was very satisfied with the dull expressions on Su Luowei and Su Jingchu's faces. Yes, the performance of the top singer should be shocking. He turned around calmly and found a chair to sit down. Next it was time to receive flowers and applause, and he was ready to accept all the glory that belonged to him. But, strangely, he waited for a long time, but the imagined praise did not come. What's going on? He looked forward in confusion, but saw Su Luowei wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes and looking at him blankly. Honey, what song did you just sing? Fairy tale? Isn't it already written on the paper? Why are you asking me? Su Luowei grabbed the paper, looked at it, and then placed it in front of him with an expressionless face. What's wrong? Any questions? Jiang Chen stepped forward suspiciously and looked at the paper. On the paper, his handwriting was very familiar. The first line of the title is 5 characters written in a flamboyant style, invisible wings, as if emitting a shining golden light. Jiang Chen's expression was completely stunned. With his mouth slightly open, the cigarette butt fell to the ground involuntarily, sparks flying everywhere. Oh shit. What the hell is going on? He clearly remembered that what he wrote on paper the day before yesterday was a song full of faint sadness? No, isn't it a fairy tale? How did it become invisible wings? This moment. Jiang Chen felt as if his brain had been hit by a meteor, with stars appearing in his head and the world turning upside down. Damn it. He got it mixed up. Both songs are filled with a touch of sadness. But what he wrote on the paper the day before yesterday was invisible wings instead of fairy tale. It doesn't matter. Su Luowei showed a beautiful smile, squatted down, picked up the cigarette but he dropped on the ground, and patted his shoulder gently. Hubby, I'll give you some time this time. You can think about it slowly. Once you've figured out the reason, explain it to me. Su Luowei crushed the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can. Then he walked upstairs with a calm look on his face. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky with a dull expression, as if he had lost the ability to think. At this moment, he felt as if 100,000 alpaca horses were running wildly in his heart. What the hell is going on? How could he get it mixed up? At the same time, he also regretted very much, why didn't he check the paper just now? If I had checked, I wouldn't have made such a low-level mistake, right? Regret. Not like before. On the side, Su Jingqiu took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen in shock. Jiang Chen's performance today shocked her greatly. This song Fairy Tale, coupled with Jiang Chen's voice that is not inferior to that of top singers. She was almost certain that as long as Jiang Chen could debut with this song now, he would become famous immediately. But when did this guy become so talented? Could it be that he has been deliberately hiding himself all along? Entertainment Circle Fear Value 98. Chapter 16 My grandfather's name is Hugo Ba. If sadness had a name. Jiang Chen felt that it should be called a fairy tale. The weather on the rooftop was great. The sun is shining brightly, and it feels warm on my body. The breeze was still blowing, and the green plants on the balcony were swaying gently, making a pleasant rustling sound. However, Jiang Chen's mood hit rock bottom at this moment. He collapsed on the recliner, looking at the blue sky with dull eyes. One misstep can lead to eternal regret. One wrong step, all wrong. If he could do it again, he would definitely check the paper carefully from beginning to end. That way, he'll never make a mistake singing a song. However, there is no medicine for regret in the world. So, after playing tough for 5 minutes, he had no choice but to admit the truth to his wife. Yes, he can write songs, and he wrote more than 3 songs in 3 years. In the end, he won Su Luowei's forgiveness. But thanks to the little girl's outburst, he got the position of music director of Chunwe Entertainment. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky silently and sighed silently. I was exploited by the beautiful capitalist again. My life as a writer was going well, how could it suddenly turn out like this? Thank you, husband. In the sunlight, Su Luowei's eyes were like crescent moons, and she covered her mouth and chuckled. Jiang Chen's expression was very uncomfortable. He can't enter the entertainment industry. He'll die. The unspeakable feeling of palpitations in my chest seemed to gradually spread again, my scalp felt numb, and big drops of sweat appeared on my forehead. He just loves writing so much that he deliberately hides his songwriting talent. He's afraid that if we ask him to write songs, it will delay his writing time. He should be given some experience as a music director to help him change his lazy nature. On the side, Su Luowei pouted and explained something to Su Jingqiu with a proud look on her face. Is that so? Su Jingqiu looked at Jiang Chen, who was lying on the recliner like a pile of mud, in disbelief, and the shock on her face did not fade away. Just now, Jiang Chen wrote the melody of Invisible Wings in front of the two of them. Su Luowei followed the melody on the paper and simply played and sang, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but shine. She also listened to it nearby. The song was indeed beautiful and nice to listen to, better than any song Su Luowei had released since her debut. Jiang Chen actually folded a song like this into paper airplanes and threw them everywhere? This is too. Su Jingqiu was shocked and fought for a long time before a word slowly emerged in his mind. Spendthrift. That's right, a spendthrift. She was sure that no matter which singer got a song like Fairy Tale or Invisible Wings, he would treasure it. Just one song of this quality can establish a firm foothold in the music industry. But Jiang Chen didn't seem to care at all. If Luo Wei hadn't kept asking him to do so, he wouldn't even have bothered to write the melody for Invisible Wings. This guy is too casual. What she didn't know was that Zhang Chen had no intention of throwing these things away. If the wind hadn't blown the paper airplane off the roof, no one would have discovered this song. But it's too late to say anything now. When Su Luowei once again proposed that Zhang Chen be the new entertainment director of Chunwe Entertainment. After hesitating for a while, Su Jingqiu rarely raised any objections. She has watched all 4 of Zhang Chen's songs. If she really had to use one word to describe Zhang Chen, it would be genius. A true genius. 4 consecutive songs, all of which are of rare and super high quality. This is rarely seen among the old veterans in the music industry. No one can guarantee that their creations will always maintain a high level of stability. Inspiration sometimes depends on luck. Zhang Chen was still a newcomer at only 24 years old. He didn't even devote all his time and energy to songwriting. If only he weren't so obsessed with writing. Su Jingqiu thought for a long moment before sighing from the bottom of his heart. It's such a pity that Zhang Chen has such talent but wastes his time on writing. What's so good about writing? I haven't written anything in 3 years. I might as well focus on writing songs. Not yet. Su Luowei glanced at Zhang Chen and snorted coldly. Then her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly again, and she continued to appreciate the lyrics and melody in her hands happily. She was in a good mood. She liked the song Invisible Wings very much. It fitted in perfectly with her usual singing style, as if it was tailor-made for her. She looked at it carefully for a while before putting the lyrics away with satisfaction. Then she walked lightly to Zhang Chen's side, leaned over and kissed him lightly on the cheek. "Thank you, husband. This is a reward for you." Delicate soft lips gently kissed the face. However, Zhang Chen was in no mood to feel anything at all. He stared with his eyes wide open and turned his head away with an uncomfortable look on his face. "Ignore me, I'm commemorating my fading youth." Su Luowei covered her mouth. Zhang Chen's words made her laugh again. After agreeing to the position of music director, this guy has been looking listless, as if all the strength in his body has been drained away. "Humph, what youth? I've been writing for 3 years and haven't produced anything." Su Luowei gently twisted Zhang Chen's waist and said with a pout, "I think you should give up your dream of becoming a writer as soon as possible. That job is simply not suitable for you. You'd better focus on writing songs. You will definitely have a successful career there." Zhang Chen's expression became even more distressed. Was he talking about becoming a writer? He was sacrificing his own life. "I don't want to talk. My stomach hurts." He turned away uncomfortably. Seeing that Zhang Chen still refused to pay attention to her, Su Luowei stood up angrily. With his hands on his hips, he said, "Then you can continue to reminisce here slowly. After all, you have already promised me that you will start your job at Chunwe Entertainment in 3 days. Unless you can write a decent book in these 3 days, go to work honestly." After saying that, she snorted coldly and walked downstairs. Although she has got the new song, there is not much time left before its release and she still has a lot of things to do. Su Jingqiu sighed and followed her downstairs. Zhang Chen turned around and looked at the sky, lost in thought. 3 days. There are still 3 days left. Is his life going to end in 3 days? Although being a music director is different from making a direct debut, there is no turning back once you embark on this path. No. This is not the result he wanted. People should not easily compromise with fate, and it is far from the time to admit defeat. At this point, what else can we do? Is there any way to stop this? What Su Luowei just said suddenly came to mind. Unless you can write a decent book within these 3 days, go to work honestly. Wait, Zhang Chen suddenly reacted. Who says you can't be a good writer? As long as he can produce works, isn't that enough? By then, even if I quit my job as a music director and stay at home to write, the girl should be able to say anything, right? After figuring this out, he suddenly sat up, slammed the table hard, and his thoughts became clearer and clearer. Yes, why didn't he think of it before? Writer equals leisurely life. Leisurely life equals writer. Yes. If you want to continue to be able to relax at home and not work in the entertainment industry, you must maintain your identity as a writer. The light in his eyes grew brighter, the palpitations gradually subsided, and then he suddenly stood up from the recliner. Just do it. Put on your slippers, go back to your room and turn on your computer. Time waits for no one, he wants to start his own journey as a writer immediately. However, he doesn't have much time, and it's not easy to become an excellent writer in a short period of time. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen typed an essay contest on the search page. As an author who has not produced any works in 3 years, he does not intend to start slowly from scratch, but instead plans to directly participate in a writing competition. This kind of competition itself is popular and can quickly spread his pen name and works. Soon the search results appeared on the computer screen, but they were all from major websites, online literature writing competitions on fantasy and urban themes. Jiang Chen browsed for a while and shook his head in disappointment. This was not what he was looking for. Publishing a novel on such a platform required signing a copyright contract, which did not meet his requirements, and the subject matter was not the type he wanted to write. After thinking for a moment, he typed literary writing competition into the page again. There weren't many things that came out this time, but they basically met Jiang Chen's needs, and they were all writing competitions from major literary forums. There is no contract requirement, just post the document. After Jiang Chen silently screened through the entries, his eyes landed on the title of a writing competition. The page expanded to a rules page for the Women's Literary Writing Competition with a registration entrance at the bottom. Huaxia Literature Forum. The 17th National Women's Literature Fiction Writing Competition. Writing theme, love. Subject, no limit. Number of words, more than 500,000. Participation method, forum post. Selection method, live online voting. Registration requirements, forum real name authentication account. Women's literary novels. Jiang Chen was a little confused. This writing competition is organized by China's largest literary forum, a semi-official organization with great influence. It does not require a contract, which perfectly meets his requirements. The only problem was, it was a women's fiction writing contest. The theme of the writing is still love. As a grown man, when has he ever read any sweet romance novel? What to do about this? Jiang Chen frowned and began to think again. Love. Are there any novels he has read that write about love? Several epic works popped up in his mind, but he rejected them all. Although these novels are well written, they lack the element of love and do not meet the requirements of the writing competition. Suddenly, a book that he had read in the middle of the night, forgetting to eat and sleep, slowly emerged in his mind. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Wait. That book seems to contain a love story. Why not just write this one? Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate any longer. He dragged the mouse to register an account in the forum and directly clicked on the registration entrance below. A page pops up on the screen where you need to fill in the work information. Title. Pen name. Male and female protagonists. Message from this book. After Jiang Chen browsed through it, his eyes stopped at the title column. Use the original title? But the original title has the element of ghost, which doesn't seem to fit the theme of the competition, love. Why not change your name? Although that book is mainly about tomb raiding, it also has a lot of love stories in it. Why not call it? He tapped the keyboard lightly and entered the corresponding information on the page. Title, Those Years, The Lights We Blow Out Together. Pen name, Zhang Lenkai Jin. Male and female leads, Hu Xiaba, Yang Meili. Message from this book, are you ready? This will be a brand new way to open a love story. After filling in the information, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and then opened the document on his computer. Start typing your first line of text. My grandfather's name is Hugo Ba. Chapter 17 Sun Ruin and S Shock. Jiang Chen also found it a bit strange. Perhaps it was because of his rebirth. When he came back to life in this world, he found that all his memories of his previous life seemed to have been saved. Deep in his mind, there is a place filled with densely packed drawers, and these drawers contain all the memories of his previous life. As long as he gently opens one of the drawers, the memories inside will appear in his mind. He could look back on his entire life as if he were flipping through a photo album, and every detail, every picture and fragment was so clear, as if it had just happened. Only the scene of sudden death, like a fugitive with the key in his hand, could suddenly appear before his eyes at any time and place, making him break out in a cold sweat. Although this feeling is weird, it is also very magical. He could even see himself peeing on his homework book when he was in kindergarten. So, when he recalled the horror tomb raiding masterpiece in his mind, the memory of reading the book all night long slowly emerged in his mind. Jiang Chen didn't even need to think about it, the original text of the book kept popping up in his mind. His fingers tapped on the keyboard quickly. In just over 10 minutes, thousands of words appeared on the document interface. During this time, Su Luowei came over with breakfast and a fruit plate. Seeing Jiang Chen typing away at the keyboard, she was instantly both angry and amused. "Why, you haven't given up yet?" "Certainly." Jiang Chen snorted coldly, "It's impossible for me to work in the entertainment industry. I want to become a great writer." "Let's see what you have to say then." "Then keep working hard." Su Luowei stomped her feet in anger, but turned around and didn't take it to heart anymore. Let Jiang Chen do whatever he wants, this is probably his last struggle anyway. Jiang Chen had said this countless times in the past 3 years, but he had never written anything. If he fails again, he will naturally give up. She put down the fruit plate and went out with Su Jingshu downstairs. Jiang Chen was the only one left in the room, still fighting furiously. 4:32 p.m. Ding dong. In the Huaxia Literature Forum, editor Xiao Sun suddenly received a message in the background. Registration for writers. He was stunned for a moment and looked at the time in the lower right corner. There were only 5 minutes left before the registration deadline. The writing competition designed by the forum has a total participation period of 2 months, and you can register in the first month. However, those who really want to participate in the competition have basically completed their registration in the first half of the month. After all, registration is too late, leaving little time for writing, and the time for displaying works is too short. There is not enough time to get results. What is the point of participating in the competition? He kindly reminded. Hello, I'm Sun Ruanen, editor of the Huaxia Literature Forum. Registration is almost over, and it's even harder to get results now. I suggest you participate in the next writing competition. We hold similar writing competitions every few months, so don't worry, there are plenty of opportunities. No need, just join this round. Sun Ruanen was stunned, but couldn't help but smile after seeing the news. Having worked as an editor for many years, he has seen too many stubborn newcomers. The other party probably just started learning writing and is confident in what he writes, but he doesn't know how complicated the writing industry is. Is this your first time writing a book? I suggest newcomers don't be stubborn. There's only a month left until the competition ends. Even if you write 2,000 words a day, it still wouldn't be enough to finish the introduction. Better prepare well and participate in the next round. I've seen so many newcomers like you give up in frustration because they didn't achieve anything. I'm giving you this advice because I don't want to dampen your confidence and creative passion. I am different from them. Sun Ruanen shook his head helplessly. He had seen many stubborn newcomers, but he had never seen one as stubborn as this one. What do you think is special about you? Is it that you have a better brain? Do you find inspiration pouring out as soon as you lie down? Or do you have countless stories in your head? Can you write plots just by typing on the keyboard? Can you write 150,000 or even 200,000 words in a month? I can do whatever you say. Well. Sun Ruanen was speechless. Take my advice, young man, and prepare well for the next round of the competition. Writing a book is not as easy as you think. He felt that the other party was either being stubborn or blindly confident, and there were too many people like that. I think this is how he started learning writing. He submitted his works everywhere with full of enthusiasm and confidence, but ended up with nothing. After several years of painful suffering, he gradually began to learn to write. Hello, so long-winded. Sun Ruanen was so angry when he saw this news. Your kindness is taken for granted. Forget it, forget it. In the end, he sighed and chose to approve the application of this new author. Although there are still 2 minutes left before the registration ends, it is still within the registration time range and he has no right to refuse anyone's registration. Besides, some people have to bang their heads against an iron door before they feel pain. Since this young man is so stubborn, let him try. How does the saying go? People cannot teach people, but things can teach people, and they will learn it once they are taught. After this creation is badly damaged, he will realize how practical the advice he just gave is. Villa Studio. After passing the registration application, Jiang Chen discovered that he could already upload his own works. He didn't take editor Sun Ruanen's words to heart at all. Only he knows his situation. In his world, this book pioneered a completely new genre, so how could it not be popular? Thinking of this, he clicked on the work page and started uploading his own content. Chinese Literature Forum. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the registration for the women's literature competition with the theme of love had closed for more than half an hour. Sun Ruonan sorted out all the information for the registration books and prepared to report it. However, when he caught sight of the pen name Jiang Lankai Jin, he couldn't help but be stunned. He remembered that this pen name seemed to be the same as that of the stubborn newcomer just now. The title of the book he uploaded is "Those Years, We Blew Out the Lamps Together?" What a strange name. Sun Ruonan clicked on the book information and took a look. It should be a love story of the older generation in the last century. The title of a book can only partially determine whether it can be successful. The most important thing is the content. Newcomers are most lacking in this aspect, both their writing skills and plots are very immature. Most importantly, they don't like to hear opinions. With this stubborn personality, Zhang Lang is probably the most difficult newcomer to deal with. He has little knowledge, but always wants to become famous with one book. The reality for these newcomers is that they often can't even finish writing 2,000 words in a whole day. He shook his head and sighed softly. After carefully reading the information about this book, I found that "Those Years We Blow Out the Lights Together" has been updated, and I couldn't help but smile. He dragged the mouse and clicked on the detailed information of the book, wanting to see the beginning of this guy to prove his idea. However, when the pages of the book were unfolded, the expression on his face suddenly became as if he had seen a ghost. Because the book information clearly shows the updated word count for this book today. 60,000? This Jiang Lankai has already updated 60,000 words on the first day? He rubbed his eyes several times before making sure he was not seeing things. Not 600, not 6,000, but 60,000 words. How can a newcomer update 60,000 words a day? Is this a saved draft? But even the best writers wouldn't dare to publish so many manuscripts at once. What would they do with the updates later? Is this guy just writing nonsense? He quickly clicked on the main text of the book. Chapter 1, The Blank Paper of That Year. My grandfather's name is Hugo Ba. Kyoto. Communication University of China. 4:30 in the afternoon. The bell rang and a class just ended in the lecture hall. That's all for this class. Now let's assign homework. At the podium, a professor in his 50s was writing the assignment content on the blackboard, while the students in the classroom had begun to pack up their things. Today is Friday and there are no classes for the next 2 days. Everyone is thinking about their plans for the weekend. Some people want to participate in club activities, while others plan to go to the internet cafe and spend the night. Some local students in Kyoto plan to go home directly. Mumu, do you want to go shopping together later? Mumu was conscientiously writing down the homework on the blackboard when her roommate, whose hair was dyed light pink, suddenly came over and asked with a smile. Shop? Mumu was a little moved when she heard this, but after hesitating for a while, she shook her head and said, "No, I want to read a book in the afternoon." Oh, your head is full of thoughts. Why do you think about studying all day long? The pink-haired girl nodded her head, somewhat disappointedly. If you keep going like this, how are you going to find a boyfriend? I'm telling you, there might be a handsome guy this afternoon. Mumu's face turned slightly red. In fact, she didn't want to study. Last night she paid attention to a women's literary writing competition on the China Literature Forum. It seems like a lot of new works have been published there. She has been a bit out of books lately and wants to go there to see if there are any books she likes. She is a senior book lover. She has loved reading since she was a child, especially novels. Once she starts reading, she will often be immersed in it and forget to eat and sleep. But no one around her knew about this. Because her academic performance has always been good, everyone thought she was studying hard. I'd better read a book. I'll go shopping with you on the weekend. Mumu whispered a little embarrassedly. Oh, okay, then I'll bring you something delicious tonight. Seeing that she really didn't seem to want to go shopping, the girl with pink hair stopped trying to persuade her. After gently pinching her cheek, she turned to invite other roommates. Mumu packed up her things, said goodbye to her roommates one by one, and went straight back to the dormitory. Maybe it's because most students have plans in the afternoon. The dormitory building, which was originally unusually noisy, seemed a little quiet at this time. There were almost no people in the corridor. Her dormitory was also quiet. My roommates obviously all have their own plans. Those who had boyfriends went to look for their boyfriends, while those who didn't had boyfriends went shopping together at the invitation of the pink-haired girl. Bai Mumu put her school bag on the table, slowly climbed onto the bed and lay down. In fact, she really enjoyed this feeling of tranquility. As a senior book lover, she prefers to read in such a quiet environment, without being disturbed by the outside world. However, such quiet time is obviously very rare in school, and the sisters in the dormitory can be so noisy that it can be fatal. So she didn't waste too much time. After lying on the bed for a while, she took out her mobile phone and opened the website of the China Literature Forum. The Women's Literary Fiction Writing Competition has a dedicated page for showcasing entries. All the participating novels can be found above. There are thousands of them, and there are several ranking lists on the side of the display page. Popularity list, update list, most updated list, there is even a complaint list. Bai Mumu did not search for books aimlessly on the main page, but directly clicked on the popularity list. The books above are the works with the highest number of votes so far. The Wrong Person on a Blind Date, The Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Me. After the flash marriage, the wealthy husband's vest can no longer be hidden. I won't pretend anymore, the boss wants to tear me apart every day. Bai Mumu's fingers gently slid across the list page, but her brows were slightly furrowed. She has read many novels of this type. Isn't there something fresher? She quickly went through all the book titles on the list, but she still couldn't find the book she wanted to read. I could only sigh and look at the update list on the side. The update list shows the works with the most words updated on that day. The main feature of this type of book is the large quantity, but the quality may be a little worse. But Bai Mumu didn't care. She was very short of books right now, so as long as there were suitable books to read, it would be fine. I originally thought that there was little hope of finding a good book on the update list. However, when Bai Mumu saw the first book, she couldn't help but be stunned. Number 1 on the update list, Those Years, We Blew Out the Light Together. Updated word count, 60,000. Looking at this somewhat strange title of the book, Bai Mumu was also a little confused. Those Years, We Blow Out the Lights Together? What book is this? There are 60,000 updates in one day. Isn't that too much? But, this book title seems quite romantic. Is it a romantic love story from the 1950s and 1960s? It seems there was no electricity at that time. Out of curiosity, Bai Mumu slid her finger and clicked on the book Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. Author Jiang Langkajan. Message from this book, are you ready? This will be a brand new way to open a love story. Bai Mumu couldn't help but smile. Has Jiang Lang run out of talent? It seems to be a man's pen name. Can men write good women's literature? And he even pretended to say that this would be a brand new way to open a love story. What? You need to be prepared before reading your book? Do you look down on us female readers? Humph. Bai Mumu snorted inwardly. From childhood to adulthood, what kind of love stories had she not seen? How dare you look down on me? Looking for a beating. She slid past the homepage with some disapproval and went straight to the main text. Chapter 1, The Blank Paper of That Year. My grandfather's name is Hugo Ba. To Bai Mumu's surprise. Although the update volume of Jiang Langkaijin is huge, the writing style is very good. The stories written have a strong sense of time and are very touching. It seems like a good book. Bai Mumu thought to herself, no wonder this author is so arrogant. She adjusted her posture and continued to look down carefully. White paper, rats, desolate graves, ancient tombs. In the following time, she gradually immersed herself in the story, maintaining her original posture and not moving again. In the empty dormitory, she could even hear her own breathing becoming heavier. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 98. Chapter 18 Girls also want to go to the toilet. Time passes by every second. At the China Literature Forum, Sun Ruanan spent more than an hour to finally finish reading the 60,000 words of Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. He received several work text messages on his computer urging him to submit documents, but he ignored them all. In fact, he didn't want to spend so much time on this book, but he simply couldn't control himself. My previous ability to read 10 lines at a glance was completely ineffective when I saw this book. The writing style of the book is very mature, which makes people want to read it carefully. The most important thing is that the story presented in this book is very novel and it is a tomb raiding theme that he has never seen before. Love, adventure, with a touch of horror. Jiang Langkajan is definitely a master of writing books, and one of the best. Thinking of the conversation he had just had with Jiang Langkajan, Sun Ruanan suddenly felt as if his face was slapped. Holy shit, is this a newbie? He would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Could it be that this old guy in his 40s is pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger in front of me? He clicked on the author's information with some disbelief, but found that the age column of Jiang Ling Cajun clearly stated 24 years old, and the avatar was also a trendy cartoon style. Seeing this, his eyes became dull. No. No way? Can a 20-year-old young man write something like this? Is this true or false? Kyoto, Communication University of China. A breeze blew by, lifting the curtains of the balcony door and bringing down a thermos cup on the table with a crisp clang sound. Ah! Bai Mumu felt as if her heart suddenly skipped a beat and she couldn't help but scream. He suddenly turned around and looked around the dormitory with a look of horror. She breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that the sound was caused by a cup of water falling to the ground. Get out of bed and close the balcony door. After returning to bed, she couldn't help but shiver again. For some reason, the dormitory, which was originally very quiet and comfortable, suddenly seemed to become too quiet and weird at this moment. Especially after she closed the doors and windows, the only sound in the whole room was her breathing, which made her scalp tingle. I always feel like there is a pair of eyes behind me, staring at me blankly. Her heart was beating violently. She turned her head and looked around the dormitory for a long time, making sure that she didn't find anything unusual. Only then did he slowly breathe a sigh of relief, pick up his phone, and look at the words on the screen with shock. The things written in this book those years, we blew out the lights together, are a bit too bizarre and scary. Is it really a love story? Bai Mumu didn't dare to look down. But for some reason, my hands picked up the phone again. What's going on with this urge to look down even though I'm clearly a little scared? Bai Mumu had a sad face and hesitated for a long time before she gritted her teeth, found a seat against the wall, and continued reading. Time passes by little. The sky gradually darkened. Finally, when the sun had completely set, Bai Mumu finally finished reading chapter 10, Adventure in the Underground Lake. She took a deep breath, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and looked at her phone in disbelief. Are you done reading this? What happens next? What's the plot like? Can Hu Xiaoba and the others escape alive? She always felt that the plot had just begun to get exciting, but the author deliberately stopped here. It's so hateful. At the end of chapter 10, there is a message from the author: I'm tired of writing, I'll take a nap and continue writing tomorrow. Bai Mumu was speechless after reading this lazy message. What the hell did this guy write? Wasn't it supposed to be a sweet love story? How could it be so horrifying? This kind of book really should. She gritted her teeth and moved those years, we blew out the light together off the bookshelf. This kind of book. It really should be banned. However, after a while, she swallowed again and couldn't help but add those years, we blew out the lights together back to the bookshelf, and clicked several times at the end of the chapter to urge for updates. This book is poisonous. It's so scary, but people still can't help but keep watching. Bai Mumu wanted to cry but had no tears. And when she turned off her cell phone and wanted to calm down. But suddenly I found that the dormitory seemed to have become a little dark. The originally quiet room seemed to become even more eerie and strange at this moment. Crack! Suddenly, she heard a slight noise, as if something was moving gently in the room. All sorts of horrifying images flashed through Bai Mumu's mind in an instant, and her whole body was filled with horror. She was so frightened that she dared not move. It was a long while before she finally breathed a sigh of relief when nothing unusual happened in the room. But his face quickly turned strange and red again. I want to go to the bathroom. She had a sad face and curled up in the quilt. He showed a pair of pitiful eyes and looked around nervously, but he didn't dare to get out of bed. She always felt that there seemed to be something waiting for her under the bed. The dark, empty corridor outside the house was even more terrifying. Wow, who the hell is this bastard who has run out of ideas? Why would you write such a horrible book about a women's literary contest? What a jerk. Woo woo. 9:50 p.m. The pink-haired girl and her roommates came back from shopping, chatting and laughing. But suddenly I found it strange that the dormitory, which should have been lit, was now pitch black. What's going on? Isn't Mumu in the dormitory? The girls pushed open the dormitory door with some confusion and turned on the lights, but were shocked by the scene in front of them. Bai Mumu was seen covering her stomach with a flushed face, kneeling on the bed in a very strange posture. A pair of beautiful eyes were wide open, looking at them pitifully. Mumu, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? The girls hurried forward and asked. Mumu almost cried. Wow, Mumu, you're so timid. You're alone in the dormitory and you don't even dare to go to the toilet? Outside the bathroom, the pink-haired girl said with some disappointment. No, it's not. In the bathroom, Mumu's somewhat weak voice could be heard, I was scared like this because I read a book. Huh, what's so scary about reading? Did you read a horror novel? The pink-haired girl said disdainfully. No, I'm reading a novel from a women's literary competition. The theme is about love. Mumu's soft voice was heard again, but she died halfway through. So, is the book Those Years We Blew Out the Lights Together really a romance novel? Why does it always feel a little different? Ha, Mumu, you said you were quite courageous, but you were actually scared by a romance novel and didn't dare to leave the house. The pink-haired girl laughed. Send me that romance novel. I want to see how scary it is. Mumu sighed softly, her face slightly red, and she took out her cell phone and sent Those Years We Blew Out the Lights Together to their roommate group in room 323. Ding dong. Several girls received the message on their phones almost at the same time. It's this one. Ha, let me take a look. The pink-haired girl snorted coldly, took out her phone and clicked on the group message. Oh wow, Those Years We Blew Out the Lights Together? That title sounds pretty romantic. It's about a love story from the 1950s and 1960s? The pink-haired girl curled her lips, then opened the book and started reading. Chapter 1, The Blank Paper of That Year. My grandfather's name is Hugo Ba. Chapter 19, The Peaceful Days Are Terrifying. 11:30 p.m. is the lights-out time in dormitories stipulated by China Communication University. As soon as the time came, the lights in the entire girls' dormitory building were instantly turned off, and the corridor was empty and dark. The next day was the weekend, and the dormitory was quieter than usual. The footsteps outside the house quickly disappeared. The atmosphere in dormitory 323 seemed a little weird. The night breeze ruffled the curtains, as if someone was hiding there, secretly watching them. Ah! Mumu, I'm going to strangle you to death. The pink-haired girl nervously poked her head out from under the covers and observed the pitch-black dormitory. For some reason, after reading Those Years We Blew Out the Lights Together recommended by Mumu, she always felt that there was something weird hidden in the dormitory. Why did you send me this book? I can't sleep at all now, woo-woo. I have a date tomorrow. Mumu had already curled up in the bed. I didn't mean to do that. It was you who kept asking to see it, and you just urged me to update. Half an hour ago, in dormitory 323, all the girls clicked on Those Years We Blew Out the Lights Together. I originally wanted to laugh at Lulu's timidity, but everyone was huddled in the quilt and didn't dare to show their heads. This book is horrible. Why would an author write such a book? Wow, I was deceived. This is not a love story at all. Oh no, I kind of need to go to the bathroom again. You, go by yourself. I don't want to go out. I want to report this book. How about we send this book to other people to read? After a while, a girl suddenly said. Hearing this, the dormitory suddenly fell silent for a moment. Then several girls picked up their phones at the same time. Such a good-looking love novel should really be shared. 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Jingshu dragged his tired body back home. After leaving Su Luowei's house today, she first accompanied Luowei to record songs, and then went to the company to register the copyrights of Jiang Chen's songs. She was busy until this time before she came back, and she was really a little tired. Jiang Chen's performance in the villa that morning was completely beyond her expectations, so much so that she still found it hard to imagine that those high-quality songs were actually written by a lazy gigolo. Her impression of Jiang Chen over the past 3 years was completely overturned. What's wrong with this guy? Isn't he said to be illiterate, a mediocre writer, and unable to produce any works in 3 years? How come he suddenly changed his personality? Su Jingshu finished her shower with a hint of doubt and questioning, exhaled softly, came out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe, and half lay on the sofa very comfortably. There was only a small night light on in the living room, emitting a soft and warm glow. In the night, it seemed particularly peaceful and comfortable. She enjoyed the feeling of relaxation. She picked up her phone from the table. She had just washed her hair and planned to watch some videos before going to bed while her hair was dry. This had always been her habit. But just as she was about to click on the video, her phone dinged and she suddenly received a message. It was sent by her best friend. "Jinger, I saw a romance novel on WeChat Moments today. It's quite good, so I wanted to share it with you." Su Jingchu was a little confused. Her best friend didn't seem to like reading, so why was he sharing a novel with her so late at night? Besides, nowadays novels are always about domineering CEOs going on blind dates, which is not interesting at all. She clicked on the link somewhat nonchalantly, only to discover it was a novel with the theme of love. The title of the book is Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together, author Zhang Langkajin. Su Jingchu looked at the title and introduction of the book and felt that it seemed a little different from other types of romance novels she had read before. The things we did together during those years? This title of a book seems quite romantic. Is it a nostalgic romance novel? Is it a love story from the 50s and 60s? Su Jingchu is in her early 30s this year, and her favorite genres are novels with a sense of time. This kind of novel makes her feel very real, very peaceful, and closer to life. No wonder her best friend recommended it to her late at night. It turned out to be the book she wanted to read. Su Jingchu smiled slightly and said, "How about not watching the video tonight and reading a book instead? It's so rare for my silly best friend to recommend a novel to me, I can't just not read it." She flipped through the pages and found that this book seemed to be participating in the women's literature writing competition held by the China Literature Forum, and it seemed to have performed quite well. Without further hesitation, she moved her fingers gently and clicked on Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. Chapter 1, The Blank Paper of That Year. My grandfather's name is Hugo Ba. I don't know how long it took. Su Jingchu suddenly felt a little cold. She looked up and found that her hair was dry. Time has unknowingly come to the early morning. She couldn't help but wrap her bathrobe tighter, but for some reason, the chilly feeling never went away, and the room was still eerily quiet. She could even hear the cold wind outside the house blowing through the doors and windows, making a slight whoosh sound. In the living room, the night light that originally looked very warm and cozy seemed to become strange at this moment, like a pair of emotionless eyes, silently observing her. Su Jingchu couldn't help but shudder. He quickly stood up and turned on all the lights in the living room. I thought this would make me feel more at ease. Unexpectedly, under the illumination of the light, there were many more shadows in the room that were not reached by the light. She sat on the sofa, looking behind the bookcase, under the sofa, and the shadow inside the door of the room not far away, and her heart couldn't help but tighten again. Could there be something scary hidden in these shadows? Room is a bit afraid to go back. What should I do? Su Jingchu felt a little conflicted and a little embarrassed. I'm a woman in my 30s, but I was scared by a romance novel and I didn't dare to go back to my room. If this were to be told to others, people would probably laugh to death. Which bastard wrote this damn Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together? Who taught him to use this kind of book to participate in the women's literary writing competition? Su Jingchu took a few deep breaths. I thought to myself that I was already so scared at my age, so wouldn't those 18 or 19-year-old girls be scared to tears? After looking around the living room for a while and confirming that there was nothing unusual, she leaned back on the sofa and relaxed a little. Then she clicked on the link sent to her by her best friend, and she realized that she had been tricked by her best friend. This stupid woman, how dare she send her a book like this at night? She is the reason why I don't even dare to enter the room now. I'm going to settle the score with her later. But now. She looked at her phone and thought for a long time, then clicked on the link and forwarded it directly to her blog, which was her place dedicated to sharing and recording her life. After a light cough, she posted a message. The years are quiet. After reading this book at 12 o'clock in the evening, I was deeply moved and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. A link to Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together is attached below the text. Such a good book should not be kept to oneself. Such a quiet night shouldn't leave her alone, unable to sleep. What's more, she felt that she was right. She was indeed deeply touched and unable to fall asleep for a long time. Su Jingchu's account has several thousand followers. So I got a response pretty quickly. Wow, really? I'm really short of books to read. I'll read some too. Thanks for sharing. It looks like a romance novel, my favorite genre. I'll save it first and read it after I take a shower. I love reading books that stir up emotions late at night. Thank you, good people will have a peaceful life. After reading the comments, Su Jingchu quietly closed his blog. Then she gritted her teeth and called her best friend. She wanted to ask if this silly woman was getting tired of living. Why send her this book in the middle of the night? Chapter 20 New Book Results. Early the next morning, Su Jingchu appeared at Su Luowei's home with huge dark circles under his eyes, which scared Su Luowei, who had just woken up. Last night, Su Jingchu stayed up until after 3 o'clock before falling asleep. If she hadn't set 4 or 5 alarms this morning, she might not have gotten up. Sister Jing, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night? Su Luowei asked in surprise. Ever since she met Su Jingchu, she has always appeared as a capable and strong woman. It is rare to see her looking so listless. Oh, don't mention it. I met an asshole best friend and an unscrupulous author last night. Su Jingchu sighed, took a sip of the coffee in her hand, and spoke with forced energy. I have to admit that the book Those Years We Blew Out the Lights Together was so well written that she was directly addicted to it and could not control herself at all. Jiang Langkajan is such a scumbag. Actually publishing such a novel in a women's literary writing competition. Huh? What author? Su Jingchu's mouth twitched. There's no point in talking about this now. I'll tell you later, tonight. Let's talk about work first. She suddenly couldn't help but yawn, and tears came out of the corners of her eyes. This action made her very embarrassed. Su Luowei is now her nominal boss. Although they have a good relationship in private, she still doesn't want to appear too lazy during working hours. Ahem, this is the current situation. Su Jingchu pinched her thigh hard to refresh herself and continued. In the studio, the notice of the new music director's upcoming appointment has been sent out. The trainees are stable for the time being, but from what I've observed, the 2 artists who have already debuted seem to be wavering. Su Luowei nodded slightly. There were 6 or 7 artists who debuted in the studio. If that entertainment company really wants to take action against Chunwe Entertainment, it will definitely target these artists. There have been a lot of messy rumors coming out of the studio recently, and it's probably related to these volatile artists. Have you figured out which entertainment company is targeting us? I contacted a lot of old friends and finally got some information. I heard from a friend that after Yao Sikan left Chunwe Entertainment, he seemed to have joined Qingqing Entertainment. Su Jingchu looked hesitant, she was not sure whether the news was true or not. Qingqing Entertainment? Su Luowei frowned. Allure Entertainment was a relatively well-known entertainment company in China. Although the company's scale was not as large as those of the top companies, it was definitely not small. This entertainment company is famous for signing only female artists. All the artists under Qingqing Entertainment are female. When she just debuted a few years ago, Allure Entertainment even extended an olive branch to her. However, she did not agree because Qingqing Entertainment's reputation in the circle was not very good. The founder of Qingqing Entertainment is a very famous female star in the circle. Shen Yuman is a top-tier celebrity who debuted 5 or 6 years earlier than her. She has released records and starred in many TV dramas. She is very popular. Qingqing Entertainment has been established for 5 or 6 years, and after several years of development, it has grown to a considerable scale. She didn't expect that the company was targeted by Qingqing Entertainment. It seemed like she had never had any connection with the other party. Seeing that Su Luowei didn't say anything, Su Jingchu looked a little worried. Although Qingqing Entertainment only signed female artists, its strength in the entertainment industry was not bad. Shen Yuman is very beautiful. She was once a top actress in China and had extensive network of contacts. She couldn't understand why Qingqing Entertainment, which was developing so well, suddenly attacked Chunwe Entertainment. How should they respond when faced with such a powerful enemy? Su Jingchu turned her head and looked around, but didn't see Jiang Chen. How's Jiang Chen doing now? Is he ready to take on the role of music director on Monday? Speaking of Jiang Chen, Su Luowei seemed to gradually come back to her senses, her expression becoming strange. That guy. I originally thought he'd be depressed for at least a while longer, but unexpectedly, starting yesterday afternoon, he seemed to have completely recovered and started writing diligently again. Having said that, she shook her head helplessly. Jiang Chen is obsessed with writing, and no one knows how he got addicted to it, but he just can't quit. Su Jingchu frowned slightly. It was still unknown whether Jiang Chen was qualified for the position of music director. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to not prepare well and was still busy typing. This guy obviously has no talent for literary creation, so why does he always waste his time? Chunwe Entertainment is currently facing internal and external troubles. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing to let him serve as the music director of Chunwe Entertainment. 11:30 in the morning. Jiang Chen walked out of the room yawning. The girl had just left a message saying that she and Su Jingchu were going to the company to deal with some things, and asked him to eat lunch on time. Breakfast had already been prepared for him and was on the table on the rooftop balcony. Jiang Chen looked at the time and decided to eat breakfast and lunch together. This would not only save food, but also free up some time for a nap. Sure enough, it was already noon when I finished washing up. I just had breakfast, so this piece can be considered lunch. Jiang Chen came to the studio with a piece of bread and calmly turned on his computer. After publishing the new book yesterday, I turned off the computer directly without looking at the specific data. I plan to update 60,000 words today to see how the situation goes. In fact, he was a little unsure when he published those years. On the platform of the Women's Literature Writing Competition. After all, this book is essentially a tune rating novel, not a romance novel. I had a sudden idea yesterday and only thought of this novel at the time, so I had to publish it first. However, after taking a nap and thinking carefully, I found that there are still several books that seem to be more in line with the theme of love. For example, Myth and Chinese Paladin. But now that the matter has been settled, it's a bit too late to make any changes. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Who says there is no love in tune rating stories? His book is not completely off topic. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly, then clicked on the background data of those years. We blew out the light together. After just one look, he was stunned. Readers 34,335. Add to bookshelf 12392 people. Repeated update 3394 times. Recommended 1244 votes. Comments 1024. What is going on? Last night, more than 30,000 people read his novel? Chapter 21. The forum management is shocked. Jiang Chan's eyes gradually turned into one of surprise. What's going on? Is this women's literary writing competition really that popular? Or do all the young ladies in this world like to read tune rating novels? The tidy studio was filled with a subtle and tranquil fragrance, but Jiang Chen was filled with doubts. Su Luowei knew that he liked to stay in the studio, so she placed some flowers and plants there to add fresh air. But he must be too lazy to take care of it, so someone has to come and replace the withered green plants every once in a while. The green plants by the window had just been replaced a few days ago. Little copper coin leaf doesn't know its future fate yet. It sways its light body in the breeze and looks carefully at the new owner in front of the computer desk. Jiang Chen was puzzled. He originally thought that it would take at least some time for this book to show the expected results. I didn't expect that it would achieve good results after only one day of release. He didn't know that many girls who had read the book last night, with the idea of good things should be shared with best friends, forwarded his novel on various social platforms, resulting in tens of thousands of young ladies not being able to sleep well that night. Jiang Chen was browsing the data and thinking that girls in this world really have a book shortage. They actually like to read romance novels that mainly focus on tune rating? He clicked on the homepage to see everyone's comments, but when he scrolled down to the comments section, he found that the comments section was full of curses. Fuck, author, are you human? You actually submitted such a horrible book to a women's literary competition. Ah, I'm out of ideas. I'm going to kill you. Do you know what time I went to bed last night? Do you know? You guys are nothing. I got up in the middle of the night to change my pants last night and my mom thought I wet the bed. You idiot author, no more updates today. Otherwise I'll definitely send you razor blades. You guys are exaggerating. I read this book while walking at night and it didn't make any sense to me. It's just a rip-off. It's over. Upstairs, are you still alive? Do you want me to help you call the police? Jiang Chen was stunned again. What is going on? Where are the likes? Where are the good reviews? Why are they all curse words? Are these women crazy? This book is indeed a bit unconventional, but can he be blamed for that? Yesterday I thought of a novel with love elements. What else could I write if not this one? Jiang Chen's mouth twitched as he continued to slide down. It took me a while to realize that there were still some positive comments in the comment section. For example, author, please update quickly. I really want to read the rest of the story, even though it's a bit scary. Thanks to the author. My girlfriend read this book yesterday and couldn't sleep all night, so she asked me to stay with her. I was scolded by my teacher tonight, so I sent this book to her anonymously. Guys, did I do the right thing? It's scary, but I like it so much. What should I do? Am I a pervert? Why is it only 60,000 words? Are you any good enough, author? If not, I'll take over. Zhang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that some people still like to read this novel. After all, the data cannot be falsified. He just took a look at the list. In just one night, those years. Took the 8th place on the popularity list and ranked 9th on the update request list. This result is very good for a new author. You have to know that his book was only published for one day. Among all the entries, I guess no other book's data can grow at such a terrifying rate. As for the bad reviews in the comments section, maybe, just an accident. The young ladies wanted to use this special way to urge him to update earlier. Women always like to do things like taking off their pants and farting. He sighed softly, the young ladies in this world are still too passionate. He shook his head, closed the website page helplessly, and opened the document on the desktop. Start typing today's chapter. Afternoon. Kyoto, headquarters of the Chinese Literature Forum. An emergency meeting was being held in the conference room. A dozen senior managers were gathered on both sides of the conference table, but their expressions were a little strange. So, since last night, the complaints we've been receiving have all been about this book? The person at the head of the conference table was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. Her name was Zhang Qinan, and she was the person in charge of the Women's Literature Writing Competition of the China Literature Forum. As soon as I arrived at the company this morning, I received a report from my assistant saying that the Women's Literary Writing Competition they organized had received a large number of complaints and reports. At first she was very nervous, thinking that there was a problem in some part of the competition. But after listening carefully to his subordinates' reports, his expression was a little strange. Because the assistant told her that the hundreds of complaints received backstage last night were all about a book. Those years, we blew out the lamp together. There is no illegal content in the book, but the author made the story of tomb robbery too real and terrifying, so that female readers who read the book were so scared that they couldn't sleep and chose to complain. In just one night, I was ranked 3rd on the popularity list, 1st on the update request list, 1st on the update list, and 1st on the complaint list. 34,000 readers, 12,000 added to bookshelves, 3,394 requests for updates, 1,224 recommendations, and 1,024 comments. Zhang Qinan read the data on the paper softly. Her expression was strange, but her eyes were flashing with shock. Isn't the data in this book increasing too fast? It achieved such high data after only one day of release? Could it be that Jiang Lang ran out of ideas and secretly swiped the ticket? Sister Zhang, the technical team has investigated and confirmed that the data in this book is genuine. There is no trace of fraud. According to the survey, the reason why this book became so popular is because a large number of readers forwarded and shared it yesterday. According to the backend data, more than half of the readers of those years, we blow out the lights together, are newly registered users of the forum, and 80% of them are female users. Yesterday alone, the forum had over 20,000 new registered users. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room was a little shocked, and the sound of whispering suddenly rang out. The China Literature Forum is an old forum website. Although it relies on its semi-official background, it has always held a considerable position in the literary world. However, with the continuous rise of major online literature platforms in recent times, the influence of the China Literature Forum has been declining. The number of new registered users of the forum is decreasing, and the activity of old users is also decreasing day by day. If this continues, the China Literature Forum will soon become an empty shell. The forum's top management is of course aware of this and has been organizing various activities and competitions recently in the hope of regaining popularity. But even in this case, it is remarkable that the number of new registered users exceeds 1,000 every day. I didn't expect that the number of new users last night would exceed 20,000. This is the amount the forum usually receives in a month. Are all these new users brought by this book? Everyone looked at the negative comments and complaints from readers collected in the report, their expressions both confused and strange. Everyone, what do you think of this book? How should we handle it? Zhang Qinan asked with a slight frown. Under normal circumstances, a book that received so many complaints would have been taken off the shelves long ago. However, the data performance of this book is very outstanding. It was on all 4 lists just one day after its release, which is the prelude to a hit. Even the complaint list that was just to increase the topic was on the list, ranking first. This kind of strange situation has never happened before. I suggest that this book be disqualified from the competition. At the conference table, someone stood up with a serious expression. I've read this book. It's actually a story about tomb raiding. The author has good writing skills and it's very well written, but it doesn't quite fit in with the love theme of our competition. After all, ours is a women's literature competition, and the presence of such a horrific book on the list will certainly have a certain impact on the majority of female readers. This is why our backend received hundreds of complaints in just one night. If we don't deal with it, the public pressure we face will definitely increase. I don't agree with that. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately expressed his objection. Although this book is centered around a tomb raiding story, it also has a romantic element. I think it perfectly fits the theme of our competition. Also, our forum has been dormant for so long, and finally a new book with great potential has appeared. I think we should focus on supporting this book so that more people can see it. The man from before snorted coldly, there are so many new books with great potential. I think this one just happened to be a horror tomb raiding story published on a women's literature platform, which caused a sensation and garnered so much attention. This kind of behavior may attract attention in the short term, but its true colors will be exposed over time. We must not be blinded by the immediate benefits and lose the big picture for the sake of small gains. You fart. You have no idea of the current state of the forum. I think this book. What do you know? Bullshit. The conference room, which was once filled with literary atmosphere, soon became noisy. More than a dozen responsible persons split into 2 factions and quarreled fiercely. One group believes that this kind of horror novel should not appear in a women's literature writing competition at all, and the book should be removed from the shelves immediately. The other group thinks that those years does not violate any rules and it would be a shame to remove it from the shelves given the good data. Zhang Qinan looked at the noisy meeting room and couldn't help feeling a headache. In fact, she was a little undecided. The Chinese Literature Forum holds the Women's Literature Writing Competition simply to enhance the influence of the forum. However, submitting the book Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together to the Women's Literature Writing Competition does seem a bit opportunistic and intended to attract attention. After all, they are a semi-official website. If it triggers public opinion, it will be more trouble than gain. How should we deal with this? She tapped the pen in her hand, thinking for a moment. Sister Zhang. At this moment, her assistant pushed the door open with a somewhat nervous look on her face and reported. Those Years, We Blew Out the Light Together has just been updated with another 60,000 words. Now, it has risen to 6th place on the popularity list. What? Hearing her report, Zhang Qinan couldn't help but be stunned. The conference room gradually became quiet. Chapter 22 The Queen of Pop tried me to buy tea. How many words can a normal author update every day? 4,000? Or 6,000? Even if it is 10,000 words a day, it is considered very high. But how many words did this Jiang Langkajan update? 60,000, 60,000? And it happened for 2 consecutive days, which is beyond the scope of saving manuscripts. No one would publish their manuscripts like this. If readers get used to writing 60,000 words a day, how would they explain it later? Is this guy a tentacle monster? There was a moment of silence in the conference room, with everyone staring at each other. Zhang Qinan didn't say anything, but took the computer handed to her by the assistant and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, the number of words displayed on the main page of Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together has increased from 60,000 to 120,000. At the end of the last chapter, there is a message from the author Jiang Langkajan. Thank you all for your enthusiasm. I'll stop here for today, take a nap, and update 60,000 words tomorrow. There are dozens of comments under the message. Fuck, author, are you still human? 60,000 words a day? Wow, I had decided not to read this today, but 60,000 words, who could resist? Oh my god, if I don't say anything else, just based on the number of words, I voted for you, come on. Very good. I'll have the courier intercept and return the razor blades I sent yesterday. Come on, I won't be fooled again. I have to use the restroom before I watch this tonight. Looking through the readers' comments, Zhang Qinan's eyes were filled with shock. I updated 60,000 words yesterday, 60,000 words today, and another 60,000 words tomorrow? How much can this guy write every day, and how many drafts does he have in his archives? Could it be that he types all 60,000 words on the spot every day? In the conference room, everyone was carefully looking through the relevant data of those years. At this time, the name of those years appeared in the top 6 positions of the 4 lists of the Women's Literature Writing Competition: Popularity List, Urgent Update List, and Complaint List. This situation has never occurred in any competition held in the past. Zhang Qinnan's thoughts became more and more complicated. After hesitating for a long time, she gradually made a decision. She knocked on the table and looked at everyone at the conference table. Retain all rights to participate in those years. We blew out the light together. At the same time, have the PR team prepare immediately. Taken off the shelves? Impossible. This book is going to be a blast. This amount of updates, this data, this quality. Add to that the topics and gimmicks it brings. How could this book not be a hit? The competition they hold will receive a lot of attention because of this book, so it's a win-win. It would be foolish to abandon this book because of concerns about public opinion. What their organizing team should consider is how to avoid the upcoming public opinion impact, rather than foolishly discussing whether or not to remove the book from the shelves. Sister Zhang, are you planning to have the PR team suppress the public opinion? I think we have all fallen into a misconception. Zhang Qinnan shook her head. More than a dozen managers looked at her with some confusion. Why should we try to suppress public opinion? The bigger the online public opinion, the more attention we get, right? Zhang Qinnan continued. We need to change our thinking. For example, John Lankajian deliberately wrote a horror romance novel to enter a women's literature competition, scaring hundreds of thousands of young women to tears. His behavior was extremely despicable, but we organizers are also victims. We are also innocent, and we also condemn John Lankajian. But the book has a romantic element, which fully meets the requirements for the competition, and there's nothing we can do about it. Everyone in the conference room was stunned for a moment when they heard this, and then their eyes widened in sudden realization. Damn, otherwise he would be the one in charge. When it comes to marketing to people's hearts, it's impossible not to admire them. Yes. John Lankajian is a bad guy and a bastard, but what does that have to do with them? The organizers are all very nice people. Even if public opinion explodes at that time, they can easily extricate themselves. If netizens want to curse, just curse John Lang for running out of ideas. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but give a thumbs up. That's it. Preserve John Lang's right to participate in the competition and let him continue writing. He was the one who scared the little sister to tears. What does it have to do with us? Zhang Chen rubbed his numb fingers and stretched out heavily in his chair. 60,000 words have just been uploaded. After several hours of intensive typing, he felt sore all over his back. How long has it been since you worked so hard? The explosive success of his new book gave him a lot more confidence. Didn't Su Luowei say that as long as she can write decent works, it will be enough? This book finally meets the requirements, right? Let us see what Su Luowei has to say then. He stood up and stretched his stiff body, then took out his cell phone to check the time. 4:30 in the afternoon. If you don't waste this time, you can even take a nap. He stretched and was about to turn off the computer to take a nap, but he found that the chat software in the lower right corner suddenly flashed. When I clicked on the window, it was a friend request. Hello, I am your senior sister. The information shows that the other party is a female, and the profile picture looks like a woman in her 20s, very beautiful and elegant. Zhang Chen looked at the window in confusion. After a moment's pause, he curled his lips in disdain. How come the internet in this world is also full of female fairies trying to trick people into buying tea? The avatar is so beautiful, it looks like a picture from the internet, right? Also senior sister? Fuck you. He yawned and typed in the reply box. I'm sorry, I don't like senior sisters. I only like little junior sisters who are good at acting like spoiled brats. Then just click on the reject friend button. Done, time for a nap. Zhang Chen turned off the computer and walked out of the studio. Ding dong. In the Queen of Pop's exclusive dressing room, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Yan Shuixin picked up the phone and took a look at it, but her brows couldn't help but frown slightly. She then exited the chat app. I found Su Luowei's phone number in the address book and called her. Zhang Chen was sleeping soundly. The phone beside the bed suddenly rang. Hello? He said with a slight nasal tone. Su Luowei's angry voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Chen. I was worried that since this was your first time as music director, you wouldn't know what to do, so I specifically asked my senior sister for help and asked her to give you some guidance. How dare you talk nonsense? And you still say you don't like senior sister, you only like the little junior sister who likes to act like a spoiled brat? Tell me carefully, which little sister who likes to act like a spoiled child do you like? Ah. It took Jiang Chen a long while to react. Ha! The person who added him as a friend was actually Su Luowei's senior sister? Isn't she the fairy selling tea leaves? Wife, let me explain. Jiang Chen frowned and struggled for a long time before finally saying, if I said she just tried to trick me into buying tea, would you believe it? Entertainment Circle Fear Value 98. Chapter 23, Red Beans. Of course Su Luowei would not believe Jiang Chen's nonsense. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen scratched his numb ears and returned to the studio. No way. If he doesn't do this, Su Luowei will definitely not let him go tonight. Helplessly turning on the computer, he sighed softly. Women are trouble. Not only do they like to take off their pants and fart, they also love to stir up trouble. Most of a man's troubles in life come from women. When you are a child, you are controlled by your mother. When you grow up, you are controlled by your wife. When you are old, you are controlled by your daughter. You can't lie down while watching TV, you can't smoke more than one cigarette, and you have to apply for a Coke. Now, even junior sister can't like me. Hello, senior sister, it was just a misunderstanding. After accepting senior sister Yan Shuoxin's friend request, Jiang Chen began to explain. Here's what happened. This morning, 5 or 6 girls kept adding me, trying to sell me tea. So, they misunderstood you and mistook you for a tea seller. After a long while, a message came on the chat window, yeah. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. Okay, senior sister, if you have nothing else, I have something else to do. Let's talk next time. After saying that, he prepared to turn off the computer and go back to take a nap. What's senior sister? She's just wasting my rest time. Who said he was going to be a music director? When the little girl comes back tonight, he will immediately announce that he has run out of ideas as a writer. I just want to write peacefully at home and never go to work again. As for the music director and the like, as long as 2 songs are selected for Su Luowei on a regular basis every month, does it matter whether the company has a music director or not? Anyway, I have a lot of songs in my mind, so I'll just find a chance to sing a few of them to you. Just as he was about to press the shutdown button, the window shook again and a message popped up. Lovi's studio is having problems, did you know? Jiang Chen was stunned and slowly retracted his fingers. Is Chunwe Entertainment encountering problems? When did this happen? How come he doesn't know? Su Luowei only said these 2 days that the music director was going to resign, and he thought it was a normal job change. What's the problem? He asked doubtfully. Luowei really didn't tell you, she really spoiled you too much. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched again. Damn it, just talk about the matter, why bring it up to other people as family relationships? I'm a young man, so what if I'm spoiled by my wife? Is it an eyesore to you? After a while, Yan Shuoxin continued to send messages. Some entertainment companies are deliberately targeting Chunwe Entertainment. Recently, Luowei's studio music director resigned, artist announcements were intercepted, and there were all kinds of poaching text messages. Are you aware of all this? Jiang Chen frowned. He didn't know any of these things, he only knew that the music director was leaving. No wonder Su Luowei and Su Jingxiu have been discussing something recently. I thought it was the release of a new song, but I didn't expect so many things to happen behind the scenes. The little girl's hasty promotion of him to the position of music director was somewhat related to these things. Maybe he is too busy recently and has no time to explain too much. He will explain the details after he takes office. So, he was asked to work in the entertainment industry because someone was deliberately targeting Chunwe Entertainment? Oh shit. Which villain wants to harm me? Jiang Chen felt anger rising in his heart. He knew that if one wanted to develop in the entertainment industry, being targeted was common. This place is a huge world of fame and fortune, with a bright and glamorous side, but also a dark and dirty side. But it is absolutely wrong to affect his life. Don't you know if your dad and I have a fear of working in the entertainment industry? Damn, don't let your dad know who you are. Otherwise, your father, will definitely push you into the urine bucket and you will have to bear the consequences if you can't drink it. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly for a long time before continuing to type on the keyboard. Okay, I understand your dad. Yan Shuexin? Well. Jiang Chen was a little embarrassed. I mean, I know. There's something wrong with this input method. It likes to guess what people are thinking. Smiley face. Anything else? The senior sister was obviously irritated. What the hell are you talking about? I really don't know what Luo Wei was thinking. She actually married you and you're so lazy all day long. Jiang Chen's expression gradually returned to calm. It is impossible to develop in the entertainment industry without being targeted, and this is normal. It is a miracle that Chunwe Entertainment has been able to develop safely for so long. But if anyone wants to bully Su Luowei, that's courting death. Although he and Su Luowei had some grudges, this woman was his wife, so he could only bully her himself and no one else. If anyone dares to target Chunwe Entertainment, he will cut them off immediately. Stretch out one and chop one, stretch out a pair and chop a pair. As long as the cut is hard enough and painful enough, the next time the other person sees Chunwe Entertainment, not only his hands but also his feet will feel pain. The entertainment industry is a place full of interests and cruelty. If you want to survive here, you will only be bullied if you don't have the strength. He was not married in his previous life. Although he had an ambiguous relationship with a beautiful capital boss, he was still alone when he left the world. After traveling through time, even he himself found it hard to believe that he had married Su Luowei so quickly. So he cherishes this fate very much. A leisurely life is of course good, but the prerequisite is that he can only bully Su Luowei himself. Jiang Chen looked at the those years document on his computer, his eyes gradually becoming thoughtful. I originally wanted to wait for Su Luowei to come back tonight to have a showdown, but the current situation seems a bit inappropriate. Only by solving the problems encountered by Chunwe Entertainment as soon as possible can he write it home with peace of mind. Can. He frowned and sighed. If you want to solve the problem, you must enter the entertainment industry. When I think of this, the feeling of palpitations and tingling scalp seems to slowly emerge again. It's like a person who is afraid of water seeing the endless dark sea. The waves are like a pair of big hands grabbing the throat, and if he looks at it again, he will be swallowed up. In this state, he couldn't work seriously at all. What to do? Jiang Chen took a few deep breaths and tried hard to control the throbbing in his heart. Is there any way for him to get out of this unscathed after solving Chunwe Entertainment's problems? If he just serves as a music director, doesn't become a star, and doesn't go back to the old path of his previous life, this level might be acceptable. So you must be able to withdraw in time, withdraw and withdraw. But Jiang Chen frowned again. Once one stepped into the entertainment industry, it would be difficult to get out. Personal relationships, interests, entanglements, hard work, efforts, dedication. All kinds of things will surround him, like chains, binding him tightly and gradually pushing him deeper. Unless there is a way to break all the chains. Is there such a way? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and couldn't help tapping his fingers on the table. Knock, knock, knock. Just quit and announce your retirement? Definitely not. As time goes by, all kinds of entanglements will only increase. Even if they are announced, they cannot be eradicated. Instead, they will become more troublesome than they are now. Some negative information was exposed and he was forced to quit the circle? No, Chunwe Entertainment will also be affected. These are not good solutions. Jiang Chen's frown deepened. Is there any other solution? Who is free from the restrictions of the entertainment industry and can leave whenever he wants without anyone daring to stop him? Is there such an identity? Identity? Etc. Identity. Jiang Chen's heart moved, his eyes lit up, and a bold idea suddenly popped up. Yes, wouldn't it be great if he could, while serving as music director, also create an identity that allows him to retire from the entertainment industry at any time? This identity must be strong enough and important enough. Then he can press the pause button on his work in the entertainment industry at any time. What identity to create? What identity fits his idea? Writer? Or something else? Jiang Chen looked at the manuscript of those years on the desk and pondered for a while. Then, a slightly crazy idea began to take shape. Yeah, writer. Literary world. This is the only ideal job. The writer stays at home every day, writes when he wants to, and stops when he wants to. As long as your identity is strong enough, you can stop working in the entertainment industry at any time. So, he wants to become the most famous writer in the country in the shortest possible time. Even literary leaders. The power of the literary world is enormous, and only in this way can we easily break the shackles of the entertainment industry. The window on the screen shook several times, interrupting his thoughts. Yan Shuexin seemed to have sent several more messages, with a harsh and critical tone. After reading this, Jiang Chen was speechless. I wondered where this senior sister came from. Why do you always speak in an educational tone? In his previous life, the doctor said that his hearing was not very good and he could only hear soft words. So he planned to follow the doctor's advice and stay away from women for the rest of his life. No, strong woman. Senior sister, you said something so scary. I thought Su Luowei suddenly didn't want to continue fighting. You scared me. He tapped on the keyboard. I know about the company's affairs, is there anything else? The eldest sister was obviously very angry. You are really hopeless. I don't know why Su Luowei asked you to be the music director. Jiang Chen shrugged. Actually, I don't quite understand why Luowei asked me to be the music director. Can you help me persuade her? My dream since childhood has been to become a writer and to write classic works that will be remembered for generations to come. For this dream, I once lost my appetite, but I never expected that in return, all I got was misunderstanding and disrespect from everyone. If you can help me with this, I will definitely treat you to a meal. The computer screen was completely silent, and no message was received for a long time. Jiang Chen put out his cigarette in the ashtray and leaned back in his seat contentedly. Ha, you're still my senior sister, fighting with me? Unexpectedly, the small window flashed again. Jiang Chen, I don't want to joke with you. Luo Wei is my junior sister. I can't just sit back and watch her affairs. So, I will come forward to help solve the problems that Chunwe Entertainment is facing. But I only have 3 months at most. During these 3 months, you can ask me for advice on any problems you encounter. But if after 3 months, you still aren't capable of handling the role of music director, I'll suggest that Luo Wei find someone else. You're no longer fit to be the music director. Jiang Chen looked at the information on the screen and sighed deeply. This woman, how can she be so inconsiderate? He really doesn't need the intervention and help of the senior sister. He sat up straight and looked much more serious. Salted fish in the river, Xiaoyan, I think you made a mistake. Yan Shuexin, Jiang Zhong Xianyu, being a writer is my dream, so I have no intention of staying in the position of music director for more than 2 months. Salted fish in the river, 2 months later, I will resolve the troubles of Chunwe Entertainment, then quit the entertainment industry, quit the music scene, and return to being a writer. Salted fish in the river, if you can help me persuade Su Luo Wei at that time, I promise you that the promise of a meal will still be valid. With the idea of quitting the entertainment industry in mind, Jiang Chen suddenly felt much more at ease. It's like a person who is afraid of water builds a temporary island in the lonely sea. Although it won't last long as he can step on solid ground, the palpitations will not be so strong. During his time as music director, he would let loose and solve all problems. Of course, this process cannot be too long, otherwise the entanglements will only increase. He set a time limit of 2 months for himself. Within 2 months, she solved all the troubles and rivals, helped Chunwe Entertainment gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry, and allowed the girl to easily become a small boss lady. After that, he resigned from his position as music director and returned home to continue being a writer. This plan is perfect, as it not only protects the future of Chunwe Entertainment, but also preserves her own leisurely life. The little girl was happy, and he was happy too. Everyone is happy. After the message is sent. For 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Chen didn't receive any message on his computer. I don't know if the other party was so angry with him that he lost his mind. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled. He was very pressed for time and had no time to waste with his senior sister. Just as I was about to leave, a message popped up on the chat app with a ding-dong sound. Yan Shuexin, oh, how shameless. Jiang Chen shrugged. Exit the chat software directly and shut down the computer. In this world, if you tell the truth, you will always be disrespected and misunderstood. His goal is really to become a writer. How come no one understands? In the dressing room, Yan Shuexin put down her phone, and her cold face seemed to be frozen with frost. She had heard that her junior sister's husband was not a good match, but she didn't expect that this guy's personality was much worse than she imagined. Cynical and arrogant. What did he say about resolving all the troubles at Chunwe Entertainment in 2 months and then announcing his retirement from the music industry? It's a fairy tale. What on earth does this guy think of the music industry? Can you enter or leave the music industry whenever you want? I don't know what the junior sister was thinking, she actually let such a person be the music director. Yan Shuexin sighed secretly in her heart. The current situation of Chunwe Entertainment is not optimistic. Yao Sikan did not hide the fact that he left Chunwe Entertainment to join Qingqing Entertainment from anyone. Anyone in the entertainment industry who was willing to inquire could find out the news. At present, many people in the entire entertainment industry already know that Qingqing Entertainment is about to launch an offensive against Chunwe Entertainment. Poaching the music director is just the first step. No one knows what other measures will be taken next. But this did not stop everyone from watching the fun. Chunwe Entertainment, an ordinary small studio, actually competed with a big company like Qingqing Entertainment. No one is optimistic about Chunwe Entertainment. Even her agent heard that the morale within Chunwe Entertainment has been somewhat unstable recently. This is not a good thing for an entertainment company. Alas. Junior sister, how you judge people. Yan Shuexin shook her head. When Su Luowei was determined to marry Jiang Chen, several of her senior sisters tried to dissuade her for a long time, but to no avail. Now that Chunwe Entertainment is facing such a big crisis, Jiang Chen is still acting like nothing happened. This kind of man. Yan Shuexin shook her head with a cold expression. After thinking for a moment, she turned to look at her agent. Sister Lan, please help me cancel all the announcements for the next few days. Why, you want to take a break? Well, there's something wrong in Luo Wei's studio. I have to go check it out. Okay, I'll talk to the company. Lan Ran didn't care. She yawned and said tiredly. As a queen of pop, it is normal for Yan Shuexin to want to take a break occasionally, and no one will say anything about it. However, Yan Shuexin was a little confused, as Lan Ran rarely showed such tiredness in front of her. Sister Lan, did you not sleep well last night? Not really. Lan Ran seemed a little embarrassed and conflicted. After thinking for a moment, she took out a folded piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Yan Shuexin. I went to visit a friend in the same circle 2 days ago. When I was passing by a small path, I was suddenly hit on the head by a paper plane. There was something written on the paper plane. I have been thinking about it for the past 2 days. Paper airplane? Yan Shuexin took it in confusion and found that the paper was indeed covered with creases. When the paper was unfolded, there were only 6 short sentences on it. Red beans. I haven't felt it yet. Snowy weather. We tremble together. I will understand better. What is gentleness? Shuaixin, do you think this piece of paper might contain a song? Lan Ran excitedly recounted her speculation. That place is an upscale residential area. I heard that many musicians in the circle have bought houses there. Is it fate that God sent a song to me? I'm thinking about going back to that place and asking who wrote the song, so I can contact him and ask him to write a song for you. These days, Lan Ran has been looking for resources for Yan Shuexin's new song. Yan Shuexin was extremely picky about songs, which led her to contact many musicians but still unable to find a suitable song, and she almost went crazy. Suddenly I picked up a paper airplane, and my imagination immediately ran wild. Yan Shuexin shook her head disapprovingly. The handwriting on the paper is more sloppy than the other, and it doesn't look like it was written by a serious musician. Besides, there are only a few lines of text and you can't make out anything. Finally, who among normal musicians would fold their songs into paper airplanes and fly them around? Most likely it was just some random scribbling by a kid in the neighborhood. Sister Lan, you are too tired. Take this time to rest and don't worry about the new song. She returned the paper to Lan Ran. Okay. Lan Ran knew that Yan Shuexin did not agree with her idea, and her expression was a little depressed. If you have time, you can come to my friend's house and sit for a while. Yan Shuexin thought about it and suddenly handed her a number. Your friend? Who? A preventive psychiatrist. I heard he's very good at relieving stress and has therapeutic and preventative effects on many mental illnesses. Lan Ran rolled her eyes and fell back on the sofa. Chapter 24 Chen Yuman's Unique Hobbies. Sikhun, you've completely offended Chunwe Entertainment this time. In the spacious and quiet office, the emerald green tea on the tea table was steaming. Yao Sikhun and a man and a woman sat around the tea table, savoring the treasured Westlake Longjing tea in front of them. It is different from the common counterfeits on the market. The authentic Westlake Longjing tea has a flat and smooth appearance, straight and pointed tips, and the leaves are fresh green, even and heavy. After brewing the tea, the fragrance lasts long, the taste is mellow and sweet, and the soup is light green and clear. Sitting at the main seat at the tea table was a beautiful woman. She is obviously very proficient in the tea ceremony. With her slender fingers, she warms the cup, places the tea, washes the tea, brews the tea, serves the tea, and divides the tea. Her movements are smooth and flowing, and look both beautiful and comfortable. Aren't you afraid that Su Luowei will cause trouble for you? The middle-aged man laughed. Yao Sikhan sat opposite the middle-aged man. He was in his 30s, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a formal suit, and looked quite calm. So what if I offend someone? So what if I don't offend someone? He picked up the teacup, shook his head, and laughed at himself. Luowei is my junior sister from the same school. I've been writing songs for her for 6 years, but she only has eyes for that loser and has never looked at me straight in the eye. I originally thought that after getting married, she would quickly realize that Jiang Chen wasn't right for her and would come to her senses. But 3 years later, she still hasn't had the slightest thought of leaving that loser. I really can't figure it out. I'm not young anymore, and I really don't want to wait any longer. It's a pity that such an outstanding woman like Su Luowei married Jiang Chen. The middle-aged man nodded in approval. Yao Sikhan picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip slowly, his voice tinged with bitterness. Although I, Yao Sikhan, am not from a wealthy family, I have always worked harder than anyone else. Now I have a certain reputation in the music industry. If I were to be with Luowei, I would definitely be able to help her achieve better development. I really don't understand. Why am I so unworthy of Luowei that she won't even look at me? What's so good about Jiang Chen? He's been married for 3 years without any income and has been relying on a woman for support. I really can't accept losing to someone like him. He drank the tea in the cup in one gulp, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. The middle-aged man calmly filled his teacup. The beautiful woman who was making tea nearby smiled slightly and added new tea to the pot. Although she was sitting in the main seat, she didn't say a word. She was quiet and did her own thing with a peaceful look on her face, as if the topic at the tea table had nothing to do with her. If anyone who knew her was here, they would definitely be surprised. Because she is Chen Yuman, a well-known Chinese actress and also the helmsman of Qingqing Entertainment. Alas, I am kept by love, hurt by love, and hated by love. The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed. Before, you were too good to Su Luowei, so she was blinded by the momentary emotional impulse. Now that you've chosen to leave, Chunwe Entertainment is in an unprecedented crisis. She will soon realize your importance, and when the time comes, she will naturally choose to let you return. Yao Sikhan showed a cold smile on his face. Since I have chosen to leave, I will not go back easily. I've thought it through clearly. No matter how hard I try to help Luowei, the one who ultimately benefits is just that loser hiding at home, living a life of idleness and waiting to die. Now, news has come out from within Chunwe Entertainment that Luowei is actually planning to make this loser the new music director. It's simply ridiculous. Luowei has lost her mind. As long as she doesn't leave that loser, I won't stop. Only after Chunwe Entertainment completely shuts down will she realize who has been silently supporting her all these years, and who was the one who stood by her side when problems arose. Good, that's courageous. The middle-aged man gave a thumbs up. We at Qingqing Entertainment will cooperate with you on this matter. Now almost the entire entertainment industry knows that we are about to take action against Chunwe Entertainment. Adding to this your departure, the morale within Chunwe Entertainment has been turbulent. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chunwe Entertainment is currently on its last legs, plagued by internal and external troubles. Not many people dare to stand on Chunwe Entertainment's side. As for the artists that Chunwe Entertainment has already signed, I have arranged for people to contact them. I believe that it won't be long before I can win over a group of them. Next, I'll have the media start creating public opinion. In 2 days, I guarantee that the internet will be filled with negative news about Chunwe Entertainment, ha. Having said that, the middle-aged man paused, a smile appeared on his face, and he continued. I believe that under these circumstances, no brand would be willing to cooperate with Chunwe Entertainment. As long as we can maintain this situation for 2 months, Chunwe Entertainment will naturally be unable to hold on. There was a complex light flashing in Yao Sichuan's eyes. The middle-aged man was right. The most important thing in the entertainment industry is momentum. As long as Chunwe Entertainment's decline becomes apparent, even if they don't take action, people in the entire entertainment industry will automatically stay away from Chunwe Entertainment. By then, Su Luowei will naturally discover how important he is. Seeing that Yao Sikhan didn't say anything, the middle-aged man smiled slightly and didn't continue talking about this matter. Instead, he changed the topic. After a few more words, Yao Sikhan felt heavy-hearted and had no appetite for tea. He took a deep breath and stood up to say goodbye. The middle-aged man smiled and walked him out the door, then walked back slowly. Is everything arranged? Sitting at the main seat at the tea table, Chen Yuman glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and asked. It's arranged. The middle-aged man smiled confidently. I've contacted every music producer I can think of. At least in the next 2 months, no music producer dares to openly side with Chunwe Entertainment. After all, Chunwe Entertainment is just a small studio. The gap in strength between them and us is still obvious. Those who can survive in the entertainment industry are not stupid. They know how to make choices. Hearing this, Chen Yuman's tender red lips curled up slightly, revealing a charming smile. That's good. I'm at ease with your arrangements. After saying that, she poured out the slightly cool tea in the cup, poured herself a cup of warm tea, moved her red lips slightly, and slowly took a sip. The middle-aged man looked at her and sighed slightly. Yuman, are you sure you want to cooperate with this Yao Sikhan? Why, are you jealous? Chen Yuman raised her head, glanced at him lightly, and smiled charmingly. The middle-aged man sat down on the chair without saying a word. Chen Yuman raised the teapot with both hands, poured a cup of tea into his cup, and said angrily. Yao Sikhan is just a pawn in my eyes. You should know my real goal. It's precisely because I know that I'm jealous. Yuman, we've known each other for more than 10 years, why haven't you settled down yet? I've been playing with you all these years. Have you had enough of playing outside? If you don't marry me soon, I won't be able to bear the pressure from my family. Chen Yuman turned her eyes and glared at him, saying dissatisfiedly. What's the point of marrying you stinky men? I don't want to spend my whole life with a man. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face looked a little ugly. Okay, I promise you, after I take Su Luowei down, I will go home with you and get married and have children. Chen Yuman knew that he was angry, so she gave him a coquettish look and chuckled with her hands covering her mouth. The middle-aged man's complexion improved a lot. He pondered for a moment, then said seriously, this is the last time I'll play around with you. When this is over, whether you like it or not, I want you to come home with me, get married, and live an honest life. I see. Speaking of this, Chen Yuman seemed a little angry. She put the teacup on the table, her eyebrows raised, and she looked annoyed. The middle-aged man sighed, said nothing more, and left the office. After he left, Chen Yuman's expression returned to normal. She looked at the teacup on the tea table that Yao Sikhan had just drunk from, and curled her lips in disgust. Wrap the teacup with a tissue and throw it into the trash can. Humph, a toad wants to eat swan flesh, and a stinky man still dreams of getting his hands on Su Luowei? Su Luowei can only belong to me, Chen Yuman. No one can take her away from me. Chapter 25, Husband, can you help me write a song? Mu Ning, do you think the new music director of Chunwe Entertainment is really the idiot writer they say they hear online? Chunwe Entertainment, Trainee Dormitory. A girl with a bun in her hair asked with a worried look on her face while holding her cell phone. Her name is Xia Tingqing, and she is a trainee signed by Chunwe Entertainment this year. There are 4 girls living in the dormitory, all of whom are trainees who joined Chunwe Entertainment this year. The girl sitting opposite her was called Yi Menging, and she was very beautiful. But at this time her face was a little rosy, she was wearing sports tights and a ponytail, and her clear eyes revealed a capable air, as if she had just returned from a run in the gym. Although she has not been in the company for long, this girl has become the captain of all the trainee girls with her talent and hard work. Xia Tingqing likes to get along with Yi Menging the most, so when encountering a problem, the first thing she wants to do is to hear her opinion. But perhaps attracted by this topic, the attention of several other girls in the dormitory was diverted. Hey, do you know? I heard that Zhang Chen has been living at home for the past 3 years, completely relying on Sister Luowei for support. I don't know why Sister Luowei wanted to marry such a person. Can such a person be a good music director for Chunwe Entertainment? We're so miserable. We just signed the contract and we've already encountered such an unreliable music director. I originally thought Chunwe Entertainment was developing very well, but I didn't expect it to change so quickly. Yi Menging's bed was next to the balcony, but she frowned slightly and didn't say anything. The recent events at Chunwe Entertainment are no longer a secret in the entertainment industry. Anyone interested can get a rough idea of the whole situation by just asking around. She also secretly sent a message to the company's agent, Sister Jing, yesterday, asking about the new music director. Su Jingchu responded directly. That's right, the person who will soon become the new music director of Chunwe Entertainment is Luo Wei's husband Jiang Chen. The legendary fake writer who hasn't written anything in 3 years, the gigolo who has been relying on Sister Luo Wei for 3 years. Yi Menging sighed softly in her heart. Sister Luo Wei is her idol. As soon as she graduated from school half a year ago, she rejected the olive branches extended by major entertainment companies and chose to join Chunwe Entertainment. Unexpectedly, before the 3 months were up, Chunwe Entertainment encountered such a big trouble. By the way, have you been approached by people from other entertainment companies these days? A girl suddenly asked. The dormitory suddenly became quiet for a moment. No one spoke, but their expressions were slightly unnatural. In the entertainment industry, it is taboo to contact other entertainment companies privately. Although they did receive contact information from several entertainment companies in the past few days, such matters cannot be made public. The girl obviously knew that she had said something wrong. She covered her mouth with her hands in embarrassment and didn't say anything else. The small talk ended there. There is training in the afternoon, and they only have a short 1-hour break. But several girls seemed a little absent-minded. Chunwe Entertainment has been feeling a bit precarious recently. Although these trainees are not exposed to the level of infighting between companies, they have to worry about their own future. They have all signed trainee contracts for several years. If Chunwe Entertainment does not have enough resources to help them debut in the future, their future will be wasted. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were very complicated. Yi Menging sighed inwardly. She also received several messages from Qingcheng Entertainment yesterday. The content of the message was also very simple. It was nothing more than some words advising her to leave Chunwe Entertainment and join their Qingcheng Entertainment. Qingcheng Entertainment generously stated that as long as she was willing to change companies, they would handle any subsequent breach of contract issues, and she would not have any worries. Yi Menging ignored them. But she knew that she was definitely not the only one in the company who had received similar messages. And many trainees have begun to waver. Early the next morning, when Jiang Qinyanden came out of the room, Su Luowei had already left. The little girl seemed to have a lot of things to do these 2 days. She was busy until very late yesterday and came back tired. After taking a shower, she fell asleep in Jiang Chen's arms. The update of those years is still continuing, but Jiang Chen did not choose to confront Su Luowei. He couldn't sit idly by and watch the troubles of Chunwe Entertainment, so he was ready to go to work at Chunwe Entertainment. Before going to bed last night, he wanted to ask about things related to Chunwe Entertainment. But seeing the little girl looking so tired, he didn't say anything. Anyway, I have already decided to work as the music director at Chunwe Entertainment, and the problems will naturally become clear when the time comes. In the next 2 months, no matter who it is, as long as they dare to have any intentions towards Chunwe Entertainment, he will let them know what it means to swim in a cesspool to seek death. Living his life over again, returning to the familiar yet unfamiliar entertainment industry, Jiang Chen actually thought for a long time about how to deal with all this mess. In his previous life, he worked in the entertainment industry for decades. He had always been serious and hardworking, low-key, and introverted, making friends widely. He neither offended others actively nor was he overly ostentatious. Only when others bully them will they fight back firmly. This is tiring, but it can ensure that your development is as smooth as possible. But this time, he suddenly wanted to enter the entertainment industry in a different way. The previous method was too tiring. The huge temptation of fame and fortune comes with the constant demands and suppression of human nature. Over time, not only will physical problems arise, but even the mind will be unbearable. Entering the entertainment industry again, he wanted to completely relax and let himself go. Why care so much about friendship and expand the number of friends? In the end, it's all superficial. It is enough for a person to have 1 or 2 close friends in his life, the rest are just clouds. Communication between people should not be so tiring. Jiang Chen was going to work tomorrow, and he planned to make 3 rules for himself. After entering the entertainment industry, don't do things that make you unhappy. Don't do anything that will make your opponent happy. Don't do anything that allows others to take advantage of you. If one has only one principle when working, then he only looks at himself. He doesn't want to make all the money in the world, nor does he want to work himself to death to gain popularity. All the unspoken rules, personal connections, the depth of friendship, and interests are put aside. As long as Su Luowei is happy and I am happy, nothing else in this world matters. What's a saying among young people nowadays? When you are undecided, you just go crazy. It's better to be a little crazy, it makes everyone feel relaxed. This is how people should be. They should go crazy when they should go crazy. Put away the paper. Jiang Chen turned on the computer. This afternoon he updated another 60,000 words as usual. Those years became popular on the internet. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen also found it very strange. He didn't know what touched the hearts of netizens about this horror-tune rating novel disguised as a love story. Everyone who has read it seems to have a strong desire to share it, and they have been crazily recommending this love novel that keeps people awake at night on their social platforms. As a result, the data of his novels has been growing rapidly. After typing the words, he took some time to look at the data and found that the number of readers had risen to more than 200,000, and the number of people adding books to their bookshelves had gradually reached 80,000. In just 3 days, this data can be said to be a miracle. I believe that after a few more days of fermentation, this book will become even more popular. By then, the pen name Jiang Lenkaijin will gradually appear in the public eye. I wonder what kind of shocked expression the little girl will show when she finds out that she has written a hot work. In the evening, Su Luowei was still busy and didn't come back until after 11 o'clock. Even Su Jingchu did not return to her home, but chose to live in the villa. I finally finished recording the song today. Su Luowei came out of the bathroom wearing tight silk pajamas, her hair naturally scattered on her shoulders. She slowly climbed onto the bed, curled up in Jiang Chen's arms, and whispered softly. After the two took the most crucial step that night, the girl seemed to have more feminine charm, but she looked tired. Jiang Chen gently touched her head, but couldn't help but frowned. In the 3 years since they got married, he had never seen Su Luowei look so tired. It seems that the Chunwe entertainment incident has indeed made Su Luowei a little nervous, so she has to be busy during this period of time. He looked at the delicate figure of the girl in his arms, and his dissatisfaction grew stronger. Hubby, have you written a book in the past few days? Su Luowei suddenly murmured in a low voice. Jiang Shi looked down and found that the little girl had fallen asleep. Her black hair set off her fair skin, her beautiful face was quietly in front of him, and her little mouth moved from time to time. He was actually talking in his sleep. At this moment, the hatred between the two seemed to have dissolved into nothingness, and he no longer felt resentful about being exploited and dying suddenly. Jiang Chen suddenly felt tenderness in his heart and gently stroked Su Luowei's hair. Of course not. Writing a book is so difficult, how can it be written so easily? Then can you help me write a song? This time, Jiang Chen did not answer, but said silently in his heart. Sure. As long as you want. I could write songs for you forever. Thank you, husband. The next morning, Jiang Chen was woken up by Su Luowei. Su Luowei lay in his arms and gently tickled him with her hair. It wasn't until he drowsily opened his eyes that he said in a somewhat annoyed tone, "Get up quickly, lazy bum. You agreed to go to work today." Jiang Chen held her slender waist and was about to turn over and sleep for a while, but the little girl broke free and pushed him hard. "Get up, lazy pig." Jiang Chen sighed slightly and sat up. Well, it seems that I can't sleep in this lazy sleep. He looked at the sky outside. It was just getting light outside and the sun had not yet fully risen. Going to work at this hour is really torture. Damn. How did I survive in the past? After yawning, he got up and got out of bed. Looking at the situation, if I don't help the girl stabilize the studio first. Don't even think about sleeping in for the next 2 months. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 98. Chapter 26. The Queen of Pop comes to visit. The air in the early morning always has a refreshing coolness that is refreshing. After Jiang Chen opened the window and took a few breaths of cool fresh air, the sleepiness he felt after waking up early immediately subsided a lot. I haven't gotten up early for a long time. Suddenly getting up so early and looking at the gray scene outside the window, I felt some special feelings in my heart. Many years ago, he also got up at this time and went to the practice room for training. There was a popular saying at that time, "Have you ever seen the sun at 4 in the morning?" But he had not only seen the sun at 4 in the morning, he had also seen a meteor at 4 in the morning twice. Looking back on this arduous struggle now, I always feel some inexplicable emotions in my heart. I want to thank myself at that time, but I also feel that that period was too hard. If I enjoy life and be an ordinary person, will I be happy? Jiang Chen thought about it for a while before realizing that there was no answer to this question. Everyone has their own choices. He shook his head and smiled, then stretched and walked towards the bathroom. Since you have already walked a road full of struggle, you should just go with the flow in this life. People always have to try different ways of living, otherwise they will get tired if they keep struggling non-stop. The two of them finished washing up together. After coming out, Su Luowei seemed a little dissatisfied with Jiang Chen. She pouted and glared at him fiercely. When washing up, Jiang Chen always put foam on her face, forcing her to wash her face twice. I washed my face 3 times today, it's all your fault. Jiang Chen felt that ever since the candlelight dinner incident, the little girl seemed to always be looking for opportunities to vent her anger on him. The silly woman always thought that everything he did last time was intentional, causing her pain for several days. However, Su Luowei has been very busy these days, so she hasn't found a chance to get angry. When they went to work together today, she immediately put her hands on her hips when she saw Jiang Chen dared to tease her. Su Luowei has always adhered to the idea of being a virtuous and obedient wife outside, but absolutely making things difficult for Jiang Chen at home. She liked to pick fights with Jiang Chen over many small matters, deliberately provoking disputes, and finally winning by playing tricks and acting like a spoiled child, so that Jiang Chen could coax her. Over the past 3 years, this has been a special way of emotional communication between the two. At this time, Su Luowei was obviously thinking about starting a war again. Jiang Chen looked at his adorable wife in front of him. She was wearing a thin nightgown, her hair was tied up, a little messy as if she had just woken up, and she had her hands on her hips, looking very imposing. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Su Luowei wanted to say a few more words, but when she raised her eyes, she was stunned, because Jiang Chen was already standing right in front of her, blocking all the light in front of her. What are you going to do? She subconsciously stepped back, only to find that there was a wall behind her. Jiang Chen smirked, reached out and grabbed her hands, then lifted them high. Su Luowei's back was forced against the wall, and her hands were pressed against the wall, unable to move. Jiang Chen actually had time to free up one hand and pinch her chin teasingly. Su Luowei was not as strong as Jiang Chen, so she couldn't struggle and could only let Jiang Chen lift her chin. At this time, the sun gradually showed its small corner from the horizon, and the warm light shone into the villa from the window. This was the first time Su Luowei was treated so domineeringly by Jiang Chen. She looked up at him and couldn't help but become stunned. Jiang Chen, with his back to the sun, was very close to me. You, let go, what do you want to do? My heart was beating fast. Jiang Chen stared at Su Luowei, whose cheeks were blushing rapidly, like a steamed apple, and smiled inwardly. Sure enough, this girl is allergic to romance. As long as there is a slightly romantic scene or action, she will immediately blush, her heart will beat fast, her speech will become slurred, and she will be unable to resist. No. We will do more later. Su Luowei felt as if all the strength had been drained from her body, and her heart was pounding. She sensed what Jiang Chen was about to do and panicked. Husband, today. I can't. I need more later. But Jiang Chen didn't care about that. He put his arms around the little girl's slender waist and kissed her. Little girl, I can't cure you. Will you dare to be so violent in the future? When Jiang Chen and Su Luowei came down from upstairs together, Su Jingqiu had already bought breakfast and was anxiously waiting for the two of them. Oh my god, you guys are finally up. Single guy Su Jingqiu didn't think too much about it and thought the two were just staying in bed. After all, Su Luowei came back very late last night, and Jiang Chen is a lazy person. Su Luowei felt a little embarrassed and hid behind Jiang Chen, not daring to speak. Jiang Chen had just bullied her again, and her injuries from last time hadn't healed yet. Jiang Chen shrugged. In fact, he had already controlled the time very well, but Su Luowei needed to spend a lot of time to calm the blush on her face. It was more than an hour later that the two of them came down. When he walked into the living room and prepared to have breakfast, he found that in addition to Su Jingqiu, there was also a woman he didn't recognize sitting on the sofa in the hall. The woman was very beautiful, with fair skin, thin eyebrows, a slightly straight nose, a slim and well-proportioned figure, and long, slightly curly hair that fell to her shoulders. Through her hair, one could vaguely see her slender neck. Looking closely, her looks are not inferior to that of a little girl at all. The woman sat on the sofa, quietly flipping through a fashion magazine, her movements elegant but with a hint of aloofness. The entire villa hall seemed to become brighter because of her presence. Compared to her, Su Jingchu next to her looked like a boss lady serving breakfast. Who is this woman? Why does it look familiar? Jiang Chen felt somewhat doubtful. But in my impression, I seem to have never seen such a woman before. And this was obviously his home, but the woman didn't seem to have any intention of getting up when she saw him. She glanced at him lightly with her cold eyes, then moved away and fell on the girl behind her. Senior sister. Why are you here? Su Luowei was delighted when she saw her, and then she walked forward with some surprise. The woman then stood up and hugged Su Luowei. To be honest, Jiang Chen had seen many scenes of two women hugging each other. But I have never seen the scene of two stunning women with equally beautiful looks and temperament hugging each other. And it was from such a close distance. This shot can definitely be described as erotic. The soul that belongs only to the old man can't help but be admired seriously at this moment. Su Luowei is warm and compassionate, while the woman is cold and bright. When they appear in front of you at the same time, it is really difficult to tell who is more beautiful. If you want to compare body shapes, you have to put on a swimsuit and go to the beach. Ahem. The old man coughed quickly, interrupting his thoughts. By the way, who is this woman? He remembered how Su Luowei had addressed her just now and was startled. Senior sister? Wait, senior sister? Could she be the Yan Shuexin from that day? Jiang Chen's eyes widened, and he finally remembered why this woman looked familiar. It turns out that the woman who wanted to sell tea to him that day was her. No wonder the avatar is so beautiful, it's not a picture found on the internet? Jiang Chen's expression was very strange. Damn, when did such realistic avatars appear in this online world? Here, your breakfast. On the side, Su Jingchu raised the lunch bag in her hand, motioning him to come over for breakfast. Okay, thank you. Just put it on the table. I'll give you a 5-star rating later. Su Jingchu? Hubby, let me introduce her to you. She is senior sister Yan. Su Luowei interrupted his antics. Jiang Chen coughed and thought to himself, of course I know this is senior sister Yan. We discussed tea business together a few days ago. Hello, senior sister Yan. He raised his hand in greeting. After finding out the woman's identity, he immediately lost interest. This woman is here to cause trouble. Definitely not a good person. Sure enough, Yan Shuexin looked at him indifferently and said in a cold voice, I don't deserve the title of senior sister Yan. Just call me Xiao Yan. Oh. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. It turns out that the more beautiful a woman is, the easier it is for her to hold a grudge. Wasn't he just pretending to be cool that day? Why does he still remember it until now? He pretended not to hear, sat down at the table and picked up a fried dough stick. I heard from experts that you should never eat breakfast on an empty stomach. I suggest we all eat something quickly to fill our stomachs. Su Luowei was not fooled. She glanced at Yan Shuexin and then at Jiang Chen, and soon realized something was wrong. She walked forward angrily and pinched Jiang Chen's lower back hard. Hubby, did you say something weird to senior sister Yan the day before yesterday? Yan Shuexin also walked to the other end of the table and sat down, her eyes not fixed on Jiang Chen at all, as if the whole thing had nothing to do with her. How is that possible? The day before yesterday, I even said I would treat senior sister Yan to a meal to thank her for her help. Jiang Chen promised, holding his lower back. Real? Su Luowei was a little unconvinced. Of course, if you don't believe me, ask her. He did say that day that he wanted to treat Yan Shuexin to a meal, and he was very sincere. Yan Shuexin snorted coldly with an expressionless face and did not refute. Jiang Chen did want to treat her to a meal. But he used a teasing tone and didn't really want to thank her. Humph, you're honest. Su Luowei didn't notice anything unusual, snorted proudly, and sat down on the chair next to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, wondering what on earth this woman was doing here. If you have nothing to do, go sell some tea. Why do you run to someone else's house so early in the morning and disturb their peace? After a commotion. Finally, everyone sat down at the dining table and ate breakfast obediently. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of porridge, Yan Shuexin finally told her intention, Luowei, I'll go to the company with you today to see if there is anything I can help with. Su Luowei's eyes lit up when she heard this, okay. Although Sister Yan debuted only 2 years earlier than her, she is a true queen of the music world. Because Yan Shuexin only focuses on her identity as a singer, she rarely participates in other programs except for music-related work. Therefore, this senior sister is much better than her in terms of musical attainments, connections and resources in the entertainment industry, and influence. Chunwe Entertainment is facing such great pressure now. If senior sister is willing to help, many problems will definitely be solved. Silly girl. There was a hint of tenderness and doting in Yen Shuexin's cold eyes. Su Luowei is her only junior sister. When they were studying with their teacher, they had the best relationship with each other. If I don't help her, who else can I help? I still have some resources. I heard that Chunwe Entertainment has lost a lot of its announcements recently. First, distribute these resources to the artists below to stabilize the situation. Su Luowei nodded repeatedly. She has been busy recording songs these past 2 days and hasn't dealt with much of the company's business. The music director resigned, various announcements were intercepted one after another, and other entertainment companies poached his employees. The morale within the company has long been low. Although she also wanted to change this, she was powerless most of the time due to the lack of resources. Thank you, senior sister. Yen Shuexin glanced at Jiang Chen coldly again and said calmly. However, these resources can only provide temporary solutions, not a fundamental solution. If we want to reassure the artists in the company, it still depends on whether the new music director can convince everyone. I can contact a few veterans in the music industry and ask them to work as music directors at Chunwe Entertainment to help you stabilize the situation. Su Luowei was stunned for a moment, then blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Chen with some confusion. Senior sister Yen should know that Jiang Chen is about to become the music director of Chunwe Entertainment. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. If he hadn't known that Chunwe Entertainment was in trouble, he would have been eager to turn down the job of music director. Senior sister, Jiang Chen has agreed to be the music director. I believe he can do a good job. Su Luowei thought about it and said to Yen Shuexin. Although her senior sister had good intentions, as a wife, she had to give Jiang Chen more support. Chunwe Entertainment always starts with the word Chen. There was a hint of helplessness in Yen Shuexin's eyes. This girl is usually very smart, why does she become confused at the critical moment? She had just had a brief chat with Jiang Chen the day before yesterday and discovered that this person not only had no ability, but was also extremely arrogant. Talk about the entertainment industry and the music industry. Seeing him in person now is even more disappointing. The whole person looks lazy and has no ambition at all. He is a typical character with high expectations but low skills. How to be a good music director? Although Su Luowei said that she believed in Jiang Chen, she seemed to be worried in her heart. Honey, where is the suit I prepared for you last night? Today is your first day at work and you're meeting everyone. You have to introduce yourself, so you have to dress formally. You don't want to make a bad first impression. Oh right. There's also the script I prepared for you, including your self-introduction and speech. When you get on stage. She stood up. Jiang Chen is the new music director. According to the company's rules, he has to demonstrate his abilities and introduce himself during the first meeting. She hoped that Jiang Chen would be accepted by everyone as soon as possible, so she made a lot of careful preparations. For example, an expensive, slim-fitting suit and a professionally written document. This was written by a fellow broadcaster. The writing is excellent. Just read it as it says. I guarantee you'll impress everyone. She placed a document covered with handwriting in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips as he read 5 or 6 pages of manuscript. Damn, this manuscript looks like, at least 10,000 words, right? How long do you plan to stay on stage? When he was in the entertainment company, the thing he hated most was the leader giving a speech on stage. What a waste of time. Could it be that I am going to become this kind of person? The girl seemed to want to go find a suit, but Jiang Chen quickly reached out and pulled her back. Why are you wearing that? You're not getting married. It's too uncomfortable to even take a nap in. When re-entering the entertainment industry, he plans to be more casual and will definitely not do anything that would torture himself to please others. The so-called first meeting with the leader is actually a display of strength. What is the point of wearing a suit? He is going to be a music director, not sell insurance. The problem within Chunwe Entertainment now is that people are unstable. The most important thing is to calm people down as soon as possible. An exquisite suit, a passionate speech of more than 10,000 words, none of these are useful. If you want to convince others, the most important thing is to rely on your strength. So he had no intention of spending more than 5 minutes on stage. Many bosses of large companies will not wear suits even when they go on stage for press conferences. Because everyone is paying attention to the product itself, not the suit. This manuscript is not needed either. Su Luowei was stunned. Then how are you going to introduce yourself later? Improve it. Impromptu? What if you get nervous and don't know what to say? A talented writer never gets nervous or runs out of words. Jiang Chen waved his hand. It was just a first meeting with a group of trainees. It wasn't a big event, so there was no need to make so much preparation. Although he was able to become a great writer, it was entirely by moving the talent in his mind. However, in the world of intellectuals, the word move cannot be used. I have something in my mind that you don't have, so that can only be called inspiration, not plagiarism. The treasure house of the Earthlings must of course be inherited by the Earthlings. What, you don't accept it? If you don't agree, find someone on Earth to debate with you. After hearing what he said, Su Luowei was stunned for a while, then she sat down in her seat with her hands folded, a little angry. This suit and manuscript were carefully prepared by her for Jiang Chen's first day at work. On the side, Yan Shuoxin looked at Jiang Chen with a colder gaze. This guy. It's like a hopeless case of useless trolls. Chapter 27 Jiang Chen's Self-Introduction. In the end, Jiang Chen insisted on his choice. A comfortable and close-fitting casual work outfit paired with low-key sports running shoes. Being able to work and eat out is the best choice for office workers. Although Su Luowei was a little angry, she saw that Jiang Chen seemed to be less resistant to the music director issue, so she had no choice but to let him do it. A group of 4 people went to the company in 2 cars. Su Luowei hadn't seen Yan Shuoxin for a long time. After hesitating for a moment, she directly pulled Jiang Chen into Yan Shuoxin's car. The woman was driving a British-style luxury car with a black body and white interior, which was in line with her cool style. The sun had just risen and there were gradually more pedestrians on the road. Su Luowei was sitting in the passenger seat, talking to Yan Shuoxin, while Jiang Chen was sitting alone in the back seat. Fortunately, in executive-level cars, the most comfortable seats are usually in the back seat. After he got in the car, he leaned back and rested his head on the comfortable headrest, feeling quite comfortable. I got up really early today, which broke my biological clock a bit, so I couldn't help yawning soon. It takes about an hour to drive to the company, and Jiang Chen plans to take this time to take a nap. Yan Shuoxin looked back through the rearview mirror with her beautiful eyes and a cold gaze. Jiang Chen's lazy look caught her eye, which made her impression of him even worse. Yawning non-stop this early in the morning, which company's music director is as lazy as him? Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin were chatting casually. There was also a faint sound of music in the car, a melodious woman singing. Su Luowei listened for a while, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Senior Sister Yan, is this Senior Sister Su Rongfei's new song? Deep Love is a new work by Sister Su, and it was also written and composed by Sun Yongjian, the music director of Leshi Entertainment. This kind of love song with a deep affection as its theme has always received very good response in the market. I heard that Sister Su spent a lot of money to get this song and plans to put it on her next album. Su Rongfei is a senior female singer who became famous very early in the entertainment industry. Like Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin, she graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, but she was nearly 10 years older. So both of them called her senior sister Su. That sounds really nice. Su Luowei couldn't help but praise. Su Rongfei's voice is indeed nice, melodious and graceful, giving a feeling of a goddess with temperament. In comparison, her voice has less temperament and more gentleness and tranquility. But this song is not the final version yet. Yan Shuoxin shook her head. I heard that Sun Yongjian spent more than a month writing this song. It's only a rough draft, and it will take another week to be fully perfected. Sister Su sent me this rough draft and asked me to help her find the mood. Releasing a song is not as simple as it seems, and there are often a lot of detailed adjustments behind it. Whether it is the lyrics, music, or the singer's voice and emotions, they are all crucial. The full version of the song must sound better. Su Luowei thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at Jiang Chen in the back seat. Hubby, what do you think? She pulled Jiang Chen into the car just to see if she could smooth things over between them. Yan Shuoxin is a rising queen in the music world. Jiang Chen can write fairy tale and invisible wings, so his musical skills must be good. There are just some misunderstandings between the two of them. It would be nice if they could talk it out. Yan Shuoxin frowned slightly without showing any emotion. Leshi Entertainment is a relatively large entertainment company in the circle, and Sun Yongjian is also a well-known senior musician in the industry. Naturally, there is nothing wrong with the songs he writes. What can Jiang Chen say? Junior sister is really a bit confused when it comes to feelings. To be honest, Jiang Chen had already closed his eyes and planned to catch up on his sleep, but he didn't expect Su Luowei to bring it up again. He was too lazy to say anything more and just commented. Generally, hard to get angry. The song's approach is average, and its melody is ordinary, relying entirely on Su Rongfei's unique voice to support it. It's listenable, but it's hard to become popular. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, the coldness in Yan Shuoxin's eyes became even stronger. No one knows what the final effect of any song will be before it has been tested in the market. Talking nonsense casually? Why, Director Jiang has written a song better than Deep Love. No. Jiang Chen thought about it and realized that he had never written a similar song at home. So you're just talking nonsense? Just telling the truth. Oh. Yan Shuoxin snorted coldly and stopped talking, obviously disagreeing with Jiang Chen's words. There was silence in the car for a while, and neither of them spoke. Su Luowei looked at the two of them, helpless. What on earth was going on with these two people? We have never met before, so why can't we get along? 9 o'clock in the morning. All the trainees at Chunwe Entertainment received a message. In 1 hour, the new music director will meet with everyone in the large practice room and make a brief self-introduction. This news made all the trainees stunned. A new music director? Could it really be that bastard husband of Sister Luowei? If it really was him, what would they do? With deep worry and curiosity, all the trainees walked towards the big practice room together after completing their morning homework. Chunwe Entertainment has 3 practice rooms in total, 2 small and 1 large. Since Chunwe Entertainment is just a startup company with limited strength, the company is not located in a high-end office building, but instead rents a standalone factory building in an entrepreneurial park. This type of factory not only has cheap rent but also a large area. It can be used after simple decoration, which can save a lot of money. In Chunwe Entertainment, the area of the large practice room alone is as large as 500 square meters. There is a 1.5-meter high stage inside, and the venue looks very spacious, which is simply impossible to find in a high-end office building. This largest practice room is where the company usually holds activities and assessments. Every month, all trainees will be assessed in this practice room. Sitting in the audience were the music director, the instructor, or Su Jingchu and others. This kind of assessment is not only to supervise the trainees' daily training, but also to improve their ability to adapt to the stage, so the requirements are very strict. If any trainee fails the assessment 3 times in a row, he or she will be asked to withdraw directly. 9:50 in the morning. The 23 trainees from Chunwe Entertainment, all girls, gathered in the large practice room. From this perspective, Chunwe Entertainment's development path is actually somewhat similar to that of Qingqing Entertainment. Su Luowei was worried that Jiang Chen would mind, so she usually preferred to sign female artists, resulting in the company being dominated by female artists and almost becoming a country of women. The girls walked into the large practice room in 2s and 3s. The team, which was originally quite noisy, suddenly became quiet. Because Su Jingchu has arrived. These fledgling trainees were still a little intimidated when facing Su Luowei's agent. After all, this agent holds the power of life and death over all of their acting careers. On the other side of the large practice room, there is a small platform that can accommodate 4 or 5 people. Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin climbed onto the platform early and sat down. From their position, they can see the entire situation in the venue, but it is difficult for the trainees to notice them. Normally, the music director would meet and talk with the trainees on their first day at work, so it didn't matter if she didn't come. But considering that Jiang Chen had no experience as a music director, after hesitating for a long time, Su Luowei still pulled Yan Shuoxin to the platform and sat down in advance. Silly girl, you are just too emotional. Yan Shuoxin sat next to Su Luowei, her tone full of helplessness. Just on the way, she recommended several candidates for the role of music director to Su Luowei. But they were all rejected by Su Luowei. The junior sister seemed to have made up her mind to let Jiang Chen be the music director. Senior sister, Jiang Chen actually has the ability, but no one has discovered it yet. I believe he can do it. Su Luowei said firmly. But that look seemed more like he was cheering himself up. Alas, this silly junior sister, she looks smart and clever, but how come she has a love brain? Yan Shuoxin shook her head secretly in her heart. Never mind. Let Jiang Chen try it. Once he messes up, junior sister will probably face reality. The time soon came to the agreed time of 10 o'clock. All the trainee girls sat down cross-legged at the bottom of the stage. However, the legendary music director did not seem to appear. The stage was empty. At the beginning, everyone was able to remain patient and wait quietly. But after 5 or 6 minutes, no one appeared on the stage. The trainee girls couldn't help but whisper to each other. "Why haven't you come yet? Did you oversleep? It's possible. I heard that Sister Luo Wei's husband sleeps until noon every day. Damn it, with a music director like this, how can I ever make it to my debut? Alas, I actually no longer have any hope for Chunwe Entertainment." Me too. I'm starting to think about other companies. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't let anyone hear you. Yi Menging sat among all the girls and could hear what people around her were saying. She looked at the empty stage in front of her and bit her lip hard. At this moment, what she felt in her heart was not disappointment, but confusion. Why? Why did Sister Luo Wei marry such an unreliable guy? Why let this unreliable guy be the music director? Why hasn't this bastard shown up yet when it's time? Why didn't Sister Luo Wei say a word at this point? Even if the music director is unreliable, everyone will feel more at ease as long as Sister Luo Wei shows up. Su Luo Wei is her idol. She likes Su Luo Wei, who speaks softly and gently. She also likes Chunwe Entertainment. She doesn't want others to say bad things about Chunwe Entertainment. But things seem to be heading in the worst direction. Yi Menging stared at the stage, her fingers clenched tightly, and a look of worry gradually appeared on her face. Su Jingqiu standing by was also a little anxious. How come Jiang Chen disappeared after going to the bathroom? In fact, she could also feel it intuitively from the performance of these trainee girls in front of her. The current unrest within Chunwe Entertainment has indeed reached a serious level. If it had happened 2 weeks ago, who would have dared to say anything if the music director was 5 minutes late, let alone half an hour late? Jiang Chen left a lazy and undisciplined impression on all the trainees on the first day. How will he lead this team in the future? Just when she was thinking about whether to make a phone call, suddenly there was a click in the practice room, and the staff turned down all the lights, leaving only the lights on the stage still on. Jiang Chen, dressed in casual clothes, finally appeared. He walked up the stairs at a slow pace, giving people a very comfortable and leisurely feeling. In fact, Jiang Chen was also a little helpless. He didn't mean to be late. Who knew that the terrain of this factory was so complicated? As soon as he finished using the bathroom, he felt a little lost. It took a long time to find the place. But fortunately, judging by everyone's expressions, it didn't seem like the wait was long. Below the stage, the trainee girls started discussing quietly. He's the new music director? Sister Luo Wei's husband? I think so. I've seen his picture online. He looks okay, but unfortunately he's a scoundrel. He doesn't seem very reliable. He looks so lazy and is so late. Can he really be a good music director? If I could give him a rating, I would definitely give him a bad review. Seeing Jiang Chen finally show up, Su Jingqiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what, it's good that you showed up. Even though you're a little late, it shouldn't be a big problem. If I can introduce myself properly later, I might be able to salvage some points in your impression. The music directors meeting is divided into 2 parts, strength display and self-introduction. She and Su Luo Wei had both seen Jiang Chen sing, and as long as he could perform as exceptionally well as he did that day, things would get much better. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen walked directly to the center of the stage and picked up the microphone on the stand. Off the stage, the girls were whispering. I'm also very curious about how he's going to introduce himself later. Hello everyone, I am Su Luo Wei's husband? No, it should be, hello everyone, I'm a writer. Hey, stop making me laugh. I can't hold it back any longer. However, to the surprise of all the girls, Jiang Chen raised the microphone and walked directly towards the piano on the side of the stage. The girls in the audience were stunned. Didn't Jiang Chen intend to say a few words first, but instead demonstrate his strength directly? This is a unique way of introducing oneself in the music circle. You don't need to say anything more, just show your music first. After the collision of musical melodies, everyone will have a basic impression of each other, and self-introductions and communication will be much more harmonious. But generally speaking, only talented musicians would introduce themselves in this way, and only strong abilities can convince others. Jiang Chen. He can do it too? The girls were talking about it. Su Jingqiu was sweating. She originally wanted to let Jiang Chen say a few words first, get familiar with everyone, and then show his strength. This will enhance Jiang Chen's affinity as a music director and change everyone's impression of him to a greater extent. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen chose the most difficult and challenging path. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen came to sit in front of the piano. He actually wanted to give a stunning opening speech first, and then slowly show his strength. But after picking up the microphone, I still feel that proving my strength through practical actions is the most effective way. Since the 3 rules were made yesterday, he has no intention of doing anything nonsense anymore. The entertainment industry is a place where the strong prey on the weak. As a music director, of course you have to use music to prove your ability. He looked quietly at the piano in front of him. I haven't played the piano for a long time. Sitting in front of the piano again felt like meeting an old friend. Some girls who observed carefully suddenly felt something different about Jiang Chen. The new music director's expression does not seem as lazy and invisible as rumored online, but rather reveals an indescribable calmness and depth. The girls rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had seen it wrong. Why does Jiang Chen seem a little different from what I imagined? Jiang Chen installed the microphone on the stand next to the piano. Please first enjoy the singing and playing performance brought by Director Jiang. A female staff member raised the microphone and said at the right time. On the high platform, Su Luowei couldn't help but sit up straight. Which song does Jiang Chen plan to sing? Fairy Tale or The Moon's Trouble? Chapter 28 Silence. The large practice room was completely silent, and everyone's eyes were on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was lost in thought. What kind of song should he sing at this moment? What songs can prove the ability of a music director? Inspirational song? Sad folk song? Still. The names of many songs keep popping up in my mind, and each song represents a piece of memory. But this is really hard to decide. Suddenly, what Yan Shuexin said in the car came to mind. This song is called Deep Love. It's a new song by Sister Su, and it was also written and composed by Sun Yongjian, the music director of Leshy Entertainment. This kind of love song, which is mainly based on deep emotions, has always received very good response in the market. So is this kind of song the one that's getting a better market response right now? Thinking of this, his fingers actually touched the keys directly. Bite. Jiang Chen thought of the song Deep Love he had heard in the car, and also of Yan Shuexin's cold gaze that was filled with a hint of doubt. He knew very well what Yan Shuexin was thinking. This senior sister was very enthusiastic and wanted to help. But this time when he entered the entertainment industry, he did not intend to follow the usual path. He planned to let go and be carefree for once. He didn't want to live as hard as before, nor did he want to compromise with anyone. He doesn't have much time, and if he wants to solve the problem in a short time, he must take some special measures. He was grateful for Yan Shuexin's help, but if a team wanted to get things done, it could only have one voice. He is the music director, so only his voice can exist. Regarding this point, no matter if it is a queen or anyone else, they must exercise restraint. Let's play a love song, choose the theme of Soulful. Jiang Chen's fingers moved across the piano keys. In the spacious practice room, a piano melody with a hint of sadness gradually sounded. The trainee girls all looked a little surprised. This music director seems to play the piano quite well? Su Luowei and Su Jingshu were also stunned for a moment. Because they had never heard of the melody Jiang Chen was playing at that time. It's neither Fairy Tale nor The Moon's Trouble. What song is this? Could it be that this is Jiang Chen's 5th song? Su Luowei covered her mouth in surprise. This was also the first time she saw Jiang Chen play the piano. In 3 years, Jiang Chen never said that he could play the piano. But now, feeling the smooth melody and perfect rhythm, she found that Jiang Chen's playing level was not worse than hers, and was even better. But she always thought Jiang Chen would just sit in front of the computer and type away boredly. Su Luowei bit her red lips lightly, and her beautiful face looked both coquettish and angry. How much has this guy been hiding from me? Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen slowly spoke. I can't help but turn into a stubborn fish, swimming alone against the current to the end. The oath I made sincerely when I was young. Silently sinking in the deep sea. The singing started. Inside the practice room, the girls gradually became surprised. Because they had never heard of the lyrics and melody that Jiang Chen sang. Listen carefully, this is an original song written by your director Jiang. Su Jingshu, who was standing by, was stunned for a while before finally coming to his senses and speaking quickly. Hearing this, the girls were all stunned. Original songs? No way, could it be that this idiot director can not only play the piano, but also write songs? Everyone refocused their attention on Jiang Chen's singing, and only then did they realize that this song seemed quite nice. The slightly sad melody, coupled with the somewhat hoarse voice, is particularly catchy. Revisit several times. The ending is still losing you. On the stage, the melody flows softly. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly closed, as if he was sensing something, searching for something. This is a manifestation of emotions immersed in singing. Professional singers will more or less unconsciously reveal this state when singing. This scene once again surprised the girls. Jiang Chen performed like a professional singer. But isn't he a writer? What is going on? Finally, the melody reached a climax. I was sentenced to lifelong loneliness by love. Don't fight back, don't let go. The circle that can never be completed. The bond in my heart cannot be filled. It's you. Yan Shuexin was also stunned. From the moment the song started, she felt that Jiang Chen, who was sitting in front of the piano, seemed like a completely different person. The lazy look on his body was gone, replaced by a calm and composed look. It seemed like no matter what happened, he could easily control this song in this stage. And this song seems to be a. She thought of Su Rongfei's song Deep Love in the car earlier, and her eyes couldn't help but flash. The melody of Jiang Chen's song seems to be even better than that of Deep Sea. The melody is light, but it conveys a heart-wrenching feeling. Could this be a song written by Jiang Chen himself? How is this possible? On the side, Su Luowei's expression was also full of surprise. She also didn't expect Jiang Chen to sing a song she had never heard before, and the theme was so similar. Isn't this a challenge to senior sister Su? If this song is released, will Sister Su's deep love be affected? Why does love sentence all beings to loneliness? Can't break free, can't escape. The knot that can't be untied on the brow. An unavoidable calamity in fate. It's you. Jiang Chen's voice was a little hoarse, and the melody rose again. A feeling of sadness and loneliness permeated the entire practice room. The girls in the audience were all stunned, feeling the melody of the song and the intoxicating emotion of love in the melody. Only then did they suddenly realize that Jiang Chen's singing ability was so high. Only top singers have such emotional singing skills. Each of them had been on that stage before, but their performances on that stage were completely different from Jiang Chen's on the stage right now. I can't help but turn into a stubborn fish, swimming alone against the current to the end. The oath I made sincerely when I was young. Silently sinking in the deep sea. After Jiang Chen finished singing a line of lyrics, the piano melody continued playing. He opened his eyes and looked at the black and white piano keys that kept jumping in front of him, and suddenly felt a little emotional. How long has it been since you sang a song with all your heart and soul? How long has it been since you expressed your emotions through music? He inexplicably developed an urge and emotion to vent, and wanted to release all the emotions that had accumulated in his heart over the past 3 years. Thinking of this, the fingers striking the keys felt more powerful. The tone also gradually rises at this moment. I was sentenced to lifelong loneliness by love. Don't fight back, don't let go. The circle that can never be completed. The bond in my heart cannot be filled. It's you. The high notes are like the ones that can penetrate the human eardrum. The girls' eyes gradually became dull. It was so close, right in front of them, that they could even see the veins on Jiang Chen's neck. The singing suddenly became stronger, wave after wave, and the sense of power continued to grow. Is Jiang Chen going crazy? Why does love sentence all beings to loneliness? Can't break free, can't escape. The knot that can't be untied on the brow. An unavoidable calamity in fate. It's you. Just when all the girls were a little overwhelmed, Jiang Chen's voice suddenly rose again. He's showing off. Yan Shuexin on the high platform suddenly said something. What? Su Luowei turned her head blankly and looked at her senior sister. Yan Shuexin stared at Jiang Chen on the stage in disbelief. She could sense the deliberately raised pitch of Jiang Chen's voice. Normally, the pitch of this song doesn't need to be so high, but she quickly understood what Jiang Chen meant. He's showing off. Yan Shuexin pointed at Jiang Chen on the stage and said. Hearing this, Su Luowei reacted quickly. Only then did she understand why Jiang Chen suddenly raised his voice. It was actually just to show off. That's right. Yan Shuexin guessed correctly. Zhang Chen just wanted to show off his skills. To vent the emotions that have been accumulated in my heart for many years. Since you want to convince the trainees, you naturally have to show enough strength. For trainees, talking about emotions and melodies may be unnecessary. A group of little girls' understanding of music has not reached this level yet. To deal with them, just use your singing skills to overwhelm them. The 20 or so girls below the stage all stared at Zhang Chen in disbelief with their mouths wide open. The singing that penetrates the eardrums and the melody that tears the heart apart. At this moment, their understanding of the stage was almost overturned. Is it really possible for a human to hit such a high note? Ah, losing you. Ah, I lost you. I can't help but turn into a stubborn fish. Swimming alone against the current to the end. Finally, Zhang Chen's singing gradually came to an end. The piano melody slowly came to an end. The girls' expressions were still a little dull, and the powerful high notes seemed to have never stopped, lingering in their ears. There was silence in the practice room, no one spoke. Zhang Chen took a few calming breaths and stood up. It's been a long time since I sang a song without any worries. It feels really good to let go of your emotions and voice. After a while, the emotions in his eyes gradually subsided, but he still seemed to be a little reluctant. I picked up the microphone and walked to the edge of the stage, then it was time to introduce myself. A group of girls stared in amazement. Zhang Chen exhaled, thought for a moment, then raised the microphone. Hello, I'm your new music director. The whole audience was silent. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 97. The original singer of Silence is Na Ying, but Jay Chou and Zhang Jia have both sung it. I recommend listening to Jay Chou first, then to Zhang Jia. Jay Chou's voice is very flavorful, and Zhang Jia has a high pitch. The second half of the book was written based on Zhang Jia's high pitch. Please support the new author and new book, and ask for a little gift. Chapter 29 Yi Menging is crazy? Zhang Chen's self-introduction consisted of only one sentence. He didn't want to package himself with brilliant words, so he only chose the simplest language. After saying this, he left the stage. But no one stopped him, and no one thought they should stop him. Su Jingqiu stood below the stage and took a deep breath with a look of shock on her face. Zhang Chen's way of introducing himself was very simple, it could even be described as blank. But it seems to be particularly effective. She turned her head and glanced at the trainee girls in the field. More than 20 female trainees sat quietly on the ground below the stage, their expressions and eyes still dull and shocked, without any noise. It took several minutes for the girls to come back to their senses. They looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Is this new music director really the legendary writer? Sister Luo Wei's husband? The aura and stage effects that Zhang Chen displayed on the stage just now made them truly feel what shock was. There was nothing fancy, nothing euphemistic, the sheer explosion and power alone was enough to leave everyone stunned. They were more familiar with the stage in this practice room than anyone else, but precisely because of this familiarity, they felt even more shocked. Because every one of them has been on that stage, all trainees have to undergo company assessments here every month. Anyone who can sit here at this moment has been on stage more than 10 times. The company's music director has always been sitting below the stage, responsible for evaluation and scoring. They originally thought that they would be under the greatest pressure when they were being tested on stage. But now that their identities have been swapped, they still feel a sense of scalp-numbing pressure. If the next assessment, the person sitting below the stage is Zhang Chen, then, what should they do? Can you still perform like the one you just did? If the performance is not up to standard, will I be scolded harshly? For a moment, almost all the girls felt that the atmosphere seemed to have suddenly become tense. Silent. Zhang Chen said the name of this song is Silence. On the high platform, Su Luowei looked at the text message on her mobile phone, and a smile finally appeared in her beautiful eyes. As soon as Zhang Chen left, she couldn't help but send him a message. Honey, what song did you just sing? There is only one short word to reply to the text message, silence. This guy secretly wrote songs again without telling me, making me worry for so long. Su Luowei was a little annoyed, but after putting away her phone, she was very satisfied. She planned to forgive Zhang Chen for bullying her this morning as a reward to him. Silent? On the side, Yan Shuexin recited it softly, with an extremely complicated expression on her face. In this song, she heard deep affection, sadness, and even more so, the persistence in love. This song is exactly the same as the song Deep Love, and they are diametrically opposed to each other. Could it be that this guy wrote the song specifically for today? But this? How is it possible? She just played some music in the car for a while. How could Jiang Chen have prepared similar songs in advance? Jiang Chen's performance today really gave her too many surprises. She could feel that Jiang Chen's singing skills were also excellent, and his performance on stage was no less than that of top singers. Even if she had sung that song just now, she might not have been able to do better than Jiang Chen. But this guy clearly. What is going on? The new music director is gone. So the trainee girls soon received the notice of disbanding and walked out of the large practice room in twos and threes, each with an indescribable expression on their face. Today's first meeting was completely different from what they had imagined. The new music director seems quite capable, so what should they do next? Will you continue to stay in Chunwe Entertainment, or consider other companies? Su Jingchu announced publicly that all morning training was cancelled and everyone could rest for half a day. Therefore, the girls did not go to other practice rooms, but walked towards the dormitory with heavy hearts. What should I do? I'm so confused now. Director Jiang seems so powerful. Me too. I received another text message from Allure Entertainment last night. The new director Jiang has such a strong presence on stage, so it should be okay, right? To be honest, the songs he wrote are pretty good. I think so too, and his singing skills are really amazing. Yi Menging walked at the edge of the crowd and did not participate in the discussions of other girls. Her eyes were much brighter than when she was in the practice room just now, and there were many more unusual colors in them. Jiang Chen's performance on the stage just now gave her a great shock. She had never expected that Sister Luo Wei's writer husband was so good at singing. But according to the legend, isn't Jiang Chen a mediocre writer? A suspected writer who hasn't produced any work in 3 years. What is going on? Yi Menging took a deep breath, unable to come up with an answer. But no matter what, as long as things start to move in a good direction, it's enough. Sister Luo Wei is her only favorite idol, and Chunwe Entertainment is also the first entertainment company she joined. If possible, she still hopes to continue staying in Chunwe Entertainment. Mu Ning. Just as she was thinking about something, a voice suddenly called her name. Yi Menging turned her head and saw a girl standing under a tree by the roadside, waving at her. She stopped. She knew the girl under the tree. Her name was Lin Lerong and she was one of the artists who had debuted under Chunwe Entertainment. This was not the first time Lin Lerong had looked for her in the past 2 days, but Yi Menging didn't like her at all. Because she felt that Lin Lerong had too many little thoughts. But after all, they were from the same company, so she hesitated for a moment before walking towards Lin Lerong. Lin Lerong is 2 years older than her. She is tall and has a good figure. I heard that she was once the school belle of a certain school. After graduation, she worked as a model for many fashion magazines. Mu Ning. Lin Lerong smiled a somewhat cold and arrogant smile. How was it? Did you meet that idiot director? Are you disappointed? Yi Menging looked at her without saying anything, silently waiting for the other party to continue. Sure enough, Lin Lerong gathered her hair and continued to talk to herself. I've already told you, Chunwe Entertainment is completely bankrupt. Just think about it, once Director Yao leaves, what will be left of this company? No matter how talented Su Luo Wei is, she can't write songs. We are all artists in the company, so we must be smart and find a way out for ourselves. Director Yao just called me again. He said he admires you very much. If you are willing to leave Chunwe Entertainment and join Qingqing Entertainment, he can make the decision and sign you an S-level contract. This is the treatment only available to artists after their debut, and the profit share is higher than your current contract. You're still a trainee, and it's already remarkable to receive such treatment. Believe me, Allure Entertainment is a large company with much greater development potential than Chunwe Entertainment. You'll definitely get more opportunities there. Lin Lerong talked a lot, only to realize that Yi Menging hadn't spoken yet. She smiled awkwardly and continued to ask. Mu Ning, what on earth are you thinking? I'm telling you, this kind of opportunity is rare. If Director Yao hadn't seen that you're doing well in training, he wouldn't have allowed me to keep in touch with you. Sister Lerong, have you already joined Allure Entertainment? Yi Menging did not answer her question, but looked at her quietly and asked. For some reason, Lin Lerong felt a little uncomfortable under Yi Menging's gaze, but in order to convince the trainee captain, she still nodded. Yes, you know. Director Yao has been helping to monitor my songs, and Xingcheng Entertainment has also offered better conditions. Then I understand. Yi Menging nodded thoughtfully. Understand what? Lin Lorong was stunned for a moment. You are willing to join Xingcheng Entertainment? Yi Menging shook her head and refused bluntly. I think Director Yao might have made a mistake. What's wrong? Lin Lorong was puzzled. Director Jiang is not a slacker director. Ah? Lin Lorong seemed not to hear clearly. Director Jiang, not a jerk director. Yi Menging repeated it again seriously. Then, without waiting for Lin Lorong to say anything else, she nodded and turned to walk towards the practice room. She didn't plan to go back to the dormitory. There was still some time before lunch break, and she wasn't yet fully proficient in the dance the teacher taught her last time, so she planned to practice for a while longer. Under the shade of the tree, Lin Lorong stood there in a daze. ISNT Director Jiang a slacker director? What's the meaning? Is the legendary writer going to change his personality? Or Yi Menging is crazy? Chapter 30 Jiang Chen, how dare you molest a female artist? On the way to the office, Su Luowei explained why Jiang Chen had always been reluctant to show off his talent. This guy is just too obsessed with writing, so he has been deliberately hiding his songwriting talent. Is that so? Yan Shuexin looked a little shocked. She didn't expect that he had such outstanding musical talent. Everyone knows that although Jiang Chen claims to be a writer, he has not written anything in the past 3 years and is completely a slacker. Yet he was able to write a song like Silence, and his level is no worse than many professional musicians. Luo Wei asked him to be the music director of Chunwe Entertainment. Maybe he could really give it a try, but his personality is a bit. Jiang Chen always wants to spend all his time writing. It's such a waste of his talent. Senior sister, please help me persuade him when the time comes. That guy can't even write. Su Luowei took Yen Kerson's arm and acted coquettishly. Yan Shuexin was stunned when she heard this. Because I seem to have heard similar words somewhere a few days ago. In 2 months, I will help Chunwe Entertainment gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry, then step down as music director and continue to be a writer. If you can help me persuade Su Luowei at that time, the promise of a meal will still be valid. Oh right. Jiang Chen said that. When Yan Shuexin recalled it, her expression suddenly became a little strange as she looked at Su Luowei. Could it be that this couple is playing a new game? Although she felt a little complicated, she still nodded. It was reasonable for her to stand on Su Luowei's side. What's more, Jiang Chen is indeed not suitable to be a writer. 3 years of silence were enough to prove that he didn't have that kind of talent. Take that bookshelf away from me. Who put it there? Don't you know I hate reading? It gives me a headache just by looking at it. This computer's specs are too poor. It's so laggy when playing games. I need to change it right away. And that sofa, why is it made of mahogany? It's so hard and not comfortable to lie on. Change it to real leather. In the spacious office, Jiang Chen was directing a beautiful girl to work back and forth. He himself was lying in the chair in a very comfortable posture. When Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin appeared in Jiang Chen's office, she couldn't help but frown at the scene before her. Jiang Chen. The national goddess, who was originally in a good mood, suddenly became so angry that her eyebrows raised. This bastard. She had just been praising him to senior sister Yan on the road. I didn't expect that he would cause trouble here again in the blink of an eye. Senior sister. The girl's face was originally miserable, but when she saw Su Luowei coming, she immediately ran to her side as if she had seen a savior. Her name is Su Mengyao, and she is Su Luowei's junior in the same school. I was just passing by here just now, but Jiang Chen happened to see me and called me to help clean up the office. She thought that Jiang Chen was Luowei's husband and the new music director of Chunwe Entertainment. He just wanted to help with some simple cleanup, so there shouldn't be any problem. Unexpectedly. This guy doesn't just want to clean up the office, he wants to tear down the entire office and renovate it from scratch. She is just a weak little girl, not a member of the decoration team. Senior sister, he just asked me to bring him a bed. Su Mengyao held Su Luowei's hand with a look of grievance and anger, as if she had just been severely bullied by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Su Luowei was so angry that she almost died. Su Mengyao is her junior sister from the same school and hasn't graduated yet. If the teacher hadn't let her train herself in Chunwe Entertainment first, she wouldn't be here. Yan Shuexin's eyes were also a little cold. Teacher Su Mengyao's new disciple was naturally also her junior sister. Well. Seeing Su Luowei suddenly appear, Jiang Chen coughed and sat up. He just saw that the little girl looked silly and looked very similar to his sister in his previous life. So I teased her on purpose, but I didn't expect that it turned out to be Su Luowei's junior sister? Wait a minute. Does Su Luowei really have a junior sister? This office is nicely decorated and has lots of sunlight. He picked up the paper and pen on the table, looking serious, as if he was thinking and writing something seriously. Ahem, what did you just think of? Oh, yes, we must first stabilize the country before we can resist foreign aggression. Chunwe Entertainment's biggest problem now is internal instability. He has initially stabilized the trainees, but there is still a lot of work to be done. Especially when it comes to debut artists, trainees and debut artists are two completely different groups, with completely different goals, visions and focuses. If they are confused, it will not only be inconvenient to appease them, but will also easily cause more problems. A more appropriate approach would be to deal with the two separately. In comparison, it is easier to deal with trainees. Girls who have not yet debuted value debut resources the most. You can first settle the trainees down completely. However, before that, there is another bigger problem that needs to be solved first, that is Su Jingchu. There is nothing wrong with Su Jingchu. There is no problem with work. He has always been diligent and hardworking beside Su Luowei and is the kind of employee that the leader likes most. But he is different from other leaders. When he re-entered the entertainment industry, he made 3 rules for himself. Just do things that make you happy. Don't do things that are too tiring, don't do things that are meaningless, don't do things that try to please others, and don't do things that let others take advantage of you. Be a little crazy when you need to be crazy. This kind of thinking is absolutely outrageous in the entertainment industry and would make it difficult for him to make any progress, but he doesn't care. He doesn't need to rely on others to achieve his goals. But Su Jingchu absolutely could not understand. This old-fashioned woman will definitely get into a lot of trouble in the course of her work. He wants to put an end to all this. Thinking of this, the pen in his hand began to change from casual scribbles to regular writing. Seeing Jiang Chen's pretense of working hard, Su Luowei took a deep breath in anger, but she was also a little amused. Jiang Chen is obviously very talented, but he just likes to be weird and lazy. Su Mengyao also stuck out her tongue at Jiang Chen as a protest. This senior brother-in-law is so bad. He was obviously slacking off just now, but now he is pretending to work seriously. Su Luowei took Su Mengyao's hand and sat down on the sofa beside her. Yan Shuexin still looked cold and aloof. She crossed her arms, raised her beautiful eyes slightly, glanced at Jiang Chen who was pretending to write something seriously at the desk, and shook her head secretly in her heart. Although this guy seems to be very talented in music, his style of doing things is a bit unreliable. At present, the internal situation of Chunwe Entertainment has not yet been completely stabilized. As the music director, Jiang Chen couldn't just relax. According to her idea, at this time, they should talk to each artist and trainee individually, understand everyone's thoughts, and help them plan their future development path in order to stabilize people's hearts. But looking at Jiang Chen's leisurely and lazy look, it seemed that he had no such intention. Senior sister, how are the trainees doing today? Su Mengyao followed Su Luowei and sat down on the sofa and asked curiously. She knew that Jiang Chen was going to meet with all the trainees this morning, but Su Jingchu's notice was only sent to all the trainees. Since she was considered an artist who had already debuted, she did not go to join in the fun. In fact, she was still a little curious about her senior sister's husband, a stray writer. Jiang Chen has never been a music director, so he wouldn't say anything embarrassing in public, right? Good. Su Luowei raised her head and glared at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes. This music director sang a song he wrote on stage and stunned all the trainees. Ah? Su Mengyao widened her eyes, looking somewhat unconvinced. Can Jiang Chen's brother-in-law sing? Can he also write songs? No way? Is this true or false? Could it be that senior sister Luowei wrote that song herself and then lied to others that it was written by her husband? She glanced at Su Luowei and made some guesses in her mind. After all, senior sister Su Luowei is well known for being good to her husband. Even the teacher could only sigh helplessly and shake his head when he mentioned this about senior sister Luowei, a good girl, all ruined by a man. Su Mengyao sighed silently in her heart, then asked with a smile. Then can we relax now? She knew that Chunwe Entertainment seemed to have encountered some problems recently. Everyone was nervous. Senior sister Luo Wei and sister Jing were busy all day long, and she couldn't find anyone to talk to. Su Luo Wei shook her head. How can it be that simple? People from other entertainment companies have been constantly contacting the trainees and artists in our company. Your brother-in-law just managed to initially intimidate the trainees, but if we want to truly reassure them, we need to have a good talk with everyone. Obviously, Su Luowei had the same idea as Yan Shuoxin. Oh. Su Mengyao nodded, not quite understanding, and secretly glanced in Jiang Chen's direction. This guy is still pretending to be writing something seriously, as if he is afraid that others don't know that he is working hard. He doesn't look reliable at all. Can he really do the job of a music director? I've already made all the arrangements for the trainees, and I've also sorted out everyone's information. At this moment, Su Jingchu walked in, sweating profusely, holding a pile of documents and looking at Jiang Chen. Which trainee should we start the interview with? Jiang Chen looked up at the stack of documents that was about 7 or 8 centimeters thick, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Sure enough, the trouble he was most worried about appeared. Su Jingchu, this woman, has always been diligent and hardworking, but her thinking tends to be old-fashioned and conservative, and she doesn't know how to be flexible. In his words, he was successful in maintaining a business but unsuccessful in starting one. The music director's meeting arrangement was an example, and it is still an example now. If you want to retain Chunwe Entertainment's trainees, do you have to interview them one by one? Lao Chu, do you know what the 3 things I hated most when I was working in the company? He asked. Su Jingchu rolled her eyes and thought, you are the old beast. You are the old beast. You are a slacker who slacks off at home every day, and you still want to go to work? When have you ever worked? What is it? She asked unhappily. First, hold a meeting. Second, the leaders are having a meeting. Third, the leader wants to have a private meeting with me. Jiang Chen said seriously, you asked me to hold a small meeting with everyone right from the start. This is making it very difficult for me, the director. This is what he is most worried about. He doesn't plan to stay in the position of music director for too long, so his ideas and methods are different from those of ordinary people. But Su Jingchu and others are already accustomed to the step-by-step development path, and their thinking is completely different. I think if our company wants to become bigger and stronger, the first thing we need to do is to reduce meetings. If there's anything, just communicate over the phone. Meetings are mostly a waste of time. Su Jingchu thought that you said so much simply because you were lazy and didn't want to meet with these trainees. She angrily placed the documents in her hand heavily on the table. That won't do. The trainee's mentality is extremely unstable right now. As the new director, you've just taken over. You must strike while the iron is hot and stabilize the situation. Otherwise, if Qingqing Entertainment makes any other moves, Chunwe Entertainment will be in complete chaos. Lao Chu, you have a serious work attitude, which I really appreciate. But your vision is too narrow. Dealing with the problem the way you do it will do you no good except exhaust yourself. Su Jingchu took a deep breath with an ugly expression and wanted to continue saying something. However, Jiang Chen had already picked up a copy from the thick stack of documents on the table. After a quick look, I found that it quite meets the requirements. The information on the profile is that of a 19-year-old girl, who is also currently the best trainee at Chunwe Entertainment. Yi Menging, a trainee that Chunwe Entertainment had just recruited this year, trained very hard and became the captain of the trainee team just over a month after joining the company. All right. Jiang Chen patted the information in his hand and said calmly, let me show you what work efficiency is. Chapter 31 First Day at Work, Bullying the Little Girl. Jiang Chen's tone was a bit arrogant, and his words were also a bit arrogant. So the women in the office were very unhappy. Su Luowei wondered whether she should go up and pinch this guy hard to make him behave himself. Su Jingchu was also very angry, but after taking a few deep breaths, she finally chose to obey Jiang Chen's orders. After all, this guy is the real music director. Although Chunwe Entertainment was founded by Su Luowei, most of the shares are actually registered in Jiang Chen's name, which few people know. But she has always been Su Luowei's agent. When Chunwe Entertainment was first founded, she was even the one who handled a lot of information, so naturally she knows more about it than others. Su Luowei's kindness to Jiang Chen is actually even more excessive than most people guess. So, although this guy deserves a beating, he is the real owner of Chunwe Entertainment. Ultimately, it is not her turn to decide how Jiang Chen wants to manage his company. She can only give advice on these matters, but cannot interfere. Thinking of this, Su Jingchu gritted his teeth, suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, took out his cell phone and called Yi Menging. "Hello, Mooning? Do you have time? Come to the office. The music director wants to see you." After hanging up the phone, Su Jingqiu exhaled and was about to turn around and leave when Jiang Chen called her again. "Don't worry, Lao Chu, get me another trainee contract. I want the most basic one." Old beast again. Upon hearing this, Su Jingqiu really wanted to slam the documents on the table onto Jiang Chen's face. She clenched her fists in anger, then bent down and took out a blank contract document from the cabinet beside her. The contracts of entertainment companies are divided into different levels, and the contracts signed for artists of different levels are also different. The profit-sharing ratio and treatment of contracts at different levels are different. The contract Jiang Chen just asked for was the most basic trainee contract, with the lowest profit-sharing ratio and the lowest salary. "Here, for you." Su Jingqiu handed the contract to Jiang Chen unhappily, but her eyes couldn't help but become somewhat questioning and wary. What does Jiang Chen want this kind of contract for? He's not going to mess around, is he? Yi Menging is the most outstanding trainee, and the contract she signed with the company was not this one. She had signed Yi Menging specifically at the beginning, and she liked this girl very much. She is beautiful, talented, and hardworking. Most importantly, she is persistent and has a firm mind. This is a bit like Su Luowei back then. Su Luowei is the national goddess she brought up, and this has always been her proudest point. If Su Luowei hadn't insisted on marrying that bastard Jiang Chen, she wouldn't have had any regrets at all. Now that she sees a promising young man who is as good as Su Luowei was back then, how can she not be moved? She planned to train Yi Menging as the company's core artist. The contract that Yi Menging signed with the company was also specially approved by her. It was a trainee contract of the highest level with the highest profit margin. After Yi Menging officially debuts, her contract will be changed to that of a formal artist, and her salary and share of the profits will increase. She took 2 steps forward, wanting to see what Jiang Chen was planning to do. "Okay, Lao Chu. You can leave now." But Jiang Chen waved his hand. "But I suggest you observe carefully from the sidelines. After all, such a good learning opportunity is rare. After today, you should have a better understanding when discussing things with artists in the future." Su Jingqiu was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath, rolled his eyes, and put all the documents in his hand on the table in annoyance. She really didn't want to stay here for even a second. As a veteran agent, she has been in the management career for more than 10 years and has signed nearly 100 artists. Jiang Chen actually has the audacity to ask her to learn? She snorted coldly, not wanting to bother with Jiang Chen anymore, and turned to walk towards Su Luowei. After she sat down on the sofa, Su Luowei looked at her helplessly, then put her arm around her to comfort her. To be honest, Jiang Chen and Su Jingqiu had a dispute over work, and she really didn't know who to help. She felt that what Su Jingqiu said made sense. At this time, the music director should have a good talk with each artist individually, which will help to quickly stabilize people's hearts. However, the division of labor within the entertainment company is very clear, and Jiang Chen is the music director of Chunwe Entertainment. Within his authority, even she had to obey. Forget it, Jiang Chen might have his own ideas. After thinking for a long time, Su Luowei could only comfort her in this way. Su Jingqiu was probably very angry, and it took her a long time to calm down. Then let's see what this new music director is capable of. She snorted coldly. Looking at her still angry expression, Su Luowei sighed helplessly and shook her head. 5 minutes later, Yi Menging's pretty figure appeared at the office door. She had obviously just come from the practice room. She was wearing tight dance clothes and there were some fine beads of sweat on her forehead. Thump, thump. The little girl knocked on the door politely. "Come in." Jiang Chen sat on the chair and said lightly. Yi Menging seemed to be in a good mood. Her ponytail was tied behind her head and swayed back and forth, making her look energetic. She walked into the office and soon saw Su Luowei and others sitting on the sofa nearby. She was stunned for a moment. "Sister Luowei, Sister Jing are here? And that one, could it be? Oh my god, it's the Queen Yan Shuoxin? Why is she here too?" When Yi Menging saw his idol and the legendary Queen Yan Shuoxin at once, he stood there in a daze. She hadn't been at Chunwe Entertainment for very long, and Su Luowei had only met her a few times, so she was a little at a loss. Sister Luowei, no, President Su." Su Luowei saw her nervousness, smiled gently, and comforted her. "Don't be nervous, just pretend we don't exist. Director Jiang wants to talk to you about something, so go ahead. Okay. Yi Menging then took a deep breath, nodded, and walked towards Zhang Chen's desk with somewhat stiff steps. But even though he turned around, his chest was still beating violently. Damn it! She couldn't help but pinch herself with her right hand. How can you be so disappointing? So embarrassing. But they are Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin. A national goddess, a rising queen. How can I not be nervous when I see two people at the same time? She took several deep breaths before she suppressed the turmoil in her heart. At Zhang Chen's signal, he walked to the chair opposite the desk and sat down. Jiang. Director Jiang, are you looking for me? Zhang Chen nodded and looked at Yi Menging carefully. A 19-year-old girl. She still looks a little immature, but she is indeed a beauty. Her looks are not inferior to Su Luowei back then. However, their temperaments are completely different. The girl gives people the feeling of being gentle yet tough. On the surface, she looks like a proud national goddess, but in private she is actually quite clingy. And Yi Menging didn't know why. Although she looked very polite, she gave him a feeling of being rejected from the inside out. Although she looked very restrained and nervous at this time. It took Yi Menging a long time before she gradually calmed down. She then raised her head and observed Zhang Chen with some curiosity. Before today, she had only seen rumors about this legendary national gigolo on the internet, but had never met him in person. She originally thought that the new music director knew nothing and could only rely on Sister Luowei for support, the kind of person who just muddled through his days. But Zhang Chen's performance on the stage just now made her realize that his true ability was not what it seemed. With the ability of this music director, if he wants to be a singer, he can make his debut in minutes. However, the new music director looks a bit. Zhang Chen was currently leaning back in his chair in a very comfortable position, flipping through some documents. Yi Menging? Yes. Yi Menging agreed, but her heart became confused and lost again. Is this lazy man in front of me really the same person as the explosive music director on the stage before? This guy, can he really lead Chunwe Entertainment to go further? Zhang Chen nodded and closed the information in his hand. Yi Menging was indeed excellent and completely met his requirements. But, for some reason, he saw a hint of his former self in Yi Menging. The training is hard, day and night. Looking at the sweat on the girl's forehead, you can tell that she has just been training. Su Jingchu had clearly announced that she would be off this afternoon. He picked up a contract from the table and handed it to her. I just looked at the contract you signed with the company. I think it's a bit inappropriate. If you still want to get better development in Chunwe Entertainment, you can change this contract. This is the contract that Su Jingchu just brought over. After re-entering the entertainment industry, Zhang Chen suddenly wanted to try a completely new way of cooperation. Every song in his mind is a classic, and many of them are even famous songs that artists rely on to make a living. He can take out the songs and let the artists sing them. But at Chunwe Entertainment, any artist who wants his resources must first modify the contract and reduce the share ratio. Because the value of a famous song is simply immeasurable. If artists want to get opportunities, they have to pay more. With Yi Menging's hard work and excellence, she is qualified to get this opportunity. This may seem like a capitalist's method of exploitation, but Zhang Chen actually has no intention of pocketing the extra money gained after the contract change. He will transfer the money into a specific account and distribute it gradually as benefits to the company's artists. With the experience of the previous life, he knows that work is important, but a leisurely life is also essential. The biggest problem for entertainers in the entertainment industry is that they cannot decide their own schedules. Commercial performances, endorsements, promotions, social events, variety shows, interviews. Once the work starts, it will never end, like a mountain, suffocating people. Artists who are not famous enough may be very leisurely, but once they become famous, all kinds of work will come to them like snowflakes. He didn't want the famous song he provided to become the executioner of tragedy. Once an artist becomes famous, it is difficult to stop. If they turn down a job and have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages to the client, the artist who has finally changed his fate will soon fall into a financial crisis. Therefore, he will keep a sum of money for all the artists who have changed their contracts as a foundation for their lives. If an artist doesn't want to work anymore, they can press the pause button at any time. One day someone may no longer be able to run and may want to retire. The excess money will be returned in the form of retirement bonuses. This is a surprise and also the future rule of Chunwe Entertainment. In short, in his company, no one who doesn't care about his life is allowed to exist. You can make money and you can be provided with resources for fame, but you must control your work pace. In the future, the company will also regularly arrange paid vacations, travel activities, training and further studies to help artists relieve work pressure. So, since it's not exploitation, why not give the benefits directly to the artists? Because Jiang Chen doesn't want to go against market rules. No matter which capital is in the market, it is constantly exploiting artists. If he violates the laws of the market, it would be equivalent to giving money to others casually. He is not that stupid, nor does he have that much money to give. The songs in his mind are not cheap. If artists want his resources, they must pay a corresponding price. At least, that's what it looks like on the surface. Yi Mengying was stunned for a moment. She looked at the big words trainee basic contract on the contract that was pushed in front of her, and her expression gradually became dull. Everyone else in the office was also stunned. Is this a basic trainee contract? It took Yi Mengying a long while before he picked up the contract on the table in disbelief. You're not mistaken. Jiang Chen nodded. He had no way of explaining to Yi Mengying the idea of adjusting the contract. He could only pick up the draft paper from the table and hand it to Yi Mengying. That was a song he had just written. Go back and think about it carefully. If you agree to change the contract, what's written on this paper will be yours. He never does anything to force anyone. If you want to get resources and become famous, you have to change the contract. This is fair and reasonable. Hearing his words, Yan Shuexin and others couldn't help but frown. Because of the piece of draft paper Jiang Chen just picked up. They all recognized it. It was obviously what Jiang Chen had scribbled on it while pretending to be working seriously. What on earth does this guy want to do? Yimu stared at it. She saw the melody on the paper, and also saw various scribblings on the draft paper. Is this a song? Why is it on a piece of scribbled draft paper? Director Jiang just wrote this casually, right? What does this mean? Why bother yourself with a random song? Su Jingchu couldn't help but stand up. Jiang Chen waved his hand. All right, this is a rare opportunity. Take your things and go back to think about it. Take a good look at what's above before you make a decision. He reminded. Chapter 32 Breathing Pain. The sky is blue and the clouds are beautiful. On the branches of the trees by the roadside, birds are chirping playfully. But when Yi Mengying walked out of the office with the contract, his expression was still dull. She just felt her mind go blank. In fact, when she received a call from Sister Jing 10 minutes ago, she was a little excited. When Sister Jing announced half a day off in the practice room, the trainee girls guessed that the new music director would probably talk to everyone individually. After all, Chunwe Entertainment is in a precarious situation now, and this is the best way to deal with it. So even though the girls were resting, they didn't dare run around and were patiently waiting for Sister Jing's notification. And among all the girls, she was the first one to receive the call. The newly appointed music director did not even meet with the artists who had already debuted, but met with her first. This means that Chunwe Entertainment values her very much and that the company's top executives think she has more potential than those artists who have already debuted. Yi Mengying was very happy when she felt this. She has been in Chunwe Entertainment for 3 months and has always been the hardest working one among everyone. Every day in the training room, she is always the first to arrive and the last to leave. When Sister Jing learned about this, she gave her a key to the practice room. As long as she wanted, she could go to the practice room to practice anytime and anywhere. She loves singing and being on stage, and has loved it since she was a child. When she was 9 years old, in order to fulfill her desire to sing and dance, her father went out early and came back late every day. He relied on overtime work and more than 30,000 yuan squeezed out of his teeth to enroll her in a professional dance training class. Dancing is actually very hard, especially when stretching your legs, it hurts so much. Many female students in the class would often break down and cry. But she never cried. No matter how much hardship and pain she endured, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Because she really loves the stage, she wants to stand on the stage where everyone is paying attention one day. Spread your singing and dancing to everyone in every corner of the world. She has her own goals and her own persistence. She hoped that her mother, even in that most distant place, could hear her singing. But when Jiang Chen slowly pushed the contract in front of her, there was a moment. She just felt that all her efforts over the years seemed to have come to nothing. Over the past decade, no matter how much pain and suffering she had endured, everything she had wanted to hold on to was ruthlessly torn into pieces by that man. Although Jiang Chen gave her a song and asked her to watch it before making a decision. But the content filled with random drafts and scribbled changes seems more like a ridiculous and pale excuse. If a company wants to force trainees to leave, there are too many ways to choose. I just looked at the contract you signed with the company. I think it's a bit inappropriate. If you still want to continue your development in Chunwe Entertainment, you can sign a new contract. Jiang Chen's words rang in her ears again like a thorn. So, in the eyes of this music director, her efforts are only worthy of the lowest level trainee contract? Yi Menging bit her pale lips. She obviously works so hard and obviously likes Chunwe Entertainment so much. Why? Why treat her like this? Obviously, Sister Luowei was there, and obviously Sister Jing, who liked her very much, was also there. Why don't they say a word? Do they agree with all this? Yi Menging suddenly stopped and raised her head with a dazed expression. The road ahead was blocked by something and the light was dim. She looked up and realized that she had unknowingly walked to the dormitory door. From inside the dormitory door, the faint sounds of other girls laughing and playing could be heard. She held the trainee contract tightly in her hand. She bit her lips hard, but tears flowed down uncontrollably at this moment. If she is abandoned by Chunwe Entertainment, where can she go? Where else can she realize her dream? At this moment, she seemed to be back to that night when she was 6 years old. Noisy crowds, ambulances with sirens blaring, and dazzling red and blue lights. She was alone, holding the doll, standing silently behind the crowd. His eyes were dull and his face was full of confusion and helplessness. There was a click. The door was opened. The girl with the bun seemed to be about to go out, but was startled when she saw her. Oh my god, Mu Ning, why are you here? You scared me. Xia Tingqing smiled and patted her chest, and then the smile on her face gradually froze. Because she found that there seemed to be something wrong with Yi Menging's condition. In my impression, Yi Menging, who has always been very determined and hardworking, is now standing at the door with a dazed look in her eyes. Her eyes are red, and crystal clear and pale tears are slowly sliding down her fair cheeks and dripping. Oh my god, Mu Ning, what's wrong with you? Xia Tingqing quickly pulled Yi Menging into the dormitory. This sudden scene also attracted the attention of all the girls in the dormitory. The girls got out of bed and surrounded Yi Menging. Mu Ning, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Did something happen? But Yi Menging didn't say anything. She slowly walked into the dormitory. She returned to her bed, hugged her knees gently, bit her sleeves, and tears flowed down her face. Seeing this scene, the other girls in the dormitory looked at each other in surprise. Yi Menging had never cried like this before. What happened? In the past, no matter how strict the instructor or how difficult the training, she would just grit her teeth and persevere. She's so strong that she doesn't look like a girl at all. But this time, she actually cried like this in front of everyone. Hey, is Mu Ning back? Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open again, and a girl with a little baby fat walked in with a smile. I just saw you go to the music director's office. Tell me, is there anything good? The chubby girl stopped talking halfway because when she walked into the dormitory, she suddenly found that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong. Then he saw Yi Menging sitting on the bed, crying silently. Huh? What's wrong? She stopped and looked at the other girls in the dormitory in a daze. But everyone shook their heads. Mu Ning became like this as soon as she came back. We don't know what happened. Wait a moment. Xia Tingqing suddenly asked, what did you just say? Did Mu Ning just go to the music director's office? The chubby girl nodded. Yes, I happened to pass by and greeted Mu Ning. Xia Tingqing turned her head and her eyes fell on a document that fell on the bed in front of Yi Meng. Just when Yi Menging returned to her bed, the document fell from her hand. She thought it was something unimportant at the time. But now it seems that this document is very likely related to Yi Menging's current condition. She took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward, and picked up the document on the bed. The large title on the cover of the document quickly attracted the attention of all the girls in the dormitory. What's this? Trainee Basic Contract. It seems to be the lowest level. Why does Mu Ning bring this contract? Could it be that the new music director gave it to her? It should be. When I just met her, she didn't have this document in her hand. Several girls looked at Yi Menging, who was crying silently on the bed, and then looked at the contract in their hands. Suddenly, everyone vaguely guessed something. No way, that new music director is going to ask Mu Ning to sign a basic trainee contract instead? Is he crazy? Yi Menging is the best performer among all the trainees. When Mu Ning first joined the company, she signed an S-level trainee contract. I remember it was Sister Jing who specially approved it. Of all the trainees, only Mu Ning had this kind of contract. An S-level trainee contract, in addition to the monthly salary, also gives you an additional 25% commission, but this most basic trainee contract only gives you 10%. Director Jiang is absolutely crazy. I'm so angry, this is just nonsense. Several girls looked at Yi Menging, who was lying on the bed with her knees hugged, sobbing silently. I feel very uncomfortable. Yi Menging is the best and most hard-working trainee, and she is treated like this. What about them? Is Chunwe Entertainment planning to give up on them completely? I'm going to find Sister Jing. Xia Tingqing held the contract, bit her lip and suddenly said. Everyone can see Yi Menging's potential. She didn't believe that Chunwe Entertainment would give up Yi Menging. She wanted to ask Sister Jing what was going on with this contract. Was it that bastard music director's own random decision, or was it the company's decision? Don't be impulsive. The chubby girl quickly stopped her. Let's ask clearly first, what if it's a misunderstanding? Yi Menging has become like this, what misunderstandings are there? Xia Tingqing didn't listen at all. The two were arguing. A piece of draft paper suddenly fell out from the interlayer of the contract documents. What's this? Xia Tingqing was stunned, then bent down and picked up the paper. I saw that part of the draft paper was filled with scribblings, while the other part was filled with lines of short sentences. The first line of the short sentence is a 5-word title. Breathing pain. New books are not easy to come by, please support me, ask for bookshelves, comments, and some free gifts. Chapter 33 Yi Menging's shock. Jiang Chen, why are you joking about something like this? In the office, Su Jingchu finally couldn't help it. When Yi Menging passed by her with the contract in his hand and his eyes dull, she felt her heart being gripped tightly. She can respect Jiang Chen's talent and his position as music director. But she really couldn't accept watching Jiang Chen deal with the fruits of her labor like this. She had conducted a detailed investigation into Yi Menging's situation. She knew what this 19-year-old girl had been insisting on, and she also knew why this girl worked harder than anyone else. Such a tenacious girl has a bright future and can create more value for the company. So she was willing to give Yi Menging more support and help. But the dullness, confusion, and helplessness that appeared on the little girl's face just now made her feel as if something was blocking her heart. As the music director, it was not her turn to interfere in what Jiang Chen was supposed to do. But Jiang Chen actually made fun of such a hard-working and serious trainee, which made her a little unbearable. She felt angry and guilty. Who said I was joking? I'm serious. Jiang Chen glanced at her indifferently. It was because Yi Menging was serious enough that he had to modify the contract. He didn't want to see Yi Menging continue down his old path, otherwise, after becoming famous, it would only bring greater pressure and more tense nerves. He knew best what the song he had just given to Yi Menging represented. He didn't want a famous song to become a shackle for a little girl. As long as you are a core artist of Chunwe Entertainment, you must reduce the share ratio according to the company's requirements and leave a way out for yourself. Good. Su Jingchu took a few deep breaths and asked through gritted teeth, then tell me, why did you ask Yi Menging to re-sign the trainee basic contract? Do you know that Yi Menging is the best and the one who trains the hardest among all the trainees? She's a promising new talent that the company is planning to focus on developing. Other entertainment companies are even offering contracts to debut artists to poach her? Of course I know, so what? Jiang Chen had a blank expression. It is precisely because I know this that I plan to focus on training Yi Menging. Otherwise, why would I give breathing pain to anyone so easily? Su Jingchu gritted her teeth in anger. You knew this and still changed the contract so casually? Why, you're going to teach me how to be a music director. Jiang Chen was planning to have a fight with Su Jingchu, who liked to interfere with other people's work. If I think Yi Menging's contract needs to be revised, then it will be revised naturally. You are the agent in the company, just do your job as instructed. The most efficient way to manage a team is to have only one voice. He doesn't want his decisions to be interfered with by others. Chunwe Entertainment had previously been managed by Su Jingchu. Normally, it would take some time for him to hand over work and coordinate with Su Jingchu after taking office. But he couldn't do these things slowly, so he had to take more drastic measures to force the process. If the song's silence was meant to make Yan Shuaxin remain restrained, then it is time to let Su Jingchu realize how to cooperate with himself and work. You. Su Jingchu didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so strong and unreasonable. His chest was heaving violently, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Su Luowei hurried forward to help her calm down. I'm so pissed. Su Jingchu stared at Jiang Chen and took 5 or 6 deep breaths, but still couldn't recover. Su Luowei patted Su Jingchu on the back, but she was actually a little confused. Jiang Chen is not an unreasonable person, so why would he suddenly make such an unreasonable arrangement? Was it just to emphasize to Su Jingchu the division of labor and responsibilities between the two? Sister Jing, please wait a moment. How about we listen to Jiang Chen's explanation first? Su Luowei hesitated for a moment, but still spoke up to help Jiang Chen. Luowei, you're always too supportive of him. He doesn't understand anything at all and is just completely reckless. How could we give up on such an excellent trainee like Yi Menging so easily? Su Jingchu was furious. At this moment, Yan Shuaxin and Su Mengyao also stood up from the sofa. They actually don't know much about what's going on inside Chunwe Entertainment. But they all felt that what Jiang Chen had just done was a bit inappropriate. How could the contract of a trainee who had already signed the contract be changed arbitrarily? And the change is towards worse treatment. Who would agree to such a thing? If the purpose is just to clarify the responsibilities at the first possible moment, using an intern as a scapegoat is really inappropriate. Su Mengyao stuck out her tongue, quickly took a glass of water from the dispenser and handed it to Su Jingchu. After Su Jingchu took several sips, she finally calmed down. She looked at the puzzled expressions on the faces of several people in the office and knew that no one might understand the inside story. After sighing slightly, he slowly explained, "You may not know much about Yi Menging's situation. This little girl is only 19 years old, but she's the most hardworking and outstanding trainee I've ever seen. Even Luo way back then was a little behind her in this respect." As she spoke, she glanced in Su Luowei's direction. Su Luowei's face suddenly turned slightly red. In fact, she had tried very hard back then, but it was not to the point of desperation. Actually, I was also very curious. Why would such a young girl train so hard? One night 2 months ago, I was working overtime at the company until very late before going home. When I passed by the practice room, I found that she was still practicing inside. I was curious, so I went in and asked her this question. Although the girl's expression changed a little, she just smiled and said she wasn't afraid of being tired. I knew she didn't want to talk, so I chatted with her for a long time. During our chat, I discovered she was actually quite cheerful and humorous. I told her a lot of things from the past, and she found them all very interesting. Finally, when I saw it was too late and was about to go back, I asked her the same question again. This time, she was silent for a long time before she slowly told me the truth. Hearing this, everyone in the office looked curious. What did Yi Menging say? Su Jingchu sighed and continued. This little girl told me that her mother died in an accident when she was 6 years old. She always missed the time when her mother was around. She remembered that when she was a child, her mother loved listening to songs and humming. So, she really wanted to become a singer so that her mother could hear her singing. She felt that as long as she stood high enough and her singing voice could reach far enough, her mother would be able to hear her voice even in the distant heaven. She said her mother used to hum songs for her, but now that she has grown up, it's her turn to sing for her mother. When Su Jingchu finished speaking, her eyes were slightly red. So she always works harder than anyone else, hoping that one day she can stand on a bigger and higher stage and perform for her mother. After listening to Su Jingchu's words, the women in the office were all silent. None of them had expected that Yi Menging, who usually looked so strong and hardworking, actually had such a story behind her. No wonder this little girl is not afraid of any hardship. Behind the seemingly strong appearance. Actually, I just miss my mom. The atmosphere in the office gradually became quiet. The women all looked a little strange, and then they all looked at Jiang Chen. Even Su Luowei couldn't help but glance at Jiang Chen with a reproachful look. Thinking about it this way, Jiang Chen's actions just now were indeed a bit excessive. The girl worked so hard just to get more opportunities to perform on stage. But this guy took out the trainee basic contract and gave it to the other person. How big of a blow was this to Yi Menging? They all saw Yi Menging walking out of the office with the contract in her hand, looking somewhat dazed. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the 4 women looking at him with unfriendly eyes, feeling speechless. How did he know the details about Yi Menging? It wasn't written on the document just now. In the dormitory. The girl with the bald head gently read the contents on the paper. You always say there's plenty of time. You can wait for me. I didn't understand before. Maybe tomorrow, but there will be a future. Missing you is a pain that can breathe. It lives in every corner of me. It hurts to hum the song you love. It hurts to read your letter. Even silence hurts. Regret is a pain that breathes. It stays in the blood and rolls back and forth. Regret for not being considerate will hurt. I hate not understanding that you will feel pain. I swear I won't lie anymore. The more I love you, the tighter I will hold you. I'm becoming more and more like a shell. Fear of being touched. It's good that you're back. It would be nice to be able to do it again. The girl's voice continued to ring in the quiet dormitory. What does this say? After Xia Tingqing finished reading, he scratched his head in confusion, turned the paper over and over twice, but found that there was a music score written on the other side of the draft paper. He was stunned for a moment. It seems to be a song? Hearing this, the other girls came over curiously. No one noticed that Ji Menging, who was originally sitting on the bed, seemed to tremble violently with her long eyelashes after hearing those short sentences. Then he looked up in disbelief. Were the lyrics that Qing just read out the ones on the paper? For some reason, she listened to every word of the lyrics. The heart, which was originally filled with grievances and sadness, seemed to be deeply touched by something. If she heard correctly. Is this song? An idea that shocked her extremely slowly emerged from her mind. Chapter 34, Missing You is a breathing pain. It's really a song, with the melody written next to it. The chubby girl looked at the contents on the draft paper and said in surprise. But why is this draft paper with the song written on it stuck in this contract? Xia Tingqing was puzzled. Do you think this song was written by Director Jiang? A girl asked, and then everyone looked at Ji Menging on the bed. This contract document was brought back by Yi Menging, so she should know it best. At this moment, the tears on Yi Menging's face had stopped, and she stared blankly at the draft paper. The scene of Jiang Chen handing her the draft paper more than 20 minutes ago once again appeared in her mind. If you're willing to re-sign the contract, the contents of this paper are yours. She nodded blankly and said in a broken voice. It was given to me by Director Jiang. He said, if you're willing to revise the contract, you should give me this piece of paper. Hearing this, all the girls were stunned. What? What is this requirement? Change the contract and give away songs? Mu Ning, don't believe his nonsense. How can we change the contract just for a song? Exactly. You have an S-rank trainee contract. The profit share of the basic trainee contract is too low. This is a complete scam. The girls started talking angrily. Xia Tingqing's gaze was always on Yi Menging. Compared to before, Yi Menging's mood seemed to have improved a lot and she was willing to speak. Could this transformation be related to what's on this piece of paper? She looked at the draft paper in her hand and suddenly said, how about we try to sing this song? The girls in the dormitory looked at her in surprise. However, Xia Tingqing did not hesitate much. She observed very carefully and it was obvious that Ji Menging stopped crying after listening to the lyrics of this song. This song seemed to be very touching to Yi Menging. Would it be better if I sang it? Thinking of this, she didn't wait for Yi Menging's reply, but turned around and went to the cabinet by the wall to take out the guitar. Trainees usually have to practice singing, and almost everyone has a guitar. She returned to the bed with her guitar in her arms, and seeing that Ji Menging didn't seem to intend to stop her, she became even more certain of her thoughts. She sat down on the bed opposite Yi Menging and put the draft paper on the small table beside the bed. She had just roughly gone over the melody on the draft paper, but she was still not very familiar with it. So she didn't rush to sing, but recited the lyrics and melody several times. Then he gently plucked the guitar strings, coughed, cleared his throat, and slowly sang while looking at the draft paper. My first view from Tokyo Tower. Watch the lights imitate the light of falling stars. I finally arrived, but even sadder. One person fulfills our dream. The girls in the dormitory gathered around and watched her curiously sing the song on the paper word by word. A melody with a hint of sadness came out of her mouth and slowly echoed in the dormitory. However, there was no special expression on the girls' faces. After all, the melody of the first few lines of lyrics doesn't sound anything special. The melody is relatively plain, with just a hint of sadness. You always say there's plenty of time. You can wait for me. I didn't understand before. Not necessarily tomorrow. There will be a future. Xia Tingqing sang a few more lines. The melody gradually began to rise, and seemed to become catchy all of a sudden. The girls looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. If this song was written by the new director Jiang, it seems to be of some quality. But just because of the song, he wanted Yi Menging to sign a basic contract with a lower profit share. Is it still a bit too much? Xia Tingqing continued to sing. Missing you is a pain that can breathe. It lives in every corner of me. It hurts to hum the song you love. Reading your letter hurts, even silence hurts. The climax gradually sounded. The girls were all stunned. Even Yi Menging, who was lying on the bed, had a dull expression at this moment. The chorus of this song is so nice. The girl stared blankly at Xia Tingqing lying on the bed. Xia Tingqing held the guitar, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. However, she felt that she seemed to have grasped the feeling of the song a little bit, and she quickly concentrated her mind and did not dare to relax. Continue to feel it seriously and immerse yourself in the singing. Regret is a pain that breathes. It flows back and forth in the blood. Regret for not being considerate will hurt. I hate not understanding that you will feel pain. The most painful thing is wanting to see someone but not being able to see them. Sounds good. It sounds really nice. There was a hint of surprise in the girl's eyes, but she couldn't believe her ears. They all knew Xia Tingqing's singing ability, which was not particularly outstanding among all the trainees. But at this time, they felt that the song sung by Xia Tingqing was so catchy and beautiful. Oh my god, this song is so catchy. This melody, and the lyrics, it makes me feel heartbroken. It's really well written. Is it really written by the new director Jiang? Amazing. This song will definitely be a hit. A gentle breeze swept across the balcony. She playfully lifted the gauze curtain one by one. The sunlight also cooperated, and the light and shadows flickered on the dormitory floor, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. Yi Menging's hair fluttered gently in the breeze. The tear marks on her face had dried up, and she looked at Xia Tingqing with a dull look. Her singing kept ringing in my ears. I swear I won't lie anymore. The more I love you, the tighter I'll hold you. My smile is fake. The soul seems to be floating. I'm becoming more and more like a shell. Fear of being touched. It's good that you're back. It would be nice to be able to do it again. 2 minutes later. As the girl with the ball head hair played the last note of the guitar, she finally took a deep breath, raised her head, and looked at her roommates. The dormitory was quiet. Only the breeze flipped the trainee contract on the table, making a rustling sound. A long while passed. Then a girl murmured. It's really nice. What song is this? I feel like crying. Me too. I don't know why, but when I listen to this song, my eyes get red unconsciously. Missing you is like the pain of breathing. Is this a love song? I didn't expect director Jiang to be so good at writing love songs. I've never heard a song with such a melody before. If this song is released, it will definitely be a hit. Yeah, love songs of this quality are so rare. The girls echoed. Wait a moment. Wrong. Yi Menging on the bed opened her mouth slightly, her fists were clenched tightly, and her fingers were a little white. I kept emphasizing in my heart. This is not a love song. At this moment, her eyes were filled with disbelief. If she had only been unable to believe and doubt in her heart before. But when Xia Tingqing finished singing, she was completely sure. This is definitely not a love song. But this is. Her eyes involuntarily turned red again. By the way. Xia Tingqing suddenly remembered something, looked at the trainee basic contract on the table, and swallowed involuntarily. By the way, Director Jiang, is this what you're saying? If we just revise this contract, we can get a song like this? She had just finished speaking. All the girls in the dormitory stopped talking. Then, everyone's eyes fell on the contract, and silence fell in the dormitory. Xia Tingqing's words reminded them. If, as long as you sign a basic trainee contract, you can get this kind of song. So what will they choose? No one spoke, but the fiery look in their eyes accidentally revealed their true thoughts. Are you kidding? Do I even need a choice? If I could debut with this song. It will definitely be popular. Compared to this matter, contracts and such are not important at all. What about a 25% share? What about a 40% share? If it's not popular, it's useless even if the company gives you 100%. Xia Tingqing smiled and raised her head to say something, but found that Yi Menging had gotten off the bed at some point. She was not wearing shoes and stood barefoot on the floor. Her fingers trembled as she picked up the draft paper from the table. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at the lyrics on the paper. Xia Tingqing stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed, but also a little envious, and said, "Mu Ning, I was just kidding. This love song was written by director Jiang specifically for you. It seems that the company wants to focus on training you." Upon hearing this, the other girls looked at Yi Menging with some envy. Ah, no wonder director Jiang wants to re-sign the contract. This kind of song is bound to be a hit no matter who it's given. How can we give such a high commission? Yeah, the company really spent a lot of money this time. They didn't even leave such a good song for President Su to sing. It seems like Mu Ning will be able to debut soon. Yi Menging didn't hear what the people around her were saying. At this moment, there was only one voice left in her heart. This song is not a love song. Not a love song. This song is. It's written for my mom. She clutched the piece of draft paper tightly, her hands trembling. Once again, she couldn't hold back her tears and they streamed down her cheeks. The girls in the dormitory were stunned by the scene before them. They looked at each other with puzzled expressions, and were at a loss as to what was going on. Yi Menging wiped the corners of her eyes, no longer hesitated, took the paper, and ran straight out the door. Only a group of girls were left in the dormitory staring at each other. After a while, Xia Tingqing suddenly remembered, "Hey! Mu Ning, you haven't put on your shoes yet." Chapter 35 Barefoot Yi Menging. In the office, Su Jingqiu took a deep breath and spoke in a bad tone. Her idea was simple: Yi Menging was the most hard-working and promising trainee in Chunwe Entertainment, and she should not suffer such injustice. She didn't ask about other things, but she firmly disagreed with this matter. Hearing this, the other women in the office also looked at Zhang Chen. This time, even Su Luowei remained silent, which was unusual for her, and did not speak up for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen leaned back in his chair speechlessly. He only just understood Yi Menging's situation. However, he didn't think there was anything wrong with his recent arrangement. It was precisely because Yi Menging worked hard enough and was excellent enough, and because this girl had reasons to fight for her life, that he felt even more that the contract should be modified. Otherwise things will only get worse, just like what happened to him back then. He has the ability to send Yi Menging to a bigger stage, and he also has the ability to provide Yi Menging with enough resources to make her a big star, but the prerequisite is that she must follow her own pace. Although a bit overbearing, a bit arrogant and unreasonable. But after thinking it over again and again, he still couldn't help but do it. Perhaps it would be unfair to Yi Menging to modify her contract and adjust her life and destiny. But for Zhang Chen, this was a path he had no choice but to take. If he lets Yi Menging go down his old path because of his neglect, then he will never have peace in his life. So he wanted to set such a set of rules for Chunwe Entertainment. It's not just Yi Menging, every artist in Chunwe Entertainment will be the same in the future. If you want to be famous, you have to modify your contract. You want to earn less money, but you must work at the company's pace. The money saved from modifying the contract will serve as a retreat for the artists, giving everyone enough opportunities to bravely say no. This will not change because of anyone. I said it. I am the music director of Chunwe Entertainment. If I think it is necessary to modify the contract, I will modify it. You're the agent. Just focus on your own job. You don't need to be involved in everything, Zhang Chen said firmly. Su Jingqiu became even more angry, and then a feeling of extreme disappointment surged in his heart. She originally thought that with Zhang Chen's talent, he could at least do a good job as a music director. But unexpectedly, Zhang Chen's way of handling the situation was completely chaotic. Su Luowei saw Su Jingqiu's disappointment, but she did not choose to be angry with Zhang Chen like Su Jingqiu. After hesitating for a while, she suddenly walked silently behind Zhang Chen and gently kneaded his shoulders with her small hands. Honey, I also think the contract we just gave Mu Ning was a bit too much. How about we call her back and have a proper discussion? She knew that although Zhang Chen usually looked like he didn't care about anything, he was actually stubborn and sometimes she had to just go along with him. If she insisted on communicating with him in a tough manner, it would only have the opposite effect. If Jiang Chen's temper was really provoked, things might get even worse. Perhaps it was Su Luowei's actions that eased the tense atmosphere in the office a little. I don't care. Su Jingqiu took a deep breath and his tone became a little calmer, but still very determined. I personally recruited Yi Menging. I won't allow her to leave Chunwe Entertainment without a clear reason. If Jiang Chen doesn't want to talk to her, then I'll go talk to her myself. She thought clearly that if a trainee with great potential like Yi Menging chose to leave Chunwe Entertainment because of what happened today, it would definitely be a loss for the company. If you go and negotiate on your own, you'll be the music director from now on. Jiang Chen slammed the table and said angrily. He was also a little depressed in his heart, thinking that his luck was really bad. Originally, I wanted to use this incident to draw a line between me and Su Jingqiu, so that she would understand how to work with me. But unexpectedly, Yi Menging, the best trainee in the company, has a story behind her. Instead, it makes things more complicated. He knew that Su Jingqiu was not a bad person, but she was just meddling too much. Worrying too much will cause confusion, and sometimes being nagging will only delay things. He also believed that as long as Yi Menging could carefully take a look at the contents on the paper after returning to the dormitory, she would definitely know what to choose. You can't ask him to explain to Yi Menging that this is a very good song, and as long as you are willing to accept this song, changing the contract is actually no big deal. You're clearly the one giving, why are you still coaxing me like a child? Jiang Chen knew that this situation only occurred because Yi Menging's situation was special. If it happened to any other trainee today, the situation would probably be much better. Husband. Su Luowei didn't know how to deal with the current situation and could only continue to comfort Jiang Chen. She also didn't know why Jiang Chen insisted on changing Yi Menging's contract. Is this matter important? Jiang Chen pinched his brows with a headache. The key to this matter is that he has no idea when Yi Menging will see the draft paper. What if this silly girl finds out tomorrow? Won't those women be annoyed to death by him tonight? Su Jingqiu has always had a stubborn attitude towards work and can never tolerate any flaws. If this matter is not handled properly today, there will probably be greater troubles and conflicts in the future. Jiang Chen sighed and subconsciously took out a cigarette from the cigarette box. Damn, I have such bad luck. Su Luowei knew that Jiang Chen's action meant that he had probably compromised in his heart, and smoking was just to relieve the depression in his heart. She smiled gently and winked at Su Jingqiu. It's done. Jiang Chen puffed out smoke for a long time before letting out a breath. Call Yi Menging back. Forget it, forget it. I just wanted to get along with these women as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be disrespected and misunderstood in return. Let us just be honest and stop pretending. This song is of very high quality and will definitely be a hit. Don't believe it if you don't believe it. Okay, I'll call her now. Su Jingqiu also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Jiang Chen is finally willing to compromise. The person who tied the bell must untie it. If Jiang Chen could speak up, it would certainly be much better than her speaking up herself. She took out her cell phone, found Yi Menging's number, and was about to press the dial button. There were several hurried knocks at the office door. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone turned to look. But he saw Yi Menging's figure, who had appeared at the office door without him noticing when. Her eyes were slightly red and swollen, and she was holding a piece of draft paper tightly in her hand, as if she had just cried. Seeing her, several people in the office were a little surprised. Afterwards, everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to her lower body. Because they all noticed that the little girl who suddenly appeared at the door was not wearing shoes. She was barefoot, standing on the cold floor. There were some stains on the white soles of the feet, but you could still tell that they were a pair of beautiful feet. Her skin is delicate and smooth. She steps on the somewhat cold floor. Her ankles are slender, her curves are soft, and her toes are delicate and small, like a carefully carved jade sculpture. She is very cute. Her chest was rising and falling slightly, and she was panting, as if she had just run over here barefoot. Su Jingqiu's eyes fell on the piece of draft paper in Yi Menging's hand, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She knew that it was the draft paper where Jiang Chen had scribbled. Jiang Chen, this bastard, not only played such a bad joke on Yi Menging with the trainee basic contract, but also used a piece of draft paper to fool this silly girl who made people feel a little sorry for her. Seeing Yi Menging's somewhat distraught look, she felt a little distressed in her heart. She could imagine how desperate and aggrieved Yi Menging would feel when she returned and found out that all Jiang Chen had given her was a piece of scribbled draft paper. Mu Ning, why are you here? Su Jingqiu stepped forward and said with a troubled look on her face, I was just about to call you and ask you to come over. What Director Jiang said to you before was just a joke. Don't take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Yi Mengying was stunned for a moment and looked at her in a daze. She came here this time just for the song on paper. If she guessed correctly, this song meant more to her than anything else. She was willing to sign any contract as long as she could get the song. But what did Sister Jing just say? Director Jiang is joking? She looked at Su Jingchu somewhat bewilderedly, then at Zhang Chun, who was sitting at the desk. Could it be that Director Jiang is not going to give her this song again? Is it because she didn't respond in time, so Director Jiang was angry? I'm sorry, I was just. Yi Mengying's face turned pale and he tried to explain in a panic. But her voice became smaller and smaller halfway through her words, and finally she bit her lip and lowered her head. Yes, it was all her fault. When Director Jiang handed the song to her, he had already emphasized the above points, but she did not take it to heart. It was her mistake. She couldn't deceive herself and had no room for excuses. Could it be that she couldn't even keep this song? This song clearly. Yi Mengying's appearance surprised everyone in the office. Su Jingchu took 2 steps forward, wanting to continue comforting her. However, Zhang Chen sat calmly on the chair and slowly put out the cigarette but in the ashtray. He noticed the distressed look in the little girl's eyes and knew that she must have understood what was written on the draft paper. Yes, perhaps only she could understand it so quickly. In the office, his calm voice rang out. I'm not kidding, that piece of scratch paper is for you. The prerequisite is still to change the contract. This is the company's rule. Zhang Chen spoke calmly. At this moment, it seems that there is no need to explain anything anymore. Yi Mengying's condition is enough to explain everything. When Su Jingchu saw this, he couldn't help but look anxious again. Why did Zhang Chen bring up the contract again out of the blue? She was about to say something. But Yi Mengying beside him suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and gratitude. Without any hesitation, she said in a trembling voice. Thank you, Director Jiang. I do. Hearing this, everyone in the office was stunned. Chapter 36. There is a song on the draft paper. Mu-Ning, what did you just say? Su Jingchu looked at Yi Mengying in disbelief. She was a little suspicious whether she had just heard it wrong. I'm sorry, Sister Jing. Yi Mengying bit her lips slightly and said with a choked voice. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have hesitated. Please give me another chance. I'm willing to sign a basic trainee contract. You are willing to change the contract? Su Jingchu was a little dumbfounded. What is going on? Why doesn't she understand? Yi Mengying has signed an S-level trainee contract with the company, and Qingcheng Entertainment has offered better conditions to poach her. Why would she want to change the contract? Yes, as long as the company can let me sing this song. I'm willing to do anything. Yi Mengying tightly grasped the draft paper in his hand and spoke very seriously, even with a hint of pleading in his tone. After hearing her words, several people in the office were stunned for a moment, and then their eyes fell on Yi Mengying's hands. The piece of draft paper that Zhang Chen had scribbled on was tightly held in the little girl's hand, as if it were some extremely precious treasure. Xiao Yi, can you let me see the paper in your hand? Yan Shuexin frowned slightly and walked forward in confusion. If she remembered correctly, this draft paper seemed to be the one Zhang Chen had just scribbled on while pretending to work. Seeing Queen Yan suddenly talking to him, Yi Mengying was startled, and then said nervously. Yes. She looked carefully at the draft paper in her hand, then handed it to Yan Shuexin. Yan Shuexin took the draft paper and found that there were indeed some scribblings on it. But what follows are lines of short sentences. There is also a melody next to the short sentence. Su Mengyao and Su Luowei both came over at this time, stood behind Yan Shuexin, and looked at the paper together. Then he opened his mouth in surprise. What was written on the paper was a song? Looking at the short sentences and melody on the paper, Yan Shuexin's expression couldn't help but change. Breathing pain. First view from Tokyo Tower. Watch the lights imitate falling stars. Missing you is a pain that can breathe. It lives in every corner of me. It hurts to hum the song you love. Reading your letter hurts, even silence hurts. Regret is a pain that can breathe. She looked at the lyrics line by line on the paper. The surprise in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. As a queen of pop, her musical level is naturally much higher than Xia Tingqing's. Just by reading the lyrics once, she knew that this was definitely a good song. Good songs all have artistic conception, and the lyrics of this song have a strong artistic conception and a unique angle of approach. These are all signs of a good song. There was an indescribable light flashing in Yan Shuexin's eyes. She was absolutely certain that this piece of draft paper was the one Jiang Chen had just scribbled on. Could it be that? Did Jiang Chen write such a song in just a few minutes? But how is this possible? This guy's expression at that time was obviously not serious at all. Yan Shuexin knows many excellent music producers. There are many people whose level makes her call them teachers, but she has never seen anyone create such a complete song in such a short time. At this time, Su Jingqiu also saw the lyrics on the paper. However, her musical level is the lowest among everyone here, and it is difficult to tell whether the song is good or bad in a short period of time. She looked at Ji Menging with some confusion. Mu Ning, is this song the only reason you're willing to change the contract? Yi Menging nodded, hesitated for a moment, and bit her lip. I know that director Jiang is willing to give me this song, which is already an extra favor to me. If revising the contract is not enough, I can add a few more years to the contract. Su Jingqiu was stunned again. Yi Menging currently has a 5-year contract with Chunwe Entertainment. This is considered a relatively long contract among trainees. Most trainees sign contracts for 3 years. Within 3 years, if the trainee performs well, he or she can sign a debut contract again. If she had not offered Yi Menging better conditions at the time and promised her many benefits after her debut, she would not have been able to sign such a long contract. For this song, you are so. Su Jingqiu was a little confused. She wanted to say, is it really necessary for you to pay so much for this song? But halfway through his words, he realized that he was Chunwe Entertainment's agent and immediately stopped talking. What she didn't know was that Yi Menging knew more than she thought. She knew that if she continued her normal development, in 5 years, if her fame could enter the ranks of first or second tier stars, then she could change companies and continue her development. This will give you the opportunity to get better contract treatment. But she knew in her heart that all this was based on her fame. She knows the value of the song Breathing Pain better than anyone else. This song will definitely be a hit. Debuting with this song is like airlifting her to the ranks of second-tier stars. She doesn't even need to learn how to walk, she can run directly. Besides, this is just his debut. If it were in another entertainment company, a trainee with no fame at all would never be able to get a song like this. Because it would be a complete waste to let a trainee sing a song of this quality. In Chunwe Entertainment, the person who is most suitable to sing this song is actually Sister Luo Wei. Only her singing can bring enough benefits to the company. Director Zhang's willingness to let her sing this song is simply a benefit. In comparison, the basic contract with a profit share of only 10% is insignificant. On the side, Su Luowei and Su Mengyao also gradually finished reading the lyrics on the paper. The two looked at each other, with incredible light flashing in their eyes. The quality of this song is so great. Jiang Chen actually used it to train trainees? Su Luowei had seen Jiang Chen write songs more than once, so even though she was filled with surprise, she was able to control herself. But Su Mengyao opened her mouth wide. It was the first time she heard Jiang Chen sing a song. She looked at the draft paper in Yan Shuexin's hand, then at Jiang Chen at the desk. I went back and forth several times, but I couldn't suppress the shock in my heart. Isn't this senior brother-in-law a scoundrel writer? How did he write that? And, wasn't he just slacking off? Chapter 37 Yi Menging's Breathing Pain. Su Jingqiu also felt the shock in the eyes of Su Luowei and others. She looked at Yi Menging with a complicated expression. Mu Ning, please sing this song to me so I can feel it too. She was the one who reacted most strongly at first. I thought Jiang Chen was just messing around and had a big tantrum, but now things suddenly seemed to be a little off. Yi Menging was really eager to revise the contract. Some people were being unreasonable, and it seemed like she was the one. Is this song really that good? She glanced at the draft paper. Why were Queen Yan and the others so shocked? She was a little confused and could only let Yi Menging sing for a while. I'll get the guitar. Su Mengyao raised her hand very actively. In fact, her situation is not much better than Su Jingqiu's. As the younger junior sister of Yan Shuexin and Su Luowei, she is still a student at school. In addition, she is usually more playful, so the gap in her professional level compared with her two senior sisters is not a little bit. In this short moment, she can only vaguely feel that what was written on the paper was a very good song. But I am not sure how good it is. She was the first one to arrive in the office, so no one knew better than her that the draft paper was originally just a completely blank A4 paper next to the printer, and she only took it away after Jiang Chen told her to. So she was absolutely certain that what was on the paper was written by Jiang Chen. During that period of pretending, Jiang Chen actually finished writing a song? Isn't this too incredible? Su Mengyao suppressed her shock and took the guitar from the office next door. Yan Shuexin returned the draft paper to Yi Menging. She also wanted to hear how far Jiang Chen could go with this song. The little girl took the guitar and draft paper, but was a little confused. Why do you suddenly want her to sing? In front of Sister Luo Wei and Yan Shuexin, this. She looked obviously nervous. It's okay, don't be nervous, just sing seriously. Su Luo Wei walked up to her, gently stroked her back, and comforted her softly. Okay, yes. Yi Menging looked at the draft paper in his hand, took a deep breath, and his eyes gradually became steady from nervousness and panic. She is the most outstanding trainee in Chunwe Entertainment, with strong professional ability and psychological quality. Normally, when I was being tested on stage, the situation wasn't much better than it is now. She knew that this was a special assessment. Although Sister Jing and Sister Luo Wei did not say it explicitly, whether or not this song should be sung by her was definitely not enough to rely solely on the care of the music director. The resources of entertainment companies are very valuable, and every resource allocation must be subject to assessment in order to be convincing. So, Yi Menging took a deep breath, hugged the guitar, and sat down on a chair. Even for this song, she must do her best. She wants to prove that she can sing this song well. After sitting down on the chair, she did not rush to sing, but first picked up the draft paper and went over it carefully twice. She had just heard Xia Tingqing sing it once in the dormitory, so she already had a basic impression of the lyrics and melody, and just needed to familiarize herself with it briefly. No one spoke in the office, everyone was waiting patiently. Only Jiang Chen was half lying on the seat in a somewhat lazy posture. In fact, he was also a little curious about whether Yi Menging, with her current level as a trainee, could handle this somewhat special song. After a while, Yi Menging finally put down the draft paper and cleared his throat. Then she stretched out her beautiful white fingers and slowly plucked the guitar strings. A melody with a hint of sadness gradually sounded. My first view from Tokyo Tower. Watch the lights imitate the light of falling stars. I finally arrived, but even sadder. One person fulfills our dream. Driven by the melody, Yi Menging gently opened her mouth. Her voice was very pleasant, with an ethereal quality. Her basic skills were very solid, and her pitch was very well controlled. As soon as she opened her mouth, Su Luo Wei couldn't help but nod. This girl is indeed the best among all the trainees and has the potential to become a professional singer. No wonder Sister Jing plans to focus on training her. Moreover, this little girl is good at dancing, and has a good figure and appearance. If enough resources are invested, the speed of growth will definitely exceed everyone's expectations. You always say there is plenty of time. You can wait for me. I didn't understand before. There may not be a future tomorrow. Perhaps because she was not familiar with it, Yi Menging's singing seemed a little hesitant at the beginning. But soon, she found that special feeling and gradually immersed herself in the singing. In the office, everyone was listening to the melody carefully and nodding from time to time. The melody of this song is really well written, and the girl's expression is also very good. But Yi Menging's eyes suddenly turned red. The lyrics say, there may not be tomorrow, but there will be a future. The scene of that day couldn't help but emerge in her mind. After school, I went home and pestered my mother in the kitchen to take me to the park to watch the Sugarman show. But her mother smiled and pinched her little nose. Why are you in such a hurry? The grandpa who sells candy figures comes here every day. Mom will go with you tomorrow. The result came the next day. The old man selling sugar figures really came again. He also gave her a rabbit candy man with a smile. But the gentle figure who had promised to stay by her side never appeared again. 2 tears fell silently down her cheeks. Missing you is a pain that can breathe. It lives in every corner of me. It hurts to hum the song you love. Reading your letter hurts, even silence hurts. In the office, several women were stunned. Originally, they were still listening to the melody attentively, nodding their heads in approval from time to time. But the moment Yi Menging opened her mouth, their minds went blank. Everyone felt as if their heart was being tugged at. Heartache, regret, sorrow, longing. They didn't know how to describe the emotions Yi Menging expressed at this time. But it doesn't matter anymore. Because at this time, when they looked at Yi Menging, whose eyes were already filled with tears, they gradually understood the real meaning of this song. Even a singer as talented as the Queen Yan Shuexin didn't realize in that short time that the real emotion the song wanted to express was missing her mother. No wonder. The little girl will. Yan Shuexin looked at Yi Menging and the draft paper, her expression gradually becoming complicated. On the side, Su Jingchu was also shocked and completely speechless. The moment this song sounded, only then did she understand why Yi Menging made such a choice. He ran over in a hurry without even wearing shoes. This song really belongs to her. Only she can sing it well. This song is priceless to her. In the office, the atmosphere gradually became quiet. Everyone was listening attentively to Yi Menging's singing in melody. 2 minutes later, Yi Menging's singing gradually came to an end. It's good that you're back. It would be nice to be able to do it again. The singing and melody stopped at this moment. But Yi Menging's choking voice did not stop. At this moment, she finally couldn't suppress her emotions anymore and sobbed softly. Mom, your daughter misses you. Can you hear me? The office was unusually quiet, and the only sound that could be heard was Yi Menging's intermittent crying. No one bothered her. This girl has been suppressed for too long and needs to vent. I don't know how long it took. Yi Menging's crying finally subsided. She suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen, who was sitting on the seat. Director Jiang. Thank you. As long as you can let me sing this song, I'm willing to agree to any conditions. Please. The girl's voice was choked and trembling, and it sounded extremely heartbreaking. Ahem. Jiang Chen knew it was his turn to perform. He tapped his fingers on the table and was about to stand up and say something pretentious. But Su Luowei had already stepped forward and gently hugged Yi Menging. Don't worry, this song is yours. I agreed on behalf of Director Jiang. Chapter 38. We all want to change the contract. What does it feel like when your pretense is interrupted? Uncomfortable. Feeling uncomfortable? Jiang Chen felt as if he had punched cotton, and it was extremely uncomfortable. I had even thought of some sexy words to show off, but I didn't expect that the little girl would beat me to it. It's like, you're hungry in the middle of the night and want to eat a bag of instant noodles. The water boiled and the bowls were washed, but when I tore open the last bag of instant noodles, I found that there was no seasoning packet inside. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly, leaning back in his chair with his eyes dull. Happiness disappeared. In the office, Yi Menging gradually stopped crying with Su Luowei's comfort. Su Jingchu found a pair of slippers from somewhere and asked the girl to put them on. She told her to go back and have a good rest, and that the contract could be revised tomorrow. After Yi Menging left, the office suddenly became quiet. The women seemed to have not yet recovered from what had just happened. After a long while, they looked at each other, and then looked at Jiang Chen with a strange look. They all understood the song Breathing Pain sung by Yi Menging. No one expected that this song, which seemed like a love song at first glance, would contain such a touching meaning, as if it was tailor-made for Yi Menging. How did Jiang Chen write it? Husband, did you know about Mu Ning's situation in advance? Su Luowei couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. Hearing this, Su Jingchu and others gradually reacted. Yes, there is no such coincidence in this world. Could it be that Jiang Chen specifically inquired about Yi Menging's situation and then wrote such a song to trick the girl into changing her contract? If that's true, then that's really asshole. Jiang Chen felt the questioning gazes of several people and suddenly rolled his eyes in his heart. He really just wrote this song casually at that time. Who knew Yi Menging would be in this situation? If I say that all this is destined by God, would you believe it? The women all shook their heads. Okay. Jiang Chen stood up angrily. Then I'll go find Yi Menging now and ask her to return the song to me. Don't give me that. Su Luowei pinched him on the lower back in annoyance, which stopped him from tossing around. In fact, after thinking about it carefully, she was willing to believe what Jiang Chen said. After all, even she didn't know much about Yi Menging's situation. If Su Jingchu hadn't found out about it out of curiosity at the time, perhaps no one would know about it today. Yi Menging always keeps her thoughts hidden deep in her heart and never opens them up to anyone easily. It may be a good thing for her that she can vent the emotions that have been suppressed in her heart for many years because of this song today. Could it be? It's really just like what Jiang Chen said. Is all this arranged by God? For a moment, no one spoke. Everyone had some weird ideas in their mind. Maybe there really are things in this world that cannot be explained. It was by a mysterious and strange coincidence that this song was delivered to Yi Menging. Or maybe this is the mother in that distant place, telling Mu Ning in this special way. In fact, she has always been by her daughter's side. Looking at the few people who gradually fell into deep thought, Jiang Chen didn't say anything, even though he didn't want to believe in the nonsense about gods and ghosts. But his existence is the most inexplicable thing in this world, and there is no way to delve into it. After much thought, the most important thing is to live your own life well. The reason why Yi Menging got this song was not only a coincidence, but also related to her usual efforts. If he had found that Yi Menging's daily performance was not so outstanding when he picked up the information just now, then perhaps the person who got this song would be the next trainee. All this depends not only on luck but also on Yi Meng's usual efforts. Okay, stop daydreaming. The trainees have stabilized here. Hurry and take this pile of information away. He interrupted everyone's thoughts without any hesitation, and then pointed to the pile of information on the table. After the matter was over, he also had to emphasize the rules with Su Jingqiu. Su Jingqiu was stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously retorted. You just dated one person, how come you're already stable? Even if Yi Menging is fine, what about the other trainees? Unconsciously, she couldn't help but interfere with Jiang Chen's decision. In the past, Chunwe Entertainment was managed by her alone, and she had to worry about everything. It was really difficult for her to make the transition at once. But now the situation is completely different. Su Luowei had little time to manage the company before, and Su Jingqiu could decide many things by himself, so naturally he had to worry about everything. Now Jiang Chen is the music director. He is both the boss and the director, so his responsibilities are naturally different. The division of labor between the two parties needs to be very clear to ensure the smooth progress of the work. Lao Chu, how did you get into the company in the first place? Did you go through the back door? Jiang Chen asked unhappily. When Su Jingqiu heard this, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What does it mean to sneak into the company? She is a gold medal agent. The national goddess Su Luowei was brought up by her. Jiang Chen, I admit that you did a great job just now. You kept Yi Menging here completely. She said unconvincingly, but the current situation at Chunwe Entertainment isn't as optimistic as you think. Other entertainment companies are constantly contacting our artists and trainees, causing everyone in the company to be in a very unstable state. If we don't take advantage of this time to stabilize the situation, we'll be even more passive later. So we still have to be more serious and interview each trainee step by step. This is the safest approach. As she was speaking, there were several light knocks on the office door. Thump, thump, thump. A girl with a bun hairstyle appeared at the door, followed by 7 or 8 other girls. Please, is Director Jiang? Director Jiang here? The girl with a bun standing in the front asked with some hesitation and embarrassment. Seeing this scene, Su Jingqiu couldn't help but be stunned. Of course she knew these girls. They were all trainees who were recruited into the company at the same time as Yi Menging. What do you want to see Director Jiang about? Su Jingqiu waved doubtfully and let them in. The girls obviously didn't expect that there would be so many people in the office besides Jiang Chen. Sister Jing, Sister Luowei are all here, and Yan, Queen Yan. For a moment, everyone was a little nervous. Even Xia Tingqing, who had always been carefree, was a little timid at this time. We came to see Director Jiang, yes, we want to discuss the contract. She said hesitantly. Contract? Su Jingqiu frowned when she heard this. What contract are you talking about? Haven't you already signed the contract? Why, after only 3 months, you want to change to a better contract? Her expression gradually became stern, knowing that other entertainment companies had been offering these trainees better conditions than the last in order to poach them. If it weren't for the penalty clause in the contract, most of the trainees would have packed up and left long ago. No. Xia Tingqing was startled and quickly shook her head. We just also want to change to a trainee, basic contract. At the end of her speech, her voice gradually became softer and she lowered her head a little embarrassedly. After Yi Menging returned to the dormitory, they slowly learned the whole story from Yi Menging, including the entire process of Director Jiang's conversation with her, as well as the conditions Director Jiang offered at the time. As long as you change the contract, this song will be yours. They have all heard Breathing Pain and know what the song means. If I could make my debut with this song, it would be like riding a rocket. Especially Xia Tingqing, she has even sung the song. The catchy melody and lyrics left her wanting more, and she instantly felt like she had made her debut. It would be great if she could debut with a song like this. But unfortunately, director Jiang has already decided to give this song to Yi Menging, so no matter how envious they are, they can only watch. So, out of envy and greed, several people began to get excited. Director Jiang, is that what you mean? Just by changing to a basic trainee contract, can I get a song like this? If that's the case, what is the difference between that and pie falling from the sky? The girls struggled in the dormitory for a long time, but finally couldn't resist the temptation of the new song. So they made an appointment to fight for their own opportunities together. After all, if you want to be one step ahead in the entertainment industry, you have to be proactive sometimes. Opportunities won't come to you on their own. If the opportunity is snatched away by other trainees because they are not proactive enough, they will want to slap themselves twice. What did you say? Su Jingqiu was stunned for a moment. You want to change the basic trainee contract? Not only Su Jingqiu, but several other women in the office were also stunned. Chapter 39 Jiang Chen's Lecture. Yes. Xia Tingqing's voice was as low as a mosquito. She lowered her head and did not dare to look directly into Su Jingqiu's eyes. Su Jingqiu opened her mouth subconsciously, but found herself at a loss for words and didn't know what to say. The trainees in front of her were all carefully selected by her. They all signed a level trainee contracts with a profit share of about 20%. But now they are demanding in front of me that all of them sign the basic trainee contract instead. What is going on? Su Jingqiu felt that the whole world seemed to become a little unreal. She had been an agent for more than 10 years. She is the one who brought up the national goddess. She has signed hundreds of artists. But at this moment, she couldn't understand what was happening before her eyes. There was silence in the office for a moment. Everyone's eyes gradually fell on Jiang Chen, who was sitting at the desk. Jiang Chen was the first one to bring up the idea of revising the contract, and it seemed that only he could make the final decision at this point. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, and he also understood the girl's purpose. Do you all want to change the contract? Haha, how is this possible? When his songs are like cabbage? Just post a song for anyone who comes? It was entirely due to Yi Menging's own efforts that he had the opportunity to re-sign the contract. What does it mean to change the contract? It means more resources allocated, better treatment, a more comfortable life and more income. It seems that the share ratio has decreased, but the money received is much more than it is now. Not to mention the additional benefits that Haven T. Bin mentioned. A large pension that you can receive when you retire. Adding up all the factors, the welfare benefits are no different from riding a rocket. He didn't say anything, but moved the pile of information on the table in front of him and slowly looked through it. Everyone looked at his actions with some curiosity. After a while, he seemed to have found what he wanted and took out a piece of information from the pile of information. Xia Tingqing, right? Yes. When Xia Tingqing heard Director Zhang calling her name, she was startled and stood up quickly. I've been at Chunwe Entertainment for 3 months and have participated in 6 assessments. My scores are 5 A's and 1 B. Jiang Chen continued to look through the documents in his hand. Yes. Xia Tingqing nodded slightly and grinned. In fact, she still has some confidence in herself. Her performance is already at the top level among all the trainees. After all, in the entire Chunwe Entertainment, only Yi Menging has achieved the S-level result. But she has 5 consecutive A's in her grades. With these grades, you still want to sign a basic trainee contract? However, Jiang Chen slowly closed the document and looked at her quietly. The experience and sophistication of 2 lifetimes enable him to display an aura of authority without anger at any time. As a top superstar, he has opened his own company and managed many artists. When you get serious, it naturally gives people a sense of oppression. For a while, the atmosphere in the office, which had been relatively mild, suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. All the girls looked shocked and no one dared to speak. Xia Tingqing's smile gradually froze on her face. She looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, but as soon as she met Jiang Chen's intimidating gaze, her heart couldn't help but tremble, and she quickly lowered her head. I originally thought that I would be praised, but I didn't expect that the new music director would be so strict and scary. Beside the sofa, Yan Shuoxin looked at Jiang Chen, who seemed to have suddenly changed, and was also a little surprised. Today Jiang Chen always gave her a feeling of being unfathomable. This guy is only 24 years old, but his power is no less than that of many bigwigs in the circle. It was like this when I was singing on the stage just now, and it is still like this now. Is he this fierce at home? She pulled Su Luowei's hand and nodded at Jiang Chen. When Su Luowei heard this, her face couldn't help but blush. In fact, Jiang Chen is usually quite easygoing at home. But sometimes when he gets angry, he can suddenly become very scary. In this situation, if she dares to continue to make Jiang Chen angry, she will definitely be punished. Yan Shuexin looked at the change in Su Luowei's expression and knew what her junior sister meant. She couldn't help but sigh secretly in her heart. Her junior sister was really being controlled by Jiang Chen. Do you really think that Ji Menging was able to get that song because of luck? Jiang Chen's stern voice sounded again. The office was dead silent. The trainee girls obviously didn't expect that this music director, who didn't look much older than them, would be so fierce. Each of them looked like an eggplant hit by frost, with their heads hung and no words spoken. I'm sure you've all seen how hard Ji Menging works. She's the best among all the trainees. Signing the basic trainee contract is a reward from the company. Because I saw what I wanted in her. Her hard work and dedication were enough to impress me. And you? Jiang Chen paused when he said this. I can't find any bright spots at all, and you're still dreaming of signing a basic trainee contract? After he finished speaking, the girls' faces became extremely ugly. On the side, Su Jingqiu and Su Mangyao listened to Jiang Chen's words, and their expressions became very strange. Jiang Chen kept talking about the trainee basic contract and said that only trainees who are hardworking and outstanding enough are eligible to sign the trainee basic contract. It seems like this contract is very advanced, but they know that among all entertainment companies, the basic contract for trainees is the worst. Chunwe Entertainment is of course no exception. This strong sense of separation and unreality made them not know what to say for a moment. Such a bad contract, when can it become a reward? However, the trainee girls in the field had extremely frustrated and depressed expressions. But it is silently telling a fact, yes, this contract is a reward, and they all really want to sign it. For a moment, the looks of several women in the office were a little complicated. Only then did they suddenly realize how much the song Breathing Pain attracted these trainees. They seemed to have been limited in their thinking by Ji Menging's special situation. They always felt that this song happened to fit Ji Menging's situation, which was why Ji Menging was willing to change the contract. But actually think about it carefully. Even if we put aside the special meaning of Breathing Pain and analyze it only from the lyrics and melody, it is definitely a rare and good work. Once a song like this is released, it will definitely not remain unknown. Among them, Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin are both big stars who have debuted for many years. But even they couldn't get such songs when they debuted. Even well-known singers in the entertainment industry would try their best to get a song of such high quality. Not to mention the trainees who just debuted. Chapter 40, Possibility. The originally spacious music director's office seemed a bit crowded with the addition of the trainee girls. However, even though there were so many people standing there, it was eerily quiet. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and none of the trainee girls dared to speak first. Behind Su Jingqiu, Su Mangyao looked at Jiang Chen with her beautiful big eyes but suddenly blinked. After feeling the girl's desire for Jiang Chen's songs, an idea popped up in her mind involuntarily. Although she has already debuted in Chunwe Entertainment, she is actually no different from an amateur who has not debuted yet. After all, she is still a student and needs to spend most of her time on her studies. Only after graduating from school can she officially enter the entertainment industry. But if, before she graduates, I can also get a song like this, then, when I enter the entertainment industry. Her eyes suddenly lit up with stars. Wouldn't that mean she would become the most amazing female artist in the entire school? By then, all the classmates will envy her. She is the new big sister. Do you still think you are qualified to sign this basic trainee contract? Jiang Chen's lecture wasn't over yet. In the office, all the girls were almost on the verge of tears. Sorry. We know we were wrong. Xia Tingqing lowered her head, bit her lips lightly, and said with a sad face. She felt both wronged and sad. She had never been scolded in front of so many people in her life, and in front of Sister Luowei and Queen Yan. This made her feel extremely embarrassed and ashamed. If possible, she really wanted to dig a hole in the ground, crawl into it, and never come out. Okay, you guys disappoint me, go back and think about it carefully. A basic trainee contract isn't something you can sign right now. It requires more effort and dedication. I hope that next time, you'll be able to impress me. Zhang Chen waved his hand and said. Yes. The girls walked out the door in silence, somewhat dejected. Zhang Chen's scolding had obviously dealt a heavy blow to them. When they decided to come to see Director Zhang, they never expected this result. This young director is so strict, how are they going to survive in the company in the future? However, when all the girls reached the door, they suddenly heard a voice in the office. Lao Chu, at the end of the month, arrange an assessment to select the best performing trainees. It was Zhang Chen's voice. The trainee girls at the door suddenly slowed down their pace involuntarily, pricked up their ears, and listened carefully to the speech behind them. Assessment? Screening trainees? What does Director Zhang want to do? Okay. Su Jingchu nodded. Although she didn't know what Zhang Chen was going to do, she agreed immediately. Assessing trainees was part of the music director's job. Let's choose another trainee and revise the contract then. Zhang Chen's voice rang out again. The scene suddenly fell into silence, everyone was stunned, including Su Jingchu. Then, select a trainee and revise the contract? What does this mean? Could it be that? All the trainee girls stopped in their tracks at once and looked at Zhang Chen in front of the desk in surprise. However, Zhang Chen didn't explain much. He casually picked up a piece of white paper from the table, opened the pen cap, and slowly began to write on the paper. Seeing this scene, Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin were stunned for a moment, looked at each other with their beautiful eyes, and then suddenly stood up from the sofa. Could it be? Zhang Chen is going to write a song again? The two of them walked closer to the desk. Discover what Zhang Chunwe was really writing on the paper. He writes songs on the spot. This scene made them all stop in their tracks, not daring to go up and disturb Zhang Chen, who was sitting at his desk. The whole office was very quiet. All the trainee girls stayed in the office, looking at the scene in front of them curiously. No one urged them, and no one paid attention to them, because everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Chen. Yan Shuoxin's face was still as cold as ever, but her brows were furrowed as she watched Zhang Chen writing seriously. This was the first time she watched Zhang Chen write a song seriously. Su Luowei clenched her fingers, but there was a glint of light in her eyes. Su Mengyao quietly stood on tiptoe, wanting to see what Zhang Chen was doing. But unfortunately, from this angle, she couldn't see the contents on the paper at all. Zhang Chen wrote very slowly, but no one showed any impatience. Everyone was waiting patiently, and the trainee girls stood still, not daring to say a word, for fear of being discovered and kicked out. Time passes by every second. Finally, 10 minutes later. Zhang Chen put down the pen in his hand and handed the paper on the table to Su Jingchu. Just this one, it's enough for the trainees to sing. The girls were a little surprised when they saw this and looked at each other. This is the completion of a song? Is the music director's creation so casual and sudden? No. No modifications required? Su Jingchu took a deep breath and stepped forward to take the white paper handed to him by Zhang Chen. As early as at Luowei's house, she had seen Zhang Chen write songs. But at that time, Zhang Chen seemed to be writing songs that he had created before, so she was not surprised by the faster speed. But she had never seen the song on paper before. In other words, Zhang Chen wrote a new song in just 10 minutes? Is this guy's talent really that strong? Su Luowei and Su Mengyao couldn't wait to come forward, took the white paper from Su Jingchu's hand, and carefully looked at the lyrics and melody on the paper. Although Yan Shuoxin was not as anxious as the two of them, she subconsciously walked towards them. The three beautiful women finally looked at the contents of the paper together. Possible. Maybe the southern sunshine shines on the northern wind. Maybe time was blown away and disappeared without a trace. Maybe the story only has one unforgettable person left. There are neat lines of sentences on the paper. Each line has about the same number of words, and each line begins with maybe. It's like a rhythmic poem. Can such a sentence be used as lyrics? How to compose this? The three of them looked confused. If the lyrics of each sentence are similar, won't the rhythm sound weird? What on earth was Zhang Chen thinking? After reading the lyrics, the three women looked at the music score next to them with deep doubts. 2 minutes later. Yan Shuoxin's beautiful eyes were stunned. She had the deepest attainments in music, so she quickly read through the song and even silently went over the melody and lyrics in her mind. Then she came to an extremely shocking conclusion in her heart. This is a good song. Although the artistic conception of the lyrics does not express particularly strong emotions, the melody is relatively simple. but she just sang it a little bit in her head. But I found that the melody of this song is very catchy and easy to sing. This kind of song will form a memory point in your mind once you listen to it, and it is very suitable for singing. So she can almost be sure that this song will be very popular. Su Luowei and Su Mengyao followed closely afterward and finished watching the melody. An expression of surprise gradually appeared on the two beautiful faces. They also quickly felt the specialness of this song. The song is simple, but very nice. The two looked at Zhang Chen, who was sitting at his desk with a calm expression, and a somewhat incredible thought came to their minds. Is the difference between people's brains really that huge? How on earth did Zhang Chen manage to write a song of this quality in just 10 minutes? At the office door, a group of trainee girls looked at the shocked expressions on the faces of Queen Yan Shuexin and national goddess Su Luowei, and their hearts gradually became itchy. It felt like thousands of kittens were tickling my heart at the same time, making me extremely curious. What kind of song was written on director Jiang's piece of paper? How could it make Queen Yan and sister Luowei show such surprised expressions? Chapter 41 Red Beans is also. Okay, you all should go back and prepare for the assessment at the end of the month. The doubts in the trainee girls' minds were never answered. Su Jingchu directly sent all the trainee girls out of the office door. From the expressions of Yan Shuexin and Su Luowei, she already knew that this was a good song. A very good song. This song is the best choice to calm the trainees, so she can't let this good song be exposed now. The trainee girls left the office reluctantly. But the thoughts in my mind felt like they were scratched by a cat's claws, itchy and uncomfortable. What kind of song is this that director Jiang wrote? Will it be as good as the song Breathing Pain? They all wanted to know the answer, but Sister Jing didn't seem to have any plans to release the song immediately. They walked out of the office building with complicated expressions. Their visit to the director's office this time was full of twists and turns. From the initial expectations for the new song and the new contract, to being ruthlessly scolded, it was thought that there was no hope for the new song. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events at the last moment. Director Jiang actually took out a new song as a reward for the next trainee assessment. As the girls passed by the practice room, they couldn't help but recall what Zhang Chen had just said. At the end of the month, conduct an assessment and bring me the reports of the best performing trainees. Let's choose another trainee and revise the contract then. End of the month. Assessment at the end of the month. The gazes of all the girls became hot almost at the same time. Director Jiang's meaning is very clear. At the end of the month, he will choose another trainee to modify the contract. Then the ownership of this song will definitely be announced at that time. As long as they can perform well enough by the end of the month, they will have a chance. This time, they won't miss the opportunity again. Su Jingchu sent all the girls out of the office. Then he turned around silently and moved the pile of information on Zhang Chen's desk away. Zhang Chen was right. Currently, there was no need to interview all the trainees at Chunwe Entertainment one by one. With the two songs Breathing Pain and Possibility, she is almost certain that all the trainees will practice like crazy in the practice room for the next month. As for the news released by other entertainment companies? Unless they can come up with a song of the same quality, it will just be a waste of phone bill. The reason why she took the initiative to move the information away was that she didn't want to face Zhang Chen's arrogant look. However, Zhang Chen would never let go of such an opportunity. He paced slowly around the office. Lao Chu, I think what you just said is right. These trainees really need a serious talk. They all just want to sign basic contracts and have no ambition at all. Please help me decide which trainee is best to talk to first. I'll do some convincing on them. Young people should act like young people, don't you think? Su Jingchu gritted his teeth, took a few deep breaths, and remained silent. Su Luowei walked forward angrily and pinched Zhang Chen, causing him to stop mocking her. Zhang Chen snorted coldly and sat down at his desk again. If Su Luowei hadn't stopped him, he would have forced Su Jingchu to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Su Luowei looked at him, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and peculiarities. Husband, did you compose these two songs on the spot? If Zhang Chen can write a complete song in 10 minutes, then that would be amazing, right? How is that possible? Zhang Chen waved his hand. He is now a little scared of this kind of problem. He planned to quit the entertainment industry after resolving the troubles of Chunwe Entertainment and did not want to reveal too much of what was in his mind. These songs were all written at home, and I just happened to use them. Oh. Su Luowei suddenly realized that this answer was actually similar to what she had guessed in her heart. When Jiang Chen suddenly sang the song Fairy Tale, she knew that this guy probably wrote a lot of songs secretly. However, this bad guy always hid it in order to stay at home and write, so she didn't dare to ask too much at the time. But now Jiang Chen is the music director of Chunwe Entertainment, and she can't help but be curious. So, how many songs have you written over the years? How many songs? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. 100? Or 200? He didn't remember much, but that's just how people are. When they're bored, they always recall some things from the past to pass the time. In 3 years, who knows how many songs he wrote? Of course, I definitely can't reveal all of them at this time. Ahem, not many, just a few. Including the song Maybe I Just Sang, I don't have much left in my stomach. Is it? Su Luowei was skeptical. She always felt that Jiang Chen's head was like a treasure chest, and he could always come up with a new song at any critical moment. Of course, you think writing songs is bullshit, but it just comes out of nowhere. It's pretty good that I can write these few songs in 3 years. That's not what I meant. Su Luowei looked a little embarrassed and a little ashamed. What Jiang Chen said is indeed right. Writing songs is not that easy. Including Possible, Jiang Chen has already come up with 7 songs in the past few days. It is very rare to be able to write such a few high-quality songs in 3 years. Many musicians may not be able to write a song of such high quality in 10 years. Okay. Yan Shuoxin seemed to be listening to Jiang Chen's words, but no one noticed that after Jiang Chen finished speaking, her fingers holding the Possible paper suddenly tightened. Etc. She stared at the lyrics on the paper, and then her eyes flickered. Impossible. No way. Why do I always feel that this sloppy handwriting seems to have been seen somewhere? Now, can you tell me exactly what kind of trouble Chunwe Entertainment has encountered? Jiang Chen didn't notice the change in Yan Shuoxin's expression, but knocked on the table and asked. To be honest, he still didn't quite understand what specific problems Chunwe Entertainment had encountered that had made Su Luowei and Su Jingchu feel helpless. Even the queen of the music world, Yan Shuoxin, didn't seem to be able to help much. Hearing this, Su Jingchu and Su Luowei looked at each other. Su Luowei blushed. She had been too busy recently and seemed to have never told Jiang Chen the details of Chunwe Entertainment. It's like this. Su Luowei explained honestly, there is a company. 5 minutes later. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. So, the so-called troubles at Chunwe Entertainment were caused by Yao Sikan and Qingqing Entertainment? An entertainment company founded by an actress and a music director who wants to eat swan meat? Don't take it lightly. Qingqing Entertainment has extensive connections in the entertainment industry and is very powerful. Plus, Yao Sikan is very familiar with Chunwe Entertainment. If they join forces, it will be easy for them to cause trouble for Chunwe Entertainment. Su Jingchu saw Jiang Chen's disapproval, but couldn't help but say. Most of Chunwe Entertainment's current announcements have likely been snatched up by Qingqing Entertainment. Only Luowei hasn't been significantly affected. Now, rumors are spreading everywhere that Chunwe Entertainment is about to be banned, which is why everyone in our company is so panicked. Jiang Chen waved his hand. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a medium-sized entertainment company. I thought it was a big deal. Since they dare to have evil intentions towards Chunwe Entertainment, why not have a fight with them and see who has the harder fist? Do you think this is just a game? A head-on confrontation? Do we have the strength to compete with them? Allure Entertainment is several times larger than us. Su Jingchu quickly reminded. I'm telling you, don't do anything rash. Luowei and I have already discussed this. Right now, everything needs to be done with caution. After all, we don't have any deep hatred with Qingqing Entertainment. No matter what tricks Qingqing Entertainment uses, we will ignore them. After a long time, they will naturally get bored and give up. Although we will lose some announcements during this period, from a long-term development perspective, this is the safest approach. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, shook his head helplessly, and sat back in his chair. Two silly women, developing in the entertainment industry where the strong prey on the weak, actually still have such soft-hearted and indecisive thoughts. If others don't bully you, who else will they bully? However, he has just taken over the position of music director and is currently only responsible for the music resources of the company's artists and trainees. Su Jingchu and Su Luowei have always been in charge of arranging the company's specific operations and development. As long as Su Jingchu doesn't interfere with his work and decisions, he doesn't plan to get involved too much in this regard for the time being. After all, Chunwe Entertainment has been run by two people since its establishment, and they must be more familiar with the company's various businesses. Moreover, due to the differences in the company's business philosophies, it is impossible to tell right from wrong in a short period of time. Apart from his diligence, Su Jingchu doesn't have much ability, but he is a top-notch arguer. There's no point in continuing to argue with them. He knew that competition in the entertainment industry mostly revolved around resources. As long as he can provide enough resources, Chunwe Entertainment will not encounter any major problems. Even if Qingcheng Entertainment is fully prepared, it will only end up in failure and be in a thankless position. Okay. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently, then reclined the seat and found a comfortable position to lie down. Now that the work is done, it's time for me to catch up on some sleep. Our company's working hours are a bit early, which is inhumane. Don't wake me up before 10 o'clock in the future. He yawned and pulled another eye patch from his pocket. This was specially prepared by him when he went out in the morning. In the office, several women were stunned when they saw him getting ready to go to bed. This guy hasn't been on the job for more than an hour, right? Are you ready to take a break? If you have nothing to do, just get out of my office and don't disturb my rest. Before putting on the blindfold, Jiang Chen gave some special instructions. You're the music director, and you've only been on the job for an hour, how could you? Su Jingchu subconsciously wanted to speak. But just when she was halfway through her words, she seemed to have her throat strangled and slowly stopped talking. Because she suddenly saw the white paper in Yan Shuoxin's hand. On the paper were the lyrics Jiang Chen had just written, possible. Looking at the faint handwriting on the back of the paper, her mood suddenly became very complicated. Because she knew that what Jiang Chen said was right. Although this guy had only been at work for an hour, it seemed that he had really solved the company's biggest problem. She started off with a song called Silence and stunned all the 20 or so trainee girls. I only said one sentence when introducing myself, but it left the deepest impression on everyone. After returning to the office, Yi Mengying casually wrote breathing pain, which made her willingly and gratefully sign the contract. As far as she knew, during that time, his main focus was on teasing Su Mengyao. Finally, there is the song possibility in her hand. A song that is enough to shock the Queen Yan Shuoxin and the national goddess Su Lu away. A song that can make all the trainee girls look eager and line up eagerly waiting to renew their contracts. And all this was accomplished by the guy in front of him within an hour. This kind of work efficiency is indeed. There was silence in the office for a moment. At the side, Yan Shuoxin's body suddenly trembled, and her eyes were filled with shock. She finally remembered why she felt the handwriting on the paper was somewhat familiar. A few days ago, her agent Lan Ran happened to show her a piece of paper similar to this one. The same sloppy handwriting. It is also a short sentence line by line. Also right on white paper. But the title on the piece of paper was not Possibility, but Red Bean. Chapter 42. How many songs did Jiang Chen write? Jiang Chen had already put on his eye mask and was lying down on a chair. The office was silent, and Su Jingchu and Su Luowei stared at each other. Yan Shuoxin's expression was somewhat complicated and strange. If Red Bean was also written by Jiang Chen, then how many songs did this guy write in the past few years? However, the sentence on the piece of paper that Lan Ran picked up was only a few short lines. She wasn't sure if it was a song written by Jiang Chen. Would you like to take this opportunity to ask? She glanced at Jiang Chen, who was lying on the chair in a somewhat lazy state, and was about to say something, but gradually took it back in her heart. This guy is too lazy. He probably won't admit it even if I ask him. Let us find Lan Ran to confirm first. Su Jingchu also felt a little uncomfortable. The problems Chunwe Entertainment had been facing recently had kept her busy and nervous every day, and she hadn't had a good night's sleep for several days. But even so, the problem has not been solved and is even getting worse. However, Jiang Chen was teasing the female artist while solving the problem casually. This feeling is like being a top student in school, and after 10 years of diligent study, finally being admitted to the most ordinary university. Just as she was happily checking her admission letter, she suddenly received a message. The little scoundrel next door who was idle and flirting with other girls all day long has been admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. This gap really makes people a little uncomfortable. Su Jingchu gritted her teeth and took a long time to suppress the complicated emotions in her heart. It must be said that Jiang Chen's performance in just 1 hour had indeed completely suppressed Su Jingchu's desire to intervene. From today on, Su Jingchu probably couldn't help but think of the songs Breathing Pain and Possibility when she tried to interfere with Jiang Chen's work as music director again. The women in the office looked at each other and were speechless. Looking back carefully at Jiang Chen's performance today, it was indeed unexpected. After only serving as music director for an hour, he seemed to have solved most of the problems. It's just that, this guy's arrogant posture of lying on the chair really makes him deserve a beating. Forget it, let him rest for a while. He did get up a little early this morning. Su Luowei still felt sorry for her husband, so she shook her head and spoke up for Jiang Chen. She knew that Jiang Chen usually got up after 10 o'clock, and he rarely got up as early as today. With Su Luowei speaking up, Su Jingqiu had no other options and only added. The trainees have been dealt with, but the debut artists haven't been completely stabilized yet. This is also the job of the music director. Qingcheng Entertainment has been constantly snatching up our announcements lately, and several of our artists' mentality has long been unstable. Forget it. Let me and senior sister Yan go talk to the debut artists. Su Luowei thought for a moment and said, Senior sister Yan still has some resources. I believe that as long as we can provide enough resources, we can temporarily stabilize their mentality. She felt that she was more familiar with these artists than Jiang Chen, and with the help of senior sister Yan, there should be no problem. That's all we can do. Su Jingqiu nodded helplessly. After discussing for a while, they were about to get up and leave the office. Just then, a somewhat impetuous girl suddenly rushed in, looking very anxious. Sister Luowei, Sister Jing, something bad has happened. Su Luowei and Su Jingqiu were stunned. They all knew the girl, she was an assistant to an artist in the company. Xiao Yun, what happened? Su Jingqiu asked. This girl was brought over from her previous company. She had been learning from her for a long time. She was usually very steady in her work. Why was she so impulsive today? The young concubine was beaten. The girl said with a sad face. What? Su Jingqiu and Su Luowei were both shocked when they heard this and quickly stood up. Chu Youfei is the youngest signed artist of Chunwe Entertainment, at the age of only 18. She looks cute and is usually very smart, so how could she be beaten? Moreover, Chu Youfei is different from other trainees and artists. She is an actor and does not understand music and dance. According to the company's arrangement, she should be playing a maid on the set of a TV series today. This was a notice that Su Luowei personally received for concubine Chu a few days ago. The filming was going well, what happened? Where is the young concubine? Su Luowei asked. She's back at the company. I'll call her over. The girl hurried out of the office door. In the office, several women looked at each other in confusion. This happened suddenly, and Jiang Chen naturally couldn't continue sleeping. He sat up from his chair, feeling a little suspicious. Was an artist under Chunwe Entertainment beaten? What is going on? He took off the blindfold and sat up straight. 3 minutes later, the female assistant finally came back, followed by another girl. The girl looked only 16 or 17 years old, giving people the feeling that she was not yet an adult. She was petite, wearing an off-white dress, her hair was a little messy, and she looked a little listless. But the moment she walked into the office, everyone's eyes fell on her face. Because one side of the little girl's cheek had been slapped and turned red, swollen and purple, and her originally delicate face was swollen all over. Several clear fingerprints can be seen at the edge of the swelling. Seeing this face, several women in the office couldn't help but gasp. How many slaps did he receive? What happened? Who hit you? Su Luowei's face was frosty. She pulled Chu Youfei 2 steps closer, carefully examined the scars on her face, and asked angrily. The girl bit her lip, lowered her head with red eyes, and seemed reluctant to speak. Tell me now. Su Luowei pulled her and asked again with a stern face. Under Su Luowei's serious gaze, the girl seemed a little scared. After a long while, she whispered. It's Lu Siki. Su Luowei was stunned. Lu Siki? Who is it? When Su Jingqiu heard the name, her expression suddenly changed, and her eyes flashed with disbelief. She looked at Chu Youfei and then at Su Luowei, her expression gradually becoming complicated, and she said slowly. Lu Siki is an artist from Allure Entertainment. She's 10 years older than young concubine and one of the female leads in that TV series. Hearing this, the office fell silent. Allure Entertainment? It's Allure Entertainment again. Su Luowei's little face gradually turned pale. There is no need to explain further, anyone can guess the ins and outs of this matter. It must have been done by Qingcheng Entertainment. They were deliberately targeting the artists of Chunwe Entertainment. Su Luowei took a deep breath and clenched her fingers angrily. She didn't expect that Qingqing Entertainment, a big company, would actually attack a little girl. Sister Luowei, it's okay. I don't feel any pain anymore. Concubine Chu raised her head and forced a smile. She also knew that there had been some conflicts between Chunwe Entertainment and Qingqing Entertainment recently, so Su Luowei had been very busy during this period and was often not seen. She felt that it would be best not to cause trouble for Sister Luowei at this time. However, this action accidentally moved the scar on her cheek, causing her expression to stiffen for a moment. What reason did she use to hit you? Su Luowei looked at the redness and swelling on her face and asked through gritted teeth. Under Su Luowei's gaze, the little girl lowered her head involuntarily. There was a slapping scene, and Siki told the director that she wanted to make it more realistic. So, the director asked you to shoot it this way? Concubine Chu nodded. Sister Siki is one of the main actors, but she only plays a maid. Of course, the director values her opinion more. Then why didn't you refuse? Su Luowei said angrily. Even if you are filming, you can't hit people like this. The little girl seemed to hesitate for a moment, then lowered her head even lower. The director said that if we don't shoot, we have to replace them. Chapter 43 Su Luowei's Tears. Everyone in the office fell silent and no one spoke. Everyone knows the cruelty of the entertainment industry. Chu Youfei was a very smart little girl that Su Luowei discovered in the film and television city. She had never attended a film and television university, nor was she a graduate of a professional school. So every performance opportunity is very important to her. Before the scene began, she might have already known that she would be beaten, and that Lu Siki was deliberately doing something bad. But in order to keep the opportunity to play the maid, she still persevered. Su Luowei could even imagine the scene of the little girl being beaten in front of dozens of people, and having to speak her lines with gritted teeth after being beaten. She looked at the little girl's slightly swollen cheeks, bit her lip, and her eyes were icy cold. It took a long time. The little girl found that no one spoke, so she raised her head and looked at her in confusion. How many times did you shoot this scene? Su Luowei took a deep breath and asked. 6 times. Chu Youfei forced a smile. Sister Luowei, it's really okay, don't take it to heart. In fact, when the director asked me to discuss the scene, I was already prepared. The director even praised me at the end, saying that I did a good job and that he would ask me to act next time. Su Luowei clenched her fingers tightly, but her expression was very calm, and no one could tell what she was feeling. Okay, I understand. You go back first and let Xiaoyun take you to get some medicine. Chu Youfei nodded politely to Su Luowei, then followed the assistant out of the office. After she left, the office gradually became quiet and no one spoke first. Su Luowei suddenly took a deep breath and turned her back to everyone. Everyone looked at her in surprise. Only Jiang Chen noticed that the moment the little girl turned around, her eyes seemed to be a little red. I don't know how long it took. Su Luowei's body began to tremble gradually, and 1 or 2 drops of water gradually appeared on the floor under her feet. The little girl cried. Jiang Chen stood up and looked at Su Luowei's trembling body, his heart aching as if it were being cut by a knife. He had been married to Su Luowei for 3 years and had never seen her cry. This was the first time he saw the little girl shed tears. He knew that Chu Youfei was beaten, which must have made Su Luowei very sad. After all, these 6 slaps were completely an unprovoked disaster for Chu Youfei. She was beaten simply because she was an artist of Chunwe Entertainment and her boss was Su Luowei, so she was bullied and slapped hard on the set by a female artist who was 10 years older than her. Just now, in front of the little girl, Su Luowei might have been able to force herself to suppress the anger and sadness in her heart. But now that concubine Chu Youfei has left, she can no longer control her emotions. On the side, Su Jingqiu also felt uncomfortable. However, as she has been an agent for more than 10 years, she naturally knows that the entertainment industry is like this. Sometimes it is glamorous, but sometimes it is cruel and terrible. Being slapped in the face was not uncommon in the entertainment industry, and she had even seen people being beaten even harder. No matter how wronged or angry you are, you have to endure it. There is no point in talking about it. She hesitated for a moment, walked to Su Luowei's side, and advised, Luowei, don't be sad. In the entertainment industry, it's inevitable that you won't be wronged. This industry is like this. The big ones always bully the small ones. We are not yet a match for Allure Entertainment, so we can only endure it for now. I think we should temporarily let young concubine not go to the set. Let's postpone this announcement and wait until we get through this period. Su Luowei bit her lips tightly and said nothing. After a while, she shook her head with a nasal voice. The young concubine was beaten in vain. But if we don't do this, what else can we do? Su Jingchu sighed when she heard this. If I go to the set again, maybe that Lu Siki will find excuses to bully me again. Xingcheng Entertainment is much stronger than us. Even if we go to them, we won't get any explanation. We might even be ridiculed. Su Jingchu sighed, her voice full of helplessness. As for concubine Chu, I'll go see her later and give her some compensation. Fortunately, the little girl was quite sensible and didn't cry or make a fuss. Su Luowei didn't say anything. But Jiang Chen knew that she must be even sadder at this moment. With the girl's intelligence, how could she not understand what Su Jingchu just said? It was precisely because she understood these things that she burst into tears instead of immediately finding Qingqing Entertainment to ask for an explanation and help concubine Chu vent her anger. She knew that she was completely incapable of doing this now, and that Chu Youfei's beating was destined to be in vain. On the side, Yan Shuexin also gently patted Su Luowei on the back to express her comfort. Although she has reached the position of a queen, she has seen and heard a lot of similar things. But when it happened suddenly in front of her eyes, she still felt a little uncomfortable. In fact, in her heart, she still agreed with Su Jingchu's statement. The current situation of Chunwe Entertainment is very unstable, and everything still needs to focus on the development of the entire company. Besides, even if they couldn't swallow this, they had no way to deal with Qingqing Entertainment. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, no matter how much grievance you have, you can only swallow it. Jiang Chen really wanted to go forward and comfort the girl, but after taking a deep breath, he tried hard to restrain himself. At this time, everyone can mess up, but he cannot. He knew that Chunwe Entertainment had suffered the biggest blow since its establishment. Xiao Nizi and Su Jingchu had previously underestimated the cruelty of competition in the entertainment industry. Especially the little girl, her development has been so smooth in the years since her debut. In less than 3 years, she has become a national goddess with super high popularity. Su Jingchu is always by her side to protect her. Queen Yan is her senior sister, and she also has a highly respected teacher above her. In this kind of environment, the girl has never experienced too much grievance and setbacks. Even though she started her own entertainment studio over the past year, the biggest obstacles she encountered were actually just minor ones. Now, Chunwe Entertainment is about to engage in a full-scale confrontation with Qingqing Entertainment. The entertainment industry finally revealed its truest and most hideous side in front of this innocent and silly girl. She needed this process to fully realize the cruelty of the entertainment industry. Of course, in his mind, Qingqing Entertainment has been completely placed on the execution ground. Su Jingchu said this before. There is no deep hatred between Chunwe Entertainment and Qingqing Entertainment, but, after today, making the little girl cry is the biggest grudge between the two parties. He will use all means to make Qingqing Entertainment disappear from the entertainment circle. Under the persuasion and comfort of Yan Shuexin and Su Jingchu, Su Luowei stopped talking and just bit her lips hard. She knew better than anyone that she had no way to deal with Qingqing Entertainment at this moment, no matter how unwilling or aggrieved she felt. Allure Entertainment was established earlier, is larger in scale, and has a wider network of contacts. With her current influence and connections, she simply does not have the strength to compete with an entertainment company. She stood there in a daze for a long time, her eyes changing from anger, resentment, and grievance at first to helplessness. The red and swollen scars on concubine Chu's cheeks, and the way she smiled and said it was okay, seemed to be engraved in her heart and could not be erased for a long time. She clenched her fingers tightly. Is this really the only way to end it? Yao Sikan deliberately postponed her new song, and Qingqing Entertainment secretly intercepted their announcements. She could accept all these things. But she really couldn't bear the fact that a little girl was beaten like this just to target her Chunwe Entertainment. She definitely doesn't want to let this matter go. Is there any other solution? Jiang Chen. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen in front of the desk with red eyes. Husband, do you have any ideas? At this helpless moment, the only person she could think of was Jiang Chen. Everyone's eyes turned towards Jiang Chen. To be honest, if Su Luowei hadn't suddenly mentioned it, they would have almost forgotten that there was a newly appointed music director in this office. However, the women looked at Jiang Chen without much hope. After all, this guy is only on his first day at work. Although he seemed to have some talent in songwriting, what could he do in the face of such a clash between companies? At this level, even the Queen Yan Shuexin can't compete with Qingqing Entertainment. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen tapped the table lightly with a calm look. Of course, I have 3 solutions. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 97. Chapter 44 Ban Order. Jiang Chen has 3 solutions? What method? Su Luowei seemed to have found some hope and looked closely at Jiang Chen. First, treat others in their own way. Jiang Chen stood up and asked, isn't the actress who hit me called Lu Siki? With your status as a national goddess, just find a reason to call her out and slap her 6 times in public. I don't think she would dare to fight back. This way, concubine Chu will vent her anger at being beaten, and you will feel better. Upon hearing this, everyone in the office was stunned. Su Jingchu said angrily, do you really treat the competition between companies as playing house? I guarantee that if Luowei really does this, it will appear on the headlines of all entertainment news the next day. By then, not only will Chunwe Entertainment be completely hopeless, but Luowei will be finished too. Yan Shuoxin on the side also sighed helplessly. Jiang Chen's method was indeed too childish. The entertainment industry was not a place for fighting and killing. Even if he beat the other person back, his reputation would be greatly affected. Su Luowei's eyes seemed to be slightly disappointed, but she continued to ask. Is there a second solution? Of course. Jiang Chen shrugged and pointed at Su Jingchu. The second option is to listen to Lao Chu and just be an ostrich. Go home and eat, sleep, and pretend that what happened today never happened. Once we get through this period, perhaps Qingqing Entertainment will give up the idea of targeting us. But this depends on luck. If Qingqing Entertainment refuses to give up, then we'll be done for. Hearing this, Su Jingchu rolled his eyes again, but did not refute it. This is an approach she has always supported. Given Chunwe Entertainment's current situation, taking the initiative to confront Qingqing Entertainment head-on is no different from seeking death. It is better to be safe and avoid the limelight. As long as they just walk their own path honestly, Qingqing Entertainment will not bring themselves into trouble. The disappointment in Su Luowei's eyes seemed to increase. She turned her head slightly, not wanting Jiang Chen to see her disappointment. Anything else? Of course, there is one last solution. Jiang Chen slowly walked up to Su Luowei and waited for the little girl to look up at him in confusion. He raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. What I just said was just teasing you. The last resort is to leave the matter to me. I will make Qingqing Entertainment pay the price, and then make that woman surnamed Lu apologize to your concubine Chu in public. Su Luowei stared at Jiang Chen in a daze, because Jiang Chen's eyes were very serious at this time. This was the first time she saw Jiang Chen show this expression when he was not singing. What can we do if we leave it to you? Lu Siki obviously took orders from Qingqing Entertainment to do such a cruel thing. Su Jingchu sighed, with Qingqing Entertainment defending her, there's nothing we can do. Obviously, she was not optimistic about Jiang Chen's last solution. Good. However, under Jiang Chen's gaze, Su Luowei took a deep breath and nodded seriously, I believe you. She believed in Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen rarely spoke in this manner, and she knew that Jiang Chen would definitely do this seriously. Luowei, don't be impulsive. Su Jingchu said quickly. Judging from Jiang Chen's tone, he was obviously impulsive. If you leave things to him, you never know what will happen. Chunwe Entertainment is Su Luowei's hard work. It would be a pity if it were destroyed because of a momentary impulse. Su Luowei shook her head. Perhaps because she had Jiang Chen's support, her eyes gradually became firm. Sister Jing, I've figured it out. Yu Fei was beaten because of Chunwe Entertainment. I must give her an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I will never get over this, and Chunwe Entertainment will not be able to explain to all the artists. I support Jiang Chen in this matter. No matter what method he uses, as long as he can avenge young concubine, I will accept any outcome. Hearing this, Su Jingchu opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But after seeing the determined look in Su Luowei's beautiful eyes, she stopped talking. After a long while, she sighed. Neither of the couple could make her worry-free. She raised her head and looked at Yan Shuoxin with a pleading look. At this time, if Queen Yan could come out to persuade them, perhaps it would have some effect. Yan Shuoxin naturally understood what Su Jingchu's eyes meant. However, after thinking about it, she did not directly try to persuade Su Luowei, but turned her attention to Jiang Chen. What are you going to do? At this moment, the first thing that came to her mind was the creased white paper with the lyrics of Red Bean written on it. Jiang Chen dared to say this, could it be because he had a hidden card in his hand? For example, the song Red Bean, is it one of the songs he wrote? The others also looked at Jiang Chen, wanting to hear what he would say. Isn't this simple? Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen shrugged. Spend 200 yuan to bribe the cleaning lady at Qingqing Entertainment and have her douse all the money trees there with boiling water. Then have her unplug the internet cable every hour to disgust them to death. There was a sudden silence in the office. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes and a dazed look on their faces. Is this your method? Su Jingshu opened his mouth wide and asked in disbelief for a long time. Su Luowei's face couldn't help but fall, and she looked at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes, which were full of question marks. Yan Shuexin held her forehead and sighed silently. Su Mengyao curled her lips and made a face at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and returned to his seat, thinking that these women had no sense of humor. If he hadn't seen the little girl was sad and wanted to make the atmosphere in the office more relaxed, he wouldn't have said these words on purpose. Don't you know that the highest level business wars often require such simple and unpretentious means? This old woman, Su Jingshu, is always on edge all day long. She gets nervous over trivial matters. She is simply bored and looking for trouble. He slowly leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. The women didn't get a response from him and felt a little puzzled, but seeing Jiang Chen's expression, they seemed to be gradually becoming serious. He suddenly picked up the pen and paper on the table and slowly wrote down a few names: Qingqing Entertainment, Yao Sikan, and Lu Siki. Then he looked at the three names on the paper, frowned slightly, as if thinking about something, and tapped his fingers on the table, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making a tap, tap, tap sound. The sunlight came through the window and fell on his desk, turning the white paper and pen tip on the table golden. No one disturbed him. But except for Su Luowei, the looks of the other women were a little strange. After what just happened, everyone was no longer sure about Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen's current state and appearance are very serious, for some reason, no one can develop any trust in him. A few minutes passed, and Jiang Chen's brows were still furrowed. In fact, for him, all the troubles Chunwe Entertainment is currently encountering are not difficult to solve at all. The songs he has written so far are enough to help Chunwe Entertainment overcome the difficulties under pressure. If that is not enough, write a few more. But that's not all he wanted to do. Although the sudden targeting of Qingqing Entertainment brought a huge crisis to Chunwe Entertainment, it also created an excellent opportunity. An opportunity that is enough for Chunwe Entertainment to completely open up its position in the entertainment industry. What he wanted to do was to seize this opportunity, solve the problem of Qingqing Entertainment, and then let Chunwe Entertainment gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. After all, he doesn't intend to waste too much time in the entertainment industry. These small moves by Qingqing Entertainment undoubtedly provided him with a stepping stone. As long as he could climb up by stepping on Qingqing Entertainment, it would be hard for Chunwe Entertainment not to develop rapidly. And now, the only thing missing is a line. A line that allows him to completely connect the names of Qingqing Entertainment, Yao Sikan, and Lu Siki, a line that allows Chunwe Entertainment to continue to climb up by stepping on Qingqing Entertainment. As time passed, the sunlight gradually moved from the table to the ground. More than half an hour passed before Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes. A preliminary plan slowly emerged in his mind. He sat up, picked up a pen from the table, and drew a big cross on each of the three names on the paper. Several women looked at his actions with some confusion. Jiang Chen didn't explain. He calmly looked at the three names and the large cross on the paper, which were a bit glaring. After a long time, he finally slowly finalized the plan in his mind. After sighing softly, he crumpled the paper into a ball with a cold look and threw it into the trash can. Ban order, how many years has it been since I last saw it? I didn't expect to use this method again. It will be in a small entertainment company. Chapter 45 Domineering President Jiang. Hey, Grandma. Chunwe Entertainment, Artist Lounge. Concubine Chu Yofei has returned to her dressing room. Sister Yin just said that she was going to the pharmacy to buy some medicine, so she asked her to stay in the lounge for a while. As she walked into the dressing room, the phone in her bag suddenly rang. It was her grandmother calling. Silly girl, why is the phone you bought for me so black that I can't see you? My grandmother's somewhat puzzled voice came from the phone. Grandma, I'm at work right now, so it's not convenient for me to answer the video. Chu Yofei paused before whispering that she had actually turned off the camera on purpose. I don't want my grandma to see the scars on my face. Oh. Grandma didn't notice her abnormality. Silly girl, how is working in the new company? Are you tired? Not at all. Concubine Chu forced out a smile after a long time. Everyone has been very kind to me. I've received several announcements from the company recently, so I can make a lot of money. Girl, it's because grandma is incompetent and doesn't have the money to support your education, otherwise you wouldn't have to start working so early. Your father passed away early, and your mother never came home. Over the years, you have suffered a lot with your grandmother. On the other end of the phone, grandma suddenly became sad. Grandma, why are you talking about these things again? Concubine Shuyu said in a somewhat coquettish tone. Okay, grandma won't say anymore. Girl, you must take good care of yourself over there. It doesn't matter how much money you make, as long as it's enough for you to spend. Grandma is in good health and can still move around for a few more years. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, the director praised me today and said that I acted well. Sister Luo Wei also took good care of me. I'm doing fine in all this, so don't worry. Concubine Chu comforted her softly. On the other end of the phone, Grandma gave her a lot of instructions, and she agreed to them one by one. Grandma, I'm busy. It wasn't until she gently reminded her that Grandma finally reacted and said a little embarrassedly. Oh, Grandma accidentally said too much again. I won't say anything more. You go ahead and do your work first. Wait until Grandma hangs up the phone reluctantly. Chu Yofei looked at the screen that was gradually going out, then slowly put the phone back on the table. In fact, she is not busy at all. It's just, I really can't pretend anymore. My nose suddenly felt sore, and tears couldn't help but fall from my eyes. She didn't cry when she was beaten on the set. She didn't cry when she returned to the company. But the moment she heard her grandmother's voice, all the grievances and emotions in her heart seemed to be out of control and kept wanting to burst out. She looked at her swollen cheeks in the mirror, finally bit her lip and couldn't help sobbing softly. In fact, she was really wronged and in pain. But she couldn't cry. Because in this world, she couldn't find any place to rely on. When she received her first role in the film and television city, she told herself that no matter what difficulties she encountered, she must work hard and persevere. She wanted to be a big star like Sister Luo Wei, make enough money, and then bring her grandmother out of the mountains and live a good life. So after coming out of the set, she kept telling herself not to cry, and to hold it in. But when she was alone in this small room, when Grandma's voice disappeared from the phone, when the world returned to silence, she finally couldn't hold it anymore. In this closed little world, she really wants to be herself. I don't know how long it took until Zhang Ruoyan opened the door of the dressing room. Concubine Chu Yofei had already wiped away her tears, but her eyes were still slightly red. Zhang Ruoyan was carrying a plastic bag from a pharmacy, and an older woman was following behind her. Young concubine, I heard you were injured. As the woman entered the dressing room, she asked first, then couldn't help but exclaimed, looked at Chu Yofei's cheek in the mirror, and covered her mouth. Tao Wanrong met Zhang Ruoyun on the way back to the company. Seeing that she was holding medicine in her hand, she asked a few questions out of curiosity. When she heard that the medicine was bought for concubine Chu Yofei and the little girl was injured, she hurried over to take a look. She originally thought that concubine Chu had only suffered some minor injuries, but she didn't expect her to look like this. Who beat you like this? The woman asked in disbelief. Chu Yofei is a young girl who was recently signed by the company. Like her, she is an actress. Currently, Chunwe Entertainment only has these two artists who are pursuing acting careers, so the two are relatively familiar with each other. She liked this cute little girl very much. I just didn't expect that the little girl who was fine when she went out this morning would be like this when she came back. Sister Rong, I'm fine now. Concubine Chu forced a smile. How can it be okay? Tao Wanrong looked at the shocking scars on the girl's face and said with great heartache. As a low-level actor, how could she not know the twists and turns on the set? This silly girl was obviously bullied by other actors. Such a pretty little face was slapped into this state. How many times did you get hit? She picked up the makeup remover towel from the table with a look of heartache, and asked in a low voice while wiping off the makeup on Chu Yofei's face. 6. Down. The cold wet wipes touched her burning cheeks, causing the little girl's mouth to twitch again. Who hit him so hard? Concubine Chu, you didn't say anything. Zhang Ruoyan, who was standing beside her, snorted coldly, who else could it be? Lu Siki from Alluring Entertainment. Hearing this, Tao Wanrong was stunned for a moment, then she sighed slowly. When she heard the words Qingcheng Entertainment, she already understood the whole story. The artists themselves had already received news of the recent conflict between Chunwe Entertainment and Qingqing Entertainment. I just didn't expect that Qingqing Entertainment would suddenly take such a heavy hand. Originally, she wanted Xu Youfei to go to President Su and let the company help her vent her anger. But after learning that the other party was from Qingqing Entertainment, he felt helpless and slowly gave up the idea. Chunwe Entertainment is now under the deliberate suppression of Qingqing Entertainment and is plagued by various troubles. It is difficult for it to protect itself. Although President Su is a top star, he must be very busy recently. How could he have the time to take care of such things? Forget it, young concubine, just bear with it and it will pass. She softly consoled him. This is how the entertainment industry is, especially for young actors like us. It's inevitable that we won't suffer some grievances. 2 years ago, when I first debuted, I was beaten several times. At that time, I cried. Now, I'm used to it. Being slapped a few times is still within the acceptable range. As long as it's not too excessive, you can just bear it and it will pass. She gently wiped Xu Youfei's little face. Qingqing Entertainment is several times larger than our company. We can't afford to offend them. Sister Jing told me yesterday that during this period, everything must be done with caution. Don't blame Ms. Su for this. She's a really nice person. It's just that the entertainment industry is a field where strength speaks for itself. When faced with something like this, she can't do anything. Concubine Chu nodded gently. Yes, I know. In fact, she knew it better than anyone else. If possible, Sister Luo Wei will definitely help her get an explanation. It's just that Qingqing Entertainment is really not something you can afford to offend. Chunwe Entertainment is the hard work of Sister Luo Wei, and she is not the only artist in the company. We can't let the entire company fall into dire straits because of her. How can we explain that to other artists? So she didn't blame Sister Luo Wei at all for this matter. Sister Luo Wei's willingness to sign her had already helped her a lot. It's nothing to suffer a little injustice on the set. Besides, isn't that how the entertainment industry is? None of these seniors in the company have never suffered injustice. Tao Wanrong continued to use the cotton swab and slowly applied the medicine on concubine Xu Youfei's cheek. But at this moment, ding dong, buzz buzz buzz. In the small dressing room, several bells rang at the same time. All three people received text messages on their phones at the same time. Xu Youfei's cell phone was on the table, and she took a puzzled look at it. The text message was sent by the company. Notice, due to an artist from our company being injured without cause while working outside, in order to protect everyone's rights, all artists from our company will be temporarily suspended from work starting today and will be resting at the company. Salaries and subsidies will continue to be paid as usual during this period. Jiang Chen. Seeing this text message, Xu Youfei couldn't help but be stunned. Pause all notifications? No. No way, what is the company planning to do? Zhang Ruoyan, who was standing by, seemed to be stunned for a moment after reading the text message. Some murmured in disbelief. No way, could it be that the conversation I just heard at the director's office door was true? What conversation? Concubine Xu Youfei and Tao Wanrong looked confused. That's it. Zhang Ruoyan hesitated for a long moment before continuing. Just now, when I passed by Director Zhang's office, I overheard him telling President Su very seriously that he would make sure that woman surnamed Lu apologized to our concubine Chu. Ah? Upon hearing this, Tao Wanrong and concubine Chu were stunned. Our concubine Chu? What does this mean? That's what they said. Anyway, it's about the same. Zhang Ruoyan thought about it, then nodded affirmatively. I heard it clearly outside the door. Director Zhang's tone was very serious and domineering. Sister Jing seemed reluctant at the time, but President Su always listened to Director Jiang, so after hesitating for a moment, she had no choice but to agree. Ah? Tao Wanrong and concubine Chu both opened their mouths gradually. The domineering President Jiang wants to stand up for the young concubine? Chapter 46, The Wind Rises, full version. How can we prevent artists from being bullied again before resolving the issue of Allure Entertainment? Talk to every artist? Remind everyone to keep a low profile and stay safe during this period? These ideas are fine, but they only address the symptoms and not the root cause. Firstly, it will cause panic among the employees in the company, and secondly, it will add a lot of unnecessary trouble. If another artist is bullied again, the company will face increased pressure. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and made a bold decision. Temporarily suspend all artist work. The fact that Qingqing Entertainment chose to take action against Chunwe's artists is definitely not as simple as just disliking them. The ultimate goal is to force Chunwe Entertainment to compromise. If we continue to allow artists to work outside, there is a high probability that others will be bullied and subject to unspoken rules. Only by reducing going out can we protect them all. Jiang Chen, why did you stop working as an artist? Su Jingchu didn't understand Jiang Chen's approach. Just now, Jiang Chen used the company's dedicated mobile phone to send a group text message to all the artists and assistants. She also tried her best not to question Jiang Chen's work, but after seeing this text message, she still couldn't help but speak. Stopping the work of all the artists in the company is no small matter. The artists in the company are now complaining a lot because of the reduction in announcements. I previously discussed with Luo Wei that we could use Queen Yan's resources to stabilize them first. We can then develop other resources when the situation improves. If you suddenly suspend everyone's announcements, the artists will probably cause a commotion. Several artists in the company were already very dissatisfied about their announcements being intercepted. If all announcements were stopped, it would simply add fuel to the fire. On the side, Su Luowei looked at him with some confusion, not knowing why Jiang Chen did this. Stopping work doesn't mean no income. The company will provide subsidies during this period. Jiang Chen explained, then fell into deep thought again. In fact, he is also hesitant about how to deal with the artists in the company. Suspending everyone's work is partly for protection, but another idea is to achieve a thorough innovation without breaking down. The morale in the company is turbulent right now, and the best way seems to be to use gentle tactics to rally people's hearts. But from Su Jingchu and Su Luowei, he knew that several artists in the company had already chosen to join Qingqing Entertainment. He believed that as long as he provided enough resources, he could immediately stabilize all the artists. But this was not the result he wanted. For an entertainment company, artists are the core and the cornerstone of development. Whether it can achieve good development in the future depends mainly on whether it can cultivate more outstanding artists. The development of a company depends largely on the level and cooperation of its artists. If an artist you have trained keeps thinking about betraying the company when he encounters a little crisis, is there any need to continue training him? The company's money doesn't come from the wind, so we always have to choose more suitable people to invest resources. Thinking of this, he tapped the table lightly, and the idea in his mind gradually became firm. Qingqing Entertainment's excessive actions made him no longer want to be lenient. The previous approach of slowly appeasing everyone in the company and then slowly allocating resources to compete with Qingqing Entertainment is no longer suitable for the current situation. Since some artists have already completely sided with Allure Entertainment, he feels there is no need to appease them. Instead, more radical measures must be taken. This is a critical moment for the company, but also an opportunity for transformation. He will only keep and provide more resources for the training of artists who are willing to continue to stay in the company at this moment and support the company to overcome difficulties. And those who choose to sell out and betray the company when they see it in trouble. Then let them go. Eliminate malpractices, promote innovation, and move forward with ease. So this can also be considered an assessment. Within a month, all artists will receive generous rewards as long as they can persist in advancing and retreating with the company. But if you can't even hold on for a month, and even help Qingqing Entertainment deal with the company, then forget it. Chunwe Entertainment is destined to have a place in the entertainment industry in the future, but he does not intend to take these traitors with him. Jiang Chen raised his head and found that the eyes of several women were on him. He thought about it, but didn't intend to tell everyone his plan. The assessment plan is a bit complicated, and if you just say it out loud it will lose its effect. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly picked up a piece of paper from the desk next to him. Seeing this, the women in the office were stunned. What is this guy going to do now? Su Luowei's mood had improved a lot by then. She walked behind Jiang Chen and found that Jiang Chen was writing furiously on a piece of paper. She was very familiar with the title on the paper. A few days ago, she found a similar photo in the cabinet where her wedding photos were kept. The wind rises. She couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. Isn't the melody of this song not completely finished due to lack of inspiration? Could it be that Jiang Chen is going to, now? She knew it was a good song of excellent quality. But the creation process of every good song is very difficult, and there is so much to prepare and modify. That's why she never urged Jiang Chen. She felt that when Jiang Chen suddenly had inspiration one day, he would naturally perfect the song. However, she didn't expect that this time would come so soon. Seeing Jiang Chen writing furiously, her heart couldn't help but get nervous. Yan Shuoxin and Su Mengyao also walked over curiously and looked at Jiang Chen's paper. Is the wind blowing? It was another song they had never seen before. Stop and go along the way. Following the traces of the boys drifting. The moment before leaving the station. I was a little hesitant. I can't help but laugh at this homesickness. I once found myself lost in the vastness of the world. Also indulged in the dream talk. Don't struggle with truth or falsehood, don't be afraid of being laughed at. Looking at Jiang Chen's pen, beautiful lyrics flowed out continuously. The beautiful eyes of the two gradually became stunned and dull. The quality of this lyric is really beautiful. It seems like two completely different directions from possibility, which Jiang Chen just wrote. Just these lines of small sentences can make them feel the beauty and profound artistic conception. This kind of lyrics cannot be written without a very deep literary foundation. They don't even need to look at the melody just by looking at the lyrics, they can tell that this must be a good song. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't have time to pay attention to their thoughts. He quickly finished the lyrics and began writing the melody. Su Luowei pursed her lips, and the tension in her heart increased a little. Can Jiang Chen complete this song this time? Su Jingqiu also walked over with a puzzled look on her face. She also knew the song The Wind Rises, but when she saw the song a few days ago, the melody was only half written, which was a pity. What was Jiang Chen trying to do by writing this incomplete song at this time? Under the gazes of several people, Jiang Chen wrote very quickly. In just a minute, he had already picked up where the melody left off last time. Su Luowei clenched her fingers tightly, and Su Jingqiu frowned slightly. Then, Jiang Chen's pen continued to fall, and the subsequent melody slowly flowed out. Su Luowei couldn't help but open her eyes wide. Jiang Chen could already complete the song? Time passes by every second. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chen finally put away his pen, picked it up and read it once, then handed the paper covered with words to Su Luowei. Su Luowei couldn't wait to take the paper and read it carefully. Yan Shuoxin and Su Mengyao also came over and looked at the lyrics and melody on the paper. Jiang Chen really wrote another song. And the quality of this song is high. Not only the lyrics, but the melody seems to be very beautiful as well. Jiang Chen sat in a chair, watching the expressions of the women change from shock to even greater shock, and his mood improved a little. The three women were all very beautiful, each with their own unique style. At this moment, they were surrounding the words he had written, with expressions of surprise and astonishment. If he wrote 2 more songs on the spot, wouldn't these women jump up in fright? On the side, Su Jingqiu also seemed to want to know what Jiang Chen wrote in the second half. She took 2 steps forward, wanting to get closer and watch with Su Luowei and the others. However, Jiang Chen's brows immediately furrowed. Wait, something strange seems to be getting in. Ahem. He coughed, interrupting Su Jingqiu's actions and at the same time attracting the attention of the 3 women. I'm planning to have a head-on confrontation with Allure Entertainment. Who's against it, and who's for it? The reason why he chose to write The Wind Rises at this time was to give these women some confidence. Qingcheng Entertainment is just a medium-sized entertainment company. It is not yet so powerful that it can cover the sky with one hand. It is not as scary as imagined. Hearing this, the women were all stunned. I object. Su Jingqiu immediately raised his hand. She still felt that Chunwe Entertainment should focus on safety for now and not do anything impulsive or risky. Otherwise, all the hard work over the years will be wasted. Jiang Chen looked directly at Su Luowei. Clearly, her thoughts are what matter here. The main reason why he did so much preparation and work was to boost the girl's confidence. The girl clutched the paper in her hand, took a deep breath, and nodded, I support it. Looking at the song The Wind Rises in her hand, for some reason, she suddenly felt a surge of confidence. With Invisible Wings and The Wind Rises, she is confident that she can greatly increase her popularity in a short period of time and completely consolidate her title as the National Little Queen. By then we will have more strength to fight against Qingcheng Entertainment. Su Jingqiu looked at Su Luowei hesitantly, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Everyone's eyes turned to Yan Shuoxin. Although Yan Shuoxin is not from Chunwe Entertainment, as Su Luowei's senior sister and a rising queen of the music world, her opinion is obviously very important. However, Yan Shuoxin looked a little hesitant at this moment. She frowned slightly, her eyes fixed on the piece of paper that Jiang Chen had just handed over. To be honest, she supported Su Jingqiu's idea at first, but this song, The Wind Rises, suddenly made her think a little differently. During this period, she was also preparing new songs for the album. In addition to contacting musicians in the circle, she also tried to write songs herself. At the beginning, she had some confidence in the songs she wrote. But after reading several songs written by Jiang Chen in succession, she suddenly had an inexplicable idea about her own songs. That is, a composition written by a primary school student. Yes, she felt that the songs she wrote were nothing more than elementary school students' compositions compared to Jiang Chen's songs. This discovery made her feel a little shocked and ashamed. As a queen, she actually lost to a 24-year-old man in songwriting? What's more, she knew that Jiang Chen probably had another song called Red Bean. After hesitating for a while, she nodded silently. I agree. Jiang Chen's talent in music is probably even better than she imagined. Maybe, try to trust him for once. Seeing this, Su Jingchu was a little dumbfounded. What is going on? Hasn't Queen Yan always been on her side? Why did you suddenly change sides? So confused. Queen Yan. How can you trust a man so easily? There was one last girl in the office who hadn't commented. Su Mengyao pretended to think for a while, then raised her hand actively. Actually, I think. However, Jiang Chen has already announced the final result. Okay, the voting result is 3-1. Let's spend time together in this world. No, let's fuck up that damn Allure Entertainment together. Su Mengyao? Entertainment Circle Fear Value 97. Chapter 47 The Fifth Song. Chunwe Entertainment, Artist Lounge. The potted bamboo on the table stands quietly with its upright little body, trying to bring a bit of fresh green to the room. However, as more and more artists entered the lounge, the atmosphere of tension and confusion in the room became increasingly thicker. Hey, Yuru, did you receive the text message just now? Several artists who received the text message hurried back to the company. They don't have many announcements left during this period, and many resources have been snatched away by other entertainment companies. Their main purpose of going out every day is to meet more directors of various programs and strive to get more job opportunities. If you want to develop in the entertainment industry, resources are the most important. It was lunchtime and Chunwe Entertainment had its own cafeteria. However, after receiving the text message, the artists immediately lost their appetite for lunch and all gathered in the company's large lounge. What does this text message from the company mean? Suspend all artist announcements? No way. There are already very few announcements during this period. If we suspend work directly, are we going to leave them to starve? Although there are daily wages and subsidies, they are only enough for living and will not play a big role in future development. Do you know what this text message from the company means? I don't know, maybe it was sent to the wrong person? Who is this Jiang Chen? You don't even know Jiang Chen? He's Luo Wei's husband, the new music director. Ah, that idiot writer? Put. This text message was sent by him. Ah, does he understand the job of a music director? Is he messing around? It's possible. After all, I heard he was a writer. What kind of writer? I heard he just spent the past 3 years hanging out at home. Alas. How come Sister Luo Wei found such a weird husband? Oh, what should we do with this music director? Why don't you go ask Sister Jing later? In the powder room cubicle. Concubine Chu Youfei, Tao Wanrong and Zhang Ruoyan listened to the faint complaints and grumblings coming from the lounge outside the door. They looked at each other, both a little surprised. Director Jiang suddenly stopped all the artists' work. Could it be that this is really related to the beating of Chu Youfei? But, why do this? To protect the artists? Is it possible that they are overprotective? For artists, announcements and resources are the most important things. Concubine Chu bit her lip lightly. If this matter really has something to do with her, what should she do? She didn't want to affect the work of other artists in the company because of herself. In the office, Su Jingchu sighed softly when she saw that Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin both supported Jiang Chen. She knew that she probably couldn't say anything more about this matter. Su Luowei has always been on Jiang Chen's side. But she couldn't understand why Queen Yan suddenly changed her attitude. If Yan Shuoxin also voted against it like her, perhaps the two of them could still find an opportunity to persuade Luo Wei. But the current situation is, Su Jingchu shook his head helplessly. Forget it, let's just leave it to fate. I hope this guy Jiang Chen doesn't do anything rash. Husband, what are you going to do? Su Luowei took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen. Of course I'll take a nap first, get enough energy, and then I'll fuck the damn Allure Entertainment. Damn Allure Entertainment, it's disturbed my sleep so many times. I'm going to kill it sooner or later. Jiang Chen waved his hand, yawned, and took out the eye mask from his pocket again while cursing. After being delayed for so long, I can finally have a good rest. Sleep, take a nap? The women stared at him in amazement again. Su Luowei was stunned for a moment, then her face turned sad. She thought Jiang Chen had some special plan. The corners of Yan Shuexin's mouth twitched involuntarily. I don't know why, but I always feel like I've been cheated. I knew it. I was about to say I disagree. Su Mengyao curled her lips and muttered in dissatisfaction. Jiang Chen, you suddenly stopped all the artist announcements. Aren't you going to give an explanation? What should I do if someone asks about it? Seeing Jiang Chen's nonchalant look, Su Jingchu couldn't help but speak again. Don't worry, I won't give any explanation on the artist's side. Jiang Chen said calmly. Since it has been decided to assess the artists, there will naturally be no appeasement. Otherwise, if all the artists were kept, what would be the point of promoting the old and innovating? Why? It took Su Jingchu a long time to react and asked in confusion. No reason, it's just like that. Jiang Chen did not plan to announce the assessment. Jiang Chen's irresponsible attitude made Su Jingchu anxious. Let me tell you, Allure Entertainment has been trying to poach our artists for quite some time. What should we do if all our contracted artists cancel their contracts and switch to Allure Entertainment? I worked so hard to sign these people one by one. Are you planning to let them all go? Jiang Chen was stunned and seemed anxious. He slammed the table heavily. Of course not. Lao Chu, you are not allowed to let any of these people go. It seemed that Jiang Chen understood the seriousness of the matter, and Su Jingchu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was about to say something else, but then she heard Jiang Chen continue. If any artist requests to terminate their contract, we will approve it, but we absolutely cannot let them go. They must stay at Chunwe Entertainment for at least another month. Su Jingchu was confused again. She didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant at all. You can terminate the contract, but you can't let them go. What does this mean? If you let them all run away, there won't be any seasoning packets left in the instant noodles, right? Jiang Chen whispered. No one can let his seasoning packet escape. In the end, when Su Jingchu and Su Luowei came out of Jiang Chen's office, neither of them understood what Jiang Chen meant. What, instant noodles, seasoning packet? Jiang Chen, that bastard, can you please explain things clearly? Su Jingchu zipped up her handbag fiercely and said indignantly. On the side, Su Luowei smiled at her helplessly. Before leaving, Jiang Chen assigned tasks to both her and Yan Shuexin. In addition to being busy recording the song The Wind Rises these days, she also has to make some other preparations. So there is not much time for me to come over from the company, so I can only leave it to Jiang Chen to deal with it. Fortunately, Su Jingchu is in the company who can help keep an eye on things. Jiang Chen may have his own ideas. She comforted him, let's just believe him. I can feel that he is serious this time. Su Jingchu sighed helplessly, at this point, is there any other way? I hope he really has a way to deal with Allure Entertainment. What no one noticed was, after Yan Shuexin walked out of the office, her expression was a little strange and complicated. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Was the paper airplane Lan Ran gave her 2 days ago Jiang Chen's notes? After leaving the office, she became more interested in the truth of the matter. Silence, breathing pain, possibility, the wind rises. Each of Jiang Chen's 4 songs is of top quality. If this song Red Bean was also written by Jiang Chen, what kind of quality would it be? Will this be his 5th song? I haven't felt it well yet. A climate where snowflakes bloom. We tremble together. You will understand better. The lyrics written on the paper emerged in Yan Shuexin's mind. She is a person who likes to study songs. Therefore, these simple lyrics have been lingering in her mind. Finally, she took a deep breath, couldn't help but take out her cell phone and call her agent. Lan Ran. Which neighborhood did you find that paper airplane with red bean written on it? Chapter 48 The Devil's Assessment. The paper airplane was picked up at the garden intersection of Su Luowei Villa Community. Finished the call. Yan Shuexin quickly got the exact answer and took a deep breath. Red Bean is indeed a song written by Jiang Chen. Not far away, Su Luowei and Su Jingqiu were waiting for her at the corner. Yan Shuexin put away the shock in her eyes and walked forward slowly. Su Luowei was going out to record a song, while Su Jingqiu was going to stay in the company to handle work. So she planned to accompany Luowei to the recording studio. Wait for the two to leave the company gate. Su Jingqiu also shook his head and walked towards his office. Jiang Chen wrote so many songs at once, she had to sort them out immediately and apply for copyright. However, when passing by the artist lounge, he suddenly heard a burst of discussion coming from inside. I think since Sister Luowei is willing to marry Director Jiang, she shouldn't be that bad, right? Do you think Director Jiang sent this text message by mistake? Should we remind him? TSK, you guys are really bold. A somewhat contemptuous voice sounded. Su Jingqiu frowned slightly, she recognized it was Lin Larong's voice. According to the information she received, Lin Larong's behavior during this period was very erratic. If nothing unexpected happens, she should have secretly signed a contract with Qingqing Entertainment, and it is only a matter of time before she leaves Chunwe Entertainment. Jiang Chen is just a gigolo, living off his parents all day. What kind of skills does he have? Lin Larong's voice was sharp and sarcastic. If Su Luowei hadn't forcibly protected him, this guy wouldn't even be qualified to meet us. Let me tell you, with him as the music director, Chunwe Entertainment will be completely destroyed in no time. Su Luowei will definitely regret it then. I advise you all to think about your own options and not get screwed by Chunwe Entertainment. Anyway, I plan to contact Su Jingqiu to terminate the contract tomorrow. Director Yao of Qingqing Entertainment has already agreed to assume all liability for breach of contract on my behalf. When the time comes, I will definitely show off in front of this old woman. Ever since I joined the company, I've been suffering from her anger. I've disliked her for a long time. Su Jingqiu gritted his teeth as he listened outside the door. Lin Larong, this traitorous little slut, seemed to have predicted that Chunwe Entertainment would be doomed, so her attitude was both arrogant and unscrupulous. She almost couldn't hold back several times and wanted to rush in, scold her, and tell her to pack up and leave immediately. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's words, which he had just emphasized by slamming the table, suddenly popped up in her mind. Don't let any of these people go. If you let them all run away, there won't be any seasoning packets left in the instant noodles, right? Seasoning packet? What exactly is a seasoning packet? This guy's words are so confusing, what does he mean? Su Jingqiu frowned and thought. Why do we have to keep these artists with ulterior motives for at least a month? Wouldn't it be better to just kick them out? Jiang Chen, this guy, doesn't usually do anything serious. He just likes to say things that people can't understand. Etc. When she thought of this, a light bulb suddenly flashed on her head and an idea popped into her mind. No way, could it be that? Jiang Chen's real thoughts are. She couldn't help but widen her eyes, revealing an incredible light. Lin Larong dared to act so recklessly because she was sure that Chunwe Entertainment would be finished. But what if? Jiang Chen is really confident that he can deal with Qingqing Entertainment, and Qingqing Entertainment is the one that is ultimately destroyed? What will happen then? Jiang Chen dared to say that in front of Su Luowei, which means that in his heart, there is still a way to deal with Qingqing Entertainment, right? She discovered that once she adjusted her perspective to match Jiang Chen's, her thoughts strangely became clearer. What if in the next month, the party that keeps hitting a wall is not Chunwe Entertainment, but Qingqing Entertainment? If an artist lost their temper and asked her to terminate their contract, preparing to switch to Allure Entertainment, but found out within a month that Allure Entertainment was the loser? What kind of reaction will they have then? Especially this Lin Larong. She will come to terminate the contract with me tomorrow, so there will definitely be some boasting and teasing. But what would happen if a month later, Lin Larong discovered that her backer was suddenly unreliable? How does she face herself and these colleagues? Su Jingqiu felt that she had just thought about it briefly, but her scalp went numb and she couldn't help digging her toes into the ground. If she were faced with this situation, she would definitely choose to dig a hole and bury herself. Because this is so embarrassing and horrible. No wonder that bastard Jiang Chen insisted on keeping all these people even if he agreed to terminate the contract. No wonder he stopped everyone's work and refused to talk to any artist. Because he doesn't worry at all that the artists in the company will become unstable. Or rather, he just wants to make all the artists unstable. This guy did it on purpose. Su Jingqiu widened his eyes and took a breath. She felt that she had vaguely touched the truth. That's right. It must be like this. Jiang Chen must have done this on purpose. This is a special assessment he set up for all artists. Within the time he specifies, all artists must make their own choices. Do you choose to believe or betray? He asked himself to keep all these people because he wanted to slowly savor their choices and reactions. He treats everyone as a seasoning packet. Once someone chooses to betray Chunwe Entertainment, what lies ahead of them is not a sunny road, but the gate to hell specially prepared for them by Jiang Chen. Only those who choose to stay can continue with Chunwe Entertainment. This is completely an examination of people's hearts. They were all pawns in the assessment, and Jiang Chen stood at the highest position, looking at them indifferently, as if he was enjoying a special farce. This guy. Is he a devil? There was a glint of shock and some fear in Su Jingchu's eyes. No wonder. Jiang Chen kept emphasizing that his seasoning packet cannot be let go, because he only regarded the confrontation with Qingqing Entertainment as a bag of instant noodles. Defeating Qingqing Entertainment represents the noodles in this bag of instant noodles, and Lin Larong and all the artists of Chunwe Entertainment are the seasonings in this bag of instant noodles. Without seasoning, what is the point of eating this bag of instant noodles? Instant noodles are only delicious when seasonings are added. After Su Jingchu figured this out, he suddenly felt a chill slowly rising from his heart. Jiang Chen is simply playing with people's hearts. She took a few steps back with a look of horror and left the lounge door with a slightly unsteady pace. She was in a very complicated mood at this time. Because she found that although she had guessed Jiang Chen's thoughts, it seemed that she had to follow the steps he had set in advance. There was no other way to choose. She didn't have the courage to stop it. Because even she herself wanted to see what kind of expression Lin Larong would show when Qingqing Entertainment was completely defeated. She wanted to see this scene. When Su Jingchu thought of this, he took a deep breath. Jiang Chen is so bad. The seasonings he prepared were so attractive that I couldn't help but want to get involved. She felt as if a strange door was slowly opening before her eyes, and finally condensed into an extremely complicated expression on her face. She paced back and forth, with messy and complicated steps, as she walked towards the office. Chapter 49. Let Su Luowei give birth to a baby? As several women left one after another, Jiang Chen's office gradually became quiet. The sun was still shining outside the window, but the slowly rising sun made the light surface in the room shrink. A leisurely and peaceful atmosphere gradually emerged. It was a good opportunity to catch up on some sleep, but Jiang Chen did not close his eyes. Instead, he looked at the girl in front of him with a bit of confusion. Everyone in the office had left, except Jiang Chen, and only Su Mengyao was left standing stupidly in front of the desk. She blinked her big eyes, a look of hope and hesitation on her face, as if she had something to say to Jiang Chen but was too embarrassed to speak, and wanted to wait for Jiang Chen to take the initiative to ask her. Jiang Chen only took one look and guessed what she was thinking. What's the matter, Xiao Su, why don't you go out? Are you planning to take advantage of me behind Su Luowei's back? Su Mengyao's eyes widened immediately, and she jumped up in a violent reaction. Pa! Who's trying to take advantage of you? I'm just standing here thinking about things. After saying that, she walked out of the office angrily. He didn't forget to slam the office door shut with a bang. Jiang Chen thought to himself, the silly girl has her wanting a song written all over her face, and she still has the nerve to say she's thinking about something? Do you really think his songs are as cheap as cabbage and you can have them whenever you want? I have written several songs in a row today. I have already worked overtime. It would be inhumane to continue writing. After Su Mengyao left, the office finally became completely quiet. The breeze occasionally passed through the window, gently shaking the small potted plants by the wall, bringing a cool breeze to Jiang Chen. Ha! Jiang Chen yawned loudly and lay down comfortably on the chair. After tossing and turning for so long, I can finally get a good sleep. It's really inhumane to work like this. We should solve the problem as soon as possible and put an end to it all. Has Jiang Lankai Jin updated today? 4:50 p.m. At the headquarters of the China Literature Forum, Zhang Qinnan asked the assistant beside her. Not yet. The assistant held the tablet and shook his head. She refreshed the competition page and found that those years, we blew out the light together was still 185,000 words. Zhang Qinnan couldn't help but frown slightly. What was going on? Jiang Lankai Jin has updated his blog at around 3 or 4 in the afternoon for 3 consecutive days, but it's already 5 o'clock today and he hasn't updated yet? Could it be that the continuous updates of 60,000 words in the past few days have used up all his saved manuscripts? She clicked on the background data of the forum in a somewhat irritated mood. In the past few days, those years, we blew out the lights together, continued to ferment on the internet, and there was already a tendency for it to explode. But their competition organizers also received a large number of complaints in the suggestion box. Without exception, these complaints were all about Zhang Lang's lack of creativity, and many were from female readers who were so scared that they couldn't sleep. They complained about the bastard behavior of Zhang Lang has run out of ideas and demanded that the platform remove the book from the shelves immediately. Although there are many such complaints and the language is very intense. However, Zhang Qinnan did not take it seriously. After all, readers are hypocritical, and this can be seen from the data. In just 3 days, the number of people urging Zhang Langkajin to update the book has increased more than 10 times. This shows that the quality of the book itself is also very high and can attract readers. What really gave her a headache was that they had received many complaints from the participating authors in the past 2 days. Most of the authors who participated in the women's literature writing competition were women, and they all wrote love stories. But in a writing competition with love as the theme, a tomb raiding novel suddenly appeared and occupied such a high position on the list, which caused great dissatisfaction among the female authors. Everyone is writing books seriously according to the regulations, only this bastard named Zhang Langkajin is trying to be sensational and deliberately use horror novels to torture women and gain publicity. This behavior is extremely bad. The female authors have asked the organizers to immediately disqualify the book from the competition. Originally, Zhang Qinnan could withstand the pressure and suppress all these complaints. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that those years, we blew out the light together is poised to become a huge hit. By then, their forums and writing competitions will be able to take advantage of this momentum and gain a lot of attention. How can a book that has become so popular on the entire internet be taken off the shelves so easily? However, what bothered her was that after 3 days of stable updates, Zhang Langkai suddenly stopped updating today. Could it be that this guy couldn't stand the pressure and chose to stop updating? If this is true, then what is the point of her persistence? I sent Zhang Langkajin a message this morning. Has anyone replied? Zhang Qinnan turned her head and looked at the assistant. No. The assistant shook his head. Zhang Qinnan took a deep breath. What on earth is this Zhang Langkajin doing? Hasn't he been looking at the computer all day? Are you really typing seriously all day long? She picked up the water cup on the table, took a sip of tea slowly, and complained in her heart. Zhang Lang's talent has run out, so you must not enter the palace to be a eunuch. Otherwise I will definitely send you a razor blade. No one came to disturb Zhang Chen's sleep for the whole afternoon. Su Jingshu left the lounge door with mixed feelings and went straight back to his office. He was stunned for a long time before he started to deal with various matters. She had a lot to do. First of all, the company suddenly stopped working with so many artists, which was equivalent to a temporary breach of contract. She had to explain it to the brands and customers one by one. Fortunately, there were not many announcements during this period, so dealing with these things did not take up too much of her energy. The second step is to register the copyrights of the songs Zhang Chen wrote during this period. This was what Su Luowei specifically told her before leaving. Next, Zhang Chen's songs will be authorized to artists in the company to sing, and the copyright must be registered in advance. Chunwe Entertainment also has to sign a copyright authorization contract with Zhang Chen. Although Chunwe Entertainment belongs entirely to the couple, and most of the shares are in Zhang Chen's name. But things like copyright must be made clear to avoid a lot of trouble in the future. Zhang Chen is both the shareholder of the company and the copyright owner of the song. So basically I was writing songs for myself. The singing artists are just working for him. The company itself will take a cut of the artists' earnings from their songs, and will also deduct copyright fees. The vast majority of the profits will fall into Zhang Chen's hands. Thinking of this, Su Jingshu couldn't help but have another strange idea. That is, everyone seems to be finding ways to make money for Zhang Chen. There is no need to talk about Su Luowei. The silly girl's heart is completely devoted to Zhang Chen. After Yi Menging revised the contract, the company's profit-sharing ratio directly reached an exaggerated 9-1. This means that after Yi Menging makes her debut in the future, the company will take away 90% of all the announcement fees she receives. Isn't this equivalent to Yi Menging finding various ways to make money for Zhang Chen? But Yi Menging was still willing to do this with tears of gratitude. From this perspective, the proportion of this little girl's contribution to Zhang Chen is almost the same as Su Luowei's. What's even more outrageous is, in the company, there are more than 20 trainees queuing up, eagerly waiting to help Jiang Chen make money. Thinking of this, Su Jingshu couldn't help but sigh. Comparing yourself with others is really frustrating. She works from morning till night, but only earns a little salary and commission. And this guy Jiang Chen, he just lies at home every day, eating and drinking, playing games, and there are so many beautiful and outstanding girls making money for him. This guy really knows how to live a life of a scoundrel. Achoo! Jiang Chen sneezed, sat up from his chair, and looked around blankly. Damn, who is talking bad about him behind his back? At this time, the sun outside had completely set and the office was dim. Perhaps because he had just woken up, Jiang Chen felt a chill coming from his body. He yawned, stood up and closed the window. Just as I was about to turn on the lights in the office, the phone on the desk suddenly lit up and started vibrating. Who would call at around 5 in the afternoon? Jiang Chen picked up the phone and saw a very familiar name on the screen, Shen Huifeng. Hello, Mom. Jiang Chen answered the phone helplessly. That's right, Chen Huifeng is Jiang Chen's mother in this world. As a time traveler, he originally thought that he would be indifferent to the family relationships in this world. Unexpectedly, the appearance of Chen Huifeng completely shattered his idea. Because of the middle-aged woman's chattering and enthusiastic management, he always felt the long-lost push from his old mother. In his previous life, Jiang Chen's mother died early, and he lived a helpless and wandering life for more than 10 years before coming to this world. The experiences of two lives have given him completely different perspectives and states of mind. There are very few people or things in daily life that can touch him, but Chen Huifeng is an exception. Because as Jiang Chen's mother, Chen Huifeng doesn't care about her son's thoughts at all. No matter what Jiang Chen's state or mood is, she always follows her own ideas and constantly instills her motherly care into her son. Son, have you had lunch yet? I ate at 6 in the morning. Bullshit, can 6 o'clock be called lunch? Chen Huifeng kept on talking, and Jiang Chen could only listen obediently. This is the norm on almost every call. Jiang Chen felt that he and Chen Huifeng were completely different people. His only thought in this life is to play it safe and enjoy life. As long as the girl is happy, there is nothing to worry about. But Chen Huifeng is different. She has to worry about her husband when he is at home and her son when he is away. It seems that she has endless things to say and endless complaints every day. The most important thing is that she doesn't feel tired at all and is full of energy every day. Aha! Well. Faced with Chen Huifeng's various statements, Jiang Chen could only nod continuously. However, just as he was about to yawn again, Chen Huifeng suddenly made a 180-degree turn. Chen, when do you and Xiaosu plan to have a baby? Puff. Jiang Chen almost choked on his saliva and coughed violently. Mom, why are you suddenly talking about this? He has indeed thought about this issue. In this life, he wants to manage his family well and focus on his life. But Su Luowei is a national goddess, and she has been in the entertainment industry for decades, so her ideas are different from those of ordinary people. In the entertainment industry, getting married in your 20s is considered premature, not to mention having children. What's more, he and Su Luowei just took the most crucial step a few days ago, and it's still too early to have a baby. Suddenly? Chen Huifeng was a little disappointed. You and Xiaosu have been married for 3 years, and there is still no movement. If I don't worry about it, I probably won't be able to hold my grandchildren in my lifetime. Ahem, this is a special case, Jiang Chen explained. What's your special situation? Chen Huifeng, however, disagreed with Jiang Chen's statement. Her thinking was simple: since you're already married and plan to live a happy life together, having children is only a matter of time. Why not give birth earlier? This will not only be good for Xiaosu's health, but we grandparents can also help out a little. In the future, when the child grows up, the parents won't be too old. Are you planning to have another child when you're 40 or 50, so that you can count the gray hairs on your head when your child grows up? Well, Chen Huifeng's output ability is really strong. Jiang Chen couldn't come up with any rebuttal and could only nod repeatedly. Okay, I know. What does Xiaosu think? Chen Huifeng asked again. Well, Jiang Chen felt overwhelmed and said, Luowei is still young and probably not ready yet. Impossible. Chen Huifeng flatly rejected the idea. Nizi spent several days with me during the Chinese New Year, how could I not understand? I can see that Xiaosu really likes you, so she doesn't object to this matter. The biggest problem lies with you. Ah? Jiang Chen was stunned. Are you really my mother? You dare to say anything? His ability for 2 hours, what could be wrong? A few days ago, he made Su Luowei beg for mercy frequently. It's all the little girl's fault that there has been no progress in the past 3 years, okay? Of course I have no problem with that. He immediately corrected himself seriously, we are all in good health, but we are not ready yet. Who told you that? Chen Huifang's voice rose several notches in anger. I mean, haven't you visited Xiao Su's house yet? Jiang Chen was stunned. In the 3 years since he got married, he had indeed never been to the Su family. Although Su Luowei would go home with him to celebrate the new year every year, and then find time to go back to her own home. But every time Jiang Chen proposed to visit Su Luowei's home to pay New Year's greetings, he would always be delayed because of Su Luowei's temporary work arrangements. He knew the nature of work in the entertainment industry, where it was common to be away from home, so he didn't take it too seriously. However, when Chen Huifang reminded him, he realized that he had been married to the other family's daughter for 3 years but had never visited her once. I don't think Xiao Su is unprepared. It's more likely that her family doesn't agree, so she's been putting it off. Chen Huifang's tone revealed the clarity of someone who had experienced this. I don't know what good deeds you did in your previous life to marry such a beautiful girl. But since you're married, you have to go visit them regardless of whether their family agrees or not. In many places, girls can only get married and have children after meeting their parents. You should take this to heart and shoulder your responsibilities as a man. Don't put too much pressure on Xiao Su. I haven't visited my wife's home in 3 years of marriage, which is indeed a bit inappropriate. Jiang Chen nodded silently. Okay, I understand. But the thing about having a baby. His thoughts couldn't help but drift away. He also wanted to make his family more complete, but he and Su Luowei had made no progress on the most critical issues before, so he had no time to think about such things. Now that Chen Huifang suddenly mentioned it, his mind couldn't help but emerge with the scene of a little person appearing in the family. After the child was born, I stayed at home every day, taking care of the child and spending time with the little girl. This kind of life seemed pretty good. There is no need to worry about career matters. As long as Su Luowei wants to go out to work, he is fully capable of helping her return to the entertainment industry at any time and become a little queen. Jiang Chen was never married in his previous life and didn't have a family of his own. At this moment, driven by the imagination in my mind, I was a little moved. If the girl could really give him a little girl, then he doesn't have to do anything every day, just stay at home and play with the little girl. Playing hide and seek is also good. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 97. Chapter 50. Jiang Chen wrote another song? You bastard, Jiang Lang has lost all his talent and made me suffer so much. Magic City, on the roadside. The woman couldn't help but complain. She dragged her suitcase and looked at the busy traffic and tall buildings in front of her, frowning slightly. Where is this? Her hair was slightly curly, and she wore a sun hat and big sunglasses, sexy high heels, and a black tight dress. Under the sunglasses were bright red lips, and she was full of aura. Although her face was hidden by the sunglasses, passers-by could still vaguely see that she was a very beautiful woman. The tight dress she wore outlined her sexy figure. This eye-catching outfit attracted countless pedestrians' attention. There were even a few unlucky guys who accidentally bumped into bicycles parked on the roadside because they were too engrossed in watching. The woman was completely unaware that she was the cause of the traffic jam not far away. She looked at the completely unfamiliar street in front of her. The bastard has run out of ideas. And there's the damned China Literature Forum. Its headquarters is clearly in Kyoto, so why does it have to hold its events in Shanghai? She had to rush all the way from Kyoto, but she couldn't even tell the direction. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she decisively took out her cell phone and dialed for help. Hello? Luo Wei. Sister, I'm lost. Ding dong. Jiang Chen had just finished talking to Chen Huifang when his phone vibrated again. But this time it was a text message from the little girl. She said that she and senior sister Yan had already recorded the demo tape of The Wind Rises and was standing at the company entrance at that moment. She asked him if he wanted to have dinner together. Jiang Chen touched his stomach and found that he was indeed a little hungry. I slept until the afternoon and didn't even have lunch. What Chen Huifang said is true. Man is like iron and food is like steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you will feel very hungry. Next time he must never starve himself in order to work hard. He stretched, patted his belly, picked up his phone and walked out of the company. The company's corridor was quiet. Perhaps it was because he had suspended all the artists' work, so everyone left work early. Even Su Jingchu didn't know where she went. You're not going to hide away somewhere to slack off, are you? Jiang Chen muttered in his heart. However, when he arrived at the company gate, he found that Su Jingchu and others had already been waiting for him in the parking lot. Su Luowei stood aside holding the phone, looking a little dumbfounded, and no one knew who she was talking to or what she was talking to. Yan Shuexin still had that cold look on her face, standing among the group with a powerful aura. The little girl Su Mengyao was also there, but perhaps she was still angry about what happened in the morning. When she saw him coming, she deliberately snorted coldly and turned her head away, not wanting to pay any attention to him. The little girl just likes to hold grudges. It's just that I didn't write a song for her, so why does she still remember it until now? Jiang Chen walked over to Su Mengyao and pretended to cough. Xiao Su, I just put a piece of paper on the table. I think it might be suitable for you. Do you want to take a look? Su Mengyao was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then her eyes immediately lit up. A piece of paper? Could it be? Even Yan Shuexin and Su Jingchu couldn't help but look over after hearing what he said. Okay, I'll go check it out. Su Mengyao nodded quickly, wiping the tears from her eyes as she expressed her gratitude to Jiang Chen. Thank you, senior brother-in-law. I knew you wouldn't forget me. No need to thank me, go ahead. It would be bad if someone saw us later. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Yes. Su Mengyao nodded, wiped her tears, and walked happily towards the office building. Su Jingchu and Yan Shuexin looked at her back and looked at each other with some surprise in their eyes. Jiang Chen wrote a song for Su Mengyao? No way? But why do I always feel like something is wrong? This guy, can he be so kind? 5 minutes later, Su Mengyao reappeared at the door of the office building, holding a piece of paper in her hand. Su Jingchu and Yan Shuexin looked surprised. Did Jiang Chen really write a song? But when Su Mengyao walked up to him, Su Jingchu was about to say something. The little girl's emotions were unbearable. She pointed her finger at Jiang Chen, her face filled with grief and indignation. You bastard brother-in-law, you dared to lie to me? I've been searching for ages, and this is the only thing on the table. Yan Shuexin and Su Jingchu were both stunned for a moment, and looked at the piece of paper in the little girl's hand, only to find that it seemed to be an advertising leaflet. Qingshan Cerebral Palsy Rehabilitation Hospital, caring for children with cerebral palsy starts with me. The corners of Yan Shuexin and Su Jingchu's mouths couldn't help but twitch. Jiang Chen, this bastard, is so evil. Jiang Chen shrugged and said with a grin, when did I ever say there was anything else on the table? He found the flyer when he came into the office this morning. I don't know which unscrupulous deliveryman actually threw this kind of advertising leaflet in through the crack of the door. He wanted to throw it away, but his office had just been renovated and he didn't have a trash can ready, so he just threw it on the table. Su Mengyao knew that she had been cheated. Thinking about how she had just searched through all the drawers and cabinets in the office for a long time, she was so angry that tears almost came out. She wiped her tears, turned around with a feeling of grievance, and decided not to talk to Jiang Chen again. Yan Shuexin and Su Jingchu exchanged a glance, both speechless. Su Mengyao, a silly little girl, had run into a scoundrel like Jiang Chen. She really couldn't explain herself. At this time, Su Luowei also finished the call and walked over with a helpless and apologetic look on her face. What's wrong? Jiang Chen looked at the girl's delicate body, and couldn't help but think of what Chen Huifang had just told him. If Su Luowei really gave birth to a little girl for him, it would be nice for him to hold the little girl on his left and the little girl on his right. Su Luowei didn't notice the strange look in Jiang Chen's eyes. She said softly, I wanted to go eat, but Yi just called and said she seemed to have accidentally lost her way. Yi? Jiang Chen was suddenly surprised. Could it be your roommate, Gong Yi? Su Luowei nodded. Gong Yi was her college roommate. When she married Jiang Chen, Gong Yi was the bridesmaid, so Jiang Chen also knew her. However, there always seemed to be some discord between the two of them. Whenever they met, they always disliked each other. She came to Shanghai and wanted to give me a surprise, but it seems she took the wrong road. Su Luowei said. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Although he had only met Gong Yi a few times, his impression of her could be summed up in one word: big waves. Because this woman not only has big waves, but also big waves in waves. Although she is not much older than Su Luowei, she always likes to dress herself in a mature and charming style and calls herself the elder sister. He has a carefree personality and has no taboos. When he sees something he doesn't like, he will directly make sarcastic remarks and complain about it. That's why he could never get along with this woman, because every time Gong Yi saw him, she couldn't help but mock him verbally. Or, let's go pick her up first. Su Luowei looked at him a little embarrassedly and said. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, clearly somewhat reluctant. Gong Yi? Why does this name sound familiar? Su Jingqiu also heard the conversation between the two and suddenly asked curiously, isn't she the actress who was reported in the news 2 years ago, who slapped director Zhang in public on the set? Chapter 51 Handsome boys are easily targeted. Su Luowei was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Sister Jing was also interested in her roommate. However, many news media participated in reporting on that incident, and many people in the circle knew about it. She hesitated, then nodded. Gong Yi was indeed an actress back then. Gong Yi, who just graduated from school a year ago, got the leading role in a play because of her outstanding appearance. The director was the well-known domestic director Zhang Di. This drama is a big production with a very strong cast. There are 7 or 8 first-line stars acting opposite Gong Yi, but she is the only female lead in the play. It can be said that as soon as this drama is finished, Gong Yi's popularity will immediately rise from a debut newcomer to the ranks of second-tier female stars. Making her debut under such circumstances, Gong Yi is basically no different from picking up a gold ingot on the street. Even Su Luowei called to congratulate her. But later, I don't know what happened. The crew had already officially announced the cast on the internet, but Gong Yi suddenly announced that she would boycott the show. She also slapped director Zhang hard in front of everyone on the set. As for the reason, it seems that it was because a role in a play that Gong Yi liked very much at the time was suddenly deleted by director Zhang. Gong Yi was very angry and went to find director Zhang to argue. Then, after arguing for a long time without any result, he slapped the director in anger. Later, Gong Yi announced that she would stop performing. The angry director Zhang personally announced that Gong Yi would never get any more acting jobs. Sure enough, from that day on, Gong Yi never appeared on the screen again. When Su Jingqiu suddenly brought up this matter, Su Luowei's expression was actually a little helpless. Gong Yi is obviously a great beauty, but when she was in school, she was famous for her love of reading. I was often criticized by the teacher for reading novels in class. Sometimes, she would even argue with others for a long time over a character in the book. There was nothing wrong with liking to read novels, but what Su Luowei didn't expect was that after Gong Yi made her debut, she didn't even get rid of this habit on the crew. It is normal for the plot and characters to be deleted when a novel is adapted into a film or TV series. Who would have thought that Gong Yi would have an argument with the director over such a thing? He even slapped the director in the face at the end. Now more than a year has passed, and I don't know how she is doing now. Damn, this woman is a troublemaker. If she gets lost, why not just let her go to the police? Jiang Chen complained. He and Gong Yi are definitely incompatible. He gets a headache every time he sees this woman. However, Su Mangyao on the side deliberately wanted to contradict him. Let's go, Sister Luowei, I want to go too. I also want to see Sister Yi. I also want to ask her what happened back then. I haven't seen this girl for a long time. Let's go and see her. Yan Shuexin, who was standing by, pondered for a while and then nodded and said. She and Su Luowei were fellow students, and she had met Gong Yi several times in school. She had a deep impression of her roommate Su Luowei. Su Jingqiu also nodded. Women are all gossipy. Obviously, she was also very interested in Gong Yi. Yeah, 4-1. Su Mengyao raised her hand and announced the result impatiently. Then she stuck out her tongue at Jiang Chen, put her hands on her hips, and looked at him triumphantly. Damn it, sooner or later I'll sell you to a rich family as a nanny. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. Since the women had already made their decision, Jiang Chen's reluctance seemed less important. The group decided to set out to pick up Gong Yi and find a place to have dinner. Jiang Chen originally planned to emphasize his opinion again. But in the end, under the strong protest of my stomach, I had no choice but to compromise. Half an hour later, the 2 cars they drove out finally found Gong Yi at the gate of a kindergarten. To be honest, Jiang Chen couldn't imagine how a woman could be so stupid. She actually managed to get lost all the way from the airport to the kindergarten entrance. He even wanted to install a camera on this woman's forehead to study how she did it. Su Jingqiu was worried that the appearance of Yan Shuexin and Su Luowei would cause traffic jams. Everyone finally decided that Jiang Chen would get out of the car and help Gong Yi carry the luggage into the car. Under the curious gazes of a group of little kids who were asking, "Brother, you are so handsome," and "Brother, are you a star?" Jiang Chen put the suitcase into the trunk and closed the car door in an unhappy mood. A few years passed. Gong Yi's appearance doesn't seem to have changed much, she still has the sexy queen style. Although she wears big sunglasses and a sun hat that cover her face, her aura still looks very powerful. Jiang Chen knew that if this woman took off her sunglasses, the number of people turning their heads to look at her would probably double. This woman was born to be an actress. As long as she shows her beauty and charm, she can easily capture the hearts of male audiences. In addition to her body being attractive enough to make people make mistakes, she also has a face that is full of charm and can bring disaster to the country and the people. Fortunately, he was banned before his debut. Jiang Chen was secretly glad in his heart, otherwise this woman would have ruined countless young men who were still in love on the TV screen. These were the flowers of the motherland. It's impossible to withstand the torture of this kind of female demon in the middle of the night. After Gong Yi got in the car, the two cars did not stay where they were, but drove directly to a private chef restaurant. The so-called private chef restaurant is actually a farm estate that only receives 3 or 4 tables of guests every day. This kind of manor is usually located in a remote place. The manor has different private rooms, each separated by an independent courtyard. It focuses on privacy and confidentiality and is very popular among celebrities from all walks of life. Of course, the cost of a meal in such a place is not low. A meal in any courtyard often costs more than tens of thousands of yuan. The restaurant they were going to was called Yu Yanlo and Yan Shuexin was the investor behind it. Under her arrangement, the private kitchen staff thoughtfully prepared a quiet private room for them. Under the guidance of the staff, the two cars drove directly into the yard. As soon as she got off the car, Gong Yi gave Su Luowei a big hug. "Long time no see, Awei, I miss you." Me too." Jiang Chen, who was standing by, immediately couldn't help but imagine the scene of some spherical objects colliding. "You're using so much force, will it break? What are you looking at?" Just as he was daydreaming, Su Luowei suddenly reached out and slapped his arm unhappily, pulling Jiang Chen out of his indescribable thoughts. "Luowei, why did this salty fish follow us?" Gong Yi also noticed Jiang Chen's gaze and immediately entered combat mode. Ever since they met, she has always disliked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's online name is Salted Fish in the River, so Gong Yi always mocks him as a salted fish. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and thought, "Fuck you, Gong Yi, if I hadn't helped you carry your suitcase into the car just now, you silly woman would still be standing in a daze at the kindergarten gate." Su Luowei also seemed to know that the two of them liked to quarrel with each other as soon as they met. He held his forehead helplessly, took Gong Yi's arm, and said angrily, "Forget it, Yi, let's go in and talk. It's been a while since we last met. Tell me what you've been doing during this time." Gong Yi snorted coldly, no longer looking at Jiang Chen, and accused Su Luowei like a big sister. "Luowei, you've been married for 3 years, why are you still always siding with this bastard?" "Sister, I told you from the beginning, don't be fooled by his appearance. This guy is actually a scoundrel with a face thicker than a city wall." The two women walked into the box arm in arm. On the side, Su Mengyao looked at Gong Yi's figure, and her eyes couldn't help but shine. This senior sister Gong has such a powerful aura. Her outfit looks both cool and charming, exactly like the image of the big sister in her mind. It's so beautiful. She couldn't help but follow their footsteps and walk forward together. Only Jiang Chen stood there silently, lighting a cigarette, feeling very angry and emotional. "I thought that if a boy is handsome, he will be easily targeted outside. I won Su Luowei with my own strength, how come it turned out to be a scam? Gong Yi is simply slandering." Yan Shuexin, standing aside, suddenly nodded, as if to express her approval. Jiang Chen felt a little comforted. After taking a deep breath of smoke, he turned around and asked, "Old Yan, do you think so too?" Yan Shuexin looked at him with some doubt in her cold eyes, then nodded. "I just suddenly felt that what he said was right. The word scoundrel really suits you." After saying that, she walked towards the box without looking back. Jiang Chen stood there in a daze for a moment. "Lulu, you big scoundrel." Su Mengyao had already walked to the door of the box, but suddenly remembered the hatred between the two of them, and turned around and made a face at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky with a stiff expression. After a long time, he sighed softly, "What the book says is true. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie." Chapter 52. Oops, the novel I wrote was discovered. When Jiang Chen put out his cigarette and walked into the private room, several women had already started chatting. The environment in the box is elegantly decorated. The table is not big and can just seat 8 people, but the space in the room is much larger than imagined. There are Chinese-style sofas, tea tables, and wall paintings. There are even some small potted carpus trees on the small table next to the wall, which has a very ancient charm. What have you been doing all this time? Su Luowei asked curiously. After Gong Yi was banned, she actually wanted to find some resources for Gong Yi, but she declined. So over the past year or so, she wasn't quite sure what Gong Yi was busy with. Sister is no longer filming. Gong Yi seemed a little proud, and said proudly, filming is too troublesome. The script has to be changed over and over again. It's very annoying. I like novels, so I just started writing them. Be a writer? Hearing this, the women in the box were stunned and a little surprised. Then everyone couldn't help but look in Jiang Chen's direction. If they remembered correctly, Jiang Chen seemed to be a writer as well? Although it's the kind of daydreaming. Humph, what kind of writer is he? It's been so long, and he hasn't written anything. Gong Yi obviously noticed Jiang Chen as well, and snorted in disdain. It's 3 years. I haven't written anything in 3 years. Su Mengyao immediately stretched out 3 fingers and emphasized with a hum. Su Luowei also looked at Jiang Chen. She remembered what she had said to Jiang Chen a few days ago, as long as you can write a decent book, I won't let you be the music director. These days, Jiang Chen has been typing away in the studio whenever he has free time, and I don't know if he's written anything. Sister, did it only take you 1 year to become a writer? Su Mengyao was now very interested in Gong Yi and asked eagerly. Of course, sister, I just recently participated in the women's literature writing competition held by the Huaxiao Literature Forum. My book originally ranked first on the popularity list. I came to Shanghai this time just to participate in the activities organized by the competition. Gong Yi nodded. But when he said this, a hint of indignation suddenly appeared on his face. Unfortunately, I was overtaken by a stupid romance novel this afternoon, and now I can only rank second. Wow, that's pretty impressive too. Su Mengyao was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but praise. She originally thought that Gong Yi was just writing for fun, but she didn't expect that she would achieve such good results. Then, as if she suddenly remembered something, she glanced vaguely in Jiang Chen's direction and said, he's much better than some of those fake, conman brothers-in-law. There is only one person in this box who can be called senior brother-in-law, and the targeted meaning of the words is very obvious. Jiang Chen cursed Su Mengyao inwardly, feeling somewhat surprised. Gong Yi actually participated in the Chinese Literature Forum competition? Is it such a coincidence? Wasn't he participating in a women's literary writing competition? Oh, yes, Gong Yi happens to be a female. Etc. The book that surpassed hers this afternoon, could it be? Jiang Chen looked a little surprised. Su Jingchu's expression suddenly changed. Women's literature writing competition? She remembered the horrifying love book that her best friend had given her last time, which had kept her awake all night, and it seemed that it was for this competition. She asked curiously, what's the name of the novel that surpassed you? What else can I call you? Gong Yi immediately became angry and said through gritted teeth. The title of the book is Those Years, We Blew Out the Lamp Together. This book makes me angry. Hearing this, the women in the room, except Su Jingchu, were all curious. What on earth was this book that could make Gong Yi so angry? Su Jingchu's mouth twitched, and she knew it was this book. In fact, she has been following this horror romance novel these days, which has caused her to be afraid to sleep alone at night. So these 2 days, she has been finding excuses to stay at Luowei's house. Jiang Chen's brows raised slightly. It was indeed his book. He hasn't updated today, so I'm not sure about the latest status of this book. I only knew that when I checked it yesterday, it was still ranked 3rd on the popularity list, but I didn't expect it to jump directly to 1st place today. Those years, we blew out the lanterns together? That sounds pretty romantic. Su Mengyao asked, is this a love story from 50 or 60 years ago? My grandmother told me there were no electric lights back then. Gong Yi's expression became strange. The title of this book does look like a love story, but only after clicking on it, you will find out how horrifying the content is, and it's the kind that you can't stop reading. Sister, I don't know what to say. Anyway, once you've read it, you'll understand what I mean. This book is absolutely a piece of shit. Gong Yi sighed secretly in her heart. She actually wanted to expose the evil deeds of this book, but after hesitating for a while, she finally gave up the idea. Although she hated the book, for some reason, she would always suppress her inner impulse whenever she introduced it to her friends. This book is placed in the column of romance novels, like an unknown riddle. It would be boring to reveal the answer directly. Only by experiencing it yourself can you deeply understand the abomination of this book. Before she opened those years, she had no idea that this book would make her unable to sleep for several days. After hearing her words, the women in the box, except Su Jingchu, suddenly became more curious. What kind of book is this? How could Gong Yi show such a conflicted expression? Su Mengyao was very curious and was the first one who couldn't help but open her phone and search for those years. We blew out the lights together. In a moment, all the information about the book appeared on the screen. Just as Gong Yi said, this book is participating in the Women's Literature Writing Competition and the writing theme is love. When she clicked on the writing competition list page, she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, this book is amazing, it's #1 on all the lists." Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin were also somewhat interested and found the same competition homepage on their mobile phones. Sure enough, on the 4 ranking lists on the competition page, the first place was occupied by the book Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. Popularity list, update list, update list. Even the Tutso list, which is mainly used to create hot topics, is no exception. The expressions of several people became even more curious and confused. How could this novel occupy 4 lists in a row? Could it be that the love story in this book is both touching and heartbreaking? It makes people want to watch it, but also want to complain? Su Luowei and Yan Shuoxin each clicked in out of curiosity. They also read novels to pass the time during their rest time. Especially Su Luowei, she has to read scripts occasionally, so she has no objection to novels. Su Jingchu, who was standing by, saw that both of them seemed to be ready to start reading. The corners of her mouth moved, and she wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she sighed and gave up. Forget it, there's no point in talking about this kind of thing. Perhaps opening this book without knowing anything about it is the correct way to read it. Only in this way can you appreciate the essence of this book. Chapter 53. Jiang Lang is a genius. Author Jiang Lang Cajun. Message from this book: are you ready? This will be a brand new way to open a love story. Enter the home page and the basic information of the book will be displayed on the screen. Honey, this author's pen name is Jiang Lang Kaijin, which is very similar to your pen name Salted Fish in the River. Have you read this book? Jiang Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Of course he had read this book. Not only that, he had also published it on the Huaxia Literature Forum. He originally planned to use this book to prove his writing ability to Su Luowei and use it to resign the position of music director. However, now Chunwe Entertainment is being targeted by Qingqing Entertainment, and the company's artists are being bullied. The girl is sad and upset, so he has to postpone this matter for the time being. After completely solving the trouble with Qingqing Entertainment, he will choose an opportunity to announce his identity and cut off the chains of the entertainment industry. At this time, it's natural to pretend that you don't know. He waved his hand dismissively. I have no interest in watching this kind of mindless writing competition. It's meaningless. If I just write a story like Pleasant Goat Falls in Love with Red Wolf and submit it to the competition, I'm sure I'll win first place. Listening to Jiang Chen's arrogant remarks, the women in the box rolled their eyes and were speechless. This writing competition is organized by the China Literature Forum. It is a semi-official national competition and is the highest level competition in the field of writing. Rankings and certificates can all be written directly on your resume, and you, a random writer, actually look down on them? What sheep? It's a wolf. If you really took this book Animal Love to a competition, wouldn't everyone laugh at you? Su Jingchu rolled her eyes immediately, and Su Luowei blushed slightly. Jiang Chen really had no talent in writing, and his words often made people laugh and cry. Gong Yi snorted coldly. This guy is totally uneducated, yet he has the nerve to call himself a writer? In the box. The women decided to ignore Jiang Chen and continued to look at their phones. Scroll down from the cover to find the main text of the novel. Chapter 1, The Blank Paper of That Year. My grandfather's name is Hugo Ba. Time passes by every second. Several women were immersed in the story. It was not until the waiter pushed the door open with the dishes that Su Luowei couldn't help but shiver and came back to her senses from the words on the screen. She raised her head and saw the same look of disbelief in Yan Shuoxin and Su Mengyao's eyes. This romance novel, how can it be so scary? Not only is it terrifying, but there seems to be a different kind of magic that keeps attracting them to look down. What is going on? None of them had ever seen a love story related to tomb raiding and exploration, and they immediately felt that although the plot was scary, it was very novel. Moreover, Jiang Langkai-jin's writing skills are very good. Every plot seems to contain a hook, constantly hooking their curiosity and making them keep turning pages. So even though the feeling of terror was getting stronger and stronger, I couldn't control my fingers from sliding down the screen. Indeed, it's a good book. Etc. It took a few people to react. Why would such a horrific novel appear on the popularity list of the Women's Literature Writing Competition? Moreover, it is a writing competition with the theme of love. This is too weird. The women couldn't help but look at each other strangely. They felt that after reading this book, even though they were sitting in this brightly lit box, they could feel a chill slowly rising from behind them, and they were a little afraid to look behind them. So if a girl opens this novel alone late at night, wouldn't she be so scared that she wouldn't even dare to get out of bed? The three of them looked at the book title on the screen that was dominating the top of 4 lists like a bully, and suddenly they understood why this book was not only ranked first on the popularity list, but also far ahead on the complaint list. Because this is a novel that does not follow the rules at all. They also understood what Gong Yi had just said. This is truly a bastard novel. And Jiang Langkai-jin is also a bastard. How evil does one have to be to write such a horrific love story in a women's literature writing contest? Su Luowei took a deep breath and looked at Gong Yi. How can this book, which doesn't fit the theme of the competition, continue to dominate the popularity list? Don't the organizers care? The organizer? Speaking of this, Gong Yi became even angrier. I don't know how many readers have complained about this book recently, but the unanimous response I received was, the book contains romantic elements, fits the theme of the competition, and does not violate any rules. Hearing this, the women were a little bit unbelieving. This is simply a horror tomb raiding novel. Isn't this considered illegal? Gong Yi sighed and continued, after all, the organizers' competition rules don't say that romance novels can incorporate other elements. Strictly speaking, this book does fit the theme of the competition. At this point, she was very dissatisfied. This Jiang Lang has run out of ideas, which is equivalent to skirting the rules, leaving the organizers with no way to deal with him. Hearing this, everyone's expressions looked a little strange. The forest is so big that there are all kinds of new things. This was the first time they had heard of such an outrageous thing. Jiang Lang's talent ran out when he openly wrote a horror novel in a writing competition with the theme of love, and the organizers were completely helpless against him. It's really bad that Jiang Lang has run out of ideas. Su Mengyao said angrily. No, it should be said that it is smart. Yan Shuexin frowned and pondered for a moment, then shook her head. This guy is out of ideas, he's probably a marketing genius. Everyone was stunned and looked at her curiously. Even Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard this. All the women in the room were blaming Jiang Langkai-jin for his evil deeds, which made him feel a little embarrassed. He just wanted to write a book, and he didn't expect to bother so many girls in the middle of the night. However, Yan Shuexin actually thought he was a marketing genius? Chapter 54. Do you know any great musicians? Everyone looked at Yan Shuexin. Existence is justified. Although this book doesn't fit the theme of the competition, it still managed to take the top spot on the popularity list. Obviously, it didn't achieve this solely through hype. Yan Shuexin continued. The plot of this book is very novel. It tells a tomb raiding story that has never been seen before. The writing is also very good. The sense of reality and suspense are well created, so it is very relatable and terrifying when reading it. If this book were placed in the horror novel category, it would also become a classic. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Obviously, everyone agreed with what Yan Shuexin said. Jiang Chen picked up the cup in front of him and took a sip of tea, nodding secretly in his heart. Yan Shuexin's analysis was absolutely correct. He was the only one in this box who knew how popular this book was at the time. This was the first novel to pioneer the theme of tomb raiding, and its popularity directly attracted many authors to imitate it. But this person, who has run out of ideas, chose to publish it in a women's literary writing competition. Yan Shuexin continued, so I think this Jiang Langkai-jin is probably actually a genius who understands marketing. Have you ever considered that when readers open this book, they think they're about to read a sweet romance novel and aren't fully prepared? The horror of this book is even more profound, which is why it scares so many girls and keeps them awake at night. I think Jiang Lang's lack of talent was probably intentional, deliberately publishing this book in a women's literary writing competition with love as its theme. Unconventional operations not only make the experience of reading this book more profound, but also win more topics and reposts for the book. But this kind of thing cannot be accomplished without enough courage and confidence. Therefore, Jiang Langkajan is not only a genius writer, but also a genius in marketing. After listening to Yan Shuexin's analysis, the women in the box suddenly understood. Jiang Langkajan is so powerful? Su Mengyao said with some disbelief. At first she just thought that Jiang Lang was bad because he had run out of ideas. Gong Yi gritted her teeth and wanted to say something in rebuttal, but after thinking about it carefully, she nodded helplessly. She knew that what Yan Shuexin and Su Jingshu said were both correct. Although Jiang Langkajan was very bold and used this method to attract attention, who would dare to do so without any strength? Besides, this book is really well written. Jiang Chen's expression was a little strange. He picked up the teacup in his hand and put it down involuntarily. In my mind, I silently recalled the afternoon a few days ago when he chose to release Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. At that time, he actually thought about so much in just a few minutes? Could it be that he really is the legendary marketing genius? In the box, the women all agreed with Yan Shuexin's words. Putting aside the theme of the competition, this book is indeed a rare masterpiece. The writing and plot content are very good, and the sense of immersion and reality are also very strong. It's like this author has actually robbed a tomb. It is also very good at grabbing attention and creating topics. No wonder it became so popular in just a few days. Only Jiang Chen felt a little complicated. Yan Shuexin's continuous praise made him feel much better. He was about to listen more, but why did she suddenly stop? He coughed lightly. In my opinion, this Jiang Langkajan is not a marketing genius at all. He is just a person who is trying to gain publicity and fame. How could such a person be a writer? This is an insult to the word writer. And his book, I just took a look at it, it's complete bullshit, total nonsense. How could this book even take first place on the popularity list? This writing competition is nothing special. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately criticized by everyone. Su Mengyao, humph, senior brother-in-law, you can't write anything yourself, yet you have the nerve to criticize others? I think Jiang Langkajan's writing is very good. Although it is scary, it makes people want to read it. Su Jingshu nodded. Indeed, this Jiang Langkai published his Toon rating novel on a women's romance novel platform, yet it still managed to take first place on the popularity list. From this perspective, we have to admit that he truly is a genius in writing and marketing. Hubby, you're talking nonsense again. Jiang Lang's writing is really good. Although Gong Yi didn't want to speak up for Jiang Langkajan, she obviously hated Jiang Chen even more. Senior sister Yan is right. Although Jiang Langkajan is a bit of a jerk, he is indeed a marketing genius and his writing skills are also very high. After only 3 or 4 days of publication, this book has already generated several buzz online, easily taking the top spot on various charts. Even the organizers are helpless. No other author can do this, and many people in our competition author group were amazed by his performance. Humph, you have high expectations but low skills, and you are so arrogant. Yan Shuexin was more direct. After glancing at Jiang Chen, she made a direct comment. However, their words were like tickling to Jiang Chen's ears, without any harm. I am the one who has run out of ideas, and I am the one who has run out of ideas. The more you praise Jiang Lang's talent, the better I feel. Jiang Chen sighed secretly. As expected, he is indeed a rare marketing genius. Finally, the women couldn't help but sigh inwardly when they saw that Jiang Chen was still unmoved and didn't care at all. This guy is really too shameless. In the following time, everyone started to eat seriously, and occasionally talked about other topics. But Jiang Chen didn't know what was going on. Whenever the women talked about other topics, he would remain silent and focus on eating his food. But as soon as someone mentioned Jiang Langkajan's loss of talent, he would immediately go into combat mode as if some reverse scale was touched, and criticize Jiang Langkajan and Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together as worthless. In short, it's just one sentence. Run out of ideas? Nothing. Those years, we blew out the lights together? Bullshit. This made the women in the box very angry. They used all kinds of harsh words, praising Jiang Lang for his talent and refuting Jiang Chen. But at this moment, Jiang Chen was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He just narrowed his eyes and listened with a smile. He seemed to not care at all, neither refuting nor responding. His attitude made everyone feel like they were punching cotton, which was very uncomfortable. Finally, the meal gradually came to an end. After Jiang Chen had eaten and drunk his fill, he patted his stomach, picked up his cigarette box, and prepared to go outside to get some fresh air. He enjoyed the meal just now very much and could not help but eat a little more, which made his stomach feel bloated. He had to take a walk in the yard to digest the food. After he lazily left the box, Su Mengyao snorted twice. Senior brother-in-law Jiang Chen is so shameless. He keeps saying that Jiang Lang is out of ideas and knows nothing, when in fact, he himself is the one who knows nothing the most. We both have the same surname, Jiang, so why is there such a big difference? Su Jingchu also shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. He's a salted fish in the river, a big salted fish, so of course he's even worse. Su Mengyao made a face. Ever since Jiang Chen deceived her with a flyer, she had a strong dislike for him. I've decided. From today on, I'm a fan of Jiang Langkajan. I'll read every chapter he updates. She raised her hands and groaned. Su Jingchu nodded. In fact, she felt the same way. Jiang Chen may have some talent in songwriting, but he is really not good at being a writer. Do you think he's jealous of Jiang Lang's lack of talent? She suddenly thought of something and looked at the others and said. Upon hearing this, the women in the box were stunned. Hasn't Jiang Chen's dream always been to become a great writer? Su Jingchu continued to analyze. Now that he sees other writers suddenly achieving such great success, and their pen names are so similar to his, do you think he has any thoughts in his mind? No wonder senior brother-in-law reacts so strongly whenever I mention Jiang Lang's talent is exhausted. So it turns out he's just envious? Su Mengyao looked as if she had suddenly understood something. Of course he does. This guy hasn't produced anything in the past 3 years. How could he not have any ideas? Gong Yi also analyzed. Since ancient times, scholars have always looked down on each other. Jiang Chen keeps shouting about writing masterpieces that will be passed down through the ages, which makes him more likely to be cynical. At this point, she shook her head. I originally thought this guy was lazy and that wanting to be a writer was just talk. I didn't expect he actually cared so much about it, even to the point of being jealous of others. What's the point of being jealous of others? Su Jingchu curled his lips. Luo Wei, Jiang Chen is in this situation, so you should try to persuade him more. She looked at Su Luo Wei. Since you don't have a talent for writing, why do you have to waste your time in this direction? I think we need to find a way to make Jiang Chen realize that he's simply not cut out for writing. He'd be better off spending his time on Chunwe entertainment. Hearing this, a hint of worry appeared on Su Luo Wei's face. Although Jiang Chen used to be lazy every day, he always had a good attitude. He was not impatient or irritable, and he would not deliberately belittle others. Why is he acting so abnormal today? Is it really because of jealousy? Since he hadn't written any works in 3 years and I asked him to be the music director, was it because of the anxiety that his mentality gradually changed? Thinking of this, Su Luo Wei sighed inwardly. Jiang Chen is not without talent, he is simply not suitable for writing. The songs he wrote were very nice and his singing ability was also very strong. Jiang Chen is actually a genius, a musical genius, but he just chose the wrong target. Such amazing talent should be placed in the field of music so that it will not be buried. I'll ask him later. The dinner gradually came to an end with the women chatting. Sister E, are you coming to Shanghai just to participate in the Chinese Literature Forum? Before leaving, Su Mengyao suddenly asked. She found that she had a good impression of this cool senior sister and wanted to spend a few more days with Gong Yi. Unexpectedly, Gong Yi shook her head. It's not all for participating in the event. She took out a small, exquisite notebook from her bag and said, I'm in Shanghai this time, and I'd like to ask Luo Wei to help me find a musician. Her expression was very proud. The copyright of my sister's novel has been spotted by an investor, who is planning to adapt it into a TV series. However, when discussing the interludes in the series, the investor said it would be better if there were songs that fit the love story in the book. So I wrote a lyric and wanted to try to find a suitable musician to compose the music. Su Luo Wei took the exquisite notebook and found that Gong Yi had indeed written the lyrics. Love of parting. The aroma of coffee on the street corner still has your scent. Our shadows are stretched so long. Every step is heavy, every step is looking back. The lights of the city cannot illuminate the confusion in my heart. It can be seen that this is a love song with the theme of parting. Gong Yi's writing style is also very good, no wonder she can get a top ranking in the writing competition. Luo Wei, you know a lot of people. Can you help me find a great musician to arrange music for this song? Gong Yi took Su Luowei's hand and asked pleadingly. Hearing this, the box suddenly became quiet. The women looked at each other, and their expressions suddenly became a little strange. Great musicians. They met one today. We were just complaining together. Chapter 55 Help Gong Yi compose music? 5 minutes later. Several women came out of the box and found Jiang Chen sitting alone on a stone bench in the yard. He looked up at the moon and the sky, a cigarette between his hands, and remained silent. The smoke was lingering around him, and his back seemed a little lonely and desolate. The women all stopped and looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. In their impression, Jiang Chen has always been a cynical, willful scoundrel. This kind of deep and solemn state was the first time they had seen it. This guy is actually quite pitiful. After 3 years of being a writer and not having anything written, it must be very hard on you, right? I usually just pretend not to care. Su Jingchu sighed slowly and said. Hearing this, the women all nodded silently. Jiang Chen's back now does look a little sad. It was also the first time that Su Luowei saw Jiang Chen in such a depressed state. She walked forward with a distressed look on her face, slowly hugged Jiang Chen from behind, and said softly. Honey, let's give up writing, okay? From now on, we'll stay in Chunwe Entertainment and write songs. I'll always be with you, and we'll develop in the entertainment industry together. She didn't want Jiang Chen to feel bad about writing anymore, nor did she want Jiang Chen to be questioned by others for not having writing talent. As long as Jiang Chen is willing to give up writing and write songs well, he will soon become famous in the music industry with his talent. Then no one can question him anymore. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. He had just walked a few steps in the yard and felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach. He sat here to relax for a while and smoke a cigarette. But why did the little girl suddenly tell him this? Let him give up writing? Stay at Chunwe Entertainment? Develop in the entertainment industry? How is this possible? My heart beat faster, my scalp tingled, and goosebumps appeared all over my body. It's already the limit for him to be the music director at this moment. Jiang Chen's forehead was sweating. He turned around stiffly, his face full of confusion. Wife, I have no grudge against you. Why are you trying to harm me? Jiang Chen. Su Luowei stood there, looking at Jiang Chen angrily. Jiang Chen not only broke free from her arms, but also pinched her cheeks forcefully. Woman, a forced melon is not sweet. I advise you to give up on this idea. Su Luowei's eyebrows were raised. It was obvious that she was talking to him very seriously about writing. However, Jiang Chen had already sat down on the stone bench again and continued to look up at the sky with a sad look. Damn, my stomach is so full that I can't even walk. I must not eat so much next time. In the yard, several women looked at Su Luowei, who was stamping her feet in anger, and Jiang Chen, who was unyielding, and they couldn't help but feel a little angry. This bastard. He has no idea how to understand the efforts women make behind the scenes. Sister Jing, Luowei isn't really planning on letting this guy compose music for me, is he? At the door of the box, Gong Yi looked at Su Jingchu in disbelief. Just now, Su Luowei suggested that Jiang Chen could try singing the song Love of Parting, and then a group of people left the box. She thought it was a joke at first, but seeing everyone's reactions it seemed otherwise. Because not only Su Jingchu but also Yan Shuoxin seemed to have no special reaction to this matter. I'm still standing here, waiting for Su Luowei to talk to Jiang Chen about composing the music. It's true. Su Jingchu stroked his forehead, not knowing how to explain to Gong Yi that Jiang Chen could indeed write and sing songs. What? Can he do it? Gong Yi's eyes widened, her tone full of doubt. She thought that her best friend Luowei must have been brainwashed by a man, and actually wanted a ragtag writer to compose the music. Luowei, I'm sorry for not advising you to escape from the marriage. Beside the stone bench, Su Luowei and Jiang Chen made a fuss for a while before finally getting down to business. Hubby, I need your help with something. She took out the small notebook and handed it to Jiang Chen. Yi's novel is going to be adapted into a TV series, but they're still missing a suitable song. Honey, can you help her look at the lyrics and compose a music for it? Jiang Chen was stunned. Compose music? He glanced at Gong Yi not far away before taking the notebook. Love of Parting. The aroma of coffee on the street corner still has your scent. Our shadows are stretched so long. Every step is heavy, every step is looking back. The lights of the city cannot illuminate the confusion in my heart. Su Luowei waited for Jiang Chen to finish reading, and then explained the whole story to him. It turns out that Gong Yi's novel is going to be adapted into a TV series, and they want to find a reliable musician to compose the music. However, most musicians in the circle compose the music first and then write the lyrics. However, Gong Yi did the exact opposite. She wrote the lyrics first and then asked someone to compose the music, which obviously increased the difficulty a lot. This is a song about love and separation. I just took a look, and Gong Yi's lyrics are actually quite good. If a suitable melody can be composed, the song should be of good quality. Husband, can you help me think of a solution? Su Luowei was speaking for Gong Yi, blinking her beautiful big eyes with a hint of coquettishness and pleading. She knew that their relationship had never been good, and it would be very difficult to compose music for the lyrics. But Gong Yi was her best friend during college, so she wanted to give it a try if she could help. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, weighing the notebook in his hand. Although this stupid woman Gong Yi always picks on her, she is her best friend in college and the maid of honor at their wedding. Now that the girl was speaking for her and asking him for help, it was difficult for him to refuse. But when he was about to agree, he looked up and found Gong Yi whispering something to Su Jingchu with a suspicious look on her face. Sister Jing, can this salty fish really write songs? Has Luo Wei been brainwashed by him? We can't just watch Luo Wei fall into this. We should have persuaded her to escape the marriage. I spent a lot of effort to write these lyrics. Can he understand them? Su Jingchu's expression was stiff, and he didn't know how to explain. She was once full of doubts like Gong Yi, but in the end her face was swollen after being beaten. It's true that Jiang Chen is a scoundrel, but he is really good at writing songs. Just the few songs today have refreshed her worldview several times, and now she doesn't dare to express her opinions casually. Jiang Chen was immediately furious when he saw Gong Yi teasing him behind his back. I thought to myself, fuck you, Gong Yi, you're not being honest even though I need your help. Do you really think you can be so arrogant just because a little girl is speaking for you? Under the gazes of several women, he pretended to ponder for a while, then patted the notebook in his hand and said, of course, it's okay, but some of these lyrics need to be revised. Ah, what do you want to change? Su Luowei asked in surprise. These were the lyrics carefully written by Gong Yi. Of course, the modifications are based on the melody. Some lyrics that are not well written and do not match the meaning of the song will naturally be removed. Jiang Chen said. Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards Gong Yi. She wrote the lyrics, so if I want to revise them, I should of course ask her opinion first. Gong Yi was obviously reluctant. Jiang Chen's words, not so well written lyrics, irritated her a little. She racked her brains and spent several days to come up with these lyrics. The word part and artistic conception are very good, and very close to the pictures in the book. Jiang Chen is a mediocre writer who has never written a book, but he actually dares to say that her lyrics are not well written? I spent a lot of time polishing these lyrics, so please don't change them. Gong Yi said dissatisfiedly. She is older than Su Luowei and Jiang Chen, and may be more honest in front of Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingchu. But in front of Jiang Chen, she directly regarded herself as the big sister. Don't worry, I will only modify the inappropriate lyrics and leave all the appropriate ones for you. Jiang Chen said calmly. Let Jiang Chen try. Su Luowei quickly reminded. She knew Jiang Chen's songwriting ability and he would definitely not do anything rash. Gong Yi curled her lips and thought to herself, silly Luowei, how could you be so deeply involved? She pulled Su Mengyao, wanting everyone to follow suit and persuade her. However, she found that everyone nodded silently, as if they all wanted her to agree with Jiang Chen's statement. Even when she looked at senior sister Yan, she nodded slightly, meaning that this was feasible. Gong Yi was not stupid. When she saw the scene, she immediately noticed something different in her heart. Could it be that Jiang Chen can really write songs? After hesitating for a while, she finally nodded in agreement and looked at Jiang Chen. Okay, then you can give it a try. Chapter 56, Clouds and Mist Become Rain. I'm going to get my guitar from the car. Su Mengyao raised her hand very actively. She was very curious and wanted to see what kind of song Jiang Chen would write. A group of women were also interested and found a place to sit in the yard. Soon, Su Mengyao took the guitar from Yan Shuoxin's car. Jiang Chen took it and found that this guitar was smaller and more feminine than the one Su Luowei gave him. He probably thought it was the one Yan Shuoxin used for singing practice. Thump, thump, thump. He tested the tone a few times. Jiang Chen nodded secretly in his heart. Queen Yan was indeed professional. The pitch of this guitar was very accurate. Yan Shuoxin, standing aside, watched Jiang Chen testing his guitar with an expressionless face. This guitar was indeed exclusively for her. No one else had ever used it except her. Jiang Chen was the first outsider. If it weren't for the songs today, if it weren't for Red Bean, she probably wouldn't let Jiang Chen touch her guitar. But at this moment, she couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of song did Jiang Chen plan to compose for Gong Yi? This time the theme and lyrics were provided by Gong Yi on the spot. It is not easy to write a good song. On the other side, Gong Yi's eyes were still somewhat questioning. Can this guy write songs? Don't fool yourself. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen finally finished testing the guitar. Without making anyone wait any longer, he began to pluck the strings directly with his fingers. A guitar melody with a hint of sadness suddenly flowed out slowly from his hands. Gong Yi's song Love of Parting is a song about sadness and parting. He had already thought about what kind of song he wanted to compose. The 5 women present were all silently savoring the melody. This faintly sad feeling really fits the requirements of Gong Yi's lyrics. Then, Jiang Chen spoke calmly. Your good night is subconscious compassion. I stayed late into the night to cure my insomnia and sleep talking. The handwritten letter was left at the bottom of the suitcase. It's too late to give it a meaningful journey. A slightly hoarse voice, singing with a sad feeling of parting, rang out in this small courtyard. All the women in the yard were stunned. Because the lyrics Jiang Chen was singing at that moment did not match the lyrics in Gong Yi's notebook at all. What's going on? And they soon discovered that the lyrics written by Jiang Chen were of very good quality. The melody is catchy and has a hint of sadness. Combined with words like good night, insomnia, suitcase, and journey, it directly expresses the feeling of impending separation. Gong Yi's eyes widened as she looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. This guy, can actually write songs and sing? At this moment, Jiang Chen played and sang like a professional singer. Is this still the same Jiang Chen who does nothing all day long that I remember? If everything has turned into rain, can I turn into mud? Once again, I infect you. If life is like a passing movie. Oh, I woke up from my sweet dream again. Jiang Chen's singing continued. The expressions on the women's faces gradually became strange. Because Jiang Chen has not used a single line of Gong Yi's lyrics in his singing so far. Could it be that this guy accidentally forgot? What should I do? Should I remind him? Su Luowei's eyes were a little conflicted, and she was hesitating whether she should step forward. The chorus has arrived. I long to see you again. Even if it's just a quick glance, we'll leave. Dim silhouette under the streetlight. The forest path gets longer and longer. Su Luowei was stunned. Everyone at the scene was stunned. The melody of Jiang Chen's lyrics does not fluctuate much throughout, but he directly sings out a sense of parting that is as sharp as a knife. His slightly hoarse voice brought a special touch to everyone present. How I wish to see you again, even if it's just a quick glance before we part. This is the helpless desire of many parting lovers. But in real life, for how many people can even only take a glance at each other? Before we know it, we have parted ways with many people and will never see them again. The women listened to Jiang Chen's songs attentively, no longer thinking about reminding Jiang Chen, nor did they want to remind Jiang Chen. They wanted to continue listening. They didn't know why, but although the song was plain, it was really comfortable to listen to. Everyone has regrets in their youth, and there is someone they will never see again. And Jiang Chen sang out this regret. I long to see you again. At least we can still tell jokes. The first fall of leaves in the streets and alleys during the autumnal equinox. We are going away. The plot scenes designed in her book kept appearing in Gong Yi's mind. The hero and heroine parted ways under the streetlight. The girl turned around, unable to hold back her tears, but she could only walk further and further away. The boy also stood there in a daze, silent for a long time. She found that Jiang Chen's song almost perfectly met her requirements. Whether it is the lyrics or the melody, it is perfect as a plot soundtrack. If everything has turned into rain. Have I turned into mud? Die you again. If life is like a passing movie. Yes, that is the feeling. This song was exactly what she wanted. Gong Yi opened her mouth wide. Yan Shuoxin also took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. She had already guessed Jiang Chen's thoughts and knew why Jiang Chen would not use the lyrics in Gong Yi's notebook. But it was precisely because of this that she was even more shocked. Because it will only be harder to do this. But Jiang Chen still did it. So, Gong Yi is finished. The platform whistle sounded. Missing you is your voice. We carried the past and walked into the crowd. Looking for a place to settle myself. I long to see you again. Even if it's just a quick glance, we'll leave. Jiang Chen's singing gradually faded. Finally, he gently plucked the guitar strings twice and ended his performance. The yard was silent, and all the women stared at him blankly. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. With a click, he lit the tobacco and then looked at the sky in silence, as if he was thinking about something or feeling something. After a while, Su Luowei finally couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to ask. Hubby, why aren't any of the lyrics in your song the same as the ones in Gong Yi's book? Her eyes were full of confusion. Didn't they agree to compose music for Gong Yi's lyrics? Why are the lyrics different? Oh. Jiang Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette calmly. I've changed it all. Changed? Su Luowei was stunned. Didn't I just tell you that I would change the lyrics if they weren't so good? There wasn't a single good thing written in that notebook, so I deleted it all. Jiang Chen explained calmly. Hear this. Su Luowei then opened her mouth wide and took a long time to react before she finally understood what Jiang Chen meant. She was also wondering why this guy was so easy to talk to today and actually agreed to help Gong Yi write a song. I didn't expect to be waiting here. This is not a modification at all. You simply deleted all the lyrics written by Gong Yi and then wrote a new song. Everyone's mouths twitched, and they cursed Jiang Chen in their hearts for being so mean. Then they couldn't help but look towards Gong Yi. Jiang Chen's meaning was very clear. The lyrics written by Gong Yi were too bad, so they could not be used. They all had to be changed, not a single word left. However, if this was done just to mock Gong Yi, they wouldn't think Jiang Chen was so mean. This guy obviously has other intentions, which is to use this song to control Gong Yi. It is not easy to do this. Since we can't use Gong Yi's lyrics, but we still want the song to attract Gong Yi, we can only write a better one, which will be more difficult than composing music according to the lyrics. But Jiang Chen still did it. Gong Yi felt everyone's gaze and her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. What does Jiang Chen mean by this? Are you saying that all her lyrics are garbage? Jiang Chen, what do you mean? She gritted her teeth. It's nothing. Jiang Chen said calmly, your lyrics are terrible, so I can only change them like this. If you're not satisfied, you can find someone else to try. Damn it, you're cricketing behind my back and you still want me to write songs? Don't think that just because you are beautiful, you can have beautiful thoughts. Gong Yi wanted to say something else, but she found that Jiang Chen had already stood up lazily and walked towards the car. Several women looked at Jiang Chen's back and stood in the yard, staring at each other. Jiang Chen's actions were completely beyond their expectations. No one expected that he would use this method to provide accommodation for Gong Yi. This guy is too petty. Just because Gong Yi had just muttered a few words about him behind his back? He deliberately deleted all of Gong Yi's lyrics and wrote a completely different song? Everyone gradually figured out the whole story and was secretly surprised. You know it easily. Unless Gong Yi takes the initiative to admit her mistake and compromise, Jiang Chen will definitely not give her this song for free. If the lyrics and melody are not yours, then this song has nothing to do with you. If you want it, come and ask for it. Jiang Chen has already taken advantage of this silly girl. If Gong Yi dares to talk bad about Jiang Chen in person again, she will probably never get this song in her lifetime. Moreover, it would probably be difficult even if Gong Yi took the lyrics to find other musicians. After all, after listening to this song, I'm afraid it would be hard to be satisfied with other songs. Only if you can find a musician in this world who is much better than Jiang Chen can you write a song that surpasses him. But do such people really exist in the world? Yan Shueshi may have had many opinions on this point in the past. But now, even she is a little confused. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 96. Chapter 57 Young Writers Exchange Meeting? The women's guesses were correct. Jiang Chen is so bad. He promised to write a song for Gong Yi, but he didn't intend to let Gong Yi get it so easily. If you want the song, be nicer, admit your mistake honestly, and promise not to be arrogant in front of you again. The evening breeze gently blew through the camphor tree in the yard, and the leaves collided with each other, making a rustling sound. Gong Yi stood under the tree, her slightly curly hair blown by the breeze, and her face turned pale and blue. Being as smart as she was, she naturally understood Jiang Chen's meaning very quickly. This guy did it on purpose. Want to compromise with him? Impossible. She really wanted to yell at Jiang Chen's back, "Asshole, I don't want you to change the lyrics." But the melody full of sadness and farewell kept appearing in my mind. Jiang Chen's song is really nice and completely meets her requirements. Although the lyrics are different, it doesn't seem to matter. This song is indeed what she wants. Su Luowei was standing by, looking at her helplessly. This was not the first or second time that Jiang Chen and Gong Yi had a decisive battle, and she didn't know how to intervene. It was not easy to persuade Jiang Chen to write a song for Gong Yi. The rest can only rely on Gong Yi's own efforts. Several women stood in the yard for a while, and in the end they could only shake their heads helplessly. The song was in someone else's hands, and neither your lyrics nor your music were used. If you want a song, you have to bow your head. They pulled Gong Yi and walked towards the car together. There were 2 cars in total, and Su Mengyao happened to be traveling with Yan Shuoxin, so after saying goodbye to everyone, she got directly into Yan Shuoxin's car. The other one was Jiang Chen and Su Luowei's nanny car. Su Jingchu was in charge of driving. She naturally opened the driver's door and sat in. In a nanny car like this, the 2 middle seats are generally the most comfortable. Usually when Su Luowei and Jiang Chen go out together, they always sit here. However, at this moment, Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen, who was lazily lying on the seat. After hesitating for a moment, she directly opened the passenger door and sat in. The matter between Jiang Chen and Gong Yi has not been resolved yet, and she plans to create a suitable opportunity for Gong Yi to speak up. Gong Yi was the only one left in the yard. She also wanted to ride in Jiang Chen's car, but when she looked at Jiang Chen in the back seat, she couldn't help but put her hands on her hips. Because Jiang Chen was lying lazily on the chair near the door, with his 2 feet occupying the aisle, it was difficult for her to get on the bus. "Hello?" She really wanted to say loudly as usual, "You stinky salted fish, move your feet away. You're blocking your sister from getting on the car." But when the words reached his lips, they involuntarily turned into, "Jiang Chen, could you please move your feet?" "Gong Yi, are you mistaken? This is not a bus to the kindergarten. We are going home." Jiang Chen looked very strange when he saw Gong Yi. Why didn't this woman go to the hotel by herself and get in her own car? Upon hearing this, Gong Yi's delicate face couldn't help but turn slightly red. She knew that Jiang Chen was mocking her for getting lost. "I just told Luowei that we haven't seen each other for a long time and have a lot to talk about, so we are going to sleep together these few days." She gritted her teeth and said. Jiang Chen was stunned. "You guys sleep together? What about me? How should I know?" Gong Yi snorted coldly. Jiang Chen glanced at Su Luowei with some doubt, but at that moment the girl was talking to Su Jingchu. So he could only helplessly pull his feet back and let Gong Yi get in the car. The car started slowly. But the atmosphere in the car was a little weird. Su Luowei wanted Gong Yi to find an opportunity to talk to Jiang Chen about the song. However, Gong Yi was a woman who cared a lot about her reputation, so asking her to apologize to Jiang Chen on her own initiative was even more painful than killing her. My face was red all the way and I couldn't speak several times. After fighting with Jiang Chen for 3 consecutive years, he suddenly admitted defeat, apologized, and asked for help. It was really embarrassing and awkward. The back seat of the car was somewhat silent throughout the journey. Of course, Jiang Chen was not idle either. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't updated his novel yet. "It's almost 8 o'clock in the evening, we have to hurry." After more than half an hour, the car slowly stopped downstairs of the villa. Jiang Chen was the first to get out of the car. After saying hello to Su Luowei, he walked towards the villa gate without looking back. In the yard, Su Luowei looked at Jiang Chen's hurried back and suddenly felt helpless. Jiang Chen told her that he was going to the studio to write something and might be busy until late. Could it be that this guy still hasn't given up writing after taking office? She thought about the discussion at the dinner table today, and the scene of Jiang Chen singing in the yard, and became even more worried. Jiang Chen obviously has such a strong talent for songwriting, but he is always obsessed with writing, so much so that his mentality has changed. She just wanted Jiang Chen to shift his focus to songwriting, but she never got his understanding. How can we get Jiang Chen to give up writing? Jiang Chen doesn't seem to want to give up writing at all. You know a lot of people in the writing forum. Do you have any good ideas? She looked at Gong Yi and said with some sadness. Gong Yi is also a writer and understands things in the circle better, so maybe she can come up with some solution. Upon hearing this, Gong Yi looked towards Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. Jiang Chen's performance today had shocked her greatly. Who would have thought that a lazy idiot could write such a good song, and he even deleted all the lyrics he had worked so hard on? Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth in dissatisfaction. This guy clearly doesn't know how to write, yet he keeps trying. He has no self-awareness at all. I do have a way to make him give up writing. What method? Su Luowei asked. Gong Yi snorted coldly. As long as this guy realizes that he really has no talent for writing, that'll be fine. It seems that Shanghai will be hosting a National Youth Writers Exchange Conference soon. We will take him with us then. Sister, I'll arrange for some outstanding young authors to have a good chat with Jiang Chen in advance. This will help him realize the gap between himself and other authors, and naturally discourage him from continuing to write. She knew that the threshold for becoming a writer was actually not high. But it is not easy to become a qualified writer. The biggest obstacle is persistence. Many people will encounter various difficulties in the writing process and choose to give up. When Gong Yi first started writing novels, there was a period of time when she really wanted to give up. Especially when she saw that girls younger than her could easily write novels with better results, it made her question her life even more. If she hadn't met some friends who helped her later, she really wouldn't have been able to hold on. So she also planned to do the same to Jiang Chen, letting Jiang Chen feel the dangers of society. Writers' exchange meeting? Will it be effective? Su Luowei was stunned for a moment. Certainly. Gong Yi snorted coldly and pinched her cheek. That's because you're not a writer, so you can't realize how talented these writers are now. This Young Writers Exchange Conference invites only top literary graduates from prestigious universities. To be honest, if the organizers hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have wanted to go. It would have been quite stressful to be with that bunch of pretentious geniuses. If Jiang Chen were in front of them, the pressure would be even greater. By then, he would definitely realize that he still has a long way to go to become a qualified writer, and naturally he would think about giving up. All right. Su Luowei hesitated for a long time before nodding. If it works, give it a try. Chapter 58 Jiang Chen, don't you can't. Jiang Chen didn't know that Gong Yi was teasing him behind his back again. He returned to the studio and turned on the computer directly. I didn't log into the Huaxia Literature Forum to check the data all day today. If Gong Yi hadn't suddenly mentioned it during dinner, he wouldn't have known that his book had already won the first place on the popularity list. You know, it has only been 4 days since he published the book, and the speed of increase is indeed a bit outrageous. Don't women in this world like to sleep late at night? It was only when he opened the back end of the Writer's Center that he discovered this. The number of readers of those years, We Blew Out the Light Together, has risen to 390,000, and the number of people who have added it to their bookshelves has reached 140,000. He ranked first on all 4 lists of the writing competition. Especially on the popularity list, in the morning, The Blind Date Goes to the Wrong Table, The Domineering President's Vest Can't Be Hide was still struggling to hold on to the first place. But as soon as lunchtime was over, it was directly pushed off the top of the list by itself, and the popularity gap between the 2 books is still widening. Jiang Chen clicked on the homepage of The Wrong Table at The Blind Date. The Domineering President's Vest can no longer be hidden, and discovered that it was a female-oriented romance novel that had been updated for over 40 days and was very popular. The pen name was obviously given by Gong Yi, the beauty in the palace. If I hadn't met him, this book might still have held the number 1 spot. But now, I can only be ravaged by him. For the next few minutes, Jiang Chen stopped looking at the data and instead browsed the comments section. The data on all aspects of this book have been thoroughly collected, and it is almost certain that it will become a hit. He even saw a trending search related to this book on Weibo, sharing a horror romance novel in the middle of the night. Is that the kind of friend you still want? He couldn't help but feel speechless. It seemed that the young ladies in this world had really found a special way to open this book. The comment section is still full of curses. However, as the number of updated words increased, many positive reviews related to the content of the book also gradually increased. After many people discovered that this was a tune rating novel they had never read before, they actually started reading it seriously. Some people even had heated discussions about the plot in the comments section. In short, the current readership of this book is a complete hodgepodge. Some are normal female readers who come in through the competition entrance. Some are just spectators who came from social networking sites to watch the fun. Others were deceived by their good friends and came to experience the horror romance novel. Judging from the large number of insults in the comments section, the last type of readers seems to account for the highest proportion. Jiang Chen could only shake his head speechlessly. He guessed that his book would definitely not remain unknown, but he did not expect it to become so bizarre and popular. If this continues, won't he become the public enemy of all women on the internet? Will it be dangerous to go out in the future? Just as he sighed and wanted to close the website and continue with today's writing task, he found that he had received a text message in the background of his account. The message was sent by the forum official. After clicking it, there was an invitation letter in the form of a picture. Dear Jiang Langkajing, thank you for your support of this women's literature writing competition. Since your entry, those years, we blowed out the lights together, achieved excellent results. We invite you to participate in the live broadcast in 3 days, where reporters will be interviewing you. Live streaming events? Jiang Chen didn't even think about it and directly clicked reject. Are you kidding me? Why are there always villains trying to harm me? Now there are hundreds of thousands of young ladies on the internet who have read his books and can't sleep at night, and they can't wait to tear them up. If I were to attend a live event under such circumstances and get recognized, I would be stabbed to death on the spot by these female readers. Apart from anything else, I guess we won't be able to open all the razor blades delivered to our home every day. Fortunately, the information he registered on the website now is only a pseudonym, and his real identity information has not been uploaded. In this situation, he felt that it would be safer not to reveal his true identity. Anyway, he doesn't need to make money from writing for the time being. As long as he doesn't sign contracts and doesn't participate in live events, no one will be able to recognize his true identity. As for copyright, as long as the novel is published on the China Literature Forum website, there is no need to worry about copyright issues. After all, this is a semi-official platform, and the copyright protection work is done very well. Thinking of this, he calmed down. Close the website, open the document, and start writing again. 11:30 p.m. Zheng Qinnan dragged her somewhat tired body back home. This bastard Jiang Langkajing, it's already past 11 o'clock and he hasn't updated yet. She had to wait in the company until after 11 o'clock, and finally she felt a little discouraged and went home after get off work. She sighed and was about to rest on the sofa for a while when the phone in her bag suddenly rang. It was her assistant calling. As soon as she pressed the answer button, the assistant's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister Nan, Jiang Langkajing has been updated. What? Zhang Qinnan immediately sat up on the sofa. He updated it? How many words did he update? 60,000 words, 60,000 words. The assistant said. Now the word count of those years, we blew out the lights together, has reached 247,000. Hearing this, Zhang Qinnan was stunned for a moment, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it. Another 60,000? She had thought that Jiang Langkajing's burst of updates in the past few days had already used up all his saved manuscripts, but she didn't expect that he would suddenly update another 60,000 words today. How many manuscripts does this guy have left? Did he leave a message for readers after he finished updating? Zhang Qinnan suddenly asked. She really wanted to know why Jiang Langkajing updated so late today. Please wait a moment, let me take a look. The assistant paused for a moment before continuing. Yes. He said. Her voice suddenly became a little strange. He said, sorry, I went out to work during the day and just came back now. Hearing this, Zhang Qinnan was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Work? You still have to work during the day when you have run out of ideas? Isn't he a full-time writer? How does this guy manage to maintain a stable update of 60,000 words a day while working? Is he a tentacle monster? Zhang Qinnan's face was filled with shock. However, now doesn't seem to be the time to dwell on this issue. She ordered in a somewhat excited tone. Immediately notify the technical department colleagues on night shift to prepare some materials and start promoting those years. We blew out the lights together through various channels. This book is going to be a hit. Good. The assistant quickly agreed. That's right. When Zhang Qinnan was about to hang up the phone, he remembered something and asked. Did Jiang Langkajing respond to the live event invitation I sent him this morning? I'm back. The assistant's voice was a little hesitant. But he refused and said. Boys must learn to protect themselves when they go out. What? Zhang Qinnan had a dazed look on her face. What is the reason for rejection? Ding dong. That night, a message suddenly popped up on the phones of countless girls. The book Those Years, We Blow Out the Lights Together that you subscribed to has been updated. Please click here to read it. Gong Yi was packing her luggage in the room. At this time, she had already finished taking a shower and was wearing a slightly loose silk nightgown. Her beautiful figure and fair, soft skin were faintly visible, but she didn't care, as she was the only one in the room anyway. After struggling for a long time, she decided not to sleep in the same room with Su Lu away tonight. It wasn't that she was worried that Jiang Chen had no place to sleep, but she really didn't want to sleep in the same place where Xian Yu had slept before. Dislike. Especially after Jiang Chen deliberately deleted her lyrics, this feeling of disgust became even stronger. Asshole. Zhang Lankai Jin has been updated again. When she took the notebook out of the suitcase and placed it on the table, the message in the female writer chat group in the lower right corner suddenly flashed. This group is a chat group spontaneously established by all the participating female authors, and they usually talk about everything under the sun. However, ever since Jiang Langkaijin started publishing books, the main topic in the group seems to have become how to defeat this bastard Jiang Langkaijin. As expected, there were hundreds of chat records in the group at this time. Another 60,000 words. This bastard deliberately updated in the early hours of the morning. This must be intentional. Updating at this time can scare more young ladies. It's so hateful. I don't know how many girls will be unable to sleep tonight. We've been complaining for so long, what did the organizers say? It has no effect at all. I just saw that the front page of the Huaxia Literature Forum has been replaced with the cover page of this book. Damn it! Not only did they not deal with it, they even started promoting it. The organizers are also a bunch of bastards. They even lied to us and said they were victims too. I think they are enjoying it now. Alas, there's nothing we can do. This book is so popular, and the organizers want to take advantage of its popularity. No matter how popular he is, this is a matter of principle. This Jiang Lang is a man of great talent and evil intentions. He's sensationalizing and scaring hundreds of thousands of girls. We can't let him go like this. Everyone, I have a solution. My sister is the president of the Magic City Women Writers Association. I've already told her about this. She replied to me and said that in 3 days, we could file a complaint against Jiang Langkaijin online in the name of the Women Writers Association to protect the rights of female readers. This guy has offended so many female readers. I'm sure many of them will stand on our side. Support. We must seek justice for so many female readers who can't sleep. As long as there are enough complaints, even the organizers will not dare to deliberately favor him. Yes, Jiang Lang has run out of talent, and instead of writing books, he resorts to such devious means to attract attention in traffic. This is a complete provocation to all of us female writers. I think we can also challenge Jiang Langkaijin. If he loses, we can ask him to remove his book from the shelves. If he doesn't dare to accept the challenge, it means he's guilty, and we have to remove his book from the shelves. During this time, everyone, the female authors in the group, were excitedly discussing how to deal with the problem of running out of ideas. This guy's behavior is really bad. It not only caused trouble to many female readers, but also made many of them unable to sleep well at night. After all, everyone should go and see the excellent works on the same list. But after reading it, the female authors who originally liked to write at night couldn't find any state for several days in a row. They always felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at them eerily from behind. Moreover, ever since the popularity of You Are the Apple of My Eye, few people have read the domineering love stories they wrote. This guy is everyone's public enemy. We must unite and teach this bastard a lesson. After reading the chat history, Gong Yi nodded in agreement. If possible, she also wanted to teach Jiang Langkai a lesson. And she rolled her eyes and realized that her book was now ranked second on the popularity list. If Jiang Langkaijin's tune rating novel, which skirts the line between the lines, is taken off the shelves, then wouldn't her novel be number one? And this bastard really needs to be disciplined. Thinking of this, she also sent a message in the group. The Beauty in the Palace, I support this too. When Jiang Chen came out of the studio, it was already past 12 o'clock. Gong Yi finally had some self-awareness and did not occupy his bed. The girl was probably a little tired. After taking a shower, she lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Jiang Chen gently got on the bed and hugged the girl from behind. Originally, he wanted to talk to her about having a baby, but seeing her tired state, he didn't say anything. But at this moment, the little girl subconsciously turned around, snuggled in his arms, and murmured to herself in her sleep. Jiang Chen, don't. You can't do it. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and his expression froze on his face. What the hell? Who are you saying can't do it? Entertainment Circle Fear Value 96. Chapter 59 Su Mingyao's Plea. The next day was still sunny. The sun climbed high in the sky, and the morning autumn breeze was cool and refreshing. When Jiang Chen woke up from bed, Su Luowei and Su Jingqiu had already left early. Looking at the empty space on the side, Jiang Chen scratched his head. Perhaps yesterday's protest was effective. The girl did not wake him up early today, but went to the company by herself. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to ask Su Luowei about her opinion on having a baby, but he never found the chance. It seems I can only find time to ask later. There is still a lot to come for Su Luowei. Yesterday I simply recorded a song demo in the studio. Later I will not only have to arrange the music for The Wind Rises, but also have to re-record a version that can be officially released. This process will take several days, so Su Luowei will be very busy during this period. Jiang Chen sat on the bed and thought for a while, then realized that he didn't seem to have anything to do today. There is already a plan to deal with Qingqing Entertainment, but as long as it is carried out step by step, the stable development of Chunwe Entertainment can be ensured. However, we need to come up with an idea on how to completely solve the opponent Qingqing Entertainment. Even a centipede is still alive after death. Although Qingqing Entertainment is not big, it is definitely not small. If you want to completely eliminate this entertainment company, you will definitely need some more thorough means. In a quiet and elegant cafe, two women with powerful auras sat together at a table by the window on the second floor. Downstairs, someone was playing beautiful piano music. Perhaps because it was already working hours, there were not many people in the coffee shop, otherwise someone would have noticed that the two women sitting by the window were actually the most powerful music queens in the world today. In the entertainment industry, to be called a queen of pop, one needs more than just solid singing skills. Popularity, connections, works, qualifications, and even appearance, every aspect needs to be at the top of the entertainment industry to be eligible for this title. The two people in front of us, one is Yan Shuoxin, the new queen of the music scene this year, and the other is Wang Lin, the veteran queen who has been dominating the music scene for more than 10 years. Both of them are superstars in the music industry, and I didn't expect that they would meet in this cafe so early today. Shuoxian, how about, stop interfering in Chunwe Entertainment's affairs? Wang Lin gently shook the spoon in her hand, looked at Yan Shuoxin and said, Qingqing Entertainment doesn't want you to interfere in this matter anymore. You should know that Luo Wei is my junior sister. Yan Shuoxin said lightly without any expression on her face. Of course I know, but you can't help much, right? Wang Lin smiled slightly. Chunwe Entertainment can't beat Qingqing Entertainment no matter what. Why bother getting involved? Why not let it go and give me some face? Yan Shuoxin frowned slightly, seeming a little puzzled. With your status, when have you ever been willing to speak up for Qingqing Entertainment? When she received Wang Lin's call this morning, she was also a little shocked and confused. With Wang Lin's seniority in the entertainment industry, even she has to call him teacher in private. Who would have thought that Qingqing Entertainment would actually invite her out? Don't worry, I'm just here to say a few words on behalf of Qingqing Entertainment. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Wang Lin shook her head, elegantly picked up the coffee in front of her, and took a sip. A few years ago, I owed them a favor. If you agree, I will repay it today. Hearing this, Yan Shuoxin did not relax at all, but frowned even more. Although Wang Lin said it lightly, she knew that with the other party's level of qualifications, if he said anything in the entertainment industry, there would be a lot of people vying to give him face. If she did not agree to Wang Lin's request today, it might seem like nothing, but in fact she had already rejected the other party's face and offended the other party. She could not care less about this. But Chunwe Entertainment is different. Wang Lin did not repay the favor to Qingqing Entertainment this time. Will she directly target Chunwe Entertainment next time? Chunwe Entertainment is currently facing internal and external troubles. It is already very difficult to deal with the deliberate targeting of Qingqing Entertainment, let alone the veteran Queen Wang Lin. There is almost no possibility of a comeback. Of course, I'm not an unreasonable person. Wang Lin seemed to see Yan Shuoxin's embarrassment and continued, I know this matter will be very difficult for you, so if you have any requests, I can agree to them. For example, I can ask those old gentlemen to come forward and write a song just for you. You just won the title of queen this year, and you need a good song to establish your position. You know, most of my songs are written by those old gentlemen. The songs they write are of guaranteed quality. I don't think you can hire them with your current connections, right? How about you just treat it as a deal with me? She looked at Yan Shuexin with a smile. Yan Shuexin was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect that Wang Lin would make such a request. The songs written by those veteran music veterans that Wang Lin mentioned are indeed amazing. Some of them have even retired from the music industry. It is almost impossible for singers in the entertainment industry to get songs from them. It turns out that this is where Wang Lin's confidence in being able to convince himself comes from. A good song that can establish her as a queen. When writing songs, a figure suddenly appeared in her mind. Isn't that what this guy does best? Can he fix this? And that piece of paper full of creases, if nothing unexpected happens, Red Bean, should be a good song. She was silent for a long time, thinking quietly in her heart. Wang Lin didn't say anything either, waiting patiently for her reply. She believed that the conditions she offered were attractive enough, and she also believed that the other party would eventually choose to compromise. A few more minutes passed. Yan Shuexin suddenly took a deep breath, shook her head, and made a decision with helplessness in her eyes. How about, let's make a bet? Wang Lin didn't expect Yan Shuexin to suddenly mention this, and looked at her in confusion. What bet? I'll take you to see someone. If nothing goes wrong, I can ask him to write a good song for you. It should be no problem. Yan Shuexin looked at her and said, if he can write songs that are not inferior to those veterans, I hope today's matter can be put to rest. And please don't target Chunwe Entertainment anymore. Oh? Wang Lin suddenly became interested. Which senior did you invite? Yan Shuexin shook her head, her eyes showing a complicated expression. He is not an old senior, but a young man, only 24 years old this year. Wang Lin was stunned, then looked at Yan Shuexin in disbelief. A 24-year-old young man can write songs that are not inferior to those old guys? Is this possible? What if he can't write it? Wang Lin shook his head and smiled, obviously not believing what Yan Shuexin said. Then I will agree to your request and stop interfering in Chunwe Entertainment's affairs. Yan Shuexin took a deep breath. This was the best choice she made after careful consideration. In short, no matter what, Wang Lin cannot be allowed to stand against Chunwe Entertainment. She is well aware of the extent of the influence of this veteran diva. With just one word from the other party, Chunwe Entertainment would face the risk of being ignored by the entire entertainment industry. In this circle, there are too many people who want to sell Queen Wang Lin's face. If Jiang Qin couldn't do it either, then she could only temporarily give up interfering in Chunwe Entertainment's affairs in exchange for Wang Lin's non-interference. Okay, it's a deal. Wang Lin raised the coffee in her hand and spoke softly. Villa. When Jiang Chen reached the stairs, he heard the faint sound of two women talking downstairs. Sister-y, why hasn't my brother-in-law gotten up yet? How should I know? Isn't it normal for that guy to sleep in? But it's almost 11 o'clock now. You've said this 3 times. If you need to find him, just go upstairs and call him. Humph, I'm not going. Jiang Chen walked downstairs with some confusion. He knew that Gong Yi stayed at home last night. But why did that little girl Su Mengyao appear in the villa so early in the morning? When he appeared in the living room wearing casual home clothes and walking lazily, he saw 2 women sitting on the sofa in the living room. Gong Yi was still dressed in a sexy queen outfit, sitting on the sofa and typing on her laptop. After seeing his figure, he snorted coldly and shifted his gaze to the other side. Obviously, the woman was still angry about what happened to him. However, compared to his usual sarcastic attitude when meeting someone, he is now much more honest. Otherwise, I would have already started to sneer at you. Hey, isn't this a salted fish in the river? Why don't you sleep in until the evening and get up, so you can sleep in the next day? Su Mengyao sat up straight, seemingly holding a cup and drinking water. However, Jiang Qin discovered that there was no water in the little girl's cup. Because not only did she not swallow at all, but her eyes would occasionally look towards him through the rim of the cup. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes inwardly. What is this silly girl up to? On the dining table, Su Luowei had already prepared breakfast. He deliberately ignored Su Mengyao, sat down at the dining table and started enjoying his breakfast. 2 minutes later, Su Mengyao suddenly stood up from the sofa and walked towards him with a cup in her hand. Oh, you can't hold your temper anymore and want to just reveal your cards? Jiang Chun chuckled and pretended not to see anything as he continued eating his breakfast. He wanted to see what this little girl was planning to do. But what he didn't expect was that Su Mengyao didn't speak to him, but walked right past him holding the cup. But when she passed by the dining table, her face was facing forward, but her eyes glanced over and looked at him secretly. There was a water dispenser behind Jiang Chen. The little girl pretended to get a glass of water from the dispenser, then stood up and drank the water slowly. Jiang Chen thought to himself, this stupid woman was peeking at him so blatantly, did she really think he couldn't notice anything? He took a sip of milk in a bad mood, and decided to pretend that he didn't see this silly girl. He lowered his head and continued to eat his breakfast. However, after just a moment, he found that the light in front of his eyes seemed to be blocked. He looked up in confusion, only to find that Su Mengyao had run to the seat in front of his dining table to drink water at some point. After drinking 2 sips, he coughed deliberately, as if he was afraid that he would not be noticed. Jiang Chen was finally speechless. He put down his chopsticks and said, "Xiao Su, do you have something to talk to me about?" Unexpectedly, Su Mengyao shook her head and refused to admit it, with an innocent expression. "No. I'm just standing here drinking water. The air here is fresh." Jiang Chen thought to himself, if your mother doesn't come to me for no reason today, I will eat the whole bowl in front of me. He was too lazy to bother with the little girl, so he just waved his hand and said rudely, "Then please move aside and stop standing here and scaring away all the fresh air for me. I'll suffocate if I can't breathe fresh air in the morning." Su Mengyao was stunned when she heard this, then she stamped her feet, looking a little angry. She snorted heavily, holding the cup, and walked towards Gong Yi angrily. "Ha ha, little bastard." Jiang Chen sneered. After driving the silly girl away, he slowly continued to pack up the bread in front of him. After breakfast, as usual, he planned to lie down on the rooftop for a while, take a nap, and then go to the company. But just as he lay down on the chair, I saw Su Mengyao again. She appeared on the balcony at some point. She still held the cup and pretended to look at the scenery outside the balcony. Then he moved his body little by little, and finally stood in front of himself, blocking the sunlight. Jiang Chen was speechless. What on earth is this silly girl trying to do? He simply closed his eyes, pretending not to see it. However, he soon discovered that something seemed wrong, because the scene in front of him suddenly became dark, as if someone was blocking the sunlight. He suddenly opened his eyes, only to find that Su Mengyao had come in front of him without him noticing. It seemed as if he wanted to observe whether he was really sleeping. When his eyes suddenly opened, she stood up in a panic, as if she had been caught doing something bad, with her hands behind her back, and forced an explanation. "Just now, a mosquito seemed to fly, and flew past. I wanted to help you chase it away." Jiang Chen cursed in his heart, where did these mosquitoes come from in broad daylight? Can you at least make up a decent excuse? Su Mengyao, if you're alright, go back to school and stop hanging around in front of me. I'm fine. I just think the sunshine here is great and I want to come up for a walk. Su Mengyao rolled her eyes twice and still refused to admit it. Jiang Chen was almost laughing out of anger. He yawned and said nonchalantly, "Really? I suddenly remembered that I seem to be allergic to sunlight. I should go back to my room and sleep." Having said that, he stood up and prepared to walk towards the room. Brother-in-law. Seeing this, Su Mengyao suddenly became anxious and quickly grabbed his sleeve. This bastard brother-in-law. It's already 11 o'clock, I just woke up, and after having breakfast, I'm thinking about going back to sleep. How can there be such a lazy person? She came here early this morning and has been waiting until now. If Jiang Chen went back to sleep, how long would she have to wait? She looked at Jiang Chen, her little face full of pleading. "Ha, you finally can't hold it back anymore." Jiang Chen snorted coldly and sat back in his chair with an expressionless face. 5 more minutes at most. Su Mengyao stood aside with a pitiful expression, her 2 fingers pointing back and forth in front of her body in a very tangled manner. Jiang Chen didn't say anything either, just lazily lying on the chair. Anyway, he had already made up his mind. When the 5 minutes were up, he would go back to his room and sleep without wasting any more time with this silly girl. Su Mengyao hesitated for a long time before speaking hesitantly. "Brother-in-law, can you write a song for me too?" Chapter 60 Compendium of Materia Medica. Jiang Chen almost laughed, he knew that silly girl came for the song. "Xiao Su, aren't you still studying in school? You haven't officially debuted yet, so why are you in such a hurry to get a song?" Although the little girl also wanted him to write a song yesterday, she didn't seem as urgent as today. Su Mengyao hesitated and said with a look of grievance. In a few days, our school will be celebrating its 80th anniversary. Our class is putting on a show, and many leaders will be coming to watch. The class next door is also arranging a performance. In order to get a good ranking, they even invited their senior sister to come over. That senior sister has been in the industry for several years and is very popular. I also asked senior sister Yin, but she seems to be a judge. Sister Luo Wei doesn't have much time recently. The little girl spoke incoherently, but Jiang Chen still understood. In short, Su Mengyao's class wanted to put on a show and win a prize at the school anniversary party. But the class next door didn't follow the rules and directly sent in a senior sister who was going to debut. As a result, Su Mengyao's class had no confidence in winning a place. After the little girl sought help from Su Luowei and Yen Shuexin to no avail, she finally had to find herself. Is this the 80th anniversary of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music? Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. If he remembered correctly, this year seemed quite special. It seems that the 60th anniversary of the National Prosperity is also this year. The Shanghai Conservatory of Music is indeed one of the oldest music conservatories in China. Its history is even 20 years earlier than the founding of the prosperous era. The two dates coincide with each other, no wonder so many leaders came to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the school. He also knew that the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, where Su Luowei graduated, had a great influence in the Chinese music world, and many of its teachers were well-known music professors in the country. The girl as teacher is one of them. If Su Mengyao can win a place in the 80th anniversary celebration party, she will undoubtedly receive special attention from many leaders and senior professors. No wonder the little girl took it so seriously and came to his house early in the morning to ask him to write a song. However, Jiang Chen scratched his ears and still wasn't very interested. I haven't had any inspiration lately, so I don't plan on writing any songs. His songs are not cabbages, you can just take them if you want them. Others have to revise their contracts if they want to get the songs. Why do you, Su Mengyao, get the song? Just because you are Su Luowei's junior sister? I don't like junior sister. Brother-in-law, I'm also willing to sign a basic trainee contract. Can you write a song for me, please? Su Mengyao bit her lip, ran to Jiang Chen, and gently shook his arm coquettishly. She promised her classmates that she would come up with a solution today. If I don't get the new song, how can I establish my position as the big sister? No. Jiang Chen still refused expressionlessly. Su Mengyao hasn't officially debuted yet, and given her relationship with the girl, the contract she signed is completely invalid. By then, not only will his songs be gone, but the girl might also be poached by another company at a high price. Wouldn't that mean he lost both the wife and the army? Snort! Su Mengyao gritted her teeth and stood up angrily. If you don't write to me, I will always follow you, eat with you, drink water with you, and sleep with you. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom then. Jiang Chen yawned and walked directly towards the bathroom. However, Su Mengyao seemed to have made up her mind and kept following him. Even if he closed the bathroom door, she would stay outside the door, covering her nose and shouting. Brother-in-law, I won't give up. Even if you stay in there for an hour, I will keep waiting. Jiang Chen didn't feel like urinating for a long time, and couldn't help but sigh. It would feel quite awkward if there was a beautiful woman guarding outside the toilet door when I was going to the bathroom, as if someone was deliberately eavesdropping outside. If he allowed this silly little girl to follow him all the time, how could he be so carefree today? 2 minutes later, Su Mengyao at the door seemed to have not left yet. Jiang Chen opened the door angrily, intending to teach this silly girl a lesson. If I help you get a place at the party, will you leave me alone? Su Mengyao thought Jiang Chen had compromised, and nodded quickly with her eyes shining. Brother-in-law, if I had any other solution, I wouldn't have come to you. Please help me. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. I can help you, but I can't write songs for you for now. At least I have to wait until you officially debut. He sighed and said. Ah. Su Mengyao was stunned for a moment. If you don't write a song, how can you help us get a ranking? That's easy. I'll think of a program for you that you can win without singing. Su Mengyao was a little confused. Is there a program where you can win a prize without singing? How many people do you plan to have on this show? Jiang Chen asked. Including me, there are 8 of us in total, all girls. We originally planned to form a girl group and rehearse a singing and dancing program. Su Mengyao counted on her fingers. Jiang Chen nodded, and an idea slowly emerged in his mind. You girls should all have some basic dancing skills, right? Yes. Can you do aerobics? Also, skip a little bit too. Yeah, not bad. I just remembered a program where they did aerobics with music, it was really cool. If you want to win a place at the school celebration party, you can try this. Calligraphy? Su Mengyao opened her mouth wide when she heard this. Master, brother-in-law, are you sure? Who performs aerobics at an evening party? Wouldn't that be weird? Of course I am sure. Jiang Chen nodded, then turned around and took out the computer from the room. When he was bored, he happened to record the music of Compendium of Materia Medica on his computer. He didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. Su Mengyao followed behind him, her expression still full of confusion and bewilderment. Doing aerobics at the school anniversary party? Does it really work? Master, brother-in-law, what's the name of the fitness exercise you mentioned? She skipped most of the calisthenics. She always felt that it would be weird to do aerobics on stage. This really be laughed at? Shuttlecock exercise, have you heard of it? Jiang Chen's calm voice came from the room. No, I haven't heard of it. Su Mengyao shook her head in confusion. Oh, then I'm relieved. Su Mengyao was stunned. But soon, a light melody sounded from the computer. If Hua Tuo were reborn. Western worshippers are healed. Chapter 61. You don't understand the complexity of shuttlecock exercises. Su Mengyao's expression gradually froze. Is this my brother-in-law's new song? Both of them stood quietly in the room, with only the speakers next to the computer playing music. 2 minutes later. Are you satisfied with this song? Jiang Chen asked calmly. Satisfied. It took Su Mengyao a long time to come back to her senses, and then she looked at Jiang Chen with stars in her eyes. Brother-in-law, are you going to give us this song to sing? Of course not. Jiang Chen shook his head, this is just background music. You just need to do the aerobics. Ah. Another calisthenics exercise. Su Mengyao suddenly showed a look of disappointment. This aerobics move is very simple. Let me show you. Jiang Chen ignored Su Mengyao's expression and led her to the balcony. The pit has been dug, and you still want to run away? He put the computer on the balcony table and pressed the play button on the music again. This aerobics exercise only has a few moves, so watch carefully. First one, the shuttlecock kicking action. Touch your right ankle with your left hand, and your left ankle with your right hand. Su Mengyao blinked her big eyes and watched Jiang Chen's actions very seriously. She found that the aerobics movements looked a bit strange, but when combined with the fast-paced music, they seemed quite rhythmic. Like dancing. The second move. Lift your legs back and touch your ankles. Jiang Chen changed his movements again, still very rhythmic. Su Mengyao already had a basic dance foundation, and she was very excited to see the moves. She thought the moves were very simple, so she quickly started to learn them. She has a good foundation in dancing and she was able to learn it quite well after just watching it twice. The third move is to touch the back foot. Jiang Chen continued. The fourth exercise is to raise your left and right legs and touch your knees. 2 minutes later. Jiang Chen paused. How is it, have you learned it? Does this aerobics only have these 4 movements? Su Mengyao asked curiously with her eyes wide open. Why, it's not enough. Jiang Chen nodded and smiled. That's enough. That's enough. Su Mengyao said quickly, her eyes filled with disbelief. After practicing just now, she found that although these 4 movements were simple, they looked very beautiful when danced, and the movements were rhythmic and melodious. Combined with the melody of my senior brother-in-law's music, it is really exciting. She could imagine that if the 8 girls danced the shuttlecock exercise in unison on the stage at a party, the scene would be very eye-catching. A meaningful smile flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. If that's enough, then go back to practice. Remember, you have to practice for at least 8 hours every day, otherwise it will be difficult to get a place in the school competition. Good. Su Mengyao nodded stupidly. But soon, he began to have concerns. But, wouldn't it be too monotonous to just do these few moves? Can I really get a place? Rest assured. Jiang Chen waved his hand, these few moves, combined with the song, as long as you practice diligently, I can definitely help you get a place. As he spoke, he pointed to the audio file on the computer. Only then did Su Mengyao realize the name of the song on the screen, Compendium of Materia Medica. Her eyes lit up for a moment, and she suddenly remembered that her brother-in-law not only wrote beautiful songs, but also had great singing skills, so she quickly said, "Brother-in-law, why don't you come and help us when the time comes? We'll do aerobics and you sing. It will be a great stage effect." Jiang Chen had long wanted to send the little girl away, so he said, "We'll talk about it later. If you can master these moves during this period of time, I can make an appearance, but..." He deliberately provoked. These movements may look simple, but they are actually quite difficult to master. You are dancing in unison, so the power and uniformity of the movements are very important. If you can't stick to more than 8 hours of training every day, it's hard to do it. Can you really do it? Su Mengyao immediately hummed and said, "Of course. Brother-in-law, you look down on us too much. We have all danced before. Practicing 8 hours a day is nothing. This shuttlecock exercise is so simple, we can practice it from morning to night without getting tired." She pumped her fist with confidence. "Okay, then go practice. I'll check on your progress from time to time. If I find out that you are lazy, then I won't help you." Jiang Chen smiled slightly and waved his hand. "Okay, brother-in-law, don't worry, I promise to practice for more than 8 hours every day and will not let you down." Su Mengyao nodded vigorously, looking at the silly girl twisting her waist and leaving with full of energy. Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly, then slowly lay down on the chair. Twist it, in 2 days you won't be able to twist it out anymore. Shuttlecock gymnastics, 8 hours a day? Lu Gunghong didn't even dare to say such words. Hee, silly little girl. You'll soon discover how complex the world of calisthenics is. Chunwe Entertainment, Artist Lounge. Because Jiang Chen stopped all artist announcements, all the artists from Chunwe Entertainment did not go out today and gathered here. Did Director Jiang come to work today? It seems not yet. It's almost noon, why hasn't he come yet? Qingcheng Entertainment is bullying concubine Chu Youfei, not us. Why did they stop our announcement? What should we do? We can't just keep waiting like this, right? Alas, I heard our announcements were cancelled. Maybe Director Jiang wants to help concubine Chu vent her anger and is planning to cause trouble for Qingcheng Entertainment. Is he crazy? That's Allure Entertainment. Do you think he has a crush on concubine Chu? The little girl is so pretty and young, no wonder. This is simply outrageous. For such a small matter, they're already thinking of going head-to-head with Qingcheng Entertainment. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Or, let's go find Sister Jing. That's right. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll terminate the contract. Anyway, I've already. In the lounge, a girl in her 20s suddenly stopped talking when she said this. However, everyone understood what she meant. Anyway, I have already contacted Qingcheng Entertainment. With this way out, she has nothing to fear. After hearing her words, the artists in the lounge gradually became more active. In the past, they may not have been qualified to make demands to the company. But things are different now. The situation of Chunwe Entertainment is not optimistic, and Qingcheng Entertainment has been sending them messages behind the scenes. So they all felt that now was the time for the company to pay attention to them. They couldn't let Director Jiang do whatever he wanted. I'm going to talk to Sister Jing. The 20-year-old girl who had just spoken suddenly said, then looked at the other girl beside her. Jiwen, do you want to go together? Hearing this, everyone in the lounge looked towards them. Because these two girls are the two most popular artists in Chunwe Entertainment. These are also the two people that Su Jingchu has always focused on training. If even they want to terminate their contracts with the company, what is left for Chunwe Entertainment? Outside the door, Yan Shuexin and a woman wearing a hat and big sunglasses were walking slowly in the company corridor. The conversations in the lounge fell into the ears of the two men. The woman in sunglasses walked at a leisurely pace, looking at the internal layout of Chunwe Entertainment with interest. I heard that Luo Wei actually asked her husband, a writer, to be the company's music director. Is this true? It's true. Yan Shuexin nodded expressionlessly, but the woman in sunglasses was stunned, a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Has the current situation of Chunwe Entertainment become so chaotic? In her opinion, Su Luowei's scoundrel husband is not suitable to be a music director at all. Yan Shuexin didn't say anything. When she first heard the news, she also felt that Jiang Chen was not suitable to be the music director of Chunwe Entertainment. Shuai Xian, why don't you give up? The woman in sunglasses smiled slightly. In this situation, even if you stand on Chunwe Entertainment's side, what can you do to help? Su Luowei was simply blinded by love, which is why she unconditionally trusted her husband and ultimately made such an absurd decision. Do you want to be as irrational as her? Yan Shuexin suddenly stopped and looked at her. What? Am I wrong? Yan Shuexin shook her head and took a deep breath. You are quite right, but you are mistaken in one point. Wang Lin was puzzled. Which point? A hint of complexity gradually appeared in Yan Shuexin's eyes. Actually, I kinda believe that guy, and it's rational. Wang Lin was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Yan Shuexin meant. You believe in him too? Yan Shuexin nodded with a complicated expression. She only believed what she saw. She saw that Zhang Chen could write songs, and he was quite good at it. Just the few songs he saw yesterday were enough to shock the entire music world. This guy's talent in music is definitely the best among everyone she has ever met. So she chose to believe Zhang Chen, even though this guy didn't seem very reliable. But at this time, I can only choose to believe him. The person I want to take you to meet is the new director of Chunwe Entertainment, Zhang Chen. She pointed to the office in front and said. Wang Lin was stunned again, and then his expression became a little surprised. Chapter 62 Director Jiang, don't mess around. Zhang Chen? Su Luowei's husband? That young man you were talking about who's great at writing songs, is that him? Yan Shuexin nodded. Wang Lin stood there, somewhat unresponsive. Etc. Shuixian, you're not trying to tell me that the songs written by Zhang Chen can rival those of those old gentlemen, are you? Are you kidding me? However, Yan Shuexin did not answer her doubts. She was the first to push open the door of Zhang Chen's office and walked in. The office was empty. That guy really hasn't come to work yet. Yan Shuexin shook her head helplessly. Just as she was thinking about whether to call Zhang Chen, Wang Lin walked into the music director's office with a strange look on her face. At this time, she had gradually begun to believe that the person Yan Shuexin wanted to take her to meet was Su Luowei's scoundrel husband, and she was not so anxious anymore. Su Luowei was blinded by love, but what about Yan Shuexin? She was also bewitched by Zhang Chen. In short, the outcome of this bet is almost certain that she won. Even she had heard of Zhang Chen's name. How can a writer with nothing, no talent, and a representative of men who live off their husbands and wait for death, write good songs? Her demeanor gradually relaxed, and she slowly looked around the empty office, smiling and saying, It's okay. I've heard of Director Zhang's habits. Anyway, I have freed up my time today, so it can wait. In the lounge. The two most popular female artists from Chunwe Entertainment met and walked towards Su Jingchu's office together. However, when they passed the door, they noticed a female artist in the lounge who was a few years older than them. Sister Ling, do you want to go with me? Jiwen asked casually. Forget it. Yang Ling was stunned for a moment when she heard this, but shook her head. She is the earliest female singer signed by Chunwe Entertainment. At the beginning, she was just a street singing girl who could only take part in the opening activities of some small supermarkets, and her income was very unstable. Later, it was Su Jingchu who discovered her and felt that she had the potential to become a professional singer, so she signed her to Chunwe Entertainment. Yang Ling can still clearly remember how surprised she was when she first learned that Chunwe Entertainment was the company founded by national goddess Su Luowei. Su Luowei is a top female star in China. How could I sign a contract with her company? Although she is older than Su Luowei, she admires this girl who has become a big star at such a young age. She also knew about Chunwe Entertainment's recent situation, but at this critical moment, she had no intention of changing companies. She likes Chunwe Entertainment very much and has gotten used to it. All right. Seeing this, Jiwen did not force it. She pushed the door open and walked out. But wait until the lounge door closes. Yang Ling could vaguely hear their discussions. Hey, do you think she didn't receive the message from Allure Entertainment? That should be it. The name is too tacky. Yang Ling, I guess Qingcheng Entertainment wouldn't like an artist like her, right? No wonder she refused to go find Sister Jing. She must be worried that she would have no way out. Alas, if Chunwe Entertainment is gone by then, where else can she go? I guess I'll have to go back to singing on the street again. That's too tragic, haha. Listening to these discussions, Yang Ling sighed inwardly. In fact, she also received a text message from Allure Entertainment. Yao Sikhan also offered her better conditions than Chunwe Entertainment. But she still remembered her joy and excitement when Sister Jing placed the contract in front of her more than a year ago. She has always been grateful that Chunwe Entertainment signed her, so even though Chunwe Entertainment is in crisis now, she has no intention of leaving immediately. At this moment, President Su must be having a headache, and she doesn't want to cause trouble for him. In the corner of the lounge, Concubine Chu's expression gradually became complicated and tangled. At this time, a large bandage was already on her face, but some redness and swelling could still be vaguely seen through the edges. She heard everything Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen discussed in the lounge just now. Director Jiang, you wouldn't really be stopping all other people's announcements just for yourself, right? Is he really planning to cause trouble for Qingqing Entertainment just to vent his anger? Just now they said. Director Jiang did this because he liked me. This can't be true? For a moment, Concubine Chu felt extremely confused. She felt that if it was really because of this reason that the artists of Chunwe Entertainment had great opinions, then she would be too sorry to Sister Luo Wei. How can I face Sister Luo Wei in the future? She bit her lip, hesitated for a long time, and finally made a decision. She would go find Sister Jing and ask her about it. Although this matter is very embarrassing. But it's better to ask clearly. If Director Jiang really intends to do this, then we must persuade him well and not act recklessly. I want to terminate the contract. In Su Jingchu's office, Lin Lerong placed the documents on her desk with an arrogant look. Resignation application. Su Jingchu looked at the document without any fluctuation in expression. She knew yesterday that Lin Lerong would terminate the contract. This little slut has been in cahoots with Qingqing Entertainment for a long time, and termination of the contract is only a matter of time. However, she still followed the procedure, picked up the resignation application and took a quick look at it, then asked, "Are you sure you've thought it through?" The reason for leaving was actually written as physical discomfort. She was speechless. Lin Lerong was really good at making up stories. This reason should have been thought up by Qingqing Entertainment for her, right? You can terminate the contract on the grounds of physical discomfort, and then you can argue with the company about the liability for breach of contract. Lin Lerong's expression was full of arrogance. Originally, she wanted to wait for Su Jingchu to be shocked and try to keep her, and then make some sarcastic remarks to discuss this old woman. However, Su Jingchu's expression remained calm, as if she had already expected her to terminate the contract. This made Lin Lerong somewhat disappointed. She thought Su Jingchu might not have reacted yet, so she emphasized it again. I've made up my mind. I must terminate the contract today. Even if the company tries to persuade me to stay, it's useless. Oh. However, Su Jingchu still looked calm. I took the pen from the table and signed the resignation application. No need to persuade me to stay, I approve. Chapter 63 Sister Jing, does Director Jiang like me? Seeing this, Lin Lerong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, a little surprised. She agreed so easily? She has prepared many things to say but has not yet said them. What does it feel like to punch cotton? She was a little stunned, but continued. I know there's a penalty for breach of contract in the contract, but I've already arranged for a lawyer to contact you later. Of course, the lawyer was arranged for her by Qingqing Entertainment. In a case like this, even though liquidated damages are stipulated in the contract, it is not necessarily necessary to perform in full accordance with the contract. There are many contents that can be used for wrangling. For example, whether the liquidated damages are set unreasonably, whether the breach of contract is true, and how much loss the breach of contract has caused to the original company, these are all the final criteria for determining the liquidated damages. In short, this is what lawyers are best at. They can guarantee that you can argue for a year or two without having to pay a penny. She thought that this time, the old woman would finally lose her patience. But who would have thought that Su Jingchu simply shook her head? Don't worry, Chunwe Entertainment doesn't intend to argue with you about breach of contract. As long as you can do one thing, I can even not pursue your breach of contract liability. Ah? Lin Lerong was stunned again. No accountability? She doesn't have to pay the penalty for breach of contract? What is going on? Really? She asked in disbelief. Of course it's true, but you have to do it according to my requirements. Su Jingchu shrugged and nodded. The penalty for breach of contract stipulated in the contract is only 500,000 yuan, and Lin Laronbai has the support of Qingqing Entertainment behind him. As the lawyers on both sides argue, not only will they not get any money, but they will also waste a lot of manpower and resources. After a stalemate of 1 or 2 years, you may only be able to receive tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan. After all, Chunwe Entertainment is not the kind of entertainment company that is set up specifically to earn breach of contract fees. The purpose of establishing liquidated damages is only to prevent artists from breaching the contract within the time limit and causing losses to the company. But after figuring out Zhang Chen's thinking yesterday, she now had a better way in mind to deal with these artists who betrayed her and helped poach the company's talents. Thinking of this, she did not immediately return the signed resignation application to Lin Lerong, but put it in her own drawer. WH. What do you mean, what should I do? Lin Lerong felt as if she had fallen into Su Jingshu's rhythm. However, her brain was unable to react at this moment. Before coming to Su Jingshu's office, she had imagined many possibilities and conversations in her mind. But the situation before me was something I had never expected. It's simple. I hope you can stay in Chunwe Entertainment for another month. After a month, you can leave Chunwe Entertainment directly, and it won't be considered a breach of contract. Su Jingshu said lightly. Just, that's it? Lin Lerong's eyes gradually widened, her face full of disbelief. Isn't this condition too simple? Is it true that as long as I stay at Chunwe Entertainment for another month, I can terminate my contract smoothly? This is much better than having Qingcheng Entertainment arrange a lawyer to handle the breach of contract for her. After all, she is an artist, and it would be best if she could avoid being involved in financial disputes and reduce unnecessary negative news. Besides, it's only a month, so she doesn't lack the time at all. Okay, no problem. She seemed to be afraid that Su Jingshu would go back on her word, so she spoke quickly. Okay, if there's nothing else, you can leave. Su Jingshu waved his hand and spoke in a calm tone. When Lin Lerong walked out of the office, her expression was still somewhat incredulous. Termination of the contract, was it completed so smoothly? There was no conversation, no argument, and even the lawyer who was prepared was not used. As long as you stay in Chunwe Entertainment for one more month, you can terminate the contract smoothly. What's going on? When did the company become so easy to talk to? She walked out of the building with a puzzled look on her face. Yaji, look, isn't that Lin Lerong? In the distance, Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen, who were about to talk to Sister Jing about something, saw Lin Lerong walking out of the office building through the window. She seems to have just come out of Sister Jing's office. Yesterday she said she wanted to terminate the contract with Sister Jing. I don't know how her conversation with Sister Jing went. How about we go ask her first? The two looked at each other, both with curiosity and gossip in their eyes. When faced with the issue of artist termination, how do companies handle it? Ban them and then pay liquidated damages? Or something else? Okay, then let's talk to Sister Jing again this afternoon. Zhang Yaji nodded. She also thought it would be better to ask Lin Lerong first. The two of them made a decision immediately, changed direction, and walked towards the outside of the building. Su Jingshu sat in the office and took a deep breath. After Zhang Chen ordered her not to let anyone go yesterday, she came up with this unsatisfactory solution. Although all artists can be kept in the company temporarily, the company also gives up the pursuit of liability for breach of contract. It would be fine if everything went well for Zhang Chen, but in the end these artists will have to pay the price for their betrayal. But what if Zhang Chen is not doing well? Allure Entertainment is not that easy to deal with. After dealing with Lin Lerong's contract termination, she couldn't help but feel worried. What she feared most at this moment was that after Lin Lerong terminated her contract, other artists would follow suit. What should we do then? Even if she gave up pursuing liability for breach of contract, she could only keep the artists in the company for one more month at most. In a month, all her hard work over the past year will be wasted. Thinking of this, her worry grew even stronger. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a sudden knock on the door. Is there anyone who wants to terminate the contract again? Su Jingshu frowned and said in a somewhat cold tone. Come in. However, when the door was opened, a somewhat unexpected figure came in. Young concubine? Su Jingshu was stunned for a moment. What do you want to talk to me about? Sister Jing. Xu Youfei walked into the office with her petite body, her expression looking a little conflicted. It's okay, just tell me if you have something to say. Facing this delicate little girl, Su Jingshu's tone slowed down a lot and he spoke gently. However, concubine Xu Yu's expression was still full of confusion. Because she was too embarrassed to ask directly whether Director Jiang liked her and that was why he stood up for her? It's really embarrassing to ask this. After hesitating for a long time, she asked hesitantly. Sister Jing, I want to ask Director Jiang, why did he suddenly stop all notifications? Did he accidentally send that text message to the wrong person? Chapter 64 Jiang Chen, I want it now. Concubine Chu asked the question in a different way. However, Su Jingchu misunderstood her meaning and asked in a soft tone. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Did you hear something in the lounge? She knew that after Jiang Chen sent that text message yesterday, the artists would definitely have some opinions. Concubine Chu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said truthfully. Everyone doesn't quite understand Director Jiang's decision. Some people even say that Director Jiang is trying to help me. Her voice gradually became softer and her face turned slightly red, as if she was embarrassed. Unexpectedly, Su Jingchu nodded. They're right. Director Jiang made this decision yesterday just to vent your anger. Ah. Upon hearing this, Concubine Chu's eyes widened immediately. No way. Director Jiang really did this for her. Actually, I was a little bit dissatisfied yesterday. Su Jingchu sighed again and said. But Director Jiang has been insisting, and even President Su supports him, so, alas, there's nothing I can do. Xu Yofei opened her mouth wide, even Sister Luo Wei supports it? But. Concubine Xu Yofei looked confused, and she felt that her mind seemed to be even more confused. What is going on here? You don't think this is a good idea, do you? Su Jingchu asked. Concubine Chu nodded subconsciously. This. Of course, it's not good. Alas, I don't think it's a good idea either. This will obviously make the company's artists more unstable. Su Jingchu shook his head and muttered. But Jiang Chen is so stubborn and even Queen Yan supports him, so there is nothing I can do. She looked at Concubine Xu Yofei, whose face was full of nervousness, and suddenly felt a little comforted. Finally, there are people in this company who understand her and are willing to stand on her side. I'm just about to ask him something. How about you come with me and ask him? She put away the worry in her eyes, stood up, and patted Xu Yofei's little head. She wanted to find Jiang Chen and ask him if he was sure he could deal with Qingqing Entertainment. Would he let all the artists in the company escape and still be completely helpless against Qingqing Entertainment? That's a big joke. Concubine Chu Yu nodded with a somewhat dull expression. At this moment, her mind was a little confused. She really wanted to find Director Jiang and tell him not to sacrifice the entire Chunwe Entertainment for her. But I don't know how to start. No. You must have courage. Even if it's for Sister Luo Wei, we must not let Director Jiang do anything rash. She took a deep breath and silently encouraged herself in her heart. When I see Director Jiang later, I must muster up the courage to tell him not to mess around anymore. Because of that text message, Sister Yaji and Sister Jiwen both seem to want to terminate their contracts with the company. They are the two most popular artists in the company, and Sister Jing has invested so many resources in them. If this continues, Chunwe Entertainment will really collapse. By the time Jiang Chen arrived at the company, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. After Su Mangyao left, he originally wanted to take a nap on the balcony, but he was worried that the girl would find something wrong after returning home and would come back to find him. So he just came directly to the company. It was quite comfortable to take a nap here anyway, and no one would disturb him. He yawned and walked into the office, but suddenly found that there were 2 women sitting on the sofa in his office. One was Yan Shuexin, and the other woman was wearing a sun hat and big sunglasses, so her appearance could not be seen. It seems that he should be Yan Shuexin's friend. Hey, old Yan, good morning. He raised his hand and said hello, then sat down at his desk. Luo Wei seems to be going to record a song, didn't you go with her? He thought Yan Shuexin was looking for Su Luo Wei, but Yan Shuexin seemed not to hear him. She frowned and looked at him. Morning? Look at what time it is now. Beside Yan Shuexin, Wang Lin looked at Jiang Chen with interest through his sunglasses. This young man should be the Jiang Chen that Yan Shuexin mentioned, right? Su Luo Wei's idiot writer husband? Just as the rumors said, he looked lazy and had no ambition. Apart from being a little handsome, there seems to be no other advantages to him. Yan Shuexin actually believed that he could write songs comparable to those old guys. Could she be like Su Luo Wei, blinded by Jiang Chen's good looks? Although she had all kinds of doubts in her heart, she didn't say anything at this time. Anyway, the bet between Yan Shuexin and her had been established. As long as Yan Shuexin was willing to admit defeat, it would be fine. Jiang Chen had already turned on his computer and was planning to check today's novel data first. However, Yan Shuexin stood up from the sofa and walked straight to his desk. Her eyes were still cold, but her tone was very serious. "I'm not looking for Luo Wei, I'm looking for you." Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Yan Shuexin with some confusion. "Looking for him? What's up? It seems that I have no connection with this Queen Yan. I want you to write a song." Yan Shuexin didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly. "Time waits for no one, Wang Lin is still waiting here. This matter today must come to a conclusion." "Ha? Want me to write a song?" Jiang Chen's expression twitched in confusion when he heard this. I wondered what was going on between these two sisters, one big and one small, today? One went to his house to ask for a song, and the other went to his company to ask for a song. Does he think he is Pink Sixy and wants to take advantage of everyone? I don't have any inspiration today. Let's wait for a while. He waved his hand. I really don't feel like writing any more songs today. In fact, even if Yan Shuexin didn't mention it herself, he planned to write a song for her in a while. After all, I want to fight with Qingqing Entertainment. The little girl seems too weak to rely on herself. The best way is to hide Yan Shuexin's trump card first, and then throw it out at the critical moment, which will definitely stun a large group of people. However, Queen Yan's status and position are extraordinary after all, and there are relatively few songs that fit her singing style. He has not yet decided what kind of song to write. Red Bean or Legend? Later or Meat? I can't wait that long. I want it today. However, Yan Shuexin shook her head and spoke in a firm tone. Jiang Chen raised his brows. I thought to myself, damn, you are too impatient. Want it today? But I'm not in a good mood today. And I'm so sleepy now, how can I give it to you? I have no inspiration, I'm not in the mood, the weather is bad, let's talk about it next time. He still waved his hand. On the sofa. Wang Lin watched the scene with great interest. She originally thought that Jiang Chen would readily agree to Yan Shuexin's request. How many musicians dream of writing songs for the Queen of Pop? As long as the Queen is willing to sing the song, it will bring huge fame to any musician. But what was unexpected was that Jiang Chen actually refused directly. Yan Shuexin's expression gradually turned cold, and she seemed a little angry. She didn't expect that Jiang Chen would directly reject her request. This bastard, does he know how many people out there are eager to write songs for her? Okay, if you don't write, I'll stay here and watch you work, she said with a cold face. When facing a bastard like Jiang Chen, she has her own way. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately laughed out of anger. I was thinking, damn, Yan Shuexin and Su Mengyao, could it be that they received training in the same rogue school? How come the way they cheat is exactly the same? What a fuck. If he is not in good shape today, does this woman intend to force him? He patted the table, stood up and prepared to emphasize the rules with Yan Shuexin. However, Yan Shuexin was not afraid at all and stood in front of his desk without leaving. She didn't believe Jiang Chen would dare to do anything to her. Just when the atmosphere in the office was becoming tense. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 96. Chapter 65 The Song That Can Establish the Queen's Position. Jiang Chen. Su Jingchu pushed the door open and walked in with Chu Youfei. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she noticed that the atmosphere in the office seemed a little wrong, and then she saw two women in the office. Why is Queen Yan here too? And who is that woman wearing sunglasses? Oh, you guys chat first, we'll talk about our business later. Su Jingchu didn't care, shrugged, and pulled Chu Youfei aside. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. Why was the situation becoming more and more chaotic? Yan Shuexin was still standing in front of his desk at this time, with an attitude of, if you don't want to, I will force you to do it. Jiang Chen felt like 10,000 alpaca horses were galloping through his heart. I'm really impressed. Did you not check the almanac when you got up today? How could such a shameless thing happen twice in a row? How can I take a nap when a group of people are watching me in the office? How to deal with the manuscript of those years? After a while, Jiang Chen sat down on the chair somewhat helplessly. Yan Shuexin is the Queen of Heaven and also Su Luowei's senior sister. The most important thing is that she is smarter than Su Mengyao, and when she acts like a rogue in front of me, I really can't do anything about her. You can't just pick her up and throw her out, right? Forget it, forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. These women are more difficult to deal with than each other. If you really bother with them, you will only exhaust yourself. Yan Shuexin is not an outsider, so just give her the song in advance. He looked at Yan Shuexin and said unhappily. Okay, but you should know my rules. Singers only have the right to perform, and they have to sign a contract, with a 90% share of the profits. Good. Yan Shuexin said immediately. Upon hearing this, concubine Chu's eyes widened. What's the meaning? Queen Yan actually asked director Zhang for a song? And, it's a 9:1 split? Even Su Jingchu was a little surprised. Is even Queen Yan going to start helping this idiot writer make money? What song do you want? At the desk, Zhang Chen asked in an unhappy tone. He hasn't decided on a song for Yan Shuexin yet, so he wants to hear her thoughts first. He originally thought that Yan Shuexin would say something like whatever or anything is fine. But unexpectedly, this senior sister was not polite at all. I've just been promoted to a pop queen, and my reputation is still a little shaky. I want a song that can help me establish my position. Zhang Chen looked at Yan Shuexin in disbelief. What? What did you say? The song that helped you establish your position? Bro, do you know you are a diva? If even you can't stabilize your position in the music industry, who else can? Do you really want a song that can establish your status as a queen? Why don't you fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Sending you to heaven is easier than this, right? Zhang Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. Yan Shuexin frowned slightly as she looked at Zhang Chen, seeming a little angry. What does this expression mean? She also knew that her request seemed a bit excessive. But this was a bet between her and Wang Lin, so what could she do? She gritted her teeth, but still did not give in. Anyway, just do your best. I just want a song like this. She said this in a somewhat stiff tone, then sat down on the chair opposite Zhang Chen. Obviously, they were planning to wait here for Zhang Chen's new song. Zhang Chen looked speechless. How can such a great queen always like to act like a rogue? However, after greeting Yan Shuexin's whole family in his heart, he continued to tap his fingers lightly on the table, his mind slowly thinking. The song that helped the queen establish her status? Which one is better? In the office, everyone looked quietly at Zhang Chen, who was lost in thought. Only Wang Lin looked a little disapproving. She didn't think Zhang Chen could write such a song. Chu Youfei's eyes were full of curiosity. She had never seen director Jiang write a song before, so she was very confused. With the identity of Queen Yan, why did she ask director Zhang to write a song? There must be a lot of people in the entertainment industry who want to write songs for Queen Yan. Su Jingchu and Yan Shuexin were both excited and nervous. They knew that Zhang Chen could write songs, and the songs he wrote were of high quality. But the request Yan Shuexin just made was unprecedentedly high. Can Zhang Chen write such a song? Time passes by every second. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Chen's fingers tapping on the table slowly stopped. He raised his head with a frown. To be honest, at this moment he really thought of a song in his mind, which not only met Yan Shuexin's requirements, but also found the answer to the thing that had been bothering him. Originally, he was still thinking about how to completely solve the problem of Qingqing Entertainment. Now that Yan Shuexin suddenly mentioned it, he had some ideas. But the only problem is that this song seems a bit picky. I don't know if Yan Shuexin is suitable. With her current fame and status, singing this song seems a little lacking in meaning. After all, Yan Shuexin had just been promoted to Queen of Heaven not long ago, and her fame and qualifications were not yet accumulated enough. This song, is it suitable for her to sing? Seeing Zhang Chen's strange expression, Yan Shuexin and Su Jingchu looked at him with some confusion. Never mind. After a while, Zhang Chen sighed slowly. Let us just take this song. I can't think of anything more suitable than it for the time being. The most important thing at the moment is to solve the problem of Qingqing Entertainment. He picked up a pen and paper from the table and prepared to write down the song. Seeing this, everyone in the office was a little surprised. Did you come up with an idea so quickly? Wang Lin frowned slightly. Could it be that this Zhang Chen can really write songs? Wait, doesn't he need to prepare? Why is he writing so soon? She has met at least hundreds of domestic musicians, but it seems no one writes songs like this? She sat up slightly with a serious expression. Yan Shuexin also stood up, staring intently at the tip of Jiang Chen's pen. What kind of song would he write? You came up with it in such a short time, could it be that song? Red Bean? She looked at the tip of Jiang Chen's pen, and her heart was secretly sweating. Jiang Chen, have you really thought it through? This song must meet my requirements. If this bet is lost, the situation of Chunwe Entertainment will be even worse. Under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Chen's fingers slowly stopped, the tip of the pen hovering above the paper, not falling. Seeing this, everyone was a little surprised. Why did you suddenly stop writing? Especially Yan Shuexin and Su Jingchu, they have both seen Jiang Chen write songs. Although this guy is usually unreliable, he seems like a different person when he writes songs. The songs he writes casually are enough to shock the music industry. Why does it seem like my thoughts are stuck today? Wang Lin smiled slightly and relaxed a little. How can it be so easy to write a song that can help a queen establish her position? She has only accumulated a handful of such classic songs in all her years in the entertainment industry. It is normal not to be able to write in such a short time. Yan Shuexin and Su Jingchu both looked at Jiang Chen with some confusion. Jiang Chen, who is usually a bit cynical and lazy, now looks a little solemn. He stared at the paper in front of him, lost in thought. His expression seemed a little solemn, and he didn't move for a long time. What on earth happened? Yan Shuexin frowned slightly and was about to speak. Jiang Chen slowly put down his pen and sighed softly, "Forget it, I'll just sing this song for you guys." Everyone was stunned. Straight, continue singing? Jiang Chen nodded, but did not explain. In his mind, this is a song that needs to be taken seriously. If you simply write it down on paper, it would be too monotonous. There is no way to express the complex emotions involved. You want to sing? I'll get the guitar? Su Jingchu stood up and asked. No. Jiang Chen waved his hand to stop her. After a pause, he said, "Let's use the piano for this song." Su Jingchu was stunned for a moment. It was the first time she saw Jiang Chen take a song so seriously. The last time Jiang Chen sang MO in front of all the trainees, his expression was much more casual than it is now. There's a piano in the music theory classroom downstairs. It's quite close to us, but it seems the trainees are having classes there right now. She suggested. Then let's go to the classroom. Jiang Chen nodded. Since we're going to sing, let's make it formal. Okay, I'll take you there. After thinking about it for a while, Su Jingchu nodded without saying anything more. Anyway, this wasn't the first time Jiang Chen sang in front of the trainees. He is the music director, so it is only natural for him to occasionally demonstrate the process of making music in front of the trainees. Wait until Jiang Chen and Su Jingchu walk out of the office together. Concubine Chu Youfei saluted Yan Shuexin and Wang Lin in a panic, and followed closely behind them. Only Yan Shuexin and Wang Lin were left in the office, and they looked at each other. Do you regret it? If you want to change people now, it's not too late. I have plenty of time today. Wang Lin stood up and smiled. As for Jiang Chen, she felt that her victory was too easy. It even feels a bit like the big bullying the small. If I win the bet so easily, Yan Shuexin 1T refused to admit defeat, right? However, Yan Shuexin took a deep breath and shook her head. No, I believe him. And now, she can only choose to believe it. She hopes Jiang Chen won't let her down. She added silently in her heart. After all, apart from Jiang Chen, she really couldn't think of anyone else whose songs could compare with those of the old guys behind Wang Lin. The students of those teachers are almost all over the music world. Okay, as long as you don't regret it. Wang Lin was naturally relieved. He stood up and walked towards the office door. Yan Shuexin took a deep breath and followed her. Chapter 66 As Wish. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon at Chunwe Entertainment, the corridor was empty, and there was a kind of quietness unique to the afternoon. The trainees were attending classes in the classroom, and most of the artists who had nothing to do went back to the dormitory to rest. From time to time, a warm breeze with the temperature of the afternoon sun flows in from the corridor window, bringing a sense of relief. However, the people in the corridor at this time had no time to feel the pleasant midday breeze. As we approached the trainee classroom, the teacher's voice could be heard emitting from inside. When everyone sings, they must pay attention to putting their own emotions into it. Emotions can help us better express the meaning of songs. When Su Jingchu pushed open the door of the classroom, the teacher was teaching the girls. Noticing the sound of the door opening, the girls all looked in their direction. Su Jingchu looked at the music theory teacher sitting in front of the piano a little embarrassedly. "Cece, can we pause the class for a moment? We need to use the piano for something." When the music theory teacher heard this, his brows furrowed slightly. She is Chunwe Entertainment's specially hired music theory teacher. Unless it was something particularly important, she didn't want anyone to disturb her class. Even Su Jingchu couldn't do it. She opened her mouth and was about to refuse. But at this time, the door of the classroom was pushed open again. Yan Shuoxin and Wang Lin walked into the classroom. There was a sudden cry of surprise in the classroom. "Oh my god, it's Queen Yan. Why is she here? Is there something important? Director Jiang is here too." The trainee girls were talking about it. Su Jingchu looked at Zhang Cece again with embarrassment and explained, "Director Zhang wants to write a song for Queen Yan. This is a very important matter." Zhang Cece is a senior student specially hired by Su Luowei from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. She has a solid knowledge of music theory. So she had to try to be polite when she spoke. Zhang Cece was stunned. "Director Jiang wants to write a song for Queen Yan? Jiang Chen? She didn't come to the company yesterday. However, I also heard that the new music director of Chunwe Entertainment is the husband of Su Luowei's junior schoolmate." Originally, she wanted to ask the girls about Jiang Chen's situation after class. But I didn't expect it. This new music director actually came directly into the classroom and wanted to write a song for Queen Yan? Are you kidding? Although she was a little confused, she nodded calmly and stood up from the chair. Even if she didn't believe Jiang Chen, she couldn't refuse senior sister Yan's favor. Su Jingchu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the trainees in the classroom and clapped her hands. "Excuse me, girls, please take a break. Director Jiang will use the piano for a while." Zhang Cece nodded and instructed, "Everyone, please take a seat nearby. We will continue our class later." There were no tables, chairs, or benches in this kind of music theory classroom, and most of the girls sat cross-legged on the floor. Yan Shuoxin is a queen of pop, so it is obviously inappropriate to ask her to sit on the ground like the trainees. Fortunately, there were a few small benches in the corner. Su Jingchu brought a few over. Wang Lin didn't hesitate and took it and sat down. Usually in her practice room, when she gets tired of practicing singing, she just sits on the floor. But even when sitting on a small stool, her aura is still very strong. Her posture was elegant and graceful, which made the girls in the classroom unable to help but look at her. Even Su Jingchu was a little surprised. Who was this woman wearing sunglasses? Was she Yan Shuoxin's friend? Why was her aura so strong? Yan Shuoxin didn't say anything. She brought a small stool and sat down next to Wang Lin. The bet between the two was not told to anyone, and there was naturally no need to reveal Wang Lin's identity. And next, it's time to decide the winner. Yan Shuoxin clenched her fingers tightly and looked up at Jiang Chen. This guy, is he capable of anything? At this time, the scene in the classroom was a little strange. Jiang Chen walked to the piano seat alone and slowly sat down. Others either sat cross-legged on the floor or on small stools. It looked like everyone was listening to Jiang Chen's lecture. However, Jiang Chen's expression at this moment seemed unusually serious, as if he was preparing for something very important. He slowly adjusted his sitting posture and took a few deep breaths. Only then did he place his fingers on the piano keys and slowly closed his eyes. Is this looking for emotions? Zhang Cece, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment, then felt a little surprised. She had just mentioned in class that music requires emotions, and singing must incorporate one's own emotions, so that the singing will be more moving. Unexpectedly, Director Jiang gave a live demonstration. Could it be that he also understands music? Seeing Jiang Chen's state, Wang Lin couldn't help but nodded. This Jiang Chen, apart from anything else, his posture and appearance seemed quite similar to this. But that's all. She still didn't think that she would lose the bet. She has never seen a musician who can surpass those senior musicians in all these years. What's more, Jiang Chen is just a young man of only 24 years old. After a while, Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes, his expression somewhat complicated, and he slowly said, "This song is called As Wish and it's dedicated to all the fathers." Hearing this, everyone was stunned and a little confused. As Wish? What song is this? Could it be another new song written by director Jang? Almost all the trainee girls have heard Jiang Chen's live performance of MO. Yi Mengying also knew that director Jang had also written 2 songs, Breathing Pain and Possibility. Therefore, their eyes were full of anticipation. Only Wang Lin and Yan Shuexin frowned slightly. As Wish, a song dedicated to our parents? What does it mean? Is it written to your father? Jiang Chen didn't explain, nor did he say anything else. His fingers then landed on the piano and pressed down gently. Ding 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 ding. A piano melody with a hint of sadness sounded in the classroom. Wang Lin's brows suddenly raised. Jiang Chen's piano skills seem pretty good, right? As the saying goes, I am an amateur watching the excitement, while the expert sees the details. As soon as Jiang Chen's piano music started, she noticed something unusual. Because Jiang Chen has a good grasp of the rhythm of playing the piano, his movements are natural and the melody is smooth. This level of performance was not inferior to those piano masters she knew. Even Yan Shuexin couldn't help but be surprised again. The last time Jiang Chen played and sang silence, she hadn't paid much attention to his playing skills. Now, after a careful feeling, I immediately discovered the difference. Jiang Chen's piano skills are not worse than his singing skills. Realizing this, a strange idea suddenly came to her mind. This person, how come it seems like he knows a little bit about everything except writing? Chapter 67, a song dedicated to all fathers. Soon, the piano prelude melody came to an end. Jiang Chen slowly opened his mouth. You are the long road. Lights in the mountain fog. I am a child. Walking in your eyes. The voice was slightly muffled. The melody also carries a hint of sadness. Yan Shuexin and Wang Lin were listening attentively, savoring the melody and lyrics. Especially Wang Lin. A hint of shock gradually appeared in her eyes. Because of Jiang Chen's song. So far, there have been no problems. The melody and lyrics are well written. If it could keep going, it would indeed be a good song. You are the bright moon and the fresh breeze. I am the dream you care for. Whether we meet or not, I will embrace you for the rest of my life. And I will love the world you love. May the smile you wish for be with you. I am holding your hand. Please take me to tomorrow. When Jiang Chen sang to this point, the melody seemed to rise slightly. And his eyes also began to fluctuate unconsciously. This is a sign of being completely immersed in emotions. In the classroom, the trainee girls were all surprised. Because last time in the big practice room, director Jiang displayed a completely different singing style. The last time was full of affection, an outburst after emotions reached their peak. But now, they heard a hint of nostalgia in Jiang Chen's singing. The girls who noticed this were secretly surprised. Director Zhong's singing ability is truly unfathomable. It's a little different from the trainees. The 2 divas, Wang Lin and Yan Shuexin, were listening carefully to the lyrics sung by Jiang Chen. At their level, appreciating a song involves more than simply listening to the melody. More emphasis is placed on the mood and emotion of the entire song. A good song will definitely bring special artistic conception and emotional resonance to the listeners. Only songs like this can become enduring classics. When Jiang Chen sang I Am Holding Your Hand while staggering, both of them nodded. Jiang Chen's song commemorating his father seems to be quite well written. The melody and lyrics are well handled. It expresses a feeling of longing and gratitude. If there are no major problems later on, it would be a good song. But a faint smile gradually appeared at the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. Just relying on a song like this to help Yan Shuexin establish her status as a queen seems to be a little short of the mark. A song in memory of my father? Although songs with this kind of topic are very meaningful. But unfortunately, songs of the same type have not performed well in the market. After all, father's love is like a mountain. Themes involving fatherly love generally seem heavy. And except for a few special days, this kind of song is rarely used. To sum it up in one sentence, the topic is popular, but the application scenario is very niche. It is difficult for such a song to help a queen establish her reputation in a short period of time. To be honest, she was already very surprised that Jiang Chen, the legendary gigolo, could write such a song. She was before today. It is absolutely unexpected that this famous Jiang Chen actually has such ability. But, unfortunately, the balance of victory in this bet still tilted towards her. It is still a bit difficult for this young man to write a song for the Queen of Pop. Maybe, in a few decades, he will have such strength. Wang Lin smiled slightly. Yan Shuexin didn't say anything, her beautiful eyes kept looking in Jiang Chen's direction. However, if you look closely, you will find that her fingers had been inadvertently clenched together. Jiang Chen's singing continued. However, the lyrics seemed to have gradually changed. If you were ever bitter than my sweetness, I want to live your life. I hope it will not be in vain and I will move forward courageously. Every day in this prosperous era. When I heard this sentence, Wang Lin and Yan Shuexin's expressions froze for a moment, and then they looked confused. Every day in this prosperous age? What does this sentence mean? Isn't this song a tribute to my father? How did this kind of lyrics suddenly appear? Did Jiang Chen write it wrong? The two men frowned slightly and continued to listen. You are the long river of time. The sky of sparks. I am the one who looks up to you and I will sing you into a song. You are where I came from. It's also where my heart belongs. All roads in the world will lead to you. Lyrics line by line. It seems as if he is still praising his father. But the artistic conception displayed has quietly changed. Wang Lin and Yan Shuexin's brows furrowed more and more. Now they all realized that something was wrong. It seems that Jiang Chen is not just singing about his father. But what is he singing about? What is he missing? What is he thankful for? As you wish? What does that even mean? The mountains and rivers are safe, and fireworks are normal. But you looked as you wished. Sleep and dream, my children. As you love deeply. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice suddenly became much higher. His eyes had been red all the time, but at this moment, he finally couldn't hold it back. 2 lines of hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Childhood memories slowly emerged in my mind. His grandfather was once one of these ancestors. He grew up listening to his grandfather tell stories about those difficult times. At that time, they were full of passion, fighting on the battlefield, defeating the enemy, and creating one miracle after another. Bullets flew and artillery fire roared. When the charge sounded, all soldiers will rush forward regardless of their own safety, use their bodies to block bullets, and build bridges for their comrades. The blood-soaked figure charged at the enemy again and again. Until victory. Jiang Chen would sometimes get curious when he was halfway through a story. Grandpa, war is so scary. Aren't you afraid of death? Grandpa smiled and touched his head. Who isn't afraid of death? Even the gods are afraid of death. It's just, we all know. If we don't fight this battle, then our children will have to fight it in the future. At that time, your father had just learned to crawl. When I thought about the child going to the battlefield in the future, even if there were a lot of bullets in front of me, I would not be afraid. If we don't block this bullet, it will hit the next generation. Jiang Chen was only 8 years old at that time, and his grandfather's tone was very calm. But he just stood there in a daze for a long time without saying anything. At that time, he could not understand all of his grandfather's meaning. But he could imagine what it would be like if he got married and had children in the future. So are you willing to keep all dangers out for the sake of your children? Yes. Definitely. Jiang Chen could give the answer immediately without even thinking about it. If Su Luowei really gave birth to a baby for him, he would protect them even if it cost him everything. This is a choice every father must make. Just like his grandfather did back then. So, our fathers back then went to the battlefield with such a simple idea in mind. I just hope that my descendants can live a stable and peaceful life. Today, many of them have grown old, and many have sacrificed their lives back then. But their efforts were rewarded. This is a prosperous era. This vast land. This prospered. Just as they wished. This song is dedicated to all our fathers. Without their contributions back then, there would be no national prosperity today. Wang Lin and Yan Shuexin's expressions gradually froze, and they looked at Jiang Chen in front of the piano in disbelief. An idea suddenly popped up in my mind. No way. No way. Could it be that they as wished Jiang Chen just said actually meant this? To all our fathers also refers to. A tingling feeling on their scalps instantly struck the two of them. If this is true, then the meaning of this song. The two looked at each other. They both saw the disbelief and shock in each other's eyes. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 95. Chapter 68. This prosperous era is just as they wished. Neither of them could have imagined it. What Jiang Chen really meant by fathers turned out to be like this. At this time in the classroom, Jiang Chen's high-spirited singing continued. The emotions that had been brewing and suppressed in his heart finally came out completely at this moment. And I will dream the reunion you dream of. May your wishes come true forever. Walk the long path you walk. I love you like this. The melody of the song keeps rising, as if there is no end. Yan Shuoxin and Wang Lin's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The two of them didn't even realize that they had stood up subconsciously. At this moment, they finally understood the true meaning of Jiang Chen's song. And it is precisely because I understand. The hearts of the two were like a huge wave surging, and they could not calm down for a long time. What day is it this year? They know better than anyone else. The whole country is in a prosperous period, the 60th anniversary. If this song could be performed on stage, it would be enough to make a sensation across the country. They never dreamed that Jiang Chen's words as he wished actually meant this. This is indeed a song dedicated to our fathers. It is a song dedicated to the fathers by all the descendants of the prosperous China. The meaning of this song. It is extremely heavy, yet extremely precious. Behind the two of them, the trainee girls were looking at them with confusion and puzzlement. They didn't understand why Queen Yan suddenly stood up and looked shocked. Given their level, they haven't heard much from this song yet. I just think it sounds very nice, and it makes me want to cry. But why did Queen Yan and the others suddenly stand up? Even Su Jingqiu was a little surprised. Her mind was a little confused. Could it be that Jiang Chen has written another amazing song? In this classroom, there may be one person who can understand the shock in the hearts of the two queens, and that is Zhang Cixi. As a talented musician who graduated from Shanghai Conservatory of Music, she quickly understood the deeper meaning in Jiang Chen's song. She looked at Jiang Chen sitting in front of the piano in disbelief. This guy can actually write songs? And it's so powerful. It was a long while later that she came back to her senses and glanced at Yan Shuoxin. This song should be written for senior sister Yan, right? Senior sister Yan's luck is too good. Such a song is perfect for this special day. She was almost certain that as long as senior sister Yan could sing this song, her status as the queen of the entertainment industry would be completely consolidated. In the short term, no one can shake her position. And she has just stepped into the position of queen. Write the poem you haven't written yet. The moon in the sky, the thoughts in my heart. You are always by my side. Appointment with you for a clear life. Like your young face. Finally, Jiang Chen's singing slowly stopped. The melodious piano sound slowly stopped as the song came to an end. His fingers stayed on the piano keys for a long time without moving. After a while, when his emotions subsided, he slowly withdrew his hand. Take a deep breath. He sat in his seat and didn't speak for a long time. Su Jingqiu looked at the solemn figure in front of the piano with a complicated expression. To be honest, she had never seen Jiang Chen in this state before. What does this song mean? Why would even the usually cynical Jiang Chen take it so seriously? Xu Youfei stared with her eyes wide open. Today was the first time she saw Jiang Chen sing. However, it turns out that this young director Jiang is not as cynical and unruly as the rumors say. He looked really serious and amazing when he was playing the piano and singing at the same time. His singing voice is very touching, and he can also write songs. This song is really nice. But why, even though he is so powerful, would he still go to war with Qingcheng Entertainment regardless of the consequences? Obviously, the most important thing right now is to stabilize Chunwe Entertainment internally. If all the artists in the company run away, then no matter how talented he is, he will have no place to use his talents. After a full while, Jiang Chen stood up from his seat and turned to look at Yan Shuoxin. The complex emotions in his eyes seemed to have not completely dissipated, and he asked calmly, "This song should be enough, right?" It was not difficult for him to help Yan Shuoxin establish her status as a queen. But it is not so easy to completely solve the problem of Qingcheng Entertainment at the same time. That's why he chose to bring out this song. This year marks the 60th anniversary of Shengshi, and this is the best day to release this song. Yan Shuoxin opened her mouth slightly and looked at Jiang Chen with complicated eyes. Before entering this classroom, she had no idea that Jiang Chen could actually write such a song. This song is more than enough. It's simply beyond imagination. She understood very well the special meaning of this song. In this special year, no matter who it is, as long as they can stand on the stage and sing this song, the influence will definitely be huge. This song represents the resonance of all Chinese descendants. Because all of them were able to create today's prosperous era thanks to the protection of their fathers. Moreover, this song can do more than just increase the singer's fame. Both status and influence will be greatly improved because of this song. Even the Queen is no exception. So, what is the true meaning of this song is wish? She asked with a very complicated expression. Although she had already vaguely guessed the answer, for some reason, she still wanted to confirm it with Jiang Chen in person. Under her close gaze, Jiang Chen nodded gently and said in a very affirmative tone, "Now this prosperous world is just as they wished. Isn't it?" Yan Shuoxin opened her mouth, but found that she was completely speechless. There was only shock and disbelief in his eyes. She knew that what Jiang Chen said was absolutely correct. The prosperity we have today is indeed achieved bit by our ancestors using their bodies and blood. Without their fearless battles, how could we have the peace and prosperity we have today? But how on earth did he come up with this idea? As wished in prosperous times, these two short words have built a bridge, connecting the efforts of several generations. Wang Lin next to Yan Shuoxin. The expression he looked at Jiang Chen was also extremely complicated. Compared to Yan Shuoxin, she never dreamed that the answer Jiang Chen would give would be such a song. Chapter 69, Can I sing this song? Could those veterans write such songs in such a short time? A question slowly emerged in Wang Lin's mind, and then he shook his head silently. Even if it's them, it won't work, right? This is a clever angle of approach. This kind of song that resonates with countless people. How could it be written without some divine inspiration? And this Jiang Chen seems to be only 24 years old. She took a deep breath. This song was completely beyond her imagination. If Yan Shuoxin could sing this song, it would be enough to establish her position as a queen of pop. However, after carefully feeling and thinking about it in her heart, she slowly shook her head with some regret in her heart. This song, actually, is not suitable for Yan Shuoxin. It's not that Yan Shuoxin's singing skills are not good enough, but that her current fame and qualifications are not enough to fully control this song. This song is about choosing singers. Even if you are a queen, not everyone can do it. The implication and resonance behind it are really too heavy. To sing this song well, calmness and experience are more important. Yan Shuoxin is still a little young, and such a young queen cannot sing with that sense of maturity when standing on the stage. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, Yan Shuoxin also pondered for a long time. Her expression was very complicated, sometimes frowning, sometimes pursing her lips, sometimes struggling, sometimes regretful, as if she was making a difficult decision. Final. Several minutes later, she sighed deeply with a look of regret on her face. Then he smiled helplessly and shook his head. "Sorry, Jiang Chen, I can't sing this song well." Her thoughts were exactly the same as Wang Lin's. As wish gave her a tingling sensation on her scalp. As a professional singer, she could sing this song perfectly, but as a junior with little experience, she was simply unable to control the sense of sedimentation in the song. Even if I am a queen now, it is still the same. This song represents so many things. It needs to carry the emotions and resonance in the hearts of countless people. Ordinary singers simply cannot convey the emotions. This song is really very picky, and she is not qualified yet. Maybe I can give it another try in 20 years. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What the hell? Didn't you want the song in the first place? Why don't you sing now? Are you kidding me? Besides, this is the song he intended to use to deal with Qingqing Entertainment. How can you just take it if you want it and not sing it if you don't want to? He frowned slightly, opened his mouth, and was about to say something when he saw Yan Shuoxin suddenly turn her head and look at the woman next to her who was wearing a hat and big sunglasses. Her expression was very complicated, with a hint of envy in her eyes. "Sister Lin, what do you think? There's probably no one more suitable to sing this song than you." Hearing this, everyone in the classroom was stunned. Then everyone looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin didn't say anything for a long time. His expression was very complicated, as if he was thinking about something. Jiang Chen's song completely disrupted her plans and ideas. After a long while, she raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, is there still any possibility of peace talks between you and Qingqing Entertainment?" She also wanted to fight for the reason why she came here today. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, feeling a little confused. Who is this woman? Why is she suddenly asking about Qingcheng Entertainment? Could it be an undercover agent sent by the other party to pull out the network cable? Qingcheng Entertainment made my woman cry, what do you think? He said it bluntly. From the moment Su Luowei's tears fell to the ground, Qingcheng Entertainment was put on his list of companies that must be killed. It's no use no matter who comes to intercede. No one noticed that after hearing his words, Xu Youfei, who was at the outermost edge of the crowd, suddenly trembled, and her rosy face was full of astonishment. I lost this bet. Wang Lin was silent for a moment, then he sighed and smiled helplessly. As she spoke, she slowly took off her sun hat and sunglasses. Her beautiful long hair slowly fell from the brim of her hat, and her face was revealed to everyone. Oh my God! There was a sudden cry of surprise in the classroom. It's Wang Lin! It's Queen Wang Lin! Oh my God, I love her so much! Oh my God, I actually saw two divas! No wonder the aura is so strong. Wait, why is Queen Wang here? For a moment, everyone in the classroom was stunned. Su Jingchu and Xu Youfei also looked at Wang Lin in shock. They didn't expect that the person who had just been in the same office with them and sat on a small bench with them in the practice room was actually the Queen Wang who has been dominating the entertainment industry for many years. Compared with Yan Shuexin, the new queen, she can be said to be the woman who stands at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Jiang Chen was also stunned for a moment. When the woman took off her sunglasses, he always felt that the woman in front of him seemed familiar. Later I heard the other girls exclaim. Then he realized that this woman was also a diva. Wang Lin smiled at everyone, responding to their exclamations. Then he looked at Jiang Chen and took a deep breath. After the song His Wish appeared, she knew that she had lost, and not only lost, but also lost miserably. In the end, you even have to pay with your own money. This is really a case of losing not only the wife but also the army. After all, even she couldn't help but be moved by the meaning of this song. Compared with it, the favors from Qingcheng Entertainment were simply insignificant. This time, Chen Yuman has really hit a wall. She gave a bitter laugh, then said to Jiang Chen in a somewhat helpless tone. Jiang Chen, can I sing your song His Wish? After saying this, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Clearly, her purpose of coming here today was to persuade Yan Shuexin to let go of Chunwe Entertainment. But now, she had to give up her original idea and even had to take the initiative to ask director Jiang for a song. Simply because, the meaning of this song is so important. Yes, just as Yan Shuexin said. When she finished listening to this song, she knew it was a song that was perfect for her. In the entire entertainment industry, there are definitely no more than 3 people who are more suitable and qualified than her to sing this song. And even if she were to sing, she would definitely be taking advantage. This song will elevate her status and influence to a higher level. And this kind of influence is not just as simple as public awareness, but a completely different level. She finished her words. The whole classroom was silent. Everyone stared blankly in the direction of Wang Lin and Jiang Chen. What does this mean? Queen Wang Lin is asking director Jiang for a song? Chapter 70 Shocked Girls. Su Jingchu opened his mouth wide. She is not a singer and still hasn't understood the deep meaning of Jiang Chen's song, so she is very confused. Is this song so great? Everyone subconsciously looked at Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen frowned slightly. His original idea of preparing this song was for Yan Shuexin. In the upcoming confrontation with Qingcheng Entertainment, throwing out Yan Shuexin and this song will definitely be a trump card. However, Yan Shuexin nodded at him eagerly at this time, indicating that he should agree immediately. She really is not suitable to sing this song, otherwise why would she give up? But she also thought very clearly. Even if she can't sing it herself, as long as Wang Lin can sing it, it would be like finding a huge boost for Chunwe Entertainment. Wang Lin's status in the entertainment industry is far beyond what she is now. If Wang Lin could appear on the stage with Jiang Chen songs. So for Chunwe Entertainment now, the significance is absolutely huge. In the entertainment industry, no one dares to look down on Chunwe Entertainment anymore. I can offer 5 million for this song, and I don't want a penny from the subsequent copyright share. Seeing that Jiang Chen seemed to be still hesitant, Wang Lin added again very readily. At this stage in her life, money is no longer important. She values the meaning that this song can bring. Su Jingchu blinked desperately at Jiang Chen. Brother, she is Wang Lin, the top queen of the music world. She sings your song, not only does she get paid, but she doesn't even ask for a share of the profits. Where else can you find such a good thing? Seeing Su Jingqiu and Yan Shuoxin both nodded at him. How could Jiang Chen not understand what they meant? However, compared to Su Jingqiu and others, he knew more clearly what this song meant. Having Wang Lin sing this song will definitely be of great help to her. So after hesitating for a while, he shook his head. I don't really care about the money. I have another purpose for this song. If you insist, let's go to my office and discuss it in detail. Wang Lin took a deep breath and didn't expect Jiang Chen to agree so easily. She nodded, agreeing to Jiang Chen's suggestion, and they turned around and walked out the door together. But before he even walked out the door, he heard Jiang Chen whispering to Su Jingqiu behind him. Prepare a contract for 8 million. Also, please specify that we only accept lump sum payments. Installments are not permitted. Hearing this voice, Wang Lin's steps suddenly stopped, he became a little disordered, and his face became extremely strange. Didn't this guy say that he doesn't care about money? And, even if you want to discuss this, could you not do it in front of the person you're dealing with? Is it really okay for them to discuss how to kill you so unscrupulously in front of you? She hasn't agreed to the 8 million. She turned her head to look at Yan Shuoxin, but found that although the young queen had a strange look on her face, she tried her best to remain calm, as if she didn't hear what Jiang Chen said at all. As expected of a rising diva, her acting skills are really good. She sighed softly in her heart and pretended not to hear Jiang Chen's words. She returned to her normal pace and walked forward slowly. The group slowly walked out of the classroom under the dazed gazes of all the trainee girls. All the girls' eyes were a little dull. No one expected that the woman who had just sat in the same practice room with them would be the Queen Wang Lin. What shocked them even more was that even a superstar like Wang Lin came to director Jiang specifically to ask for a song. Not only did he not want any share, he also had to pay an additional 5 million in cash. They didn't know about the bet between Wang Lin and Yan Shuoxin, and just thought that Wang Lin came to Chunwe Entertainment specifically to ask for a song. However, although the facts are somewhat different from what they thought, they are not much different. No matter what Wang Lin's original intention was when she appeared at Chunwe Entertainment, the only thing on her mind now is to obtain the singing rights of his wish from Jiang Chen. And the thing that shocked the girls the most was, these were the words Jiang Chen said before he left the classroom. Not only did director Jiang not agree to Wang Lin's request for a song in person, he even raised the price to 8 million? This is really... At this moment, Jiang Chen, the new director, was rapidly gaining popularity among the girls. Suddenly, the silent girl seemed to remember something, and looked towards Yi Menging with a complicated look. They all knew that Yi Menging had even gone so far as to change the contract in order to get a song from the company yesterday. Some trainees who didn't know the inside story were secretly laughing at her for being so stupid. But now it seems, Yi Menging seems to have gotten a huge advantage. Director Zhang's song was something that even Queen Wang Lin had to spend 8 million to get. Yi Menging simply changed the share in the contract and got it. If this isn't taking advantage, what is? Even Yi Menging was shocked, and her gratitude towards Jiang Chen increased again. Everyone, please pay attention. Today's events are not allowed to be spread outside. Before Su Jingqiu left the classroom, he gave stern instructions to all the trainees. Queen Wang Lin is negotiating cooperation with Chunwe Entertainment. It is still confidential at the moment and must not be made known to others. At this moment, she was also extremely excited. All the depression caused by Lin Lerong's discussion with her about the contract termination in the morning was swept away. Are you kidding me? Even the Queen of Pop, Wang Lin, is collaborating with Chunwe Entertainment. What does a small, low-ranking artist matter to her? Is there any impact on the company? Chunwe Entertainment. Dormitory building. Lerong, how is it? Did you just talk to Sister Jing about terminating the contract? What did Sister Jing say? Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen gathered in Lin Lerong's dormitory and asked curiously. All the artists who have debuted under Chunwe Entertainment have their own separate dormitory, which comes with a small living room and bedroom. Lin Lerong took out 2 bottles of juice from the small refrigerator and handed them to the 2 of them, but her expression was a little strange. We did discuss it, but she didn't say anything and just signed and agreed. Ah? Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen were both a little surprised. You agreed straight away? No one tried to persuade you to stay? Lin Lerong shook her head. She also said that as long as I'm willing to stay at Chunwe Entertainment for another month, she won't hold me responsible for breach of contract. This time, Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen were really shocked. Not even pursuing liability for breach of contract? When did the company become so easy to talk to? Originally, they thought that given Chunwe Entertainment's current situation, they would definitely use various methods to prevent the loss of artists. What is going on? Zhang Yaji frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and suddenly said, "Do you think Sister Jing wants to ease the situation this way?" Hearing this, Lin Lerong and Yi Jiwen both looked at her. Zhang Yaji continued. After all, the entire entertainment industry is currently receiving negative news about Chunwe Entertainment. If news of artists terminating their contracts spreads again in the near future, wouldn't that just make matters worse? I think Sister Jing wants to stabilize the situation by making concessions like this. This way, at least it won't cause too much chaos within the company. And after a month, the company probably felt that Qingqing Entertainment should have given up by then, and then offered better conditions to retain us. After listening to her, Yi Jiwen and Lin Lerong couldn't help but nod their heads, thinking that what she said made sense. Lin Lerong looked as if she had suddenly realized something. No wonder Su Jingqiu was so easy to talk to today. It turned out that she wanted to make the company's situation look better in this way. She curled her lips, feeling somewhat disapproving. Su Jingqiu's thoughts were too rosy. Director Yao had already told her that Qingqing Entertainment was serious this time and would definitely bring down Chunwe Entertainment and would not give up easily. After 2 months, only one of the two companies will remain. The one that collapsed was naturally Chunwe Entertainment. No matter how Su Jingqiu tried to stabilize the situation, it was useless. By then, we might be facing a situation even more serious than the current one. In that case, I'll be relieved. Yi Jiwen patted her chest. Shall we go talk to Sister Jing this afternoon? Have her restore our announcement, otherwise, we will also file for termination of the contract. She looked at Zhang Yaji and said in a somewhat arrogant tone. As the most popular female artist of Chunwe Entertainment, she felt that she had the capital to negotiate with the company. Zhang Yaji nodded. Okay, let's go together this afternoon. Sister Jing will definitely compromise. Are you really going to sing this song? What about the favor you owe Allure Entertainment? Walking in the classroom corridor, Yan Shuexin suddenly looked at Wang Lin and asked curiously. At this time, her expression had gradually become relaxed. No matter what choice Wang Lin made, she would win the bet. Given Wang Lin's status in the circle, she will never easily go back on her promises. In the future, Wang Lin will at least not stand against Chunwe Entertainment. Wang Lin's expression was still somewhat complicated. She sighed and said helplessly, I've tried my best, but Qingqing Entertainment just hit a wall this time. It shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? Maybe it's because I've gradually let go of my worries. Her tone also became slightly playful, and she winked at Yan Shuexin. And, do you think, compared to this song, the favors from Allure Entertainment are still important? Yan Shuexin was stunned for a moment. It was the first time she had seen Queen whine like this. Although she is almost 40 years old, she still seems to have retained the innocence and fun of a little girl. No wonder. Back then, she was popular all over China and charmed so many men. But she knew that what the veteran diva said was absolutely right. When Allure Entertainment discovered that its opponent was this song, they will know what they are facing. She is now even looking forward to the scene at that time. No wonder Jiang Chen wasn't nervous at all. Had he anticipated all this? Xiao Chu, do you have something to talk to me about? When Jiang Chen returned to the office, he found Chu Youfei still following him with a dazed expression, and couldn't help but ask. Just now he saw this little girl following Su Jingqiu, as if she had something to say to him. When this little girl appeared in the office yesterday, she did leave a deep impression on him. Originally, he had not yet thought of completely destroying Qingqing Entertainment, but as Chu Youfei's little face was slapped red and swollen by other artists. The little girl's helplessness, grievance and tears, in his heart, Qingqing Entertainment was also walking step by step towards the execution platform. Upon hearing this, Chu Youfei was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that she had been distracted and left the classroom earlier than Sister Jing. I followed Jiang Chen back to the office in a daze. Facing Jiang Chen's gaze, she quickly shook her head and said in a panic, No. No. Jiang, Director Jiang, I'm fine, I just... Seeing that both queens looked over curiously, Concubine Chu's face flushed red, and she wished she could dig a hole in the ground and hide in it immediately, feeling extremely regretful. I should have known I wouldn't have come with you. Who would have thought Director Jiang was so powerful? Even when Queen Wang Lin asked him for a song, he didn't give her a share of the profits, and she even had to pay her millions in cash. What do these trivial matters in the company mean to him? Even if all these little artists were added together, they still couldn't compare to half of the Queen Wang Lin. If I come along, it will only delay Director Jiang from discussing important matters. Moreover, Queen Wang Lin had already asked for me just now. Director Jiang seems to have made up his mind to go to war with Qingqing Entertainment, or the kind that cannot be negotiated. Oh. Jiang Chen nodded indifferently and didn't care. He waved his hand gently and said, "Since you have nothing to do, just help pour some tea here. We just happen to be short of an assistant." Yes. Concubine Chuyu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly expressed gratitude. There are 2 divas sitting in this office. It is an honor to be able to say a word or two to them. If there could be more communication, it would definitely be of great help to her. She knew that Director Jiang was giving her a chance to leave a better impression in front of the 2 divas, so she nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Director Jiang. I will definitely do my best." A few minutes passed. Jiang Chen looked at the little girl not far away who was enthusiastically making tea for Yan Shuoxin and Wang Lin. No one knew what the 3 women were talking about, but Chu Yofei's face suddenly turned red, and she looked shy and embarrassed. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Oh shit. He clearly meant to serve himself tea. How did you get there? Entertainment Circle Fear Value 95. Chapter 71 Queen Yen's confused mood. 10 minutes later, Su Jingchu walked into the office with the contract. A negotiation that would determine the fate of the 2 companies quietly began in this office. Rather than calling it a negotiation, it would be more accurate to say that Jiang Chen was unilaterally putting forward conditions. He had just thought carefully about the song as wish. It is indeed a bit of a stretch to let Yan Shuoxin sing this song. Compared with Wang Lin, Yan Shuoxin's biggest advantage is that she is the senior sister, and she naturally stands on the side of Su Luowei and Chunwe Entertainment. So even if it was reluctant, Jiang Chen would rather let her sing the song, but Wang Lin was different. Although this veteran queen far surpasses Yan Shuoxin in terms of qualifications, influence, and popularity. However, his attitude towards Chunwe Entertainment and Qingqing Entertainment is very vague, and he even tends to favor Qingqing Entertainment. If this queen were to turn against her at the critical moment, it would undoubtedly put Chunwe Entertainment in a very passive position. This was a situation Jiang Chen absolutely would not allow to happen, so his conditions were very simple. Aside from the 8 million yuan licensing fee, the release date of this song must also be arranged by me. If the song is not released within the stipulated time, the contract will be void. I will unconditionally take back the song, and I will then claim liquidated damages. Wang Lin frowned slightly when he heard these extremely harsh conditions. She understood what Jiang Chen meant. He simply wanted to release this song at a critical moment to catch Allure Entertainment off guard. But doing so would mean that she would completely stand on the opposite side of Qingqing Entertainment, and even become a thug of Chunwe Entertainment. This was somewhat different from what she had in mind. Although she could ignore the favors from Qingqing Entertainment, she didn't want to make enemies with them for no reason. If Queen Wang doesn't agree, you can just go back. I think even if Yan Shuoxin is not suitable for this song, there should still be many superstars in the entertainment industry who are interested in it. Jiang Chen didn't give in and spoke directly. If Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingchu had not both strongly recommended the Queen Wang Lin, he might not have wanted to let her sing this song. Hearing this, Wang Lin raised her head helplessly and glanced at Jiang Chen. Although no one has ever dared to speak to her in such a harsh tone over the years. But now that the song is in someone else's hands, I have no choice but to bow my head. The value of this song is simply inestimable. Thinking of this, she finally shook her head and gave up insisting. I'm finally convinced that Allure Entertainment has truly provoked someone they simply can't afford to offend. I hope you won't make a big deal out of this. Wang Lin looked at Jiang Chen deeply, then nodded and agreed to his terms. There is not much difference between 8 million and 5 million to her. As for Jiang Chen's request to control the release time, when this song is presented to Allure Entertainment, they should also understand his choice. This matter can't be blamed on her. 10 minutes later. Wang Lin signed the contract and transferred 8 million to Jiang Chen's account. Afterwards, she got the complete lyrics and music score of his wish. After the negotiations between the 2 sides ended, the atmosphere in the office became slightly more relaxed. However, Wang Lin still wanted to persuade Jiang Chen. If possible, I still hope you won't go too far. You should understand the principle that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. The entertainment industry is actually very small, and the relationships within it are complicated. Many people will meet each other every day in the future. If Chunwe Entertainment still wants to develop peacefully in the entertainment industry in the future, keeping quiet after defeating City Entertainment may be the best option. It's still unclear who is the bird and who is the gun. Jiang Chen, however, looked indifferent. Who would still worry so much when they are being bullied right at their doorstep? If anyone dares to lay hands on Chunwe Entertainment, he will choose to chop them off. But if anyone dares to bully his woman, he can only twist the other person's head off and kick it like a ball. Oh, never mind. Wang Lin saw Jiang Chen's unmoved expression and knew that he hadn't listened to her at all. I couldn't help but sigh, stood up and prepared to leave. But when she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. Director Jiang, at the end of the month, a large-scale girl group talent show that I'm involved in investing in will begin recording in Kyoto. Are you interested in being a mentor? During today's trip to Chunwe Entertainment, she saw Jiang Chen's talent. This guy is a musical genius. If he were put on a bigger platform, it would definitely shock more people. A girl group talent show? Su Jingchu's eyes suddenly lit up. She had also heard of the program that Wang Lin participated in, which was called The Strongest Girl Group. It is the first large-scale girl group talent show in China. The investment is huge, and pre-promotion on various channels started 2 months ago. There are nearly 30 entertainment companies participating in the recording. It is said that it took the program team more than a month just to screen out girls who met the requirements from tens of thousands of trainees. It is truly one in a million and very eye-catching. But Jiang Chen simply shook his head, not interested. Are you kidding me? It's already hard enough for him to be the music director here, and you want him to film a variety show? What is the difference between this and outright murder for money? Wang Lin was silent for a while after hearing this, nodded, said nothing more, turned around and left Chunwe Entertainment. Su Jingchu froze in place, holding the contract and looking at Jiang Chen, her face flushed with anger. You. This is such a good opportunity, why don't you accept it? Do you know that if you can participate in this program, your popularity will rise sharply in a short period of time, even comparable to A-list celebrities? Then you can make money even if you just lie down. Besides, the mentors on this show are all top singers in the music industry. Many people are eager to share the stage with them. And you actually refused outright? Su Jingchu looked very disappointed. Jiang Chen thought to himself, no wonder he had been feeling so uncomfortable these past few days. It turned out that there were people like you around him who wanted to harm him. I'm not a porn star. I don't need to make money lying down, and I don't need such a high profile. Speaking of this, I have to criticize you a few words, Lao Chu. In life, it's enough to make enough money. Don't be always unsatisfied and greedy. You will never be satisfied this way, and you will never experience true happiness. Look at me. Although I gave up an opportunity to become famous, I gained happiness. You are too young to understand the truth behind this now, but once you grow up, you will understand my good intentions. Su Jingchu rolled her eyes in anger and turned away. You are the old beast. You are the one who is unsatisfied. You are greedy. You can't be satisfied. She just wants to expand her business and make more money. Is there anything wrong with that? You're not old enough. After Su Jingchu left, Jiang Chen looked at the time and it was already past 2 in the afternoon. After all this trouble, he no longer had the mood to take a nap, so he simply turned on the computer and prepared to complete today's typing task. However, Yan Shuexin and Chu Youfei seemed to still be in the office. He waved his hand and said, if you don't have anything else to do, go back. I'm going to start my literary creation. Chu Youfei then remembered that Director Jiang seemed to be a writer. Yes. She stood up with a strange look on her face, bowed slightly, and tiptoed out of the office. Yan Shuexin also stood up from the sofa. However, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated look. She suddenly remembered what Jiang Chen said when she first met him. My dream is to become a writer whose reputation will be passed down through the ages, so I will resolve Chunwe Entertainment's troubles within 2 months. Then I will retire from the music industry, step down as music director, and continue my work as a writer. At that time, she thought Jiang Chen was just dreaming, arrogant and ignorant. However, it was only 2 days. This guy subverted everyone's imagination. Is Jiang Chen really planning to quit the music industry in 2 months? Yan Shuexin suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling in her heart. Originally, she had always been steadfast in her musical path. Her achievements over the years are obvious to all, but for some reason, her heart is a little confused at this moment. The things that I have always insisted on and cherished seem to be nothing in front of others. This feeling. It's really weird. Chapter 72 Artists' Different Paths. Sister Jing, we hope the company can resume our announcements immediately. A little after 4 in the afternoon. Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen knocked on Su Jingchu's office door at the same time. After the two came out of Lin Lerong's dormitory, they felt much more confident and directly put forward their demands to Su Jingchu. There have been fewer announcements during this period. If Director Jiang continues to mess with us like this, our development will be greatly affected. Yi Jiwen said dissatisfiedly. Su Jingchu looked at the two girls in front of her. They are the two most popular female artists in Chunwe Entertainment. They are also the two people that Qingqing Entertainment most wants to poach. She knew that both of them had wanted to terminate the contract for a long time. Qingqing Entertainment is a large company and the treatment it offers is better. The two may have been hesitant before, but now that Jiang Chen suddenly stopped all the artists' work, these restless artists could no longer hold back. She was thinking silently in her heart, and her expression did not change. If the two of them had come to him to talk about this matter this morning, she might have been a little worried. In just over a year, Chunwe Entertainment has only cultivated a few artists. If all of them were poached, Chunwe Entertainment would become a hollow shell. But after looking for Jiang Chen, she felt completely relaxed. Even the Queen Wang Lin wants to cooperate with Chunwe Entertainment. Even if all the artists in Chunwe Entertainment want to terminate their contracts, so what? With the example of Queen Wang Lin, are you still worried about not being able to recruit artists? Of course, the normal process still needs to be followed. She thought for a moment and said, Yajiwen, you should also be aware of the company's current situation. We've stopped the announcements at this time, firstly to better deal with Allure Entertainment, and secondly to protect our artists. This isn't just Director Zhang's decision, it's also the company's decision. Boss Su and Director Jiang are currently trying to figure out how to resolve the issues caused by Qingqing Entertainment. As long as they can resolve the issue, the announcements will naturally resume. By then, your development will not be affected at all, and may even be further advanced. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen both felt very dissatisfied. What Su Jingchu said were obviously perfunctory clichés. The company has to deal with Qingqing Entertainment, what does it have to do with them? Besides, they had already received solicitation text messages from Qingqing Entertainment in private, so they were not afraid of being targeted at all. The announcement can only be resumed after the issue of Qingqing Entertainment is resolved. So how long does that have to be? Just relying on President Su alone and that scoundrel Director Jiang, they think they can compete with Qingqing Entertainment? Isn't this just a foolish dream? The company wants to tie them into the same boat, but they are not stupid. Sister Jing. Zhang Yaji shook her head resolutely. What you're talking about are company-level matters, and we don't really understand them. I only know that if the company is unwilling to resume our schedule, then we will have no choice but to terminate our contract. Jiwen and I are just small artists and don't want to completely tie our future to the company. I hope you can understand. Su Jingchu sighed silently in his heart. Looking at the situation, it's no use trying to persuade him any further. She didn't say anything, but took out 2 resignation application forms from the drawer. The company's decision will not change. You can go back and think about it carefully. If you still want to terminate the contract, please fill out this form and submit it to me. Su Jingchu placed the form in front of the two of them. This is the last chance she can give. If the two of them still choose to terminate the contract in the end, there is nothing she can do. Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen looked at each other. They originally thought that Su Jingchu would compromise. Is the company really not afraid that they will be poached? Even if you ask to terminate the contract, I still hope you can stay at Chunwe Entertainment for another month. After both of them picked up the documents, Su Jingchu seemed to remember something and continued slowly, at that time, the company will not pursue your liability for breach of contract. It seems that both of them are very late. She smiled slightly and added. This is Director Zhang's decision. When Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen came out of the office, they looked confused. They originally just wanted Sister Jing to restore their announcement, but Su Jingchu didn't seem to be afraid that they would change jobs at all. After a brief explanation, he directly sent each person a resignation letter. They were also very considerate and told them that as long as they stayed in Chunwe Entertainment for a full month, they would not be held liable for breach of contract. It was as if she wasn't an agent, but a staff member who specialized in handling contract terminations. What on earth is Su Jingchu doing? Isn't she worried about losing artists? We are the two most popular people in the company. If we leave, what will be left of Chunwe Entertainment? That's right. I think there's no need for me to stay at Chunwe Entertainment anymore. Go back and fill out this application. I'll leave in a month. By then, Chunwe Entertainment will probably be bankrupt. Yi Jiwen was also very angry, but she stopped talking halfway because at this time, Chu Yofei's figure also appeared in the corridor. Yi Jiwen snorted coldly, rolled her eyes, pretended not to see her, and walked straight forward. After Chu Yofei was beaten, the unscrupulous writer Jiang Chen stopped the work of all the artists in the company. So if it weren't for this evil person, their announcements would not be affected. Concubine Chu Yofei stood there, watching the two people gradually leaving without saying a word. She heard what the two people said just now. In fact, she used to be quite envious of Sister Yaji and Sister Jiwen. The two of them are not much older than her, but they are much more popular than her. But now, the two seem to have taken a completely different path. Will Chunwe Entertainment collapse in a month? Definitely not. Director Jiang is so amazing that even Queen Wang Lin. She shook her head, took a deep breath, and continued walking forward. Su Jingchu sat at her desk, carefully organizing the documents. Although the artist's contract termination issue has come to an end. But Jiang Chen wrote another song and wanted to register the copyright immediately. In addition, as a music director, Jiang Chen has a lot of responsibilities, but this guy is lazy every day. It's simply impossible to deal with those chores. So she also has to be responsible for hiring an assistant for Jiang Chen to help handle these matters. Buzz 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 buzz. At this moment, the phone on her desk suddenly rang. It was Yan Shuexin calling. Hello, Shuexin? She pressed the answer button out of curiosity. It seemed that Queen Yan had just gone to see Luo Wei, so why would she suddenly call her? The call was connected, and Yan Shuexin's voice came from the receiver. Jingchu, Xingcheng Entertainment has started to take action. What? Chapter 73 Attack from all sides. 10 minutes later. Su Jingchu appeared in Jiang Chen's office with an anxious look on her face and sent messages on her mobile phone to Jiang Chen. With 80% of its announcements lost within a month, who did Chunwe Entertainment offend? Su Luowei's new song release has been delayed again, and the reason behind it is terrifying. Can popularity guarantee the right to start a company? A comprehensive review of recent artist company closures. Warning. Chunwe Entertainment is under attack from all sides, partners urgently evacuate. After 3 years of explosive popularity, is the former national goddess starting to decline after leaving the company? Jiang Chen slowly read through these media articles. Xingcheng Entertainment must have been preparing for all this a long time ago. Otherwise, how could they have contacted so many media outlets overnight? Su Jingchu gritted his teeth. After receiving the reminder from Queen Yan, she immediately logged into Weibo and found that the amount of negative topics about Chunwe Entertainment and Su Luowei on the internet had suddenly increased by dozens of times and was still increasing. It's easy to guess who was behind this. Jiang Chen looked at the articles on the screen with a strange expression. Because just before Su Jingchu came in, he happened to see several trending searches about himself on the internet. Deliberately scaring millions of young ladies to tears, how despicable is the writer's lack of talent? How dare you challenge all women online? You've run out of ideas. Please remove your book from shelves immediately. The Shanghai Women's Writers Association issued a statement strongly condemning any malicious acts that disrupt the women's literary market. Listed as the most unpopular author of women's literature, he has run out of ideas. What did he do? Because I opened this book, I couldn't sleep for nearly a week. I'm running out of ideas. Please give me some sleep. These articles that called Jiang Langkajan a heinous bastard made Jiang Chen speechless. Who was behind this? Did they make an appointment with Xingcheng Entertainment, and both sides used the smashing of cups as a signal to attack at the same time? Besides, the number of readers of his novels has not even exceeded 1 million. How did you scare the millionaire girl to tears? Fart. This is naked farting. He shook his head and closed all the article pages. When he turned around, he found Su Jingchu still beside him, looking anxiously as if waiting for his answer. When will Luo Wei come back? I just spoke to her on the phone. She should be on her way back now. Then let's wait until she comes back. Xingcheng Entertainment has finally taken action, which saves me a lot of trouble. Jiang Chen said calmly. Allure Entertainment's actions were anticipated, otherwise they would not have protected the artists in advance. If they want to target Chunwe Entertainment, they will definitely take the initiative to cause trouble. The overwhelming amount of negative news on the internet is the best example. This kind of hype is not uncommon in the entertainment industry. After all, in this circle, the most important thing is reputation. If the reputation is damaged, both the company and the individual will be greatly affected. Su Jingchu was stunned for a moment. What did they mean by finally taking action? Had they been waiting for Xingcheng Entertainment to take action? Jiang Chen didn't explain any further and opened the writer's background. Compared to the proactive attack of Xingcheng Entertainment, he was more curious about who was deliberately targeting Jian Langkajin behind the scenes. You have to know that it has only been a few days since he published the novel, but it has caused such a big backlash. He doesn't believe that there is no organization behind this hot topic that is deliberately promoting it. He checked his back-end information and found that there was a lot of discussion on the internet about Jiang Lang's talent being exhausted, but the Chinese Literature Forum did not seem to have sent him any message. It seems that the organizer's attitude towards this matter is somewhat ambiguous and he did not immediately remove his book from the shelves. Jiang Chen thought about it and simply uploaded the entire 60,000-word manuscript he had just written as a powerful response to these rumors. And he gradually discovered that under the fermenting online public opinion, the number of readers of his book was not affected at all. Instead, it began to rise wildly as if a data booster had been installed. The number of votes on the popularity list is showing a trend of leaving the second place far behind. After realizing this, Jiang Chen suddenly felt very strange. I don't know whether this overwhelming amount of negative topics is a blessing or a curse for his book. Sister Nan, public opinion has exploded online, and it seems the Shanghai Women's Writers Association is behind it. China Forum Headquarters. An emergency meeting was held in the conference room, and the staff reported the situation to Zhang Nanqin. Magic City Women Writers Association? Zhang Qinan frowned slightly when she heard this. If I remember correctly, this seems to be an unofficial organization, right? Yes, I've already done some research. This association was co-founded by several female writers. It's only been around for a year. A middle-aged man on the left side of the conference room nodded. According to our analysis, the Shanghai Women's Writers Association is probably trying to capitalize on this controversy by promoting this public opinion. Catching the attention? Everyone in the office looked at him. I just checked the official website of the Women's Writers Association. In just half a day, over 100 more female authors have registered as members on their website. Most of them are female authors who participated in our competition. The middle-aged man faced his laptop towards the crowd and explained. Everyone's eyes were full of strangeness. According to the strategy Zhang Qinan had formulated before, they stood on the side of Jiang Langkajin, mainly to catch the heat. I didn't expect that now that those years is so popular, there are also people with the same interests emerging from the opposite direction. Sister Nan, the number of complaint letters we received today has doubled. Someone stood up with a worried look on his face and reported. Some of the online criticism is directed at us as the organizers. Many people are accusing us of not carefully reviewing the novel and allowing such a horror novel to be included in the romance writing competition. The middle-aged man continued. Based on my analysis, I think the ultimate goal of this Women's Writers Association may be to put pressure on us in this way. If we are forced to remove those years, we blew out the light together from the shelves under this kind of public pressure, then it will undoubtedly be a successful victory for the Women's Writers Association. By then, more female writers will choose to join their association. Zhang Qinan listened quietly to everyone's reports and fell into silence. These sudden hot search terms were indeed beyond her expectations. After a while, she knocked on the table and asked, "Any response from Jiang Langkajin?" A staff member reported, "There has been no response yet, but just now, he updated another 60,000 words. Right now, all the data for those years, we blew out the light together, are rising rapidly. The number of views on our competition page has also skyrocketed, and more people are paying attention to our competition." Hearing this, everyone in the office became excited. No matter what the final outcome of this public opinion will be, their goal has been achieved. This overwhelming traffic has finally fallen on the head of their semi-official platform. The China Literature Forum has gained a huge exposure, which cannot be bought with money. Zhang Qinnan pondered for a long time. The rising data of those years made her feel much less stressed. If this development trend continues, this book will definitely become a hit online novel. And their Chinese Literature Forum will also gain huge development opportunities because of this book. Finally, she tapped the table lightly with her fingers and began to announce her decision. No matter what, the opportunity has arrived. We can no longer be timid. We must be fully prepared to deal with this conflict of public opinion. The operations department is always monitoring any developments regarding Jiang Lancai's talent shortage. The public relations department is prepared and ready to respond to online public opinion at any time. We want to tell all netizens that the competitions held on our forum have always been fair, just and open. There's nothing wrong with Zhang Lang's lack of talent. He's achieved what he has today entirely because of his excellent handwriting. Everyone should do their own thing and suppress the online public opinion as quickly as possible. At the same time, teach this Female Writers Association a lesson on what professionalism is. Zhang Qinnan's powerful voice rang out in the conference room. Clear. Everyone responded in unison. And half an hour later, Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin also returned to the company one after another. Chapter 74 Jiang Chen's Super Double. What's the situation now? Su Luowei asked with a tense face as she entered the office. She was originally working on the arrangement in the recording studio, but she rushed back immediately after receiving the notice. Not very good. Su Jingchu shook her head. Several brands I'm with have called me to ask what's going on. There are already 3 or 4 negative trending searches about us online. More than a dozen media outlets have reported on this. I'm worried that if this trend continues, more and more people will follow suit and share the story. Upon hearing this, Su Luowei and Yan Shuexin frowned. Xingcheng Entertainment's sudden move must have taken quite some time to prepare. Recently, Xingcheng Entertainment has been targeting Chunwe Entertainment, and most of the tricks it uses are small actions behind the scenes. But now Xingcheng Entertainment clearly intends to make the matter known to everyone. They're probably coming towards you. Yan Shuexin looked at Su Luowei and said, You are the core of Chunwe Entertainment. If you want to defeat Chunwe Entertainment, you must separate the brands you work with. Without the financial support of these partners, Chunwe Entertainment is like a kite with a broken string. That's why they made such a big fuss about it, affecting the confidence of all partners in Chunwe Entertainment. Su Jingchu's face looked a little ugly. Su Luowei's face was also tense. She bit her lip and looked at Zhang Chen. Hubby, what should we do next? Zhang Chen has always advocated confronting Allure Entertainment head-on, and I'd like to hear his opinion at this time. But surprisingly, Zhang Chen also seemed to have a headache at this time. His brows were furrowed, and his fingers kept tapping on the table, looking like he was thinking hard. Su Jingchu was anxious, wondering if this guy would fail at the critical moment. You said you wanted to deal with Xingcheng Entertainment, but now you have no idea? I think we should release a statement on our company account to address the online doubts, she said. Then we can contact some media outlets and write some positive articles to try to ease the situation. No matter what, we must first stabilize our several partner brands. This is the foundation of our Chunwe Entertainment. Su Luowei nodded slightly. Although Su Jingchu's approach is somewhat conventional, it is the best solution that can be thought of at the moment. Xingcheng Entertainment is really going too far. 10 minutes ago, I even received a call from a media outlet involved in a report, saying they wanted to come to our company for an interview. Su Jingchu seemed to recall something and gritted her teeth as she said, This must be arranged by Xingcheng Entertainment. They'll ask some sharp and tricky questions, and no matter how we answer, they'll exaggerate the story in the end. This kind of media directly refuses. Wait a moment. However, they were interrupted by Zhang Chen's voice just as they were talking. He looked at Su Jingchu. The media wants to interview you? How do you respond to them? Su Jingchu was startled by his action. I'm not stupid, of course I refused. What? Zhang Chen slammed the table. What's wrong? Isn't it right? Of course not. Call them back and tell them we're willing to be interviewed. The sooner the better, preferably tomorrow morning. Ah. Upon hearing this, everyone in the office was stunned. Why? Su Jingchu widened his eyes, his face full of confusion. This media has bad intentions. Why should we accept their interview? Of course it's to amplify the momentum. Jiang Chen sighed, as if feeling somewhat disappointed in himself. I've calculated everything, but I never imagined that Qingqing Entertainment would be so small scale. After more than a month of struggling, they've only managed to make a small fuss. It's really frustrating. Several people looked at him in confusion. What does it mean to make a small noise? Chunwe Entertainment has been on several trending searches, and the entire network's attention has been focused on it. Is this just a small thing? Could it be that you were thinking about this when you had a headache just now? As expected, Jiang Chen's tone was filled with disappointment and disdain. Qingqing Entertainment is so stingy. How much attention can these few trending searches generate? I think we should really add fuel to the fire. As he spoke, he looked at Su Jingqiu and said, let's not release our company's response statement for now. Everyone should remain silent during this period. But we still need to contact the media and try to find as many as possible. Although Su Jingqiu didn't know what Jiang Chen wanted to do, she still nodded. Asking more media to speak up for Chunwe Entertainment might help salvage the situation to some extent. But Jiang Chen continued. Prepare some more red envelopes and give them to these media outlets. Ask them to step up their efforts and follow the lead of Qingqing Entertainment in fabricating rumors and slandering Wei Entertainment. Ha! Su Jingqiu was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Discredit Chunwe Entertainment? That's right. I want the news about Chunwe Entertainment to stay on the trending search list for at least 3 days. This will attract the attention of the entire network. What do you want so much attention for? Su Jingqiu felt that his mind was a little confused. Who would spend money to hire internet trolls to discredit themselves? Su Luowei also didn't quite understand. Only Yan Shuoxin remained silent and looked at Jiang Chen deeply. Although she still didn't know what Jiang Chen wanted to do, the first thing she thought of was the song called His Wish. When this guy sat at the piano and sang, May what you wish be forever, and may the long road you walk be long, she knew that although Jiang Chen looked unreliable, he had the ability to create miracles. Forget it, don't ask, just listen to him. She thought about it and suddenly said. Su Luowei and Su Jingqiu looked at her in confusion. Don't forget, he just signed a contract. Yan Shuoxin said lightly. Only then did Su Jingqiu come back to his senses. Yes, Chunwe Entertainment still has Wang Lin as its trump card. No matter how these media outlets criticize Chunwe Entertainment. But as long as this card is used, all rumors will naturally be refuted. Only Su Luowei didn't know what was going on and looked a little confused. She has been recording songs outside today and has not had time to find out what happened in the company. Yan Shuoxin briefly recounted how Wang Lin had come to her in the morning and asked her to give up interfering in Chunwe Entertainment, the bet between the two, and how they had gone to Chunwe Entertainment together to find Jiang Chen to write a song. In the end, Jiang Chen sang his wish in the classroom, and Wang Lin was convinced of her defeat. Wang Lin paid 8 million yuan to sing this song and also gave up all her share of the profits. Yan Shuoxin finished speaking. Several people in the office were a little surprised. Including Su Jingqiu, it was the first time she heard about the bet from Queen Yan. So, Queen Wang Lin has also signed a contract with Chunwe Entertainment? Su Luowei's face was full of disbelief. Yan Shuoxin shrugged and did not refute. That's right, Wang Lin is now a signed singer of our Chunwe Entertainment. As long as Queen Wang Lin can come forward, these negative news will naturally be self-defeating. Su Jingqiu nodded excitedly. Then I'm relieved. Su Luowei immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes, which were sparkling with charming brilliance. Jiang Chen's performance has attracted a great player to Chunwe Entertainment. It was indeed a very correct decision to let this guy be the music director. Only Jiang Chen, who was sitting at the desk, rolled his eyes and was speechless. Where are we going now? Are you ready to play the Wang Lin card? This is his last resort, and he must save it for the most critical moment. If he had to describe the current operations of Qingqing Entertainment. That is, when the game of landlord just started, the opponent threw out a pair of 3 first. What's there to panic about? In this game, what he wants is not just to compete with Qingqing Entertainment and decide the winner, but to completely drive Qingqing Entertainment off the table. So in this round, he didn't choose to play a card, but super double. Increase it 100 times. I just don't know if Qingqing Entertainment is ready? Yan Shuoxin's eyes flashed with a deep light as she looked at Jiang Chen silently. Jiang Chen's actions over the past 2 days have once again proved that he is qualified to be a music director. But the more this happened, the more her mind would come up with what the other person had said to her that day. In 2 months, I will quit the entertainment industry. Does this guy really want to quit the entertainment industry? For some reason, her mood, which had always been as calm as water, suddenly began to ripple. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 95. Chapter 75. This is not the car to the kindergarten. Next, they spent half of their time listening to Jiang Chen talk about work arrangements, and the other half listening to Jiang Chen complain about how petty Allure Entertainment was. Of course, due to the low-end status of Allure Entertainment, Jiang Chen also adjusted his work approach. According to his arrangement, in addition to helping Qingqing Entertainment to boost its development, Su Jingqiu also had to stay in the company to maintain its normal operation. Su Luowei was about to leave the Magic City on a business trip. Before that, her most important task was to prepare new songs. After all, the main force of the public opinion offensive was concentrated on her new songs. The agreed release date for the song is in a few days. If it is delayed again, public opinion will develop in an even more unfavorable direction. He wants to cut off all public opinion before that. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Since Qingqing Entertainment has taken action, he is not going to hide it. He is ready to slap the other party in the face to make them wake up. After a nearly 20-minute work meeting, several women walked out of Jiang Chen's office with different expressions. Compared to the worry and nervousness half an hour ago, they were now much more relaxed, but their expressions were still strange, because the tasks Jiang Chen assigned to each person were very abnormal. For example, Su Jingqiu not only had to contact the media and criticize herself during this period, but also had to keep an eye on the status of the artists within the company. There is so much to do that Su Luowei has asked her to recruit 1 or 2 assistants. However, Su Jingqiu seemed to enjoy the feeling of being busy and looked very energetic. Luowei, Shui Xian, I have to go get busy first. Jiang Chen emphasized several times that we can't let the media outlet go. I have to contact them quickly. Su Jingqiu said somewhat helplessly. Yan Shueshi nodded. Su Luowei hesitated for a moment, but called her, Sister Jing, wait. Su Jingqiu stopped. Su Luowei looked hesitant and conflicted. She looked at her and then at Yan Shuexin. What's wrong, Luowei, is there anything else? I have something related to Jiang Chen, and I don't know what to do. Sister Shuexin, Sister Jing, can you help me think of a solution? Su Luowei said after hesitating for a long time. Both of them looked puzzled. What's going on? It's like this, I'm leaving the Magic City soon, but Jiang Chen. Su Luowei suddenly lowered her voice and whispered into their ears. 10 minutes later. Su Jingqiu returned to his office calmly. Start calling a media outlet called Starlight Entertainment News. Hello, I'm Su Jingqiu from Chunwe Entertainment. We spoke on the phone half an hour ago. It's like this, our director Jiang. Star Entertainment News. As the editor-in-chief, Miao Baiqiu was discussing the next entertainment news to be released with his staff. A boy wearing glasses came over and reported, Editor Miao, I just called Chunwe Entertainment, but they turned me down. They said they don't want an interview. As expected. Miao Qiubai nodded calmly, is the call recorded? Yes. Okay, I'll send out a press release later and attach this recording, saying we've contacted Chunwe Entertainment, but they refused to be interviewed. Clear. The boy grinned and made an okay gesture. He had written this kind of press release many times, and every twist and turn in it was clear to him, so he naturally understood what Miao Qiubai wanted to express. The same thing, with just a little bit of writing, can give people a completely different feeling when reading it. For example, a female college student goes to college during the day and works as a hostess in a bar at night. This news headline makes people think that female college students are very decadent. But if it is changed to, the bar hostess works at night and uses her free time during the day to study at the university, it will greatly change people's impression of this girl. Now that he has the call recording in his hand, it is very easy for him to write an article that will make netizens think that Chunwe Entertainment refused the interview because of guilty conscience. Just as he turned on his computer and was about to start writing today's article, another colleague in the office, Xiao Chen, pushed the door open and walked in hurriedly. Editor Miao, Su Jingqiu from Chunwe Entertainment called and said they're willing to do an interview tomorrow. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Miao Qiubai also frowned slightly. Are they willing to be interviewed? The man with glasses looked up in confusion. He knew that the interview request was just a trap, and the main purpose was to obtain the recording. But Chunwe Entertainment actually agreed? What did they say? Xiao Chen scratched his head. Su Jingchu said that their director Jiang wants to talk to us. Director Jiang? Miao Qiubai pondered for a while, then his eyes became strange. Could it be that director Jiang was referring to the legendary Jiang Chen, Su Luoi's scoundrel writer husband? She looked at the people around her, all feeling a little puzzled. Editor Miao, can you still publish my manuscript? The man with glasses asked, pointing at the document on the computer. I won't post it for now. Miao Qiubai stood up curiously and said, let's talk about it tomorrow after we interview director Jiang and see what they are up to. Good. The sky gradually darkened. In the evening, Su Jingchu drove Jiang Chen and Su Luowei home again. But what was strange was that Su Luowei kept asking some strange questions along the way. Hubby, if one day I don't have that much time to accompany you, will you be angry? No. Ah, why aren't you angry? Oh, then I'll be angry. That won't work either. I can't accompany you because I have something to do. How can you be angry? Let me ask it another way. Su Luowei hummed and continued to ask. If one day you wake up in the morning and find that I haven't prepared breakfast for you, will you be angry? No, I can do it myself. No, you can't do it yourself. You're still sleeping. Su Luowei waved her hands hurriedly, now only I or someone else can make breakfast, anyway, you can't make breakfast. Jiang Chen frowned. Let's start over. Su Luowei paused and said again. What if I didn't make breakfast today, and someone else made breakfast on the table? Would you be angry? Jiang Chen thought carefully this time before saying. No, I just want something to eat. I'm not picky. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Su Luowei seemed a little unhappy. How can you not be angry? Don't you feel sad that you didn't have the breakfast I made this morning? Then, I'm very angry. That won't do either. Even though I didn't make breakfast, I asked someone else to make it for you. How can you be angry? Jiang Chen. He suddenly looked at Su Jingchu in front of him. Lao Chu, isn't the kindergarten approaching? Let me out of the car quickly. Su Luowei. Su Jingchu. The two returned home in a noisy atmosphere. Although Su Luowei was still not satisfied with Jiang Chen's answer, she did not ask similar strange questions again. Of course, a woman's dissatisfaction with a man will always show directly on her face. After entering the room, Su Luowei snorted coldly at Jiang Chen before heading upstairs. Jiang Chen looked at Su Luowei's graceful and proud back, not caring at all. After changing into slippers, I suddenly remembered what Chen Huifeng said that day. In the 3 years since they got married, he and Su Luowei have never discussed having children, nor has he ever visited Su Luowei's home. The large villa of several hundred square meters has only been occupied by 2 people, so it is indeed a bit deserted. Maybe it's time to add another small figure. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen's mind couldn't help but waver. Chapter 76 Little Girl, Dare You Threaten Me? Magic City Conservatory of Music. A little after 9 in the evening. The teaching building was pitch black, and the students who were studying in the evening had already left the building one after another. The security guard held up a flashlight and began to inspect each classroom one by one. However, when he walked to the door of a dance studio, he found that the lights were still on. Rhythmic melodies came from the classroom, and the girls could be heard faintly shouting the beat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These girls are still dancing at this late hour. The security guard shook his head helplessly. The teaching buildings can be open to students until 12 o'clock. If there are students still practicing, he will not chase them away. Instead, he will visit all the teaching buildings first and then come back here to check. He glanced past the classroom and continued walking forward with the flashlight in hand. In the classroom, the melody finally slowly stopped. The girls breathed a sigh of relief, their legs went limp, and they all collapsed to the ground, their chests heaving violently and gasping for breath. Mengyao, why is this shuttlecock exercise you asked us to learn so tiring? Yes, I feel like I have lost the feeling in my legs. But we've only been dancing for 2 hours. Is this aerobics really serious? I don't know either. My senior brother-in-law told me that as long as I practice for 8 hours every day, I will definitely get a ranking in the shuttlecock exercises. Su Mengyao had a sad face. She was so tired that she was sweating and panting. Hearing this, the girls were stunned. 8 hours? Etc. Senior sister, husband? A girl suddenly turned over and stared at Su Mengyao with her big beautiful eyes. Didn't you tell us to ask senior sister for help? How did you become senior sister-in-law? At first, I did look for senior sisters Luo Wei and Shuo Xian, but they were both busy, so, in the end, I had to look for my brother-in-law. Su Mengyao said with a bitter face. He was the one who taught me this shuttlecock exercise. No way? The girls suddenly reacted. This brother-in-law you're talking about, could it be the one with senior sister Luo Wei? The idiot writer husband? The girl didn't say it out loud, but everyone understood what she meant. Yes, that's him. Ah. The girl was immediately horrified, rushed over, and strangled her fiercely. Su Mengyao, I'm going to strangle you to death. You wasted my entire night. If he dares to teach, you dare to learn? Yeah, what does he know? He's just a jerk writer. Why did you ask him for help? I thought it was Senior Luo Wei who taught you that. It's over. My legs are broken. There are less than 2 weeks left until the school anniversary party. What should I do now? The girls wailed one after another. In fact, even Su Mengyao sensed something was wrong and felt as if she had been cheated. Because the shuttlecock exercise was so tiring, after just over an hour, everyone was so tired that they collapsed on the ground and didn't want to move at all. You have to know that her physical fitness is not bad. She usually sticks to fitness and running in order to practice dancing. She shouldn't fall down so easily. He won't, will he cheat me? Looking at the wailing faces of the crowd, Su Mengyao also began to look conflicted and hesitant. Jiang Chen's brother-in-law is quite capable, so it should be no problem. She felt that when several people danced the shuttlecock exercise together just now, the scene was indeed very rhythmic. Apart from feeling a little tired after jumping, there doesn't seem to be any other problems. If we can really bring out the sense of power and uniformity as my senior brother-in-law said, the effect on the stage will definitely be very good. How about, we practice again tomorrow? I think we danced pretty well just now. If it really doesn't work, I'll go ask my brother-in-law again. As the team captain, she is responsible for deciding the team's performance program. So after hearing what she said, the girls could only wail and continue to lie limp on the ground. I'm tired, destroy it. It was dusk. The villa gradually became quiet. After taking a shower, Su Luowei climbed onto the bed like a kitten, used Jiang Chen's thigh as a pillow, and applied a facial mask comfortably. Jiang Chen discovered that after their relationship took a step further, the little girl seemed to be more attached to him than before. But they have to get up early tomorrow, so Su Luowei emphasized tonight that Jiang Chen is not allowed to act recklessly like last time. Jiang Chen agreed. But he gently stroked her hair and took the initiative to bring up the topic. My mother called me a few days ago and mentioned our situation. Mom, what did she say? Su Luowei immediately became a little nervous and asked with her ears pricked up. In the 3 years since her marriage, she has always paid attention to maintaining the relationship between herself and Chen Huifang as mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Although Chen Huifang was not a difficult woman to get along with, Su Luowei would always pay extra attention whenever Jiang Chen's parents were involved. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire this. It is said that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is a difficult sutra to recite, but this problem does not seem to be a difficult problem for Su Luowei. Every time she goes home, the little girl always puts aside her status as a big star and acts like a good daughter, making her parents happy. Ahem, she asked us when we plan to have kids. Jiang Chen coughed lightly, and his hands began to become restless. He quietly passed through the girl's pajamas and explored inside. He did promise the girl that he wouldn't do anything wrong tonight, but his hands didn't agree. What does the agreement signed by the brain have to do with the hands? It's impossible to wrong both the body and the hands, right? After discovering Su Luowei's allergic reaction to romance, he became even more curious about how his wife behaved in various situations. What would happen if romance suddenly came at a critical moment? For a moment, Su Luowei didn't know whether to answer Jiang Chen's question or stop Jiang Chen's dishonest hands. Obviously, she hadn't thought about this question carefully. After a long while, she said in a panic. What do you think? I think it's not bad to have more little ones at home. Jiang Chen thought about it seriously and said, don't worry about the company. After dealing with Qingqing Entertainment, Chunwe Entertainment will be able to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. We can train a few artists and make tens or even hundreds of billions a year. When the time comes, it's up to you to be the boss lady at home or continue to appear on stage. After all, Su Luowei is the national goddess and a big star. In the entertainment industry, people tend to get married and have children relatively late, mainly because of the influence of their careers. Celebrities make their living from youth. Their career development and peak period are often when they are young. If they rashly get married or have children, it will definitely have a great impact on their career. Since he wants to build his own family, he will definitely not let Su Luowei suffer any grievances. In terms of career, he will arrange the best path for the girl and will never let Su Luowei sacrifice her career. Hearing this, Su Luowei was stunned. At present, Chunwe Entertainment's main profit point still lies in her. He could only earn more than 20 million yuan a year, but Jiang Chen directly increased this goal by hundreds of times. Can such a small company really make a profit of tens or even hundreds of billions a year? However, she no longer had the energy to think about this problem, because Jiang Chen's big hands were becoming more and more dishonest. Her delicate body trembled slightly, her face turned red, and a complicated look flashed in her eyes. Baby? I don't seem to be ready yet. Su Luowei couldn't help but struggle. Then he turned around, but a hint of imperceptible loss flashed in his eyes. She also wants a baby, but... Jiang Chen involuntarily stopped and looked at the little girl's back in confusion. Don't you think it's a bit too fast? Come to think of it, it was indeed a bit too fast for the two of them to discuss having children so soon after taking that step. Under normal circumstances, you should enjoy your life as a couple more. After all, Su Luowei is only a 24-year-old girl and definitely doesn't want to be a mother so early. Anyway, I'm just not ready. Su Luowei's expression became awkward and she turned her head away. How about, let's talk about this later? After saying that, she got up and said, it's time for the facial mask. I'm going to wash my face. Jiang Chen looked at Su Luowei's back as she hurried to the bathroom, feeling confused. He could sense that Su Luowei didn't seem to want to talk about this topic. But if you are not mentally prepared, what is there to not say? Could it be that it is really as Empress Dowager Chen said, that the little girl has some concerns because of family matters? He hasn't been to the Su family in 3 years, and he has indeed neglected the girl's feelings. It seems that after finishing this busy period, I have to go to the Su family no matter what. Resolve the worries in the little girl's heart as soon as possible. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen was woken up by Su Luowei in his arms. Since the interview with Star Entertainment News was scheduled for the morning, he needed to arrive at the company early today. I should have made an appointment in the afternoon. Jiang Chen rubbed his head and yawned loudly. Get up, lazy pig. Su Luowei heard his complaints, covered her mouth and laughed, then pushed him to get up quickly. However, after Jiang Chen's gaze was blank for a while, it suddenly stopped on Su Luowei's chest. The girl was not wearing pajamas today, but a silk tank top. The fabric was a bit thin, and it stuck to her body, outlining her delicate curves, which was very attractive. Last night, both of them had their own concerns, and after turning off the lights, they had no time to think about anything else and fell asleep quickly. Jiang Chen had just woken up, and his blood was at its peak. His gaze towards Su Luowei gradually became hot. What are you looking at me for? Su Luowei noticed that something was wrong with Jiang Chen's condition, and she subconsciously stepped back. Ma, I'm about to go to work. Could this bad guy be thinking? Last time, it was because Jiang Chen had bad intentions that he wasted more than an hour and was almost discovered by Sister Jing. This time I can't. Go to work early today and stop daydreaming. The little girl waved her fist and threatened. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. He laughed in his heart, stood up directly, and forced Su Luowei into the wall. Honey, there's something on your face. What thing? Su Luowei touched her face in confusion. It's kind of pretty. Su Luowei was stunned and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. She felt that Jiang Chen seemed a little strange today. Jiang Chen was laughing to death in his heart. There has never been such a cheesy love talk in this world, and now it can be used as a killer weapon. Why do you look weird? Su Luowei was puzzled again. Me? She touched her face innocently. What's strange? Instead, she felt that Jiang Chen was a little strange. It's so cute. Su Luowei was dumbfounded again. She felt that Jiang Chen had been teasing her. The breeze lifted the snow-white gauze curtain, and the morning fragrance with the taste of nectar was refreshing. The sunlight was blocked by clouds today, and the light in the room was not strong, but Su Luowei felt that her heart was beating faster again. How so? Husband, why, today? His speech gradually became unclear and his strength seemed to be drained away. Jiang Chen watched as the girl's face gradually turned from rosy to red apple-colored, as if steam was coming out of it. Her delicate body, half lying in his arms, was limp, her eyelashes trembling slightly. In the end, she could only grab his clothes on her chest with her hands and looked at him pitifully. Ha, you dare to threaten me with your fists? Husband. Su Luowei found that she had no strength to use and her eyes were full of pleading for mercy. Ahem, honey, I dreamed about an English text last night. It was very interesting. Come, let me tell you what the text is about. You lied. An hour later. Jiang Chen appeared in the living room in high spirits, but Su Luowei's face was a little flushed. She kept pinching Jiang Chen's lower back, venting her dissatisfaction. Fortunately, no one else in the villa noticed anything unusual. Su Jingqiu thought that Jiang Chen, that bastard, was sleeping in again, that was why he came down so late, and snorted coldly with some disdain. Gong Yi looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated look. She was hesitating whether to give up her persistence and take the initiative to admit defeat to Jiang Chen, so as to obtain the right to use clouds and smoke become rain. However, the hatred between the two has accumulated for 3 years, and it is difficult for them to let go of their pride for the time being, so they can only remain in a stalemate for now. Fortunately, she has been quite busy these 2 days and doesn't have to deal with this matter for the time being. Of course, she no longer dared to mock Jiang Chen casually when she saw him now, for fear of angering Jiang Chen and making things worse. Jiang Lang has run out of ideas, this bastard. However, suppressed emotions always need to find a place to vent. Gong Yi soon became a little annoyed with the fried eggs in front of her. She angrily poked a few holes in the fried eggs on the plate with her knife and fork and complained. It's been on several trending searches. Not only was there no sanctions, the book seems to be even more popular. Su Luowei didn't hear what she said clearly, and was a little curious. What are you talking about? What else can I say? Gong Yi said angrily, he's run out of ideas. That bastard author I mentioned to you last time. What happened to him? Su Jingqiu also got involved. These days, she would read The Light We Blow Out together for a while before going to bed at night, so she is quite concerned about this book. The female authors in our author group have long been dissatisfied with Jiang Lang's lack of talent. Gong Yi sighed. So they organized some activities yesterday, accusing Jiang Langkai Jin online and even recruited many female readers to participate. They originally hoped to use public pressure to force the organizers to remove Jiang Langkai Jin's books from the shelves. But who would have thought that after appearing on several trending searches, his book, Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together, not only did not receive any sanctions, but its popularity actually increased, with the data continuing to rise rapidly. Now the organizers are completely on Jiang Langkai Jin's side and refuse to remove the book no matter what. So although everyone is angry, there's nothing they can do about Jiang Langkai Jin for now. Su Luowei was a little surprised when she heard this and wanted to comfort Gong Yi, but she had never encountered such a thing before and didn't know how to start. Husband, do you have any ideas? She remembered that Jiang Chen seemed to be quite dissatisfied with Jiang Lang's lack of talent, so she looked at him. Jiang Chen was very surprised. When he saw the trending search for Jiang Langkai Jin yesterday, he was still curious about who was targeting him. It turns out that it was Gong Yi and her group of female authors who were behind this. He pondered for a while and said, Of course I have. I've been fed up with Jiang Lang's lack of talent for a long time, so today I'm going to find a way to punish him. TSK, how shameless. Gong Yi snorted coldly and didn't believe what he said at all. Su Luowei also pinched him coquettishly, thinking he was joking. Jiang Chen chuckled, too lazy to say anything more. After breakfast, the three of them drove out in 2 cars. When Jiang Chen arrived at the company, a staff member came to inform him that the reporter from Star Entertainment News was already waiting for him in the office. Jiang Chen knew it was his turn as a righteous man to perform. He nodded, straightened his collar, and walked into the office with a righteous look on his face. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 95. Chapter 77. Is Jiang Chen crazy? Niao Qiubai sat in Jiang Chen's office, curiously looking at this legendary writer. As the editor-in-chief, she didn't have to participate in on-site interviews. But she was really curious about Jiang Chen, so she led the team here in person. She wanted to know why Jiang Chen dared to accept the interview under the current circumstances. Wasn't he afraid of saying something he shouldn't say and triggering even worse public opinion? However, when Jiang Chen walked into the office with a righteous look on his face, she suddenly realized that he didn't seem as bad as people said on the internet. At least he looks really handsome and looks serious, not as lazy and casual as the rumors say. Hello, Director Jiang. I'm Xiao Miao, a reporter from Starlight Entertainment News. She held up the microphone and sat across from Jiang Chen with a smile on her face. Excuse me, are we conducting an interview here? Miao Qiubai did not reveal his identity as editor-in-chief and personally took charge of the interview. Here it is. Jiang Chen nodded and glanced at the camera. Has it started recording yet? Yes, it has already begun. Good. Jiang Chen cleared his throat and said righteously, well, before we begin the interview, I want to say something. What's up? Miao Qiubai was curious. As far as she knew, this should be Jiang Chen's first interview, but the new director of Chunwe Entertainment did not seem nervous at all. He was calm and composed when facing the camera, as if he was interviewed frequently. Jiang Chen's expression was serious. As a writer, I'm going to criticize someone by name today. Criticism. Who do you want to criticize? Miao Qiubai was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Jiang Chen was planning to criticize Allure Entertainment in front of the camera? If that's the case, today's interview will be very interesting. Jiang Lang has run out of ideas. Jiang Chen's response was completely unexpected. This bastard is not worthy of being a writer. After hearing his words, everyone in the office was stunned. Who? Miao Qiubai thought he had misheard. Who is Jiang Lang Cajun? As the editor-in-chief of an entertainment newspaper, she is not very familiar with the community of writers. A staff member came over and whispered a few words in her ear, briefly explaining that Jiang Lang had run out of ideas. Miao Qiubai then gradually understood that Jiang Lang Cajun was actually an author participating in a women's literary writing competition and had nothing to do with Qingqing Entertainment. Why did Jiang Chen criticize him? Jiang Lang is out of ideas and deliberately wrote horror stories for a women's literary competition, scaring millions of young ladies to tears. He used such despicable means to gain publicity and popularity. What a bastard, what a shame. As a writer, I firmly resist and protest this shameless behavior. Today I want to speak out for all female readers and protect the rights of the majority of female readers. Although his book, Those Years, We Blow Out the Lamp Together, is well written, it is not worth reading at all. I advise all female readers not to open this book, or you will regret it. This book has already kept thousands of young ladies awake at night. I suggest we boycott Jiang Lang's talent and Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. Jiang Chen spoke eloquently and only stopped after 2 full minutes. The office suddenly became silent. The people at Starlight Entertainment News were dumbfounded. They found it difficult for them to process the information. Today, didn't we agree to interview Chunwe Entertainment? Why are you suddenly cursing about Jiang Lang's talent running out? Miao Qiubai took a long while to react. She stared at Jiang Chen blankly. Jiang. Director Jiang, we've recorded your real name criticism. Do you have anything else to say? No more. Sorry to have wasted everyone's time. Let's start the interview. Jiang Chen waved his hands, sounding a little embarrassed. Miao Qiubai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Director Jiang really has a unique personality. She nodded, took out the manuscript she had prepared long ago, and returned to her smile. Then we will officially begin the interview now. First question, there have been a lot of online rumors lately that Chunwe Entertainment's business isn't doing well. Director Jiang, is this true? Of course it's a rumor. Netizens are just worrying about nothing. I have taken over the position of music director of Chunwe Entertainment during this period. I can tell you with full responsibility that under my leadership, Chunwe Entertainment will definitely go far in the future. You know, my main job is a writer. What we writers lack the least is talent, so managing Chunwe Entertainment is not difficult for me. Of course, speaking of writers, I have to mention one person. Jiang Lang has run out of ideas. I emphasize again that this person is absolutely shameless. I advise everyone not to read his books. Especially little girls, once they open this book, it's over. Maybe some of you don't know the name of this book, so let me introduce it to you. Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. This is definitely the worst book I have read in all these years. 2 minutes of continuous output. The office fell silent again for a while. Miao Qiubai even forgot what question he had just asked. She looked at the card and asked the next question helplessly. I heard that the national goddess Su Luowei's new song will be delayed again. Is this true? How is that possible? It's just another rumor. Jiang Chen rejected the idea again. I've already written several songs for Su Luowei, and they can be released anytime. Miao Qiubai was stunned when he heard this. Songs you wrote? You can also write songs? Are you just bragging? As I just said, what we writers lack the least is talent. Songwriting isn't actually that difficult. The number of words is so limited, it's much easier than writing. But when I think of writing, I can't help but think of that bastard Jiang Langkajin. Everyone, trust me, don't watch his film Those Years, We Blew Out the Light Together. I would call this the worst book ever. It's just a bunch of shit, but it's still better than this book. Anyway, whoever reads it will regret it. If Jiang Langkajin dares to appear in front of me at this time, I will definitely give him 2 big slaps. In the office, everyone's expressions gradually became dull. This interview lasted a full hour, and for at least 50 minutes, Jiang Chen was constantly expressing his ideas at a loss for words. More than an hour later, Miao Qiubai and his colleagues walked out of Jiang Chen's office with very strange expressions. Jiang Chen's interview was completely different from what they had imagined. Faced with the questions about Chunwe Entertainment that they had carefully prepared, Jiang Chen didn't seem to care at all, and every question would be related to Jiang Langkajin. His views can basically be summarized in 2 sentences. First, Jiang Lang is shameless and has no shame. He is a scum, a bastard, and a scum among writers. Second, please do not read the book Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together. Whoever reads it will regret it. What's even more outrageous is, after the interview, Jiang Chen stuffed red envelopes into each person's pockets and solemnly said, "Thank you all for your hard work, and reporter Miao, for reporting today's interview well. I hope you will expose the shameless behavior of that bastard Jiang Langkajin and safeguard the interests of our female readers. This is something that I, as an author, and you as members of the media, have an obligation to do. After the matter is completed, there will be another generous reward. Sister Miao, how are we going to report this interview after we get back?" After getting in the car, the colleague in charge of organizing the interview content looked confused. He knew that the company had received money from Qingqing Entertainment, and tried to discredit Chunwe Entertainment as much as possible in the report. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen had just given them a red envelope, and it was quite thick. This was a bit difficult to handle. Miao Qiubai's expression was very complicated. Before leaving this morning, she had imagined many possibilities. Jiang Chen would get angry, be upset, be patient, explain, defend himself, plead. I just didn't expect the situation to be like this today. During the interview, this guy actually cursed Jiang Langkajin for nearly an hour. Even if he gave them red envelopes at the end, it was only to get them to report more on Jiang Langkajin's shameless behavior. Why does this guy hate Jiang Lang's lack of talent so much? Obviously everyone's last name is Jiang. Miao Qiubai pondered for a while, sighed, shook his head and said, "Report the truth. Qingqing Entertainment's demands don't seem to conflict with Jiang Chen's. Today's interview is enough to make Chunwe Entertainment trend on several more search engines. Jiang Chen, as the music director, showed no interest in Chunwe Entertainment. During the interview, he made irrelevant comments and lashed out at irrelevant people. I believe Qingqing Entertainment will also be satisfied with such a report." Good. My colleague's eyes lit up and he nodded. After the people from Starlight Entertainment News left, Jiang Chen sat at his desk, thinking quietly for a moment, and then took out his cell phone. "Lao Chu, book your plane tickets. It's time for you to go on a business trip." 10 o'clock in the morning. Xinhuang Entertainment newspaper was the first to publish an article on Weibo. Chunwe Entertainment is in turmoil, and the music director only sees Jiang Lang as having run out of ideas? As soon as the article was published, it attracted a lot of attention. Chunwe Entertainment has been a hot topic these days, and there is some unknown force behind it that is quietly pushing it forward. In just 10 minutes, dozens of well-known bloggers forwarded the article. Footage of Jiang Chen being interviewed has also appeared on major video websites. In the video, whenever the reporter mentioned issues related to Chunwe Entertainment, Jiang Chen would dismiss them with just a few words. But as soon as the topic of running out of ideas comes up, he becomes like a chicken with its blood pumped up, and he can't stop until he has finished talking for several minutes. The editor of Starlight Entertainment News is also a talented person. After editing the serious interview clips, he seemed to be unsatisfied, so he specially extracted the clips of Jiang Chen ranting about his lack of ideas, and edited them into a semi-ghost video, accompanied by music and subtitles, which was very exciting to watch. As soon as this video was uploaded, it immediately set the internet on fire. In just 1 hour, the bizarre incident in which the idiot writer Jiang Chen angrily criticized the idiot writer Jiang Lang for running out of ideas successfully became a hot topic. Even Gong Yi, who was secluded at home writing, saw the news in the writers' group. She stared blankly at the video, where Jiang Chen was ranting about his lack of ideas, her expression dull. Jiang Chen, is he crazy? Chapter 78, back. Gong Yi looked through the comments under the video, where fans were angrily cursing Jiang Chen. You bastard Jiang Chen, give me back Su Luowei. Ah, I'm going to kill you, Jiang Chen. Hello, dog head shop? Do you have Jiang Chen's dog head for sale? I'll give you 100,000. Hello Mr. Jiang, here is a package for you. Please come to People's Square as soon as possible to sign for it. Okay, People's Square, right? I'll be right there. Everyone, excuse me, do I need to go through security to enter People's Square? I'm from the construction team and I have a lot of stuff with me. She didn't understand at all. Jiang Chen, what the hell is he doing? Why would you say something like that during an interview? Could it be that his jealousy of Jiang Lang's lack of talent has reached a point where he is completely unable to control it? The reporters were asking questions about things related to Chunwe Entertainment, but he always brought it up with Jiang Lang Cajun. Isn't he just asking for trouble? At this time, not only Gong Yi was a little confused, even the netizens who were surfing the internet were a little confused. Jiang Chen angrily rants about Jiang Lang's lack of talent? They didn't quite know who Jiang Langkai was, but they were very familiar with the name Jiang Chen. Damn Jiang Chen! The shameless man who took away the national goddess Su Luowei, the creator of the wife-stealing hatred. Thinking of the love and hate between her and Jiang Chen, netizens became excited. Without caring about anything, they flocked to the comment section and cursed, vowing to take Jiang Chen's head. And this is just the beginning. Soon, the Water Army, jointly funded and sponsored by Qingqing Entertainment and Chunwe Entertainment, also entered the battlefield. Chunwe Entertainment is really going to fail. They actually let such a person be the music director. He actually said songwriting is easier than writing. How ridiculous. Are you kidding me? Chunwe Entertainment is facing such a huge problem, and the music director is only concerned about running out of ideas? Su Luowei is really unlucky to marry such a husband. He also said he wrote a few songs for Su Luowei, which was hilarious. Chunwe Entertainment is doomed to fail. This post serves as proof. If it doesn't fail within 3 months, I'll livestream myself eating shit. The internet trolls were frantically flooding the screen with all kinds of negative news related to Chunwe Entertainment. Bloggers and small media outlets who received money also began to forward these videos and articles, analyzing the dire situation of Chunwe Entertainment from various angles. In short, in one sentence, if nothing unexpected happens, Chunwe Entertainment will be taken away soon. But Jiang Chen's appearance caused an accident to happen. Therefore, if there is no accident, Chunwe Entertainment will definitely be taken away. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The Shanghai Women Writers Association finally reacted. They were originally worried that the online public opinion was not intense enough. But unexpectedly, Jiang Chen immediately came with a great assist. As a result, a large number of female authors and female victims posted articles online, accusing Jiang Lang of running out of ideas. You've run out of ideas. Are you even human? You're actually writing horror novels on a women's fiction platform. I haven't slept well for a week. I'm running out of ideas. Come out here and let's have a good talk. Not being able to sleep is nothing. I spent all my salary this month on a mattress, woo woo woo. Jiang Lang has run out of ideas. Do you dare to reveal your real name? I will definitely send you razor blades every day. Protect the rights of female readers and resolutely resist the exhaustion of Jiang Lang's talent. Jiang Lang's talent is exhausted. Get out of women's literature, you are not welcome here. Under the crazy attacks of the women, netizens gradually figured out the whole story. It turns out that this Jiang Lang Cajun is not a good guy either. He actually wrote a horror novel in the women's romance novel competition, scaring hundreds of thousands of young ladies so that they couldn't sleep at night. He is such a bastard. This kind of bastard writer should also be sanctioned. The slowest reacting group was the Jiang Langkai Jin fan club, headed by the organizers of the Chinese Literature Forum. After all, it is a semi-official organization, so it handles incidents a little slowly. When Zhang Qingnan heard her assistant report that a scoundrel writer named Jiang Chen was madly criticizing Jiang Lang Cajun on the internet and successfully made Jiang Lang Cajun a hot topic, she was stunned for a long time and didn't react. Who is Jiang Chen? It wasn't until the forum staff placed Jiang Chen's information on her desk that she slammed the table in anger. How dare a shameless, idiotic writer like Jiang Chen accuse Jiang Lang of running out of ideas? He simply doesn't take the Chinese literature forum seriously. So after discussion, all departments of the forum took quick action. The Public Relations Department and the Operations Department worked together to organize a large number of readers and fans and began to fight back online. Jiang Chen, do you still have any shame? You think you can scold me for running out of ideas? Jiang Lang's talent is despicable, but Jiang Chen, you have no right to scold him. You, a writer who lives off his wife, dare to say that someone has run out of ideas? Chunwe Entertainment is in such a state, and you don't even bother to help? You're just slacking off every day. You should be kicked out of the literary world, you idiot writer Jiang Chen. No matter how much Jiang Lang's talent has run out, he is still 10,000 times better than you. Jiang Chen, you are so shameless. Jiang Lang Cajun's book only has over 1 million reads, and you actually said 10 million? Zhang Qinnan also posted a Weibo post. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Qinnan from the Huaxia Literature Forum. I just saw some heated online comments about our platform's authors, and I found them quite ridiculous. Writers should fight with their words and talent, not their mouths. Jiang Lang Cajun is the most outstanding genius I've ever met. He's proven himself with his talent. And Jiang Chen? Ha, just a clown. I've never heard of him. For a moment, the entire network was like a chaotic battlefield, and it became a mess. People from all sides were fighting fiercely. It just dumbfounded the confused people on the internet. Oh my god, it's so lively today, what happened? Jiang Chen, a gigolo, curses the jerk writer Jiang Lang for running out of ideas? What is this operation? No way, is Chunwe Entertainment really going to go bankrupt? Is Jiang Lang's book, The End of His Talent, really that bad? I suddenly want to go check it out. What's going on? Eat melon, eat melon. When I woke up this morning, I had a feeling something big was going to happen, and sure enough, it did. After reading the article, Jiang Chen is indeed a jerk. Su Luowei is so pitiful. Can I take her away? You guys beat her first. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. On the hot search list, hot searches related to the keywords Jiang Chen, Jiang Lang Cajun, Chunwe Entertainment, those years, we blew out the lights together, and Su Luowei directly occupied 7 or 8 hot search positions. The trending search term Jiang Chen angrily criticizes Jiang Lang for running out of ideas, even topped the list, with a deep red explosion character next to it. The popularity is rising. Today, any netizen who opens their phone will be more or less flooded with news about this incident. High ceilings and delicate, soft headlights. The bar at the entrance is filled with a selection of champagne, red wine, fresh juice, and a variety of high-end snacks. Rows of large and comfortable lounge chairs and sofas are distributed among different exquisite compartments. While the internet was buzzing with discussions, no one knew that the instigator of the whole incident, Jiang Chen, had unknowingly appeared at the airport. In the private VIP lounge, several people chose a quiet compartment. Su Jingchu looked at the hot search list on the phone screen with a dazed look on her face. Jiang Chen, this bastard, what on earth does he want to do? Did he plant a bomb on the internet? From the very beginning, her phone was suddenly bombarded with calls and text messages. Various media and partners saw the trending searches on the internet, and since they couldn't contact Su Luowei and Jiang Chen, they all called her to inquire about the details. Is Chunwe Entertainment really facing huge operational problems? Will national goddess Su Luowei's new song be delayed again? What is the relationship between Jiang Chen and Jiang Lang Cajun? Su Jingchu hung up 5 or 6 calls in a row and logged into Weibo. Only then did she realize that the entire internet had changed. The entire internet was cursing Jiang Chen and his lack of talent. What do you want to do? She raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Nothing, I just cursed Jiang Lang for being too poor during the interview. Jiang Chen shrugged, I don't know why they are so excited. Hearing this, Su Jingchu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Just a few curse words? If she hadn't just seen a 40-minute video collection of Jiang Chen angrily slamming Jiang Lang for running out of ideas, she would have actually believed it. How did Jiang Lang offend you when he ran out of ideas? Is it necessary for you to criticize him for more than 40 minutes? Is men's jealousy really that strong? Luowei and I are going on a business trip these days. You're not going to ruin the company? Su Jing was very worried. You know, today's business trip was also arranged by Jiang Chen. She now even suspected that this guy was deliberately looking for a reason to send her and Luo Wei away so that he could do whatever crazy things he wanted in the company. Why, Lao Chu, we've known each other for so long, don't you trust my character? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Su Jingchu curled her lips and said with a look of disgust, I can't believe it. You have no character in my eyes at all. Su Luowei on the side covered her mouth and laughed. Every time Jiang Chen and Su Jingchu meet, they are incompatible and cannot be happy unless they say something insulting to each other. Just as she was about to say something, the airport announcement suddenly rang out, attention passengers on flight XX, boarding has now begun. Please take your carry-on luggage and prepare to board. It was time to board the plane. Su Jingchu sighed and stood up tactfully. She knew that it would be time to say goodbye, and the couple would definitely have something to say, so she didn't want to be a light bulb here and cause trouble. But she had just taken 2 steps when she heard Jiang Chen calling her from behind, Lao Chu, wait a minute. Is there anything else? She turned back with a frown. I suddenly remembered that there's nothing to eat on the plane. Jiang Chen stood up calmly and looked at her. Just stand here and don't move. I'll buy some oranges. Having said that, he turned and walked out. Su Jingchu and Su Luowei were both stunned for a moment. Su Jingchu was speechless. What is this guy doing again? This is an airport, where are the oranges for sale? But a few minutes later Jiang Chen came back with 2 bottles of orange juice in his hands. He stuffed the orange juice into Su Jingchu's handbag. I didn't find any oranges, but 2 bottles of orange juice will do the trick. The water on the plane isn't good, so take this and quench your thirst. Su Jingchu was stunned for a moment. This was the first time she had seen Jiang Chen being so polite. Could it be that he really took what she had just said to heart? Do you want to restore your image in this way? She took a look at the orange juice and it seemed to be just the flavor she liked. Okay. She replied stiffly, thank you. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and waved his hand. You're welcome. This is what I should do. On the side, Su Luowei's eyes gradually became a little strange. Chapter 79 Jiang Lang's talent is revealed. Husband. She shouted. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Jiang Chen's gaze towards Su Jingchu was a little strange. This guy is probably doing something weird again. She pinched Jiang Chen's waist with a hint of anger. Su Jingchu's personality has always been rather monotonous. She doesn't like to joke around. She puts all her thoughts into work and is very career-oriented. When it comes to playing pranks on people, she definitely can't beat Jiang Chen. Su Jingchu must have suffered a loss somewhere regarding the orange juice just now, otherwise Jiang Chen wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Hey. Seeing that Su Jingchu seemed very satisfied with the orange juice he bought, Jiang Chen finally withdrew his gaze contentedly and pinched Su Luowei's little face. Message me when you get there. As we are about to leave, a feeling of reluctance gradually emerges. Su Luowei used to go on business trips frequently, but for some reason, this time she seemed particularly reluctant to leave Jiang Chen and missed him. Jiang Chen let the little girl hug him gently, then buried her head in his arms, feeling his heartbeat. Hubby, I'm leaving. Will you be angry if you can't eat the breakfast I made during this time? Of course. Then how can I know that you are angry? Su Luowei blinked and looked up at him. The answer she originally expected was, I will call you immediately and tell you that I am angry. Jiang Chen said, I'll buy the headlines and have them print a whole page with Su Luowei, I'm angry. That way, everyone will know I'm angry. Su Luowei suddenly felt a little amused and pinched him. Humph. I'm ignoring you. However, when leaving, she turned back reluctantly, hugged Jiang Chen, and then walked towards the boarding area. The flight attendant beside them looked at the 2 of them with envy in her eyes. Such a sweet couple is really rare. But, why do I always feel that the girl looks pretty and familiar? By the time Jiang Chen came out of the airport and drove back to the villa, it was already past 7 in the evening. Gong Yi was not seen in the living room. She was probably hiding in her room typing. Jiang Chen yawned and walked towards his studio. He hadn't finished coding today's manuscript yet. Mengyao, I strongly suspect that you must have been tricked by that Jiang Chen's brother-in-law. Magic City Conservatory of Music, Dance Studio. The girls had sad faces and sat on the ground, stretching their legs hard. When all of them got up this morning, they found that their legs felt as if they were filled with lead and they hurt a lot when they moved. Especially when going up and down stairs, if you don't hold the handrail, it will be as painful as being pricked by needles. Yes, Mengyao, I saw your senior brother-in-law on the hot search list this afternoon. He seems to have a bad reputation right now. Is this shuttlecock exercise he taught you really okay? A girl asked questioningly. Yes, I've also seen those trending searches. I heard that even senior sister Luo Wei's company was almost ruined by him. He can't write anything himself, yet he still accuses others of being out of ideas. I always feel like this brother-in-law is a scumbag. The girls were talking about it, and Su Mengyao put her long legs on the handrail of the dance studio and stretched them with gritted teeth. She looked very frustrated. She originally thought she had received a good fitness exercise from Jiang Chen, but who would have thought that this shuttlecock exercise looked simple but was so tiring to jump? Now her legs are a little difficult to move and she walks with a limp. When I was walking on the street, many classmates gave me strange looks, making me want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. I'm really screwed by this shuttlecock exercise. However, she didn't really believe the trending searches on the internet. She knew that the situation of Chunwe Entertainment was not as bad as she had imagined. Jiang Chen's brother-in-law is not as ignorant and incompetent as everyone says. He can write songs, and he's pretty good at it. But, this shuttlecock exercise is really a bit tricky. Just because he can write songs doesn't mean he knows aerobics. They were tortured by this shuttlecock exercise for 2 consecutive days. When Su Mengyao recalled the day when she asked Jiang Chen for a song, she couldn't help but start to doubt whether she had really been cheated. This fitness exercise is really painful. She turned around and looked at her teammates who were complaining on the ground, feeling very guilty. There is not much time left until the party, and everyone's legs are hurting so much. What should we do? Tomorrow I'll go ask him. Su Mengyao gritted her teeth, feeling a little conflicted. If she had known this earlier, she would not have learned the shuttlecock exercise. It might be better to just ask senior sister Yan to help them choose a song. I'll go with you, or you'll be fooled again. On the ground, a girl named Lin Qianqian quickly raised her hand and spoke. She felt that her captain was good in every way except that he was a little silly. If she went to find Jiang Chen alone, she would definitely be fooled again. Okay, tomorrow night, let's go find him together. Su Mengyao gritted her teeth. She now felt that she had probably fallen into a trap prepared by Jiang Chen. I gradually became angry. If she really found out that she was cheated by Jiang Chen's brother-in-law, she would definitely seek revenge on him. In the studio, the sound of keyboard tapping continued to be heard. After more than 4 hours, Jiang Chen finally finished typing 60,000 words. After uploading the manuscript, he clicked on the page again to see today's data. However, what surprised him was that after a day of fermentation, all the data of those years we blew out the lights together actually rose sharply. Perhaps influenced by online public opinion, many passers-by and netizens clicked on the Women's Literature Writing Competition page out of curiosity, wanting to see what the book was about. How could Jiang Chen be so angry that he could rant for more than 40 minutes? Under this circumstance, the number of readers of those years is increasing rapidly. The popularity of this book was already rising rapidly, and now it is like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins, galloping away in a cloud of dust. On the list, it has become a unique existence. The popularity of all the rankings from the 2nd to the 10th place combined is not as high as its popularity. And the rate at which this data is rising seems to be increasing rapidly. Perhaps it is because at this time, more and more netizens are off work. The topic of Jiang Chen angrily accuses Jiang Lang of running out of ideas has also really started to ferment. Jiang Chen was somewhat relieved at this moment because he had not verified his name as Jiang Chen when he registered on Weibo. Otherwise, my Weibo account would have collapsed. But after thinking about it, he suddenly slid his finger, found the registration page and registered an account for Jiang Langkaijin. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Langkaijin. After sending a Weibo post, he attached a screenshot of his writer's background below. After doing all this, Jiang Chen closed the computer with satisfaction. This huge amount of traffic cannot be wasted, and we can let Jiang Langkaijin take over. At 12:30 in the middle of the night, when Jiang Chen had finished talking to Su Luowei on the phone and crawled into bed to sleep, several new terms have quietly appeared on the hot search list. Jiang Langkai appears on Weibo. Chapter 80 Su Luowei's family. A noisy night. The next morning, there was a rare drizzle in the sky, and the wind blowing in through the window also lowered the temperature a lot. It is the season from autumn to winter, and the weather is gradually getting cooler. After Jiang Chen got up, he felt the emptiness around him. He first sent a message to Su Luowei, reminding her to put on more clothes, and then he opened Weibo. In just one night, the Weibo account of Jiang Langkaijin gained more than 100,000 followers. In the comments section, there are various voices. You've run out of ideas, and you still dare to show up? Do you believe I'll knock your head off? I finished reading yesterday's 60,000 word update. Please update quickly. What's going on later? Brother, the bacon here is really delicious. I want to send you some. Can you send me your address? Jiang Lang's talent has run out. I curse you to never have seasoning packets when eating instant noodles. Of course, the most common voice is, Jiangchen scolded you for more than half an hour yesterday, did you know? After all, yesterday the entry, Jiangchen angrily criticized Jiang Lang for running out of ideas, topped the Weibo hot search list. Most of his fans also came from this trending search. Jiangchen looked through the comments section and found that netizens seemed to be cheering him on, asking him to respond to the angry attack on the scoundrel writer Jiangchen. But he just laughed and ignored these remarks for the time being. Most netizens just want to watch the fun and not mind the trouble. They wish he could poke a hole in the sky so that they can happily watch the show. Of course I won't be fooled so easily. However, when he saw that the hot search ranking of Jiangchen angrily criticized Jiang Lang for running out of ideas had dropped to 5th place on the Weibo hot search list, he frowned slightly. Obviously, after a night, most of the netizens who came to watch the fun had dispersed. If there is no follow-up progress, the heat of the incident will only get lower and lower. This is also in line with the rules of the internet. Netizens will never stay on one thing for more than 3 days unless there is new progress. To be honest, the whole network's attention yesterday had already achieved the effect he wanted, but it would naturally be better if he could add fuel to the fire. In the entertainment industry, no one complains about not being popular enough. He thought for a moment, then suddenly clicked on the main Weibo page of Jiang Langkaijin, edited a Weibo post, and sent it out. Jiangchen? You clown! Come and fight me if you don't agree. Half an hour later. The entry, Jiang Lang's talent is exhausted, and he responds to Jiangchen in a domineering manner, once again topped the trending search list. After reading the Weibo post sent by Jiang Langkaijin, netizens became excited. Sure enough, Jiang Lang responded without hesitation. They love this kind of thing that is just trying to unleash chaos. Hundreds of thousands of netizens rushed to the Weibo account of Jiang Langkaijin to leave messages. Jiang Lang has run out of ideas. Keep going. I support you. Everyone has a responsibility to defeat the morning dog. The revenge for stealing my wife must be taken today. Good job. Scold that shameless gigolo to death. I think Jiangchen is definitely going to back down this time. What else can he do if he's not timid? How dare he, a guy with no talent, challenge Jiang Langkaijin? Actually, didn't you guys see it? Jiangchen's angry expression yesterday when he was ranting about his lack of talent was clearly jealousy. Jiang Lang is a genius, so of course he is easily envied by mediocre people. With the support of new hot searches, the popularity of Jiangchen angrily criticized Jiang Lang for running out of talent rose rapidly again and soon returned to the first place. The four-way battle, which had been on the verge of dying down, became fierce again. Jiangchen was once again attacked by millions of netizens. This Jiangchen is really more of a hindrance than a help. Allure Entertainment, conference room. A thin white smoke filled the room, emitting a faint scent of sandalwood. A long mahogany table and a black wooden leather-covered boss chair. The middle-aged man listened to his subordinate's report and laughed sarcastically. Tomorrow is the release date of the new song that Su Luowei agreed with her fans. Originally, they just bribed some media outlets to create the topic of Chunwe Entertainment is in crisis. When Su Luowei's new song was delayed, he was able to use this topic to expand the scope of public opinion again and attack Chunwe Entertainment from all angles. Over time, even if it does not affect the brands that have signed contracts with Chunwe Entertainment, it will definitely discourage those businesses that are planning to cooperate with Chunwe Entertainment. We are all running a business, and finding celebrities to endorse products and shoot commercials is just to sell products better. If Chunwe Entertainment has fallen into crisis, then the number of brands willing to work with Chunwe Entertainment will be very limited. But he never expected that Jiangchen, this scoundrel writer, would cause such a big mess just after he made his move. Now the entire internet is criticizing Jiangchen, and the decline of Chunwe Entertainment hiring Jiangchen as music director has become more apparent. He didn't even have to work hard to promote public opinion, as netizens spontaneously began to question the prospects of Chunwe Entertainment. It's like a hopeless case of failing to support a wall. The middle-aged man sighed and said, "Sometimes, it's a pity when the opponent is too weak." Tomorrow is the release date for the new song Su Luowei promised her fans. If she doesn't come up with the song, how will she explain it to her fans? Zhang Chen, as the music director, doesn't even consider this kind of thing? Yao Sikhan was also in the conference room. He's just a loser, and he can actually be the music director? It's ridiculous. He snorted disdainfully. "I've said it before, Su Luowei will definitely regret letting him be the music director." Brother Yao still sees it clearly. The middle-aged man laughed. "If we had known that Chunwe Entertainment was so vulnerable, why would we have made so many preparations in the first place? Mr. Lang, Su Luowei is not easy to deal with." Yao Sikhan shook his head. As a national goddess, she has reached this point in just a few years. It's not just her beauty and hard work that have helped her. The master behind her is also a huge force. Don't forget, Yan Shuixin has always supported her. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded, then frowned slightly. "As for Yan Shuixin, I've asked someone to ask Wang Lin to be her lobbyist, but I haven't heard back yet, and I don't know what the outcome is." It doesn't matter if it didn't succeed. Chunwe Entertainment's current situation is even worse than we originally imagined. Yao Sikhan sneered, his eyes flashing with coldness. This time, even if Yan Shuixin stands on their side, it will be difficult to turn the situation around. The middle-aged man laughed loudly. "In that case, let's look forward to what Su Luowei will do next. I hope this game will become more interesting." The online uproar continued for several hours. Zhang Lang's creative ideas have been revealed, but netizens still can't find Zhang Chen's Weibo, so they have to rush to comment under Su Luowei's Weibo. So much so that since yesterday, the national goddess Weibo has been in a state of collapse. Luowei fired Zhang Chen immediately. Don't let him cause any more trouble for Chunwe Entertainment. Goddess, leave him, I can give you a happier life. Wake up, Luowei, Zhang Chen is really not suitable for you. He will only ruin you. It's still not too late to get a divorce. I asked, and the Civil Affairs Bureau will be open for the next 3 days. Netizens kept repeating the same old thing and continued to urge Su Luowei and Zhang Chen to divorce as soon as possible. This bastard writer is really not worthy of their goddess Su Luowei. However, Su Luowei has never responded. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Su Luowei suddenly updated her Weibo with a dynamic video. In the video, Su Luowei did not appear at Chunwe Entertainment as netizens imagined, but appeared in a Hope Primary School in a remote mountainous area, playing games with the children and seemed to be participating in some charity event. According to the dubbing, this Hope Primary School was rebuilt on the site of a former disaster area, and many of the children in the school come from single-parent families, or even are orphans. In the video, Su Luowei, wearing a ponytail, ordinary t-shirt and jeans, participated in a donation event and donated 3 million to local education to support more children in the disaster area to go to school. Finally, she also called on everyone to pay more attention to the children in the disaster area. I hope that netizens with the ability can provide more help to the children here. Unfortunately, the video did not cause much response. The focus of netizens is still on her relationship with Zhang Chen. Fans continue to urge Su Luowei to divorce Zhang Chen as soon as possible and not be harmed by Zhang Chen anymore. But no one knows that the donor of this Hope Primary School is actually Su Luowei. In the 6 years since her debut, she has been quietly donating various supplies and funds to the children in the disaster-stricken areas here. After making money, he invested another 5 million to build this Hope Primary School named Chengwang. But she did not make this information public. So what everyone doesn't know is that over the years, the national goddess has been silently supporting the children in the disaster-stricken areas here. Kyoto. In a spacious, bright and solemn office. After listening to his subordinate's report, the middle-aged man frowned slightly. You mean, Luowei doesn't need us to get involved in this matter? Yes, leader. The subordinate reported seriously, I have already asked her opinion, but Miss Su said that this trouble can be solved by herself and she doesn't need help. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. Recently, the Chunwe Entertainment incident has caused a lot of controversy on the internet. The whole network is discussing and questioning it. In such a situation, does Su Luowei really have the ability to solve it? But after thinking for a while, he sighed and waved his hand. Then let's just listen to her first. This girl has had her own ideas since she was young, and we can't control her even if we want to. It's better not to interfere, her identity cannot be disclosed to the public at this time. At this point, he sighed again, his tone revealing a hint of helplessness and heartache. She is so young, and she is asked to carry out the Wenling plan. It is really hard for her. Leader, Miss Su's performance is excellent, the subordinate said with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Of course, my daughter is excellent. Speaking of his daughter, the middle-aged man's face involuntarily revealed a hint of pride and tenderness. But then he seemed to remember something, his expression became stern again, and his eyes were filled with a stern look of majesty. It's just a bit of a bargain for that bastard named Zhang. Sooner or later, he'll have to pay back his money with interest. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 95. Chapter 81 Yen Shuashin's sister? Ha, you're trying to use the charity event to help Jiang Chun change the subject? Allure Entertainment, an office filled with the scent of sandalwood. The middle-aged man sitting at the tea table laughed. Su Luowei is too naive. Netizens will never buy into this old trick. He took a sip of tea and instructed the assistant beside him. Contact our media and ask them to increase their efforts. Also, tomorrow is the day Su Luowei releases her new song. She's going to the mountains to do charity work at this time, probably as a shield. We can't let her succeed. Let the media release all the press releases. It's time to wrap this up. Got it, I'll do it right away. The assistant nodded quickly and pushed the door open and left the office. Shen Yuman was still sitting at the main seat at the tea table, but this time she pouted, seeming a little dissatisfied. I originally wanted to let Chunwe Entertainment struggle for a while longer, so that I could enjoy the pleasure of conquering the national goddess for a while longer. Unexpectedly, Chunwe Entertainment was beaten so badly that it had no power to fight back. It's really boring. There was a hint of displeasure in Shen Yuman's tone. It's already pretty good. After all, she's just a little girl in her 20s. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Don't you see how long we've been planning this and how much resources we've mobilized? We even had to use our family connections to invite the great god Wang Lin. You should know why I'm doing all this. Shen Yuman giggled, her beautiful eyes flickering as she glanced at him seductively. Of course I know. Didn't I already promise you that this would be the last time? Once Su Luowei gives in, I'll be content and go home with you to take good care of my husband and children. The middle-aged man's expression finally eased, and he slowly put down the teacup in his hand. Don't worry, Su Luowei won't get away. Although my Lung family is not a famous family, it is not difficult to control a national goddess who has just debuted for a few years. Then I'll wait. Shen Yuman covered her mouth coquettishly, then picked up the teapot, blinked with a smile, and poured a cup of tea for the middle-aged man. Her every move was charming and playful. The middle-aged man looked at Shen Yuman, who had suddenly become well-behaved, and sighed softly in his heart. He had been living a life of luxury all these years, and this was the first time he wanted to marry a woman home, but he didn't expect that the other party's mind was not on him at all. It's really hard to describe the concept of fate. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A trending Weibo search titled Chunwe Entertainment in Crisis, Su Luowei's new song may be delayed again suddenly jumped to the 3rd place. Many entertainment bloggers also emerged on the internet and began to analyze the underlying reasons behind Su Luowei's charitable behavior. Each of these bloggers has a different analysis process, but the conclusions they reach are surprisingly consistent. That is, this charity event is just a means for the national goddess to divert the topic. Her new song will definitely not be released at this time. The former music director Yao Sikhan resigned from Chunwe Entertainment a month ago, and the current music director is Jiang Chen, a writer. What kind of songs can this guy write? Chunwe Entertainment's irresponsible attitude is completely making fun of its fans. For a time, more and more people on the internet began to question Chunwe Entertainment and Su Luowei. Even some fans couldn't sit still and rushed to Su Luowei's Weibo to leave messages and ask about the specific situation. There is even a rumor circulating on the internet. The former music director of Chunwe Entertainment resigned because he was squeezed out by the unscrupulous writer Jiang Chen. This bastard ruined the national goddess marriage back then, and now he wants to ruin her career. This is an unforgivable sin. Netizens were discussing the matter, and more comments were left under the charity video. However, until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Luowei had not made any response, as if she had already tacitly agreed with the statements on the internet. Fans waited for hours. In disappointment, they cursed Jiang Chen harshly under the videos of various bloggers. Little did people know that Jiang Chen, who was being criticized by the entire internet at this time, was leisurely lying on the sofa in his studio, watching TV. The girl is on a business trip. He simply didn't go to the company today. Anyway, he had already arranged everything that could be arranged. Now he just had to wait quietly for the results. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Jiang Chen clicked it in confusion. Hello, is this Jiang Chen? I pressed the answer button and a young man's voice came from the receiver. Who? Jiang Chen, I'm Chen Sharon, your squad leader. Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Squad leader? Chen Sharon? The face of a boy from high school slowly emerged in my mind. I seem to have had a class monitor in high school, his name was Chen Sharon. However, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. He seemed to be not very familiar with this guy. Strictly speaking, the relationship between the two is even a little bit difficult. When he was in school, Chen Sharon was not only the class monitor, but also had the title of rich second generation. It was said that his family conditions were very good. But unfortunately, girls in high school have simple mindsets and only care about looks instead of money. No matter how well off Chen Sharon's family is, it can't compare to Jiang Chen's handsomeness. Jiang Chen was no stranger at that time. He had been known as the school hunk for 3 years in high school and attracted a lot of attention from girls. There was a beautiful girl that Chen Sharon liked, and she even secretly slipped a love letter to Jiang Chen. It was because of this incident that the relationship between the two had always been strained. Although Jiang Chen didn't take this matter to heart at all, Chen Sharon kept confronting him, always looking for opportunities to surpass Jiang Chen and prove his charm and popularity with women. Originally, this guy thought that Jiang Chen's appearance advantage could only be maintained in school. Once he left the campus, what could he use to compare with him? As a result, as soon as the two graduated from university, Chen Shushang had not yet found an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Jiang Chen simply married the national goddess Su Luowei as his wife, and from then on embarked on a life of misfortune that was the envy of others. It was after that incident that Chen Sharon suddenly became silent for a long time. After surfacing again, she completely died down and never mentioned anything related to Jiang Chen again. Why are you suddenly making a fuss again today? Jiang Chen, you're a big celebrity now. Our class is having a reunion tonight. Are you free to come? Chen Sharon's laughing voice came from the other end of the phone. If you are in a bad mood, we classmates can also drink with you. Jiang Chen suddenly understood what the other party meant. This bastard, could it be that after seeing himself being criticized by the entire network on the hot search list, he thinks he is done now? Are you planning to show off by stepping on yourself at the class reunion? It's so boring. He was too lazy to cooperate with this old-fashioned routine. I'm not free tonight. After saying this lightly, he hung up the phone. Having lived 2 lives, he was too lazy to bother with these little brats. Even if you find an opportunity to play counteracting during a class reunion, it would be boring. After all, the opponent is too weak. Not only can he not reflect his own realm, but he can also easily get into trouble and be in a thankless position. Wait until the screen on your phone gradually turns off. He yawned and prepared to take a nap. But at this time, the phone rang again. Buzz buzz buzz. Jiang Chen picked up his phone. Damn it, didn't I say I wasn't free tonight? There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then a cold voice came. I don't have a sister. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then he took his phone down and took a look. He was speechless. Yan Shuexin? The voice on the other end of the phone became even colder. Come to the Moon Feast house tonight. I have something to talk to you about. What's up? It's about Wang Lin. She thinks there's something wrong with the contract and wants to discuss it with you again. Oh. Hearing that it was a serious matter, Jiang Chen nodded. Okay, I'll be there later. After hanging up the phone, several girls in the exclusive box of Yuan building quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Senior sister Shuexin, has my brother-in-law been fooled? Su Mengyao limped forward and asked nervously. Yan Shuexin nodded, then frowned and looked curiously at Su Mengyao's stiff gait. What's wrong with you? It's all that bastard brother-in-law's fault. When Su Mengyao mentioned this, she gritted her teeth and said, I just tricked him over here tonight. I must let him know how powerful I am. Chapter 82 The Surprise Prepared by the Girls. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, it was already getting dark. There was no more drizzle in the sky, but the temperature had dropped a lot. Jiang Chen put on a coat, checked the time, and patted his hungry stomach before sitting up from the sofa and getting ready to go out. However, when he passed the living room, he found that Gongyi, who had just been typing on the keyboard, had disappeared and seemed to have gone out for something. He shook his head and gave up the idea of asking this stupid woman if she wanted to bring food. I picked up the car keys from the entryway and walked towards the garage. Jiang Chen's own car is an SUV, which is not particularly expensive, only over 1 million yuan, and was carefully selected for him by the girl. However, he rarely drives this car, only occasionally when he goes out fishing. He opened the car door, threw the car keys aside, started the car, and the two light poles lit up. With a faint roar of the engine, the car slowly drove out of the parking garage. The location of Yueyan building is not far from his community, but is closer to the suburbs. When Jiang Chen drove to the gate of the Yueyan building's private room, he found that the gate was closed for some reason. The yard was pitch black and didn't look like anyone was there. He honked the horn twice, but no one opened the door. What's going on? He muttered in confusion. Could it be that Yan Shuexin hasn't arrived yet? Fortunately, there is a farm restaurant opposite the yard, and there is a parking lot there. He simply turned the car around and drove towards the parking lot. The security guard at the door let him through as soon as he saw the logo on his car and even gave him a standard salute. Jiang Chen parked the car and prepared to call Yan Shuexin at the gate of the yard. However, when he reached the intersection, he vaguely heard someone calling his name not far away. Jiang Chen? Hey, isn't this Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen turned around in confusion, only to find that there were more than a dozen young men and women standing in the open space next to the parking lot. Their faces all looked familiar. Jiang Chen, didn't you say you couldn't come? Someone said loudly, with a hint of excitement in their voice. You are? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, looking at the strange yet familiar faces in front of him, and then he suddenly realized. Could these people all be my high school classmates? Could it be that the class reunion location that Chen Churen mentioned is this farm? What the hell? Jiang Chen was speechless. How could it be such a coincidence? However, looking at the group of people in front of him, he tried hard to recall the past but couldn't remember many stories. 3 years ago, when he came into this world, Jiang Chen had already graduated from college. He had not even experienced college life, let alone high school. So he recognized these people in front of him but was not familiar with them. I have memories of spending time with everyone in my mind, but it takes a lot of effort to really recall them. Hello. Since they had met, Jiang Chen didn't mind saying hello. Jiang Chen, are you here for the party too? A male classmate looked at the SUV worth over 1 million yuan behind Jiang Chen with envy in his eyes. Among all these classmates, Jiang Chen probably lives the most comfortable life. Not only did he marry the national goddess, but he also lives a leisurely life every day without having to do anything. After meeting his classmates, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to leave. He took the cigarette box from the car, gave a few cigarettes to a few classmates who smoked, and then lit one for himself. Amidst the smoke, the atmosphere among the students seemed to become a little more lively. Jiang Chen shook his head. I'm not here for a class reunion. All the students were stunned. Jiang Chen pointed across the street and said, I was just about to go over there for dinner and stopped here. I didn't expect to run into you guys. Everyone seemed a little disappointed. A pretty female classmate joked. Jiang Chen, you didn't even show up for our class reunion tonight. Are you living a good life now and looking down on us? Jiang Chen glanced at the girl, and memories slowly emerged in his mind. This girl seemed to be the classmate who secretly slipped him a love letter that year. I heard that Chen Churen pursued her for 3 years in high school but was unsuccessful. I don't know how she is doing now. No, I have something serious to attend to today. Let's get together another day. He laughed and spoke in a calm tone. Even the original owner didn't care about the right and wrong of that year, so how could he take it to heart? Jiang Chen, everyone knows you're just sitting around at home like a lazy fish. What serious things can you possibly do? At this moment, a somewhat harsh voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw Chen Churen, dressed in a sophisticated suit and tie, looking like an urban elite, walking towards them from the other direction of the parking lot. The car he drove here today was also worth 1 million, no worse than Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen, we've all heard about your situation. Look at how gloomy you look. You encountered such a big problem, and you didn't even tell our old classmates. Chen Churen walked up to the crowd, looked at Jiang Chen, and said with a face that was both hypocritical and sincere, you just said you didn't have time on the phone, but now you're out, aren't you? Do you want to drink alone? As classmates, we can't help much, but we can still drink together to relieve your boredom. Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Chen Churen seemed to be concerned about him, but his words actually revealed one meaning. which was that he seemed to be not living a very happy life at the moment. A female classmate didn't realize his intention and agreed. Yeah, Jiang Chen, what's the point of drinking alone? We've all seen the trending searches on Weibo these past 2 days. Yeah, Jiang Chen, don't be sad, we won't go home until we're drunk tonight. Other students echoed. We all know what you've been through. We don't know how to help you, but you have to look forward. Although living off a gigolo is comfortable, the pressure is really great. Why say so much? Just get drunk, cry, and everything will be fine. It must have been difficult for you during this period. Jiang Chen looked at the people talking at once and rolled his eyes inwardly. I wondered why the hell I was so sad. Didn't I just recall my high school days and frown slightly? Damn, Chen Charan has the audacity to spout nonsense based on just a few details. If he's so good at making things up, why doesn't he just work in the UC browser department? Forget it, I really have something to do today. Let's get together with you next time. He waved his hand and said lightly. Although he understood Chen Charan's tactics, given his life experience, he was too lazy to bother with these little brats. Even if things are explained clearly, what good will it do? There is no sense of accomplishment at all, and it's a waste of time. When the gap in experience and level between the two parties reaches a certain level, sometimes even actively showing off can easily lower one's own status. After all, these people were the original owner's old classmates, and he didn't want to cause too much trouble with them, so he just wanted to give face to his past self. After finishing a cigarette, he waved to everyone and walked towards the outside of the parking lot. After wasting half a day, he felt even hungrier, so the first thing to do was to solve the problem of eating. Chen Charan looked at Jiang Chen's back and suddenly said, We haven't seen each other for so long, let's take you there, we can chat more on the way. Chen Charan probably felt that since she had finally met Jiang Chen, she couldn't let him go easily. He planned to take advantage of this opportunity to find another chance to continue mocking Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked straight forward. The other male and female students looked at each other and followed behind him. After finally getting to see Jiang Chen, they also wanted to see what this former campus celebrity was busy with. The group crossed the road and came to the outskirts of the private room courtyard of Yuan building. However, the yard was still pitch black at this time. Jiang Chen walked to the door and was about to call Yan Shuexin to ask her to arrange for someone to open the door. Chen Charan, who was standing aside, glanced towards the yard and continued with a look of as expected. Jiang Chen, we're all old classmates. I think you should stop pretending. It's already this late, and the yard is still dark. How can it look like you have a date? You'd rather drink alone than get together with us old classmates? Other students also agreed. That's right, Jiang Chen, this is boring. We all really want to accompany you to relieve your boredom and have a drink. You're feeling miserable and alone, what's the point? Drinking is fun when there are more people around. Everyone was talking at once when the gate of the yard slowly opened. Bang! 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 Then there were several loud noises, which startled everyone and made them look forward in shock. But I saw that all the bright lights in the yard were lit up at some point. Fireworks inside the gate were flying all over the sky. Through the wall of the courtyard, I could faintly hear the girls arguing inside. I told you to wait until Director Jiang comes in before setting off the fireworks. Why did you set them off early? Oops, I got so nervous I forgot about it once the door opened. I'm sorry, me too. What should we do now? Forget it, let's move on to the next step. Where's the cake? No one reacted. Two beautiful girls came towards Jiang Chen, carrying cakes and smiling. Director Jiang, happy birthday. All the students were stunned. Jiang Chen was also confused and was about to say something. Yan Shuexin unexpectedly appeared at the door. She glanced at Jiang Chen calmly and said, Come in. It's your birthday today, and we've prepared a birthday party just for you. So today is my birthday? Jiang Chen was stunned for a long time before he realized that he had been busy with all sorts of things these past few days and had actually forgotten about this matter. The high school classmates behind him all opened their mouths wide. This person seems to be Queen Yan, right? It seems so. I've only seen it on TV. I didn't expect that she looks even better in person, and her aura is so strong. Wait, today is Jiang Chen's birthday? There seem to be a lot of girls in the yard. They all seem pretty. Are you all here to celebrate Jiang Chen's birthday? Fuck, why am I suddenly a little envious? Jiang Chen, damn it, what kind of life do you usually lead? I was actually comforting this bastard just now. If I call out to Brother Chen now, can you come in with me? The atmosphere at the gate of the yard was quiet and strange for a moment. Chapter 83. Oops, we were tricked by Jiang Chen. It took Jiang Chen a while to finally realize what was going on. No wonder he could only see darkness in the yard just now. It turned out that the girls were preparing a surprise for him. Usually it was Su Luowei who prepared these things, and he didn't care much about the time of his birthday. Anyway, as long as he didn't forget the girl's birthday, there would be basically no problem. I didn't expect that the girl had already left the Magic City, and there were still so many people in the yard preparing a birthday party for him. The girls holding cakes at the door were Yi Menging and Chu Youfei. Both of them are young and look like they are still in school. They are also school beauties. Her delicate and fragile youthful appearance made many male students present secretly swallow their saliva. Well, Jiang Chen touched his nose. Because he noticed that the looks his high school classmates gave him suddenly became a little strange. The students couldn't help but think, could it be that this guy took advantage of Su Luowei's absence in Shanghai to come here and have an affair? Jiang Chen felt the gazes of those around him and was speechless. Damn it, why are you looking at me like that? He has no idea what's going on today. At this time, Yi Menging and Chu Youfei also looked a little dazed. They didn't expect that there would be so many people around Director Jiang. They both looked at Jiang Chen with confusion, as if they were hesitating whether to go forward. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at his high school classmates. You all saw that I do have something serious to do. It seems like today is my birthday. If you don't have anywhere to go, do you want to have a few drinks together? What Xiao Chen said just now is right. Drinking alone is boring. The group gradually came to their senses, and then their mood became extremely complicated. Serious matters? Serious bullshit. Your serious business is to spend the night with a dozen beautiful girls? The male classmates looked at Jiang Chen with envy and jealousy. Although they dare not say it openly, who doesn't want such a life deep down? Drinking alone? Have you ever seen a group of beautiful women drinking alone together? Jiang Chen's life is a bit too carefree these days. No wonder he doesn't even come to the class reunion. No one would want to drink with a dozen grown men in this situation. Comparing yourself with others is really frustrating. Jiang Chen was obviously being scolded by the entire internet, but compared to him, their lives were worse than those of a dog. Chen Charen's mouth was wide open, and his expression was completely frozen. He never expected that the serious matter Jiang Chen mentioned would turn out to be such a scene. On any given birthday, there would be a dozen girls accompanying him, and each of them looked prettier than the school belle. Compared to Jiang Chen, he hadn't been able to catch up with a girl in 3 years of high school. He could have jumped into the river. Forget it, Jiang Chen, we won't bother you anymore. A female classmate said this with a slightly unnatural tone. Compared with the envy of male classmates, the female classmates felt tremendous pressure. The girls in the yard were all dressed up and beautiful, each one more beautiful than the other. Standing here at this moment, they all felt ashamed of themselves. If you go in again, you will feel that it doesn't exist at all. The most active and pretty female classmates in the class were silent at this time, obviously agreeing with what the girl said. Yes, Jiang Chen, we've already booked a private room over there, so I won't bother you anymore. I saw that none of the female classmates had any intention of staying. The male students were too embarrassed to join Jiang Chen's birthday party, and they all declined with regret. Jiang Chen naturally didn't say much about this. He waved to everyone as a farewell. The group turned around silently, but Chen Charan still stood there with a dull look in his eyes. A male classmate went up and pulled him, and he finally reacted. He followed the crowd back leisurely. It was obvious that the scene just now had dealt him a big blow. A group of people crossed the road. Compared to the laughter and joy when they came, everyone became much quieter at this moment. Jiang Chen looked at the backs of everyone inside silently. He really had no intention of showing off today. Who could have expected that the Queen Yan Shuexin would actually lie? What Mr. Jin Yong said is indeed right. The more beautiful a woman is, the less trustworthy she is. Star Entertainment News. In the office, Now Bai frowned slightly. Today's hot search list is displayed on the computer screen. There are 7 or 8 hot search terms related to Chunwe Entertainment, Jiang Chen, and Jiang Langkajan, and all of these hot searches were triggered by their interview video yesterday. The colleagues in the office were all excited. Their Star Entertainment News had never received such huge attention since its establishment. This feeling of sparking discussion across the entire internet is what every media person dreams of. Besides, Xingcheng Entertainment just transferred a considerable sum of money as a reward. The other party promised that after Chunwe Entertainment was brought down, there would be a more generous thank you fee, and hoped that we could continue to cooperate with them during this period and target Chunwe Entertainment together. The colleagues were discussing where to celebrate tonight, but only Miao Bai had a frown on his face. She didn't know why, but she always felt something was wrong. It was as if I had fallen into a carefully laid trap. This feeling is very strange and there is no reliable basis for it. Maybe it was just a woman's sixth sense, but it kept lingering in her mind. Has Chunwe Entertainment responded yet? She took a deep breath and looked at her colleague beside her. No. The bespectacled male colleague shook his head and asked curiously, Sister Miao, why have you been frowning all afternoon? Did Xingcheng Entertainment pay you less? It's nothing, I just feel that things are going too smoothly, and something is wrong. Miao Bai shook his head. The male colleague with glasses laughed out loud, Sister Miao, wouldn't it be better if things went smoothly? We just collect money to do the work. Now that the work is done and the money from Xingcheng Entertainment has been transferred, why are you still thinking so much? Miao Bai didn't say anything, but the inexplicable feeling of something being wrong in his heart became stronger and stronger. She carefully recalled the entire process of interviewing Jiang Chen, but found that Jiang Chen's behavior was too abnormal. This guy doesn't look stupid, so why would he accept my interview at this time? Moreover, Su Jingchu clearly knew from the beginning that the person who came was not a good person, but later she suddenly agreed to be interviewed. This is even stranger. During the interview, Jiang Chen did not play by the rules at all. He kept complaining for more than an hour about running out of ideas. Is it just out of jealousy of the other person's talent? But even if Jiang Chen doesn't understand the job of a music director, he wouldn't do such a thing, right? No one from Chunwe Entertainment stepped forward to stop it, all the details were unreasonable. Finally, there are so many voices on the internet targeting and questioning Chunwe Entertainment, but Su Luowei has not made any response so far, and only released a charity video. Miao Bai slowly analyzed the unreasonable things in his mind, and his brows became more and more furrowed. Finally, he took a deep breath and looked at his colleague. Did Jiang Chen go to the company today? The male colleague with glasses shook his head. No, there are paparazzi squatting outside the Chunwe Entertainment Company, but they haven't seen Jiang Chen's car. At this moment, a colleague laughed and said, Editor Miao, I just received a message that Jiang Chen's car left the villa around 6 p.m. and stopped near a private chef restaurant called Moonfeast. Moon Banquet Tower? Miao Bai was stunned. She remembered that this restaurant seemed to have some connection with the Queen Yan Shuoxin. Yan Shuoxin was Su Luowei's senior sister, and her woman's sixth sense made her seem to have grasped something. She stood up suddenly. Let's go too. I want to see what Jiang Chen is up to. Everyone in the office was stunned. Going to find Jiang Chen at this hour? Entertainment Circle Fear Value 95. Chapter 84 A Song for Myself. It was not until Jiang Chen walked into the yard that he gradually learned that today's birthday surprise was specially prepared for him by the little girl, Yan Shuoxin, and Su Jingchu. Since Su Luowei has been very busy these days and has to go on a business trip, in order not to delay Jiang Chen's birthday, she had to entrust Yan Shuoxin and Su Jingchu to help her prepare a birthday party to give him a surprise. Although Su Jingchu took on this task, she didn't have much time, so she had to find a few trainees in the company who left a good impression on her and then called Chu Yofei. Let them organize a birthday party for Director Jiang in the name of the company. These past 2 days, Chu Yofei, Yi Menging, and several other trainee girls have been busy with this matter. In the yard, Su Mengyao and Gong Yi were both there, and they had obviously received Su Jingchu's notification. There was an unfamiliar girl next to Su Mengyao, who seemed to be her classmate, and she also joined in the fun. Jiang Chen looked at the girls running around the yard, feeling quite emotional. He has been in this world for several years and has always celebrated his birthday with the girl. This is the first time he has attended such a large birthday party with only women. Although a big part of the reason is because they are basically all women at Chunwe Entertainment. So naturally, all the participants in the company's activities are women. He originally thought that as the protagonist of the birthday party and the music director of Chunwe Entertainment, he should give a speech or something. But later I realized that I was overthinking it. In the eyes of these ignorant women, isn't a birthday just about blowing up the cake and eating candles? At most, a few more salutes will be fired, and it will be very grand. So after Jiang Chen blew out the candles on the cake before entering, there were no other activities. This birthday party gradually turned into a leisure activity for girls to chat and get together. The yard is decorated very delicately and beautifully, with many beautiful lights and cute dolls that fully reflect the girls' childlike innocence. From a distance, it looked like a birthday party for a girl. The dinner was served buffet style, with 2 dining carts filled with a variety of high-end food, drinks, and even red wine. You can take whatever you want to eat. Women hold exquisite small plates and gather in 2s and 3s, chatting excitedly about all kinds of gossip. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was sitting alone on a stone bench, drinking red wine in silence. Damn, this birthday seems so cool, but it's actually quite frustrating. Not only did he not receive any gifts, but there was no one around to help him pick up food or pour wine, and the girl was not here either. It's really fucked. He sighed, silently picked up a piece of steak and put it into his mouth, then took a big sip of red wine. I couldn't help but wonder why, even when surrounded by so many girls, I still felt lonely and drank alone? I should have gone to the high school reunion next door. At least I could brag to the girls. Jiang Chen shook his head, picked up the red wine glass and took a big sip. This red wine is said to be very expensive. It was brought by Yan Shuexin and costs nearly 100,000 yuan per bottle. The taste and flavor were excellent. He had already drunk several glasses in a row, and with his alcohol tolerance, he was already feeling a little tipsy. The girls in the yard were also very curious about the 2 bottles of red wine, and quietly took the glasses to taste some. However, their alcohol tolerance was obviously not as good as Jiang Chen's. After just a few sips, their faces turned red. Just like that, Jiang Chen listened to the girls chattering and playing, sitting alone in the moonlight, drinking alone. This feeling is really a bit nonsense. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening. Perhaps it was because today was a good day for drinking, or perhaps the red wine prepared by Yan Shuexin was really good. In any case, he drank a little more without realizing it. After finishing the red wine in the glass, Jiang Chen let out a breath, sat down at the stone table, and silently lit a cigarette. Looking at the beautiful night sky and the girls playing in the yard, I secretly estimated the time. In a while, the birthday party will be almost over. I can go back and take a hot bath and have a good sleep, which can be regarded as a perfect end to this birthday. But at this moment, Xia Tingqing was not drunk. She suddenly raised her cup, her face slightly red, and said loudly, "Director Jiang, today is your birthday. Can you sing a song for everyone?" Hearing this, the girls were stunned for a moment, then all looked towards Jiang Chen expectantly. Yeah. Sing a song. We all want to hear it. Today is your birthday." Some of them had heard Jiang Chen sing, but some had not. Anyway, today is Jiang Chen's birthday, and it's always nice to listen to him sing a song. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Damn, who is the birthday boy today? He was clearly the most powerful one, but these women not only refused to give him a few performances, but also wanted him to sing for everyone? However, the drunken women had no idea what reason was, and they all started to applaud. Sing. Su Mengyao, this silly girl, was so excited to watch the fun that she even took out the guitar. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly, but on this special day, he didn't want to be pretentious. Singing at a birthday party and singing in the entertainment industry are naturally 2 different things. He exhaled lightly and took the guitar. Oh! The girls cheered excitedly and gathered together to watch director Jiang sing. What song should I sing? Jiang Chen sat down on the stone bench with his guitar in his arms, but he was at a loss for words. Is it possible to sing a song "Happy Birthday" to yourself? That's a bit too bleak. He looked up at the stars and the half moon in the night sky. I suddenly felt a little emotional. I have been in this world for so long, but it seems that I have never sung a song for myself seriously. Why not give yourself a song? An idea gradually emerged in my mind. Yes, give yourself a song, as a way to say goodbye to your past self. He looked at the guitar in his arms, was silent for a long time, and then said, "This song is for myself." When the girls heard this, they all applauded. A song for yourself? What does director Jiang plan to sing? Chapter 85 Old Boy. The yard gradually became quiet. The girls spontaneously clapped again, and even Yan Shuexin, who had always been aloof, clapped a few times. She had seen Jiang Chen sing more than once and knew that this guy's singing skills were actually not worse than those of professional singers, but she didn't know what kind of song he would sing next. Mengyao, can your brother-in-law really sing? Lin Shanxian looked at the enthusiastic girls around her and asked curiously. She came here with Su Mengyao today, originally intending to cause trouble for Jiang Chen. The shuttlecock exercises taught to them by this scoundrel brother-in-law were so bad that they couldn't even lift their legs. Unexpectedly, they happened to run into Jiang Chen's birthday party. The two of them discussed for a moment and decided to use courtesy first and then force. After the birthday party was over, they would have a proper talk with their senior brother-in-law. Yes, Sister Luo Wei always said that my brother-in-law is a great singer. Su Mengyao nodded. Although she had only heard Jiang Chen casually sing Clouds and Mist Become Rain, judging from the overall situation, Jiang Chen's singing skills were very strong. Even Su Luo Wei and Yan Shuexin were willing to praise him in this regard. Senior Luo Wei? Lin Shanxian shook her head, her face full of disbelief. Who doesn't know that senior sister Luo Wei is famous for being good to her husband? What she said was definitely biased. Lin Shanxian supported her chin with both hands and looked at Jiang Chen in the field with some boredom. Forget it, let's settle the score with him after he finishes singing. She felt that her silly captain must have been fooled again. They were going to attend the 80th anniversary celebration party of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. If I make a fool of myself because of this shuttlecock exercise on such a grand occasion, I will be too embarrassed to face people in the future. Sister Miao, Jiang Chen seems to be in here, but this is a private kitchen courtyard, we can't get in. Outside the yard, Miao Choubai and several male colleagues looked at the brightly lit small courtyard and the closed gate, at a loss. Listening to the girls' playful voices coming from the yard from time to time. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The entire internet was talking about Jiang Chen. How could this guy still be enjoying his life here? And judging from the sound, there are at least a dozen girls in there. This is too extravagant. Can you handle it? You bastard, you deserve to be scolded. Although several male colleagues were cursing, their eyes were full of envy. We don't have to go in, we just need to see what they are doing. Miao Choubai waved his hand and ignored the complaints of his male colleagues. After arriving here, for some reason, the sixth sense that is unique to women in her heart became stronger and stronger. The truth seems to be not far away. What is Jiang Chen hiding? She took a deep breath and secretly made up her mind to find out the truth. Sister Miao, there seems to be a small gap in the wall over there. You can see the scene inside the yard. A colleague in charge of the investigation came back to report. Okay, get the cameras ready and we'll go take a look. Miao Choubai nodded and walked over. Under the guidance of the male colleague, the few of them quickly came to a more secluded corner. There was indeed a gap in the wall, but it was located relatively low, only about 30 centimeters high. What's even more outrageous is that there was a man lying next to the flower bed, drunk and muttering something under his breath. The male colleague with glasses covered his nose, looked at the drunk with some disgust, waved his hand, as if trying to drive away the smell of alcohol in front of him, and then turned his head to look at the gap in the wall. However, after only one glance, his expression couldn't help but stiffen. He looked at the male colleague and said, "Is this the gap you were talking about?" "This is not a gap at all, it's clearly a dog hole." But after going around in circles, this is the biggest gap." The male colleague looked very aggrieved. "Stop talking nonsense and take off your clothes." Miao Choubai didn't care and waved his hand and ordered. The man with glasses was stunned for a moment, not understanding what she meant. Miao Choubai pointed to the ground again, "Take off your clothes quickly." It had just rained a little, and there were still drops of dew on the grass leaves on the ground. If I lay down on them directly, my clothes would definitely get wet. The man with glasses finally reacted, but he gave a dry laugh and hesitated. But, Sister Miao, I only wore one piece." He pointed to the plaid shirt on his body to show that it was not suitable. "I'll reimburse you when I get back." "This double," Miao Choubai said in an unquestionable tone. The male colleague next to him covered his mouth, as if he wanted to laugh. Miao Choubai glared at him again. "One is not enough, I want yours too." "Ah." 2 minutes later, two grown men with bare chests, sad faces, and hands covering their chests, squatted silently to the side. A cool breeze blew gently across the open space, causing both of them to shiver. On the ground, the drunk man suddenly felt that the light around him seemed to be blocked. He opened his eyes drowsily, but suddenly found two naked men surrounding him, with shy expressions, as if they were about to do something shameful. His expression suddenly froze, then his eyes widened and he struggled hard. "I don't like men, go away." Two male colleagues from Starlight Entertainment News were startled by the sudden noise. It would be bad if the drunkard's voice attracted the attention of those people in the yard. They looked at each other, and suddenly stepped forward together. One of them covered the drunk's mouth with his hand, and the other held the drunk's body down. "Shoo, don't make any noise. Just bear with it, we'll be done in no time." Hearing this, the drunk's body stiffened even more. "Very soon? End? No, don't." His eyes became more terrified and he struggled even more desperately. On the side, Miao spread 2 pieces of clothes on the ground, and then slowly lay down in front of the cave entrance. Although the entrance to the cave is low, it is just big enough for a head. Through the entrance, you can clearly see the scene in the yard. She looked forward intently, only to see Jiang Chen sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, holding a guitar, strumming it gently, as if he was testing the sound. All the girls in the yard gathered opposite him, waiting expectantly. Even Yan Shuoxin, a superstar female singer, stood aside with a glass of red wine, silently watching Jiang Chen's every move. Miao Bai couldn't help but be stunned. What was he doing? "Do you want to sing KTV?" Soon, Jiang Chen in the yard adjusted the strings of his guitar. He looked at the moon and the sky and said slowly with emotion, "After this birthday, I'm 1 year older. I'll give this song Old Boy to myself." The girls in the yard looked at each other. Old Boy? What song is this? Even after director Jiang's birthday, he has only just turned 24. How can he be old? Jiang Chen didn't say anything else. In fact, this was a song he really liked. When he celebrated his 39th birthday, he turned down all his announcements, sat alone on the rooftop of a high-rise building with a guitar in his arms, feeling the night breeze, looking at the bustling night scene with bright lights, and sang the song to himself. Now, time has passed and all the little things, people, and events from those days have disappeared. He celebrated his 24th birthday again, and the song suddenly came to his mind. Let's use this song to say goodbye to the past. Fingers gently plucked the guitar strings, and a melody with a hint of nostalgia sounded in the yard. The girls all fell silent and looked at him seriously. Jiang Chen, his voice a little drunk and hoarse, slowly spoke under the influence of the melody. "That's the person I miss and love deeply day and night. How should I express it? Will she accept me? Maybe I'll never say that to her. I am destined to wander around the world. How can I be concerned? Listen to this magnetic voice." There was also a song with a hint of sadness that I had never heard before. Outside the yard, Miao Bai's eyes gradually widened in disbelief. Chapter 86 Solo in the Moonlight. The cold wind blew continuously across the open space. The colorful lights in the yard cast Miao Bai's face into different colors, but a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Jiang Chen can actually sing? Moreover, this hoarse voice and singing voice are not inferior to those folk singers she knows. How is this possible? Isn't this guy a mediocre writer? How come he has such professional singing skills? In the courtyard, the girls who heard Jiang Chen sing for the first time were all surprised, especially Lin Shanshan. Her previous impression of Luo Wei's brother-in-law was just 2 words, a scoundrel writer. I didn't expect the other person's singing to be so beautiful. Why doesn't he become a singer? Gong Yi looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated expression. She had seen Jiang Chen sing, and the song Clouds and Mist Become Rain had always lingered in her mind. So much so that now whenever I see Jiang Chen, I can't help but think of that slightly sad melody. When he was with Luo Wei before, I couldn't see any talent in him at all. I didn't expect that he could write such a beautiful song in the blink of an eye. How could this guy hide it so well? Gong Yi felt mixed emotions. It's really hard to describe how I feel when my best friend's husband, whom I have looked down upon for 3 years, turns out to be a genius. Compared to the other two, Su Mengyao's eyes were wide open, looking a little cute and shocked. Because she suddenly realized that Jiang Chen was singing a song she had never heard before. Old Boy? But the last time she went to ask for a song, this bastard brother-in-law clearly said that he had no inspiration. Could it be I was deceived again? Dreams are always out of reach. Should I give up? Flowers bloom and fall, another season begins. Spring, where are you? The yard was exceptionally quiet, as if only Jiang Chen's singing could be heard. The trainee girls all looked at director Jiang seriously, who was not much older than them. For some reason, Jiang Chen was clearly singing this song facing all of them, but everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness in their hearts. This world seemed to belong to Jiang Chen alone. The bright moonlight casts light on the figure who was singing and playing the guitar alone. He is both a performer and an audience member, both an expressor and a listener. He sang a song that belonged only to him. An inexplicable feeling of loneliness arises in this yard. The girls looked at the guitar in Jiang Chen's hand and slowly fell silent. Although the yard was full of people, they could feel that no one here could understand Jiang Chen. No one in this world can understand him. Youth is like a flowing river. I left without saying goodbye. I am left numb and no longer have the passion I once had. Look at the flowers floating all over the sky, withering at the most beautiful moment. Does anyone remember that she has been to this world? Yan Shuoxin was rarely in a daze. She had been carefully savoring Jiang Chen's lyrics and melody, and unknowingly found that her thoughts were also drawn into it. This song really gives people an inexplicable feeling. Old boy seems to be writing about himself, but in fact it is writing about youth. The old representative now represents loneliness. The boy represents the past, represents nostalgia, and also represents the only remaining fantasy and romance. As expected, it's another classic song. She silently took a sip of red wine, and gradually became convinced that once this song was released, it would resonate with many people. After all, everyone has youth. And everyone's youth is full of nostalgia and regrets. She raised her head and once again cast her gaze on the figure playing solo in the moonlight. For some reason, she found herself finding it increasingly difficult to understand Jiang Chen. How many songs has he written in these 3 years? In the blink of an eye, many years have passed, and so many separations, joys and sorrows. The young man who once had ambitions for the world envied the geese flying south. The figures of each of us, each pursuing our own future, are hurriedly moving further and further away. Where is the future ordinary? Who can give me the answer? The yard gradually became quiet. At this moment, everyone felt the meaning behind Jiang Chen singing nostalgia for youth. This is the song director Jiang sings to himself. He is missing his youth and past. But in their minds, every bit of their youth kept emerging. The ignorance and youthfulness of the past. Once simple happiness, once regret. Also, the person I once secretly loved. The trainee girls looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration. This was not the first time they heard Jiang Chen sing. I originally thought that director Jiang was just a mediocre writer who knew nothing. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a super treasure that has never been opened. With him as the music director, how could Chunwe Entertainment collapse? Do we still need to consider their future? Compared with director Jiang, the previous director Yao didn't even have the qualifications to graduate from school. All they have to do is keep up with the pace of Chunwe Entertainment. If you are eliminated because you don't work hard enough, you will regret it for the rest of your life. The one who accompanied me at that time. Where are you now? The one I once loved. What does it look like now? Did your original wish come true? Is it the only thing left to do now? Meng Yao, this song was written by your senior brother-in-law himself? Lin Qianqian's eyes had already become dull. She turned her head and looked at Su Mengyao in disbelief. This song is really nice. If an idea popped up in her mind involuntarily. If they could sing this song at the school anniversary party, they would definitely win a prize. Don't think about it. Senior brother-in-law Jiang Chen will definitely not sing this song for us. Su Mengyao seemed to see through her thoughts, but sighed and shook her head. Why? Lin Qianqian was stunned for a moment, somewhat confused. It shouldn't be a big deal to just sing it once at the school anniversary party, it can also promote the song. You don't know how expensive his songs are. Su Mengyao was very angry. She had seen Jiang Chen use a song to make more than a dozen trainees from Chunwe Entertainment line up to change their contracts. There was no gain from asking for songs on my own. What, to sing his songs, I have to sign a 90:10 profit contract first? Lin Qianqian's eyes widened, this is too. She originally wanted to say that it was outrageous, but soon found herself speechless. Because she suddenly thought that if she were faced with such a choice, it would be difficult to refuse. Although a 91% profit split sounded excessive, her remaining rationality told her that she must sign the 91% profit split contract. Because this kind of song is a treasure level 1, just one song can establish her position in the entertainment industry. Thinking of this, her mood gradually became a little complicated at this moment. Chunwe Entertainment seems to have welcomed an extraordinary music director. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 94. Chapter 87, Hungry Girls. At the entrance outside the yard, Miao Choubai's expression was completely dull, his eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Perhaps because the night sky was so quiet, she could clearly hear every word of Jiang Chen's lyrics. Let time dry up ideals. I can never find my true self again. Look up at the starry sky. The one that accompanied me at that time. Do you still remember the story here? What kind of song is this? But why had she never heard of it? Old boy, is there such a song in KTV? Could it be that this is a song written by Jiang Chen himself? Questions lingered in Miao Choubai's mind one after another. Jiang Chen doesn't seem to be the idle writer as people say on the internet. He can sing and write songs, and both the songs he writes and sings are very nice. Could it be that he has been hiding himself all this time? Miao Choubai only felt a boom in his head, as if he suddenly figured out many things. Yes, only in this way will Chunwe Entertainment approve him to be the music director. Only in this way will he ignore the rumors on the internet. All the irrationalities are hidden under the reasonable truth. So, all the rumors on the internet are wrong. Jiang Chen is not just a random writer, he is very talented and understands music very well. Life is like a ruthless carving knife. It changed us. Will it wither before it blooms? I had a dream. Miao Choubai's expression was very complicated. Although she had already guessed some facts, more doubts arose in her mind. If Jiang Chen wasn't as cowardly as people said on the internet, then why did he accept their interview that day? Why did he deliberately complain about Jiang Lang's lack of talent during the interview? Doesn't he know that this will cause discussion all over the internet? Why did he do this? What was his purpose? Miao Choubai felt his brain becoming confused again, as if he had fallen into a huge vortex trap. The creator of the vortex was Jiang Chen. The singing in the yard slowly died down, and the scene was silent. It was a long while before the applause started again. The girls' eyes were slightly red, and they looked at Jiang Chen with shocked and complicated expressions. The song Old Boy was really touching and they were immersed in it without realizing it. I just don't know why director Jiang, who sings so well and is so talented, doesn't he just debut as a singer? With his looks and abilities, he will definitely become a bigger star than Sister Luo Wei. Unfortunately, no one could answer their questions. At this time, Jiang Chen had slowly stood up and put away his guitar. This special birthday party is almost coming to an end. Lin Xianxian suddenly became nervous and grabbed Su Mengyao's hand. What should we do? Mengyao, this brother-in-law seems to be very powerful. Should we still go looking for him? Su Mengyao was stunned for a moment. Didn't you always say that you wanted to settle the score with him? Shu, keep your voice down. Lin Xianxian waved her hands quickly, looking troubled. I didn't, I just... She had always been so confident, but now she suddenly became unconfident. Because she suddenly realized that Jiang Chen seemed to be completely different from the image of a rogue writer she had imagined. People like this shouldn't cheat them so easily, right? Su Mengyao was also a little hesitant. She knew that Jiang Chen was not easy to talk to, and sometimes even senior sister Luo Wei would be scolded. If they really make him angry later, no one will be able to speak for them. How about, should we go ask senior sister Shui Xian first, she said hesitantly. Lin Xianxian's eyes suddenly lit up, and she nodded quickly. Yes, we can ask senior sister Yan to help us make a decision. The two were discussing when Xia Tingqing in the front row suddenly turned around and said, Sister Mengyao, what are you guys talking about? You're so mysterious. The other trainee girls also turned around. They had just heard Su Mengyao and the other girl whispering to each other, but they had no idea what they were talking about. Is there any gossip? Tell us too. Xia Tingqing was already a little drunk, her face flushed, and she spoke with a smile. Su Mengyao rubbed her forehead speechlessly. This silly girl seemed to be really drunk. Yes, Sister Mengyao, do you have any inside information? Can you share it with us too? Does Director Jiang have any new arrangements? We don't dare to ask, so please tell us. The trainee girls thought there was some real gossip and gathered around to talk about it. The corners of Su Mengyao's mouth twitched. However, being looked at by so many girls with earnest eyes, she couldn't refuse. She hesitated for a long time before saying, Oh, actually there's no gossip. She briefly recounted how she had asked Jiang Chen for a song a few days ago, but Jiang Chen had taught her to do the shuttlecock exercises instead. The trainee girls immediately opened their eyes wide. Director Jiang's original fitness exercises were accompanied by a song from the Compendium of Materia Medica? Sister Mengyao, did Director Jiang say that this shuttlecock exercise could win a place at the school anniversary party? Xia Dingqing's expression was also a little dull. She swallowed and asked nervously. Su Mengyao nodded, but soon her face turned bitter again. That's what he said, but this aerobics routine is really tiring. I'm a little confused about whether to believe him. She sighed softly after she finished speaking, but found that the surroundings seemed a little quiet. She raised her head in confusion, only to find that all the girls were looking at her with strange eyes. The look in his eyes was very strange, as if there was a hint of desire amidst envy and shock. In the end, it becomes complicated again, but it's like watching a fool. You, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Su Mengyao asked blankly. Chapter 88 Pretending to be cool is the way of a saint. Sister Mengyao, can you teach us how to do this shuttlecock exercise? Xia Dingqing suddenly asked eagerly. Yes, we want to learn too. The other girls' eyes were also full of anticipation. Sure, it's okay, but this shuttlecock exercise is very tiring. I don't even want to do it anymore. Do you really want to learn it? Su Mengyao was a little confused. Shuttlecock training is so tiring, why do you want to learn it? Hearing this, the girls seemed even more excited. Think about it. Sister Mengyao, if you feel tired, why don't you let us dance? We are not afraid of getting tired. I can learn it now. Me too. Su Mengyao was stunned. She was really confused by the scene in front of her. Why did these girls suddenly become so active? Mu Ning, has anything happened recently? She looked at Ji Menging in confusion. Among this group of trainee girls, she was only slightly familiar with Yi Menging. Yi Menging sighed helplessly, then leaned close to her in Lin Shanxian's ears and whispered a few words. After a while, Su Mengyao and Lin Shanxian both widened their eyes in disbelief. What? You mean, even Queen Wanglin? Lin Shanxian whispered in shock. Even when Queen Wanglin asked Zhang Chen for a song, she had to pay 8 million upfront, and she didn't even want to share? No way, what is going on? Is this brother-in-law really that powerful? Ahem. At this moment, Xia Dingqing looked at them expectantly. Sister Mengyao, are you guys not satisfied with this shuttlecock exercise? Why don't you let us learn? We are not afraid of hardship or fatigue. Yes, we are willing to learn. This shuttlecock exercise is too tiring, we're better suited. The other trainee girls also gathered around. That's what Director Jiang taught us, and there are still people who don't want to learn? They can't miss such a good opportunity. Seeing that each of the girls' eyes were full of desire, Su Mengyao and Lin Shanxian suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Who said that? Of course we have to learn it. We've been practicing for several days. There's no way we're going to give up. It's just, we've been eating for so long and it's been so hard. No matter what, we have to persevere. After hearing what Ji Menging had just said, they suddenly realized the importance of Zhang Chen. I immediately made up my mind that I would continue to practice the shuttlecock exercise no matter how tired I was. Even the Queen Wanglin personally asked Zhang Chen for a song, so what else could they dare to pick on? Hearing this, the trainee girls were a little disappointed. The duck that was about to be caught flew away. Miao Qiubai no longer remembered how she got back to the car. At this moment, there was only one voice in her heart, that is, she had been cheated. The interview that day was a trap. Zhang Chen did it on purpose. But why did he do this? Miao Qiubai was puzzled. During the interview, he angrily criticized Zhang Lang for running out of ideas, which triggered doubts and targeting from the entire network. What benefits did this bring to Zhang Chen? Sister Miao, Chunwe Entertainment is trending again. In the car, the man with glasses had put his clothes back on. Some bloggers analyzed that Su Luowei's sudden appearance at the Hope Primary School in the disaster area and her participation in the charity event were simply an attempt to divert attention from Zhang Chen. Fans are now extremely angry and have gathered under Su Luowei's Weibo, cursing Zhang Chen to bits. Some fans are even asking Su Luowei to stop defending Zhang Chen and to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the divorce procedures as soon as possible. He held up his phone, his voice full of gloating. Zhang Chen is such an idiot. Why would he curse Jiang Lang for running out of ideas during the interview? He's practically becoming the internet's public enemy now. Sister Miao, did you record the video of Zhang Chen partying with all these girls in the yard just now? Chunwe Entertainment is in turmoil right now, and this bastard is still enjoying himself here. I guarantee that as long as this video is posted online, we will definitely trigger another trending search. Then we can ask Chingcheng Entertainment for some money. The man with glasses spoke excitedly, but Miao Bai looked at him with a complicated look. She recorded a video, but it was a video of Jiang Chen singing. If the song Old Boy were posted online now, it would indeed attract a lot of attention. But it is not because Jiang Chen is greedy for pleasure that everyone is shocked as to why Jiang Chen sings so well. Forget it, I'm not going to post this video yet. She pondered for a long time, but shook her head. Why? The man with glasses was stunned. Miao Bai looked out the window with complicated eyes. She knew that both Chingcheng Entertainment and herself seemed to have fallen into a trap carefully set by Jiang Chen. What is Jiang Chen's purpose? Why did Su Luo Wei go to the mountains to do charity at this critical moment? What secrets are hidden in this? She has too many questions in her mind. At this moment, she really wants to dig out the truth. She had a hunch that this might be an opportunity for their Star Entertainment newspaper to gain greater exposure. Let's go back to the company. Starting tomorrow, we will conduct a detailed investigation on Jiang Chen, she said suddenly. Okay. Although I don't understand why Miao Bai suddenly changed his mind. But after hesitating for a moment, the man with glasses nodded and agreed. Then he slowly started the car and drove away from the night. Is Luo Wei ready? So, this is your plan to deal with Allure Entertainment? Get everyone's attention first, then make a big move? In the yard, the birthday party was completely over. The girls also left the yard in groups of 3 or 5 one after another, and the originally lively place suddenly seemed a little deserted. After nightfall, the temperature dropped a lot, and gusts of cool breeze swept through the yard. Jiang Chen drank quite a bit of wine, but he didn't feel cold at all. He only felt the breeze blowing towards him took away a lot of the heat from the alcohol. Yan Shuexin had to wait for her assistant to come and drive the car, so she didn't leave. She gently shook her red wine glass, leaning against a stone table, looking at Jiang Chen with complicated eyes. What else? Compared to Yan Shuexin's elegance, Jiang Chen's posture was much more crude and casual. He sat on the stone bench with his legs spread out, his back against the edge of the table, looking up at the moon, and exhaled a breath of alcohol. When it comes to showing off, the more audiences the better. He was also waiting for his designated driver. Don't drive after drinking, and don't drive after drinking. He drank almost a whole bottle of red wine tonight, and his head was dizzy, so he definitely couldn't touch the steering wheel. Vulgar. Yan Shuexin looked a little disgusted, but Jiang Chen grinned. You don't understand the world of cultured people. How can you call pretentiousness vulgar? That's the way of the saints. Yan Shuexin shook her head speechlessly, but after a moment of silence, she suddenly asked. Did you tell the truth that day? What? Are you planning to quit the music industry in 2 months? Oh, you're talking about this. Jiang Chen then remembered that he had once revealed his thoughts to the senior sister Yan on the chat software. Speaking of which, if Chunwe Entertainment hadn't suddenly encountered all these messy troubles, he might have already proved his writing ability to the girl and then been at home in a mess. This phobia of the entertainment industry is like a side effect of time travel, and I can't get rid of it no matter what I do. He didn't know when he would be able to completely overcome this feeling. Of course it's true, that's my dream. Is your dream to be a writer? Yan Shuexin frowned slightly. But you are not suitable to be a writer at all. You don't have the talent for writing. Yan Shuexin didn't know why this guy was always so obsessed with the profession of writer. She felt that Jiang Chen was a musical genius, but he was really bad at writing. He thought that spending all his time on writing was simply a waste of time. Who said that? Do you dare to bet? Jiang Chen said calmly. What? Do you dare to bet? Jiang Chen glanced at her and asked again. What's blocking it? Yan Shuexin frowned slightly. If I were ever to become a real writer, I'd want you to join Chunwe Entertainment. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 94. Chapter 89 I'll give you 500 and let you sleep with my brother. Why? Yan Shuexin was stunned. Jiang Chen shrugged. I'll have to step down from the music director position sooner or later. By then, Chunwe Entertainment will be in need of a music director. Do you think I'm suitable? Certainly. Jiang Chen nodded. In fact, with him around, it doesn't matter who serves as the music director, but it would obviously be more convincing if it were a music queen. At least it can calm down a lot of people and reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. How about a bet? He smiled and encouraged, you have a good chance of winning. If I lose, I'll write a song for you for free. You should know that my songs are not bad. It sounds good. Yan Shuoxin's eyes moved slightly, and the lyrics of the song called Red Bean slowly emerged in her mind. For some reason, she always thought it was a good song. At this time, there were only her and Jiang Chen in the yard. Perhaps if she asked, Jiang Chen would not avoid the question. Okay, then it's settled. But I don't gamble. Yan Shuoxin shook her head with a cold face. What? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment and looked at Yan Shuoxin. What did you mean? Don't gamble? So what are you doing here, playing with me? Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, Yan Shuoxin's cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was her assistant calling, saying that the person who was driving her had arrived. She picked up the phone and waved her hand without explaining anything. Leave. Hey, you really don't want to gamble? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then asked, looking at her back. No gambling. Let's gamble and the bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Don't even think about it. Just give up on this idea. Yan Shuoxin said without even turning her head, you are not suitable to be a writer, just be a music director. She felt the cool breeze blowing towards her, her thoughts both complicated and clear. Forget it, I'll ask about Hongdo next time. She wanted to see how long Jiang Chen could keep the song Red Bean secret. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched, and he was speechless as he looked at Yan Shuoxin, who left in a leisurely manner. Damn it, if we're not going to gamble, why are you talking so much? You're wasting my time. After a while, he sighed helplessly. A woman's heart is as unpredictable as the sea. She won't even take a chance on something so convenient. I don't know what this queen is thinking. Wait until Yan Shuoxin's figure completely disappears at the gate of the yard. He also shook his head, stood up, and walked out the door with a somewhat shaky body. Your birthday is over, let's go home. His car was parked in the parking lot of the farm opposite, so he walked in the opposite direction of Yan Shuoxin. But when he passed by an open space, he suddenly heard a groaning sound. There was also a dark shadow lying on the ground, struggling and crawling forward with difficulty, which scared him. What the hell is this? Now that it is the second half of the year, I heard that many messy people in the underworld will emerge and make money through unconventional means. Be careful not to fall into their trap. Jiang Chen picked up a wine bottle on the side of the road with some caution, walked forward and observed carefully for a long time, only then he found that the black shadow was actually a big man. But his expression seemed to be somewhat painful. He was drunk and looked like he had lost all hope in life. He was struggling hard on the ground. Where did this drunk guy come from? He scared me. Jiang Chen was speechless. It turned out to be a drunkard. He threw the bottle of wine aside. However, the drunkard heard his voice and struggled even harder towards him. Whoa, it's me. Jiang Chen, it's me. Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard his name. This drunk man knew him? Who are you? Do I know you? The drunk man seemed a little angry, damn it. Jiang Chen, you forget your loyalty for the sake of beauty. I'm Zhang Pingyu, we've known each other since junior high school, we even sneaked into the girls' dormitory together in high school. It took Jiang Chen a while to remember that he actually had a high school classmate named Zhang Pingyu, and they had always had a good relationship. Since junior high school, we often get together to steal and cheat, no, we study hard. It was not until they went to college that the contact between the two gradually decreased, and it was several years later that they met again. The appearance of Zhang Pingyu in my memory gradually overlapped with the appearance of the drunk man in front of me. Jiang Chen was stunned for a long time before he reacted. Fuck. Zhang Pingyu, what are you doing lying here in the middle of the night? Admiring the moon? What the hell is this, a moon, can't you see I'm drunk? Zhang Pingyu exhaled heavily, his face full of tears. I heard them say, you were having dinner here, and I wanted to come over to see you, who knew? Zhang Pingyu suddenly burst into tears. I didn't expect to get drunk halfway, and be fucked by two naked men, woo-woo. I'm so damn unlucky. I confessed my feelings to Yalan at the class reunion and was rejected. Then I ran into a homosexual when I went out. Woohoo! Zhang Pingyu cried very sadly, but Jiang Chen felt a little disgusted. This guy was crying with tears and snot all over his face, and it was hard to hear what he was saying. I can only faintly hear homosexuality, confessions, and so on. Damn, could this guy start liking men after being beaten up by society? It's really disgusting to see a grown man crying like this late at night. He was crying so hard as if he had just been raped. Why was a grown man like him being so pretentious? Jiang Chen complained in his heart. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, his cell phone rang. It was the designated driver calling. Hello? Boss, I'm already near you, where are you? Jiang Chen looked at Zheng Pingyu sobbing on the ground, sighed, and hesitated for a long time before saying, Brother, I'll give you 500 yuan. Can you sleep with my brother? What? The person on the other end of the phone was shocked. Jiang Chen planned to have someone send Zheng Pingyu to the hotel, as he needed someone to accompany him during his hangover. This bastard was drunk like a puddle of mud. It would be really difficult for him to settle Zheng Pingyu down by himself. Boss, I'm a legitimate designated driver. I don't provide any other services. The designated driver sounded flustered. Jiang Chen thought to himself, what nonsense are you talking about? What could happen if two grown men sleep together? However, his head was dizzy and heavy at the moment, and he was feeling dizzy and his thinking ability was limited. He said impatiently, I'll add another 1,000 yuan. Come over first, my brother can't wait that long. There was a pause on the other end of the phone, as if hesitating. Jiang Chen staggered a few steps and sat down on the curb. He lit a cigarette, took a few deep breaths, and finally felt his head clear up a little. He knew there might be something wrong with his expression and was about to explain it again in detail. The designated driver suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Okay, boss, I'll take it. I don't like women anyway, so I'm going all out today. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment. What did that mean? Well, this is what happened. He hurriedly explained, I don't know what happened to my friend. Anyway, he was too sad. He got drunk and needed care, so I asked you. But the driver interrupted me halfway through the conversation. Don't worry, boss, I understand all this. I've been through this before. I'll definitely take good care of your brother and make sure he's satisfied. Jiang Chen rubbed his brows vigorously. Oh, I'm so tired. Vomit. At this moment, Zheng Pingyu seemed to be stimulated by the alcohol again. He lay on the side of the road and retched. His face turned red and he looked very uncomfortable. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Zheng Pingyu, who was lying on the ground with tears on his face and groaning in pain. I cursed in my heart, damn, what kind of monsters and demons did I encounter tonight? After a long time, he sighed. Forget it. Come here, my brother needs someone to accompany him now. Chapter 90, release a song tonight at 9 o'clock. 20 minutes later, a tall driver picked up Zheng Pingyu by the waist and got into a taxi. Jiang Chen was not stingy and added another 500 yuan to the originally agreed price, asking him to find a good hotel and take good care of Zheng Pingyu. A total of 2,000 yuan was transferred to the designated driver's mobile phone. After the two left, he sat on the side of the road and looked at the taillights of the taxi in silence for a long time. After finishing a cigarette, he silently opened his cell phone and called a designated driver for himself. But this time, he specifically checked the box for female in the gender requirement column. Although it costs an extra $20, I still think it's worth the money. When Jiang Chen returned home, it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Gong Yi had already fallen asleep, but there was a glass of milk on the table, as if it was prepared for him. Of course, Jiang Chen knew that this woman definitely didn't have such kind intentions, and it was probably arranged by the little girl. After taking 2 steps closer, I found a note under the cup. This sister poured milk for you. Luo Wei asked you to drink the milk before going to bed. Jiang Chen smiled slightly. In the past, every time he finished drinking, the girl would prepare a cup of hot pure milk for him. My stomach will feel better after drinking it. I didn't expect that the girl would remember this even though she is not at home. Without thinking much, he picked up the milk on the table and took a big sip. But then, his expression froze. Almost spurted milk from my mouth. Damn it, Gong Yi, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Have you ever seen anyone use iced calcium milk to warm their stomach? The next day, when Jiang Chen got up from the bed, feeling dizzy from a hangover, I found that I had received several missed calls on my phone. Among them, Su Jingchu's phone number appeared 3 times, and there was also an unfamiliar number that was called twice. Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Jiang Chen yawned. When he opened his phone, he found that Su Jingchu not only called him, but also sent him several text messages. "Jiang Chen, why can't I get through to you on the phone? Are you still not awake? Hurry up and get up. Today is Luo Wei's song release day, and Allure Entertainment is making some moves again. Luo Wei is trending." After seeing this information, Jiang Chen became a little more sober. Is Qingcheng Entertainment causing trouble again? He opened Weibo and found that the popularity of the hot search terms related to Jiang Chen and Zhang Lang's talent had dropped significantly. However, a new entry reappeared at the top of the list. Su Luowei's new song has been confirmed to be delayed. The popularity of this entry is mainly due to articles published by several well-known bloggers. Don't wait. The national goddess is still in the mountains, and the new song has been confirmed to be delayed. Is charity just an excuse? What exactly is wrong with the national goddess? Listen to Dong Ji's detailed analysis. No matter how much money is donated, it cannot cover up the harm caused by Jiang Chen, the gigolo. Are the women of China still not waking up? The appearance time of several articles is relatively consistent, and they all suddenly appeared around 7 or 8 o'clock this morning. The signs of human control are very obvious. It is probably that they want to push up the popularity before netizens go to work. On the trending search list, a relatively obscure term surprisingly climbed to 6th place. Former Chunwe Entertainment music director Yao Sikan releases new song. Jiang Chen looked at this trending search and sneered in his heart. Allure Entertainment really had a good plan. Releasing a song on the same day as the girl? No one would believe it if they said it wasn't intentional. Are they sure that the girl can't produce any songs, so they want to put Chunwe Entertainment on the spot? He curled his lips in disdain, then exited the trending search page and clicked on the girl's personal Weibo. Sure enough, Su Luowei's Weibo was attacked again at this time. The charity video posted last night has already received over 1 million comments. However, what everyone is concerned about is not things related to charity. Luo Wei, will today's new song really be delayed? Is there any need to ask? Director Yao has already resigned from Chunwe Entertainment. Ah, no way, he was the one who wrote all of Luo Wei's previous songs. The current music director of Chunwe Entertainment is Jiang Chen. Do you expect that bastard to write songs for Luo Wei? You bastard Jiang Chen, you've done so much harm to others. Goddess, wake up. Looks can't make a living. Talent is what matters most. Jiang Chen is just a pretty face. I strongly suggest kicking him out of Chunwe Entertainment. Alas, Chunwe Entertainment is finished. Director Yao has gone to Qingcheng Entertainment to make music. Luo Wei, I've been waiting for this song for a month. Can you please respond? Can the song be released today? There were all kinds of comments, but of course the most common ones were insults against Jiang Chen. There is also a large number of Su Luowei's fans who hope that Su Luowei can come forward to respond to the doubts on the internet. After all, they have been waiting for this song, and even if it cannot be released today, they hope to get an explanation. But Su Luowei's Weibo seemed to have fallen silent, and she has not responded yet. After browsing the comments section for a while, Jiang Chen roughly understood the situation. He closed Weibo and slowly replied to Su Jingchu. What are you panicking about? There's no insider, continue trading. 2 minutes later, he received a reply from Su Jingchu. What's the meaning? Jiang Chen. Half an hour later, Su Luowei finally updated her Weibo. Fans who received the news excitedly clicked into Weibo. However, it was discovered that the update Su Luowei made was still a video related to charity activities, in which a dozen children from Hope Primary School were briefly interviewed. Although these children have lost most of their loved ones, they still seem to be full of longing and hope for the future. Facing the camera, each of them showed an innocent and simple smile. At the end of the video, Su Luowei appeared on the screen and once again called on everyone to pay more attention to children in the disaster area, and then bowed deeply to everyone. However, her video did not receive any understanding from netizens, and fans left disappointed comments in the comment section. Luo Wei, are you really not releasing new songs today? Why do you always post these irrelevant videos? I can accept another delay, but don't treat me like this. Luo Wei, please speak up. I've been your fan for 5 years. Can you please respond to the online questions? In just 10 minutes, the video had over 50,000 comments. But the national goddess Su Luowei never gave any response again. On the other side, Jiang Chen had already hung up the call with Su Jingchu to explain. Let's release the song tonight at 9 o'clock. Entertainment Circle Fear Value 94. Chapter 91 Regret Released. Sister Jing, Jiwen, and I have already put the resignation application on your desk. Chunwe Entertainment, Zhang Yaji and Jiwen finally made the decision to terminate their contract with the company. However, Su Jingchu and Su Luowei were not in the company at this time. So after Zhang Yaji put the resignation application on Su Jingchu's desk, she sent a text message as a reminder. No one knew that they had secretly met with the agent of Qingcheng Entertainment yesterday. Allure Entertainment promised them that it would arrange more announcements and resources for them. A month later, they will completely leave Chunwe Entertainment and sign a contract with Qingcheng Entertainment. Therefore, submitting your resignation application earlier will allow you to leave Chunwe Entertainment earlier. Anyway, Su Jingchu also said that as long as she stayed in Chunwe Entertainment for another month, she would not be held liable for any breach of contract. After waiting for a long time, Su Jingchu didn't respond. Zhang Yaji shrugged, thinking that Su Jingchu might have been too anxious and flustered. All the chaotic public opinions on the internet, coupled with his own resignation application, were enough to make Su Jingchu feel overwhelmed. It was normal that he did not respond for a while. What she didn't know was that Su Jingchu was indeed a little busy at the moment, but it had nothing to do with their resignation applications. Jiang Chen's song release schedule was very tight, and she was so busy with all sorts of trivial matters that she had no time to deal with these two people. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Qingcheng Entertainment made its final move. The company's official Weibo account was the first to update a dynamic. Director Yao's new song, Regret, has been released. Singer, by Tao. Everyone is welcome to download and save it. Regret? Director Yao has a hidden meaning behind this song title. I just listened to it. It's not bad. It's Yao Sichuan's usual style. Alas, it's a pity that the person singing is by Tao, not Luo Wei. Director Yao used to sing his songs for Luo Wei. Bai Tao's style is quite similar to Luo Wei's, but she's not as popular as Luo Wei. Director Yao and Su Luo Wei are releasing songs on the same day? Are they trying to challenge Chunwe Entertainment? When I left, I must have been dissatisfied. What's the competition? Didn't you see the trending searches? Su Luowei's new song is delayed. Chunwe Entertainment should really regret not even keeping such a talented musician. No wonder everyone is saying that Chunwe Entertainment is going bankrupt and the national goddess is starting to decline. As soon as the Weibo post was released, it sparked heated discussion among netizens. Netizens gathered under the Weibo updates to express their views and opinions. Some people even went to the official Weibo accounts of Su Luowei and Chunwe Entertainment and deliberately made provocative remarks. At Su Luowei, director Yao wrote a song called Regret. I want to ask if you regret it. You kicked director Yao out for Jiang Chen? Now you can only watch others release songs. What a mess, goddess. Hurry and invite director Yao back. That idiot director Jiang Chen, can he even compare to director Yao? 8:30 in the evening. In the Chunwe Entertainment Lounge, the artists gathered together and the atmosphere was a little dull. Everyone has gradually heard that Zhang Yaji and Jiwen asked the company to terminate their contracts. There aren't many artists in the company to begin with, and once the two most popular ones leave, it's like losing half of the company. What's more, there is also Lin Lerong. This is undoubtedly a huge change for Chunwe Entertainment. The artists gathered in the lounge to chat. In the past 2 days, there have been too many voices on the internet targeting Chunwe Entertainment. However, President Su did not make any reassuring statement in the company. He simply gave a few brief instructions on the work and then went to the mountains. It is said that in order to divert the topic on the internet, he also participated in charity activities in the disaster area and donated 3 million to local education. Unfortunately, this approach doesn't seem to have any effect. As soon as Yao Sichuan's new song Regret was released, the topic of Chunwe Entertainment on the internet became heated again. More and more netizens are mocking the show, and it is difficult for Mr. Su's fans to refute it. Because today is the day that President Su promised his fans to release a new song. But it is already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and there is still no movement on Mr. Su's Weibo, not even a single explanation. This song Regret is so popular. In the lounge, a young assistant suddenly exclaimed, and everyone looked at her. I was just looking at the data and I found that the song Regret has been played over 50,000 times in just less than 2 hours after it was released. The assistant held up her phone and said, it's now in the top 10 of the Ewan Cloud New Songs chart. Everyone was a little surprised, and then they all took out their mobile phones and opened the Ewan Cloud Music app. Sure enough, on the new song list, the song Regret has already reached the 8th position, and the number of plays and downloads are increasing rapidly. Director Yao and general manager Su have been working together for many years and have gained some fame themselves. Coupled with the popularity brought by various hot topics in the past 2 days, the song Regret became an instant hit. The homepage of Iwan Cloud Music even designed a banner page poster for the song. Do you regret anything today? Musical talent Yao Sikhan releases his new work Regret. The number of comments on Regret has exceeded 5,000. Countless netizens who like to watch the fun and enjoy the trouble are all at Su Luowei, Goddess, do you regret it today? If director Yao hadn't left, this song should have been sung by President Su, right? Someone murmured. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Yes, in the past, all of Mr. Su's songs were produced by director Yao. If director Yao had not left yet, then this song would definitely belong to general manager Su. I've already told you that Chunwe Entertainment will collapse sooner or later after director Yao leaves. Don't you believe me? Lin Larong snorted with a mixture of pride and disdain, proving her foresight. Now you understand, don't you? Chunwe Entertainment is rapidly declining. There's no way they can compete with Chingcheng Entertainment. I advise you all to wake up and not sync with Chunwe Entertainment. Everyone was silent. Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen looked at each other, both looking relieved and relieved. Fortunately, they had already signed a contract with Chingcheng Entertainment. Even if Chunwe Entertainment capsizes at this time, it has nothing to do with them. Anyway, they already had the lifebuoys distributed by Chingcheng Entertainment in their hands. Let's go. It's boring to stay here. Let's go back to the dormitory. Lin Larong curled her lips in disdain and stood up. Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen also nodded and stood up to pack their things. Just as they were about to walk out the door, a series of cell phone rings suddenly rang out in the lounge, like pebbles thrown into a lake, breaking the silence of the dim dawn. Ding ding. Buzz buzz buzz. Dong dong. Everyone picked up their phones in confusion. Hey, it's President Su's Weibo that's updated. Chapter 92 Invisible Wings released. Lin Larong also frowned slightly, took out her mobile phone and opened Weibo. However, after just one look, she couldn't help but curl her lips. Su Luowei's latest Weibo post was about charity again. Hashtag reconstruction of the disaster area hashtag. Hashtag Hope Primary School hashtag. Hashtag fundraising ambassador Su Luowei hashtag. Below the topic is a charity video. The title is, Everyone Has a Pair of Invisible Wings, Protecting Us and Taking Us to Fly Forward. Lin Larong's expression was full of disdain. You don't even need to watch this kind of video to know that it contains all kinds of forced emotional and touching content. It is nothing more than interviewing children in the disaster area, highlighting their pitifulness and gaining everyone's sympathy. Or they publicize Su Luowei's contributions to charity activities to win the favor of fans, which is nothing new. Su Jingchu and Su Luowei don't think that such a charity video alone can calm the discussion among netizens, right? How naive. She slid her finger and clicked on the video. The video begins with a scene of a group of children from the disaster area laughing and playing in school. However, what is different from the previous video is that this video is accompanied by a faint background melody, which seems to be more emotional and is a good improvement. But, that's it. Lin Larong sneered. Such a video would not have any effect at all. Fans want new songs, not charity videos. She was about to turn off the video, but the picture on her phone suddenly changed. From the playground where children were playing, the scene switched to a rooftop. Su Luowei sat on a concrete platform on the roof, holding a guitar. This building is not tall and should be the only teaching building in the school. Downstairs, there is a noisy playground for children, and in the distance, the setting sun is almost touching the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the playground, stretching the children's shadows very long, and also fell on Su Luowei on the roof. She had a simple ponytail and no makeup on. Her collar was exposed on her fair neck, and her hair on her temples was gently lifted by the breeze. She looked at the sunset in the distance, her fingers gently plucking the guitar strings. It seemed that the slightly sad background music in the video just now was played by the guitar in her arms. Seeing this scene, Lin Larong couldn't help but be stunned. What does this mean? On the high platform, Su Luowei's guitar melody slowly came to an end, and she gently opened her mouth. Every time. We are all strong in wandering loneliness. Every time. Even if it hurts. No tears in my eyes. Lin Larong was stunned for a moment, and her eyes gradually widened in astonishment. No way. Could it be that this video is a song? As if he heard the question in her heart. At the bottom of the screen, a subtitle appeared. The new song Invisible Wings is dedicated to all children growing up in adversity. I hope that the invisible wings can take you out of trouble and fly towards new hope. I know. I have always had a pair of invisible wings. Take me flying. Flying over despair. Suluowe's singing voice is very gentle, but with a hint of sadness and melancholy, and the melody is also very catchy. Lin Laron's expression gradually became shocked and dull. The melody of this song is pretty, but how is this possible? Didn't director Yao personally guarantee that it would be impossible for Suluowe to come up with a new song at this time? The video suddenly changed again. The footage of the disaster area reports that appeared in the news that year was shown to everyone one by one. The originally quiet video suddenly began to shake violently. What followed was the collapse of buildings and the terrified crowd running in all directions. The screen suddenly fell into darkness. After a long time, when the camera lit up again, the scene was already in ruins. One broken body after another was dug out from the rubble. There was no noise at the scene, not even any crying could be heard. Whether it is doctors, nurses, or rescue soldiers. Everyone's expression was a little numb because they hadn't had a good night's sleep for several days. There is only one voice in my heart. Hurry up! Faster! If we were just a little faster, we could have saved one more person. The children hiding in the rubble were pulled out by pairs of strong hands. There was no surprise or relief on his face after being rescued, only dull and dazed expression. Because the scene before them was too subversive and difficult for them to accept. The home where we had lived for a long time turned into ruins. And at this moment, all the relatives who were by my side are nowhere to be found. Don't think about it. They have a beautiful son. I saw. Every day sunset. There will be changes. Suluowe's eyes were slightly red. When I first saw Jiang Chen write this song on paper, she didn't understand the real meaning, but just thought the melody was nice. Until Jiang Chen was in the office, arranging for her to go to the mountains. When she came to this Hope primary school named after morning, she finally understood that there was such a deep meaning behind this song. It would be more appropriate for this song to be released there. If it's done well, we can also raise some donations for the children in the disaster area. I know. I have a pair of invisible wings. Take me flying. Give me hope. The singing continued, and the artists in the lounge. Almost everyone has clicked on the video and is watching the scenes on their phones with shock on their faces. Listening to Suluowe's singing voice, which is gentle, yet soothing and encouraging. I finally see all dreams blossom. Chasing youth. The singing is so loud. The video changes scene for the last time. It was transformed from a ruin into the school we see today. The children were laughing and playing on the playground, their innocent little faces filled with innocent smiles. In the distance, the setting sun lingered quietly in the sky, casting a rosy glow on all faces. A quiet and peaceful atmosphere. The disaster has passed, and invisible wings have carried them over despair. I finally soar. Look with your heart and do not be afraid. Where will the wind blow? Just fly as far as you can. Lin Laron only felt a tingling sensation on her scalp suddenly rising to the top of her head. My eyes couldn't help but turn red. This song turns out to mean this. Damn it! What is going on? She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, unable to believe it. She obviously didn't want this. Chapter 93 Reactions from all parties. On the wall, the second hand was rotating tick-tick. After the video finished playing, there was silence in the lounge. There were 7 or 8 people in the room, but no sound was made. After a long while, someone finally looked up and asked in disbelief. This is President Su's new song? Should be. It's so nice. This song. My eyes are red. But didn't Director Yao resign? When exactly did President Su prepare this song? A question arose in everyone's mind. Who wrote this song? It's so good. The artists looked at each other, unable to come up with an answer. Only Chu Yofei clenched her fingers tightly. She knew that this song must have been written by director Jiang. Only he could write such beautiful songs in such a short time, just like his Wish and Old Boy, which touch people's hearts. The lyrics seem simple, but once you listen to them, they can hit your heart and make you unable to calm down for a long time. When watching the video, her eyes turned red uncontrollably, not only because the scenes in the video were touching enough. More importantly, she suddenly thought of herself. How many times had she looked at her grandmother's hunched back and secretly wiped away her tears in the house? How many times has she faced rejection from one crew after another in the film and television city? Back in the dormitory, she said to herself in the mirror with red eyes, "I must be strong. I must persevere." She wanted to make money, enough to bring her grandmother out of the mountains and live a good life. Finally, she met Mr. Su, and her job gradually became stable. The first time I heard the lyrics of Invisible Wings, she felt an inexplicable touch in her heart. Yes, she also has a pair of invisible wings. Although the wings are relatively small, they can only carry her flying slowly. But despair will eventually fly away. How is this possible? Zhang Yaji and Yi Jiwen were completely shocked and stunned. They didn't expect that Su Luowei would actually release a new song today. This is impossible. Yesterday, the agent of Qingqing Entertainment clearly said that they have blocked almost all musicians who could cooperate with Chunwe Entertainment during this period. It is impossible for Su Luowei to come up with a decent new song in a short period of time. As public opinion continues to ferment, Chunwe Entertainment is bound to continue to decline in the coming period until it disappears from the entertainment industry. And this is just the beginning, the agent of Qingqing Entertainment continued to reveal. The person that Qingqing Entertainment really wants to target is Su Luowei, not Chunwe Entertainment. Once this national goddess gradually loses her popularity, how can Chunwe Entertainment continue to exist? The agent of Qingqing Entertainment spoke very clearly. Neither Zhang Yaji nor Yi Jiwen had any doubts in their hearts, and even felt that it made sense. But, what about this song, Invisible Wings, now? Look, this song has been uploaded to Iwang Cloud Music. Suddenly someone said. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and quickly clicked on the Iwang Cloud software. Type Invisible Wings in the search box. Sure enough, the page showed Su Luowei's latest uploaded new song. Su Luowei Invisible Wings. Lyrics, Zhang Chen. Composer, Zhang Chen. Arranger, Zhang Chen. A series of Zhang Chen names appeared in the work information column. The lounge was suddenly silent for a moment, and everyone's mouths opened wide. This song was written by Zhang Chen? Next to the dark grand piano sat a tall and elegant figure. The towering ceiling is inlaid with exquisite crystal chandeliers, emitting a soft and cool light, illuminating the entire space brightly and transparently. The floor is covered with soft and thick wool carpets, exquisite coffee tables, and soft leather sofas with warm colors. A whole wall of wine cabinets displays a variety of fine wines. Yan Shuexin looked at the video on her phone with complicated eyes. On the small table, there is an exquisite goblet, and the crystal clear red wine is shining with a faint soft glow. She likes wine tasting and collecting, and there are thousands of bottles of fine wine in her home wine cabinet. She drinks a little at this time every day, which can help her sleep and beautify her skin. However, today is the day when Su Luowei's new song is released, and she plans to watch the song release before going to bed. There were rumors online that Su Luowei's new song would be delayed, but she knew that Zhang Chen had once written a song for Su Luowei called The Wind Rises, which was of very high quality. I originally thought that this would be the song released today. I didn't expect that when I clicked on the video, it turned out to be a song I had never heard of before, Invisible Wings. I heard that this was a song that Luowei accidentally got out of Zhang Chen. If it weren't for the little junior sister's cleverness, this song might not have been released until now. So how many songs did Zhang Chen write in 3 years? Yan Shuexin took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with complex and uncertain light. Every time I feel like Zhang Chen has reached his peak, but he always manages to surprise me without warning. Where is his limit? Yan Shuexin took a sip of red wine, and her cheeks flushed. Thinking of Zhang Chen's words that he would quit the music industry in 2 months, she secretly shook her head. With his talent, his name will soon be known throughout the music world. How can I leave easily then? At the same time, in a quiet coffee shop, Wan Lin was flipping through a book called Loneliness. Recently she has become a little obsessed with reading. Every time she reads a book, she feels like she has become more fulfilled. She has almost finished reading the book Loneliness. She heard that there is a book called Those Years, We Blew Out the Lights Together, which is very popular on the internet recently, and she is planning to take a look at it. But just as she opened the last chapter of Loneliness, her assistant handed her a mobile phone. Su Luowei released a new song. You said before that you would be notified as soon as possible. Wang Lin stopped flipping the pages, took the phone, and curiously clicked on the video on the screen. Ever since she won the award for his wish, she has been curious about the songs written by Jiang Chen. Is this young man's talent the result of occasional inspiration or real learning? The video begins with a scene of children from Hope Primary School playing. Then Su Luowei appeared on the platform on the roof. After 3 minutes, the video ends. Wang Lin stared blankly at the screen that was gradually getting darker, and remained silent for a long time. Until the assistant gently reminded him. She put down her phone and sighed leisurely. Xingcheng Entertainment has really hit a wall this time. The Lang family's plan against Chunwe Entertainment has all come to nothing. I just don't know how big this mess will get. Jiang Chen doesn't seem like someone who's easy to talk to. Well. Chapter 90 for the whole network is boiling. Oh my god, why is it another charity video? Are you really not releasing any new songs today? Is it really that difficult to respond to fans? I declare that I will stop being a fan from now on. After netizens discovered that Su Luowei's latest Weibo post was still a charity video, they directly complained in the comments section. Drip, drip, drip. In a somewhat quiet room. The middle-aged woman looked through the questioning comments and messages on her phone, and a look of anxiety and disappointment appeared in her eyes. Mom, did Sister Luowei post on Weibo? On the bed, the girl's face was slightly pale. There were 2 thin tubes inserted into her mouth and nose, and the instrument beside the bed would make a beeping sound every 2 or 3 seconds, indicating the girl's physical condition. The medicine bottle was hung high beside the bed, and drops of medicine fell into the syringe on the back of the girl's hand. This turned out to be a hospital ward. Not yet. The middle-aged woman quickly put away the disappointment in her eyes, smiled slightly, and said, Someone just texted Mom, and I took a look. Hearing this, a glimmer of disappointment suddenly flashed in the girl's eyes. Don't wait, kid. The middle-aged woman felt a little distressed when she saw her daughter's pale face, and advised. Your sister Luowei's new song may have been delayed by something. It might not be released until tomorrow. Let's do the surgery first. The doctor said we have to start preparing for the surgery tonight. She couldn't bear to let her daughter know the truth. In fact, she had already received the news on her mobile phone that the national goddess Su Luowei had released the latest Weibo update. But that wasn't the new song my daughter had been waiting for. It's just a charity video, but now the internet is full of questioning voices against Su Luowei. Even many fans expressed disappointment. The national goddess Su Luowei is the idol that their daughter has liked since junior high school. Now that she is about to enter the operating room, she doesn't want her daughter to see these remarks and affect her mood. But the daughter didn't say anything. After a long while, just when the middle-aged woman thought her daughter should give up, the daughter suddenly asked softly, Mom, what are the chances of success for my surgery? The woman was stunned for a moment, and then she forced a smile. Why do you ask that? The doctor said he was very confident it would be successful. Not more than 30%, is it? The girl asked. The middle-aged woman's expression gradually froze on her face, and she looked at her daughter in disbelief. I heard your conversation outside the door that day. The girl said softly. You silly boy, what nonsense are you talking about? The middle-aged woman forced a smile, but couldn't help herself halfway through her words. He turned around, his eyes red and his throat gradually became choked. Mom, don't cry, I'm not afraid. The girl bit her lip and shook her head. I'm already prepared. I know that once I enter the operating room, I might never come out. But I'm really not afraid, don't worry. Kid, stop talking. The woman finally couldn't help it and whimpered softly. Tears fell like beads from a broken string. During this period, she had been suppressing her emotions, fearing that her daughter would notice something. At this point, I finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Mom, thank you for your company over the years. The middle-aged woman sobbed and shook her head without saying a word. Can you give me your phone? The girl's eyes gradually became red. Who isn't afraid of death? She just didn't want to make her mother feel bad. Before entering the operating room, I want to send a Weibo post to Sister Luowei. When I was sad in the past few years, I kept listening to her songs, and I also wanted to say thank you to her. She bit her pale lips and said. And of course, farewell. Good. Faced with her daughter's final request, the woman had no way of refusing. She handed the phone to the girl. The girl took the phone and slowly opened Weibo. But after a moment, she suddenly said softly, "Sister Luo Wei has released new updates." The middle-aged woman wiped the tears from her face and said, "That's just a charity video, not a new song." At this time, the girl had already clicked on the video. She hasn't looked at the recent hot topics on the internet, and wants to take one last look at the world at the last moment. Click on the video. It is the playground of a Hope Primary School. The children are playing and having fun. Then Su Luowei suddenly appeared on the high platform on the roof. Every time. We are all strong in our lonely wandering. Every time. The girl was stunned for a moment. Is this video a song? She had never heard this song before. Could it be Sister Luo Wei's new song? In the ward, the middle-aged woman was also stunned. Su Luo Wei's new song released? She didn't seem to notice just now. Below the video, 2 lines of subtitles slowly emerged. Invisible Wings is dedicated to all children growing up in adversity. I hope that the invisible wings can take you out of trouble and fly towards new hope. I know. I have always had a pair of invisible wings. Take me flying. Give me hope. The room was very quiet. There were only videos on the phone and gentle and encouraging songs that kept coming. The girl's eyes kept widening. The doctor outside the door pushed the door open gently, but when he saw the scene, he couldn't help but stop slowly. Invisible wings. Let the dream last longer than the sky. Leave one. Desire. Let yourself imagine. After a few minutes, the singing slowly faded away, and you could hear a pin drop in the ward. The girl's eyes were a little dull, and the middle-aged woman's expression was also shocked. Daughter, that video just now, is it your sister Luo Wei's new song? The girl nodded, but there was still a gleam of disbelief in her eyes. This song is really nice, better than any of Sister Luo Wei's previous songs. Moreover, this song is really touching. It seems to give people a special power. After listening to this song, she seemed less afraid of the upcoming surgery. Everyone has a pair of invisible wings. Invisible wings will take her out of despair. She raised her head slightly and saw the doctor waiting at the door. The other party should be here to take her for surgery. At this moment, she inexplicably felt a little more courage in her heart. She took a deep breath, forced a smile, and encouraged herself. Mom, I'm not afraid. I'm ready. Let's do it together. Come on. Okay, keep going. You must hold on, Mom is waiting for you outside. And at this time, more and more netizens on the internet have clicked on this charity video. Half an hour later, a trending search term appeared, Su Luowei's new song, Invisible Wings, released. Directly topped the hot search list. The entire internet was in an uproar. Chapter 95. I found Jiang Chen's new song. This video is actually a song. Invisible Wings, Sister Luo Wei's new song is out. I'm sorry, goddess. I'm not human. I misunderstood you. Sister Luo Wei, I shouldn't have doubted you today. Please forgive me. Oh my god, I'm going crazy. What have I been doing these past 2 days? I finally understand why the goddess keeps posting charity videos. I really want to slap myself twice. I'm not a human. Late at night, after watching the video and listening to this song, tears streamed down my face. I'm sorry, I've decided to donate 3 days' salary this month to Hope Primary School. On Weibo, the number of clicks on Su Luowei's charity video is rapidly increasing. Ever since netizens discovered that this charity video was a song, they were stunned. After watching the video, netizens remained silent for a long time and did not speak. It turns out that the national goddess' new song has not been delayed, and she has been posting charity videos not to divert topics on the internet. She did not let her fans down and has been staying in the mountains for the past 2 days. In addition to raising funds for the local Hope Primary School, she also wanted to give this song to the local children. So what on earth have they been doing these past 2 days? Question. Ridicule? Make trouble? Threaten? Compared to the goddess's charitable act, are they still human beings for doing such things? For a moment, countless netizens felt extremely uncomfortable and guilty, and wanted to slap themselves hard. I've decided to eat instant noodles tonight and save the money for a meal to donate. My girlfriend asked me to buy her a bag, so I tied her up and beat her up. I decided to donate the money. Upstairs, is the hospital's Wi-Fi working well? I feel so bad. My monthly salary is 30,000 yuan, and I'm donating 3,000 yuan. I'm paying it in full, no installments. Support the goddess. Students can't afford much, so we can only donate for a meal. This song is so beautiful. I want to donate a little even for this song. In the comments section, netizens who were moved by the song expressed their guilt and determination. Although the song Invisible Wings by national goddess Su Luowei was written for children in the local disaster area, it touched everyone's heart. Although they have not experienced the kind of horrific disaster in the video, most people have their own difficulties and adversities. When they heard this song, they felt a special power inspiring their hearts. Hang in there. Hope lies ahead. If you hold on a little longer, you will definitely be able to fly out of despair. This is a song that can inspire people. Netizens spontaneously forwarded Su Luowei's charity video and added an apology text. I'm sorry, goddess, I shouldn't have questioned you. This is the money I used to buy beef this month. I donated it. For the first time in 3 years, I shed tears. I felt immense regret because of a song. This is a song that touches the heart. I don't have much money, so I'll donate $200 to give you peace of mind. For a time, the entire Weibo was filled with various apologies and donations. At this time, the people in the somewhat simple office of the Hope Primary School Charity Foundation in the disaster area were completely shocked. Because from the very beginning, their charity foundation account has been receiving various donations continuously. 1,000. 200. 50. 3,000. There are more and less, but the number is extremely large and is rising rapidly. It was not until the head of the foundation opened the Weibo post that he discovered that it was the new song of national goddess Su Luowei that helped promote their charity foundation. The middle-aged man slapped his forehead heavily and suddenly remembered. 2 days ago, when Su Luowei donated 3 million to them, she seemed to have mentioned that she would use the new song to help promote it in the next 2 days. But he didn't take it to heart at the time, and just thanked the national goddess for her contribution to charity. Unexpectedly, as soon as the new song was released today, it seemed that the entire network was about to be paralyzed. How can this influence be so terrifying? The middle-aged man's eyes were wide open, full of astonishment. The entire Weibo was almost paralyzed. The news that the national goddess' new song has sparked heated discussions across the internet has also swept the entire entertainment industry in the shortest possible time. Before this, everyone was waiting to see Chunwe Entertainment's good show, and no one was optimistic about the competition between Chunwe Entertainment and Qingqing Entertainment. Unexpectedly, Su Luowei could come up with a song within the specified time and cause a sensation on the entire internet. A song? Have you listened to that song? I heard that the quality is really good. No wonder it has triggered so many hot searches. This is strange. Yao Sikhun has already resigned, and many musicians have been recruited by Qingqing Entertainment. Where did Chunwe Entertainment find these songs? Did she ask her teacher to write it? That's unlikely, that teacher hasn't written a song in a long time. Didn't you see the song information? The composer is Su Luowei's husband, Jiang Chen. What? No way. Singers from all over the entertainment industry are talking about and marveling at this new song. Iwan Cloud Operations Department also received an urgent overtime notice. Normally, with such a large market like China, new songs are released almost every day. It is not uncommon to release songs on Iwan Cloud, and there is no need to adjust working hours for the release of a song. However, the popularity of Invisible Wings was so high that it neither promoted it in advance nor contacted the operation department to purchase publicity and promotion resources. Just over an hour after it was released, it triggered an avalanche-like crazy chain reaction on the internet. More than a dozen trending searches, plus 2 topics with the deep red word explosion, are enough to prove the impact it has brought to netizens. Up to now, the popularity of various topics is still rising rapidly. Even though Iwan Cloud is the largest music platform in China, it must pay attention to such popularity. Within a few days, a large number of netizens will definitely go to the music platform to download and play the song. Iwan Cloud wants to make itself the best choice for netizens. So overtime became the only option. The operations department must create promotional pages in the shortest possible time to fully cooperate with the promotion of Invisible Wings. In the evening, 10 o'clock. The lights in the Starlight Entertainment news office were also bright. In the past 2 days, the entire internet has been crazy about criticizing Chunwe Entertainment. Who could have imagined that in just 2 hours, the situation would change so drastically. Naturally, the entertainment media cannot miss such a hot topic and have to work overtime to keep up with the pace on the internet. If I wait until tomorrow to send out the press release, I won't even get to drink the soup. Miao Qiubai sat at his desk with a complicated expression. After returning last night, she had a strong premonition that Chunwe Entertainment must be hiding something from everyone. The fact that these guys were defeated by Qingcheng Entertainment was just an illusion. Really? At this critical moment, Chunwe Entertainment's Su Luowei's new song was released. All the doubts and criticisms arranged by Qingcheng Entertainment were transformed into boosters for this song. A new song became popular on the internet just 1 hour after its release. This kind of scene seems to have never been seen anywhere else except at the year-end gala. Miao Qiubai took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with deep shock. After thinking carefully about Chunwe Entertainment's operations in recent times, she couldn't help but feel a little horrified. Chunwe Entertainment's method of marketing online topics is really brilliant. Remain unmoved in the face of various topics and public opinions, waiting for the situation to heat up enough and then instantly reverse the situation. Even the people from their star entertainment news were being exploited. She now strongly suspected that Jiang Chen's behavior of accepting her interview that day was completely intentional. The purpose was to angrily criticize Jiang Lang for running out of ideas in the interview and to increase the attention of the entire network again. And I and Jiang Langkai had become part of his plan. This way of operating is really audacious. Sister Miao, I found some information about Jiang Chen that you asked me to look up. At this moment, a tall and thin man came over from the office, holding a tablet in his hand, and reported to her. I found out that some time ago, the national goddess Su Luowei seemed to have held a live broadcast at home. During that live broadcast, Jiang Chen sang a song that caused quite a stir in the studio. Upon hearing this, Miao Qiubai was stunned for a moment. Then why hasn't this video been circulated on the internet? Entertainment Circle Fear Value 94. Chapter 96. He said his name was Jiang Chen. I don't know either. The tall, thin man shook his head, his expression strange. Although that live broadcast did spark some hot topics online, they were all directed at Jiang Chen. Many netizens even expressed their desire to die together with Jiang Chen. I don't know what happened. I was able to obtain this video by contacting a netizen who recorded the video at the time. Then did you ask her why she didn't release this video at that time? Miao Qiubai asked. I asked. The tall, thin man nodded. But he seemed very angry. He said Jiang Chen was so pretentious, actually showing off his affection in the live broadcast room. He would never post this video. At this point, he was speechless. This person seems to be a die-hard fan of Su Luowei and doesn't want others to see Jiang Chen pretending to be cool. Miao Qiubai's mouth twitched. What kind of a reason is this? Besides that, there's another very strange thing. The tall and thin man continued. What? Some netizens uploaded the video to Weibo at the time, but it seemed that it was banned by the platform not long after. I specifically contacted some netizens to ask, and the reason given by the platform for the ban was that Jiang Chen smoked in the live broadcast room, which is a violation and cannot be broadcast. I think this is probably the main reason why this video cannot be found on the internet. Miao Qiubai was stunned for a moment. Was he banned because he smoked in the live broadcast room? When did Weibo become so strictly controlled? Even videos posted by netizens are not allowed to show smoking? She thought about it for a long time but had no idea, so she gave up. Forget it, don't think too much about it for now. She sighed and waved her hand. Show me the video. The tall and thin man placed the tablet on the table and clicked on the video on the screen. Jiang Chen in the video does look a bit arrogant, holding a guitar and biting a cigarette but looking like he really wants a beating. Even Miao Qiubai's mouth twitched involuntarily. This guy really deserves a beating. No wonder his fans are so angry that they don't want to post this video. But soon her expression froze on her face. It's all your fault that you fell in love with me so easily. Let me unknowingly satisfy the vanity of being loved. It's all your fault, you spoiled people. It's a temptation. In the video, Jiang Chen is holding a guitar and singing to Su Luowei. The singing voice is clear, powerful, and magnetic, just like a professional male singer. Most importantly, she had never heard this song before. In the video comments, she saw the name of the song, The Moon's Trouble. A love song. The video ended 3 minutes later, and Miao Qiubai stared at the screen in disbelief. Could Jiang Chen really have written such a beautiful love song in just 5 minutes? Sure enough, this guy is good at writing songs. She wasn't quite sure outside the yard that day. Now it can be confirmed. Jiang Chun has indeed been hiding himself all along. He is not the mediocre writer that people say on the internet, but a person who is even better than a professional singer. Everyone was deceived by him. Miao Bai clenched her fingers tightly. She felt that she had discovered a huge secret. Sister Miao, there are already 5 trending searches related to Su Luowei's new song on the trending search list. At this time, a colleague in the office asked loudly. This is the best time to capitalize on the hype. What kind of article should we publish? Miao Bai turned on the computer in front of him. Sure enough, the hottest topic on the trending search list at this time was still Su Luowei's new song, Invisible Wings, released. But soon after, several topics squeezed into the top 10 of the hot search list. I'm sorry, I owe the national goddess an apology. Forward charity, please pay more attention to the children in the disaster area. This song is better than regret, it can touch the soul, I admit that I cried. Miao Bai looked at these trending searches and couldn't help but be stunned. Just over an hour after Su Luowei's song was released, it created several top 10 hot search topics, which is simply terrifying. The second most searched topic was, shocked. Invisible Wings was actually written by Jiang Chen? There is also a fiery red word explosion next to this topic. Obviously, as time goes by, netizens have gradually discovered that the lyrics and music of Invisible Wings were actually written by Jiang Chen. It shocked the entire internet. Isn't Jiang Chen a mediocre writer? How can he write songs? Miao Bai clicked on the hot topic and found that the comment section was full of unbelievable voices. No way, this song was written by Jiang Chen? Is that true? I don't believe it, it's impossible, I don't believe it. If this song was really written by Jiang Chen, I'll eat shit live on social media. How could that bastard possibly write such a good song? Isn't he a writer? Can he also write songs? What a writer! Grass would grow on his grave in 3 years, and he hasn't written a single word. Sister Miao, if we release this video of Jiang Chen singing now, it will definitely set the internet on fire again. The tall, thin man beside him looked at the online comments and said excitedly, this is exclusive. There are currently no similar reports on the internet. Miao Bai couldn't help but feel moved after hearing this. For them who work in the media, any new information that can make a splash on the internet is priceless. She now has 2 videos of Jiang Chen singing Old Boy and The Moon's Trouble, so there is no reason not to release them. If you miss the hot spots due to hesitation, all these videos will be wasted. They are just a small online media. The company has been making losses in the past 2 years due to poor management. If it were not for this, she would not have to take her colleagues to eat the dirty money given by Chingching Entertainment. Large media companies don't even care about this kind of money. Although the last interview with Jiang Chen was exploited, it did allow their Star Entertainment News to gain some publicity on the internet, and they also made a lot of money from Chingching Entertainment. If we can make use of the 2 videos we have, we can create a wave of popularity. The operating pressure on their Starlight Entertainment newspaper will be much lighter this year. When Miao Bai thought of this, the idea in her mind became stronger and stronger, although she still didn't understand whether Jiang Chen was hiding something more shocking. But the most important thing now is to keep the company running. She stood up and was about to arrange the tasks, but at this moment, a colleague suddenly stood up with a shocked expression, Sister Miao. Someone is calling to see you. He covered a microphone with his hand. Miao Bai frowned slightly, it's so late, who is looking for me? She shook her head, if it's not something important, don't worry about it for now. I have work to arrange now. The colleague was stunned for a moment, then said in a rather strange tone. But, he said his name is Jiang Chen. Hearing this, the office gradually became quiet. Chapter 97 Reporter Miao, are you selling it? Jiang Chen? Miao Bai was stunned. Why is he calling so late? She didn't hesitate for long. After just a moment, she walked over and answered the phone. No matter what Jiang Chen's purpose was in calling her, she had to listen. Hello? Hello, Reporter Miao. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Miao Bai immediately confirmed that the person on the other end of the phone was indeed Jiang Chen. This guy's voice is not only lazy, but also has a hint of cynicism. No one else can replicate this annoying voice. Director Jiang, it's so late. What's the matter with you calling me? She asked puzzledly. There's nothing special going on. I just want to ask you something. What's up? I'm thinking of acquiring a media company recently. I'm wondering if your Starlight Entertainment newspaper has any business for sale. Miao Chobai was stunned. What did you say? Ha, reporter Miao, don't be surprised. I just want to acquire a media outlet recently. Zhang Chen's voice continued to ring on the phone. Invisible Wings has been released and the response seems to be pretty good. But things aren't quite over between the two companies. All of Qingcheng Entertainment's attacks have failed, and now it's his turn to cause some trouble for Qingcheng Entertainment. 10 minutes later, Miao Chobai hung up the phone with a dazed expression. Seeing this, everyone in the office was full of curiosity. Sister Miao, what did Zhang Chen say? The man with glasses standing next to her asked in confusion. He asked me whether our company would be sold? There was a flash of shock in Miao Chobai's eyes. What? Everyone in the office was shocked when they heard this. They all thought this was Zhang Chen's way of humiliating them, and they couldn't help but curse and rage. Damn it, humiliation. This is blatant humiliation. Sister Miao, ignore him. It's so boring for a gigolo to have nothing to do after eating his fill. It must be revenge for our report on him scolding Jiang Lang for being out of his depth last time, which caused him to be scolded by netizens for several days. That's outrageous. Who does he think he is? Does he think he's rich? Why don't you just take a piss and look at your own weight? If I were to answer the phone, I would definitely scold him to death. Sister Miao, don't take it to heart. Just reject this kind of bastard directly. The man with glasses was also very angry and tried to persuade Miao Chobai. He felt that Miao Chobai must be very angry about this matter. But at this moment, the door of the finance office suddenly opened, and a slightly plump woman hurried out of the office with a look of shock and excitement on her face. The company just received a transfer of 1 million yuan from a man named Zhang. What's going on? Has any one of you secured a big order? The slightly plump woman looked at everyone excitedly. She was the company's accountant and happened to be working overtime tonight to organize the financial data for the end of the month. I didn't expect to receive a text message from the bank just now, notifying me that someone transferred 1 million to the account of Starlight Entertainment News. However, after hearing her words, the entire office gradually quieted down. 1 million? What is going on? No one spoke, and everyone looked at Miao Chobai. Sister Miao, did you really sell it to him? The man with glasses opened his mouth in shock. He knew that Miao Chobai owned more than half of the shares of Starlight Entertainment newspaper and was both the editor-in-chief and the major shareholder. Fully entitled to sell shares in the company. Of course not. Then this money is? Miao Chobai's expression gradually became strange, and he looked at everyone. Zhang Chen said it's okay if we don't sell the company. Of the 1 million, 500,000 is our 2 months' salary. He wants to cover our company for 2 months. What? Everyone was stunned for a moment, then opened their mouths wide. Spend 500,000 to contract the Starlight Entertainment News for 2 months? What is this operation? You have to know that when they helped Qingcheng Entertainment before, the money they were paid was only about 100,000. The slightly plump woman also opened her lips slightly, unable to believe it. A 2-month contract of 500,000 yuan was enough. She immediately calculated that Starlight Entertainment had a total of more than 20 people, and the actual monthly salary would only be 200,000 yuan. But Zhang Chen directly transferred 500,000 yuan. What does that mean? A monthly salary of 250,000? That's equivalent to a quarter's salary increase for everyone. Suddenly, there was a sound of swallowing in the office. Obviously, many people have calculated this result. A 25% salary increase, who can handle that? Then, what about the remaining 500,000? The man with glasses pushed up his glasses and muttered. Miao Chobai took in the changes in the expressions on everyone's faces and sighed softly in his heart. There's also a bonus of 500,000. Zhang Chen said that if we perform well, this 500,000 will be paid as a year-end bonus. The office fell into silence again, and from time to time the sound of swallowing could be heard. Without much thought, everyone can come to a conclusion. A year-end bonus of 500,000 yuan is equivalent to 2.5 months' salary for each person, which is higher than that of many large companies. Sister Miao, this Zhang Chen, no, what does President Jiang want us to do? Everyone raised their heads and looked at Miao Chobai with some fiery eyes. Yes, Zhang Chen, that's not right. What does President Jiang intend to ask them to do? although they were very angry when they just heard that Jiang Chen wanted to acquire the company. But if the other party insists on doing so and offers a salary increase, then they can only compromise. Sister Miao, it's not that we don't love the company. But what Mr. Jiang gave was really too much. The man with glasses opened his mouth, his face blank, and he couldn't say anything. At this moment, everyone felt the evil power of capital. Jiang Chen, bastard. A bastard writer. He actually uses money to attack people at every turn. Damn, is it great just to be rich? Ahem, Sister Miao, what did President Jiang tell you over the phone? We can't neglect Mr. Jiang's arrangements. It's only 10 o'clock now. I think we should have a meeting to discuss this right away. My house is leaking this month, and I don't want to go home. It's quite comfortable to stay at the company. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Miao Qiubai eagerly. Miao Qiubai felt the sudden change in the expressions of this group of people and rolled his eyes speechlessly. Bastards! They are all money-hungry bastards. Can you be any more shameless? Is that water leaking in your house? You're only after Jiang Chen's salary and bonus. But after taking a deep breath, she raised her hand and pointed helplessly at the meeting room next to her. The meeting will start in the conference room in 5 minutes. Although Jiang Chen's use of money to attack others was infuriating, but she had no way of refusing. Starlight Entertainment News urgently needs this money. 2 months' salary plus the year-end bonus can help the company save a lot of costs. And what Jiang Chen had just instructed her on the phone also made her feel mixed and complicated. Jiang Chen is really going to start taking action against Allure Entertainment, and he also wants to. Is he crazy? Chapter 98, Allure Entertainment's Response. In the luxurious conference room with a heavy Nanmo long table and black chairs, various data tables are displayed on the huge projection screen. At Qingqing Entertainment, a summary meeting on the new song release conference was also being held. The man in the middle, Lung Fushuan, sat in the main seat, looking at the data and information compiled by his subordinates, and smiled at everyone. The song Regret has been played over 50,000 times in just 2 hours after its release. It's currently ranked 6th on the Yiwang Cloud New Songs chart. I believe that if we invest more resources and promote it vigorously tomorrow, we can directly take the top spot. Ai Tao, you performed very well. At the conference table, the sexy woman smiled charmingly and looked at Yao Sikhan. It's all because director Yao wrote such a good song. Otherwise, how could we achieve such a good result? Director Yao's talent is truly admirable. Lang Fushuan also nodded with a smile. This song Regret has expressed the regret of unrequited love in the hearts of countless people. There is a line in the song that I really like. You used to ignore me, but today you are out of my reach. Although the meaning of these lyrics is a bit vulgar, they are particularly resonant. No wonder they have attracted so many comments and reposts from netizens. Yao Sikhan listened to the two people's praise, and although he didn't say anything, he nodded quite conceitedly. He started preparing the song Regret 3 months ago, and after many revisions and adjustments, he got the current version. This song was originally prepared for Su Luowei, but unfortunately, she didn't know how to cherish it. He pondered for a while and sighed slightly. Bai Tao smiled and said, Director Yao, why are you so troubled? Su Luowei doesn't understand your talent, but I do. As she spoke, she winked at Yao Sikhan with a seductive look, the ambiguous meaning of which any man could understand. However, after Yao Sikhan looked at her, there was no fluctuation in his heart. Because he knew that this woman only looked sexy and charming, but in fact, like Chen Yuman, she was also a person who did not like matters between men and women. He shook his head and laughed sarcastically. But this song is still prepared for Su Luowei. I just don't know if she will regret it after listening to it. Marrying a loser like Jiang Chen will ruin everything for him. That's natural. Lang Fushuan laughed. Now the whole internet is full of voices questioning Su Luowei. It's time for a new song release, but not only can she not come up with any new songs, she's also been using charity events to distract netizens and try to divert attention. Fans are not fools. I think her position as a national goddess is almost over. Yao Sikhan snorted coldly. Everything that happened now was within his expectations. I hope this incident will allow her to see Jiang Chen's true face. He's just a loser and not worthy of her at all. Good. Lang Fushuan nodded. I've already made arrangements with the media. As soon as tonight's time is over, we'll immediately point the finger at Jiang Chen, inciting the fans' emotions and making Jiang Chen take the blame. If Su Luowei still wants to maintain her popularity and her position as a national goddess, she must give her fans an explanation on this matter. Otherwise, a large number of fans will inevitably leave. What should we do next? As they were discussing, a staff member suddenly walked in, looking a little flustered. Boss Lang, Director Yao, I just received news that Su Luowei's new song has been released. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What did you say? Lang Fushuan asked. The staff wiped the sweat from his forehead and said again, Su Luowei posted a charity Weibo an hour ago, but when you click on the video, it's a new song. Now the whole internet is blowing up. His expression was very bitter. In fact, they didn't want to report it now. But when people in the company first saw Su Luowei's Weibo post, no one paid much attention to it, thinking it was just an ordinary charity Weibo post. After all, Su Luowei has posted several similar Weibo posts. Who knew that I would suddenly receive a call from other media and suddenly realize that the video was actually a new song? Now more than an hour has passed, and Su Luowei's new song has completely set the entire internet on fire. How is that possible? Yao Sikhan frowned. He has already resigned from Chunwe Entertainment, and several other musicians have also given up on cooperating with Chunwe Entertainment under the arrangement of Qingcheng Entertainment. So where did Sulavi's song come from? Did she write it herself? Play that video and let's take a look. Lang Fushuan remained calm, waved his hand and said. He didn't know what was going on, but he wasn't too worried. There is indeed a possibility that Su Luowei will write her own songs. But her creative ability is limited. If the songs were written by Su Luowei herself, the quality would not be very high and would not affect the overall situation. It's nothing more than spending a little more money and talking to more media outlets. Seeing that the company's top management didn't seem to care much, the staff member opened his mouth anxiously, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to start. Forget it. It's no use just talking, so let these leaders watch the video directly. He quickly connected the computer to the projector and clicked on the video. Everyone's eyes were focused on the curtain. The video begins with a scene of children in the disaster area playing in school. The background music is a melody with a hint of sadness. Just looking at the beginning, it seems that it has nothing to do with Su Luowei's new song. Instead, it looks like a charity promotion video. However, after the staff informed everyone, they all knew that there must be something fishy in the video, so they all remained silent and continued watching. Soon, Su Luowei appeared in the picture holding a guitar. She sat alone on the roof, looking at the sunset in the distance and the children playing downstairs, and slowly opened her mouth. Every time. We are all strong in wandering loneliness. Every time. Listening to Su Luowei's singing. Everyone in the conference room was stunned for a moment. Then, I gradually became speechless. I finally see all dreams blossom. Chasing youth. The singing is so loud. After 3 minutes, the video ends. No one spoke in the conference room for a long time. Yao Sichuan's eyes had become dull, filled with shock and disbelief. He naturally judged the quality of the song at the first moment, an extremely high-quality inspirational song. And it fits Su Luowei's style very well, as if it was tailor-made for her. More importantly, the lyrics and melody of this song are very well written. A very rare kind. After listening to the song, 2 words popped up involuntarily in his mind: hope. What this song really wants to express is hope. For anyone who is in adversity and despair, the thing they desire most in their heart is hope. This song expresses it. Chapter 99, Lu Siki is banned across the entire network. The conference room was silent, with only the teacup on the table emitting a wisp of steam. However, no one had time to drink tea at this time. After watching the video, the executives finally couldn't help but whisper to each other. Yao Sichuan's eyes were still dull, his heart filled with all kinds of doubts. Everyone. They all have a pair of invisible wings. Can take you flying. Fly out of despair. Although the lyrics are simple, they seem to contain a power that touches people's hearts and can give people the most direct encouragement. The lyrics are better than anything he's ever written. But, how is this possible? Who wrote this song for Su Luowei? Who has such talent? Bai Tao's expression was stunned for a long time. She and Su Luowei were singers who debuted at the same time, but no matter how hard she tried in the past 5 or 6 years, her popularity and fans could not compare to the other party. Originally, she thought that with the support of the company and director Yao, she would finally have the opportunity to surpass Su Luowei. But when I saw the scene in the video, it instantly switched from the scene of the disaster area that year to the quiet and peaceful campus playground under the sunset. She knew that she had lost again. And they lost completely. Just now, for a moment, even she couldn't help but have her eyes slightly red for a moment, which shows how contagious this song is. Now, what's going on the internet? After a long while, Lung Fushuan's face turned pale before he came back to his senses. He didn't expect that Chunwe Entertainment could come up with such a high-quality song despite being in a completely unfavorable situation. Mr. Lang, Weibo was down for a minute just now. The staff member did not give a direct answer, but said with a bitter face. Upon hearing this, the conference room fell silent again for a moment. Paralyzed? What's the meaning? According to Weibo's official statement, it seems that because so many people clicked to play the video in a short period of time, even Weibo's servers were a bit overwhelmed. After emergency maintenance by technical personnel, Weibo finally returned to normal after being paralyzed for more than a minute. The staff member explained in a low voice. Bai Tao and Yao Sikhan were both surprised. A song caused Weibo to crash? How is this possible? Everyone quickly took out their phones and opened Weibo. Sure enough, although Weibo can be opened normally, it still takes a long time to load. The pressure on the server seems to have not been completely relieved. After a long while, a hot search list gradually appeared on the screens of their mobile phones. In National Goddess Su Luowei's new song Invisible Wings released. Sorry, Goddess, we owe you an apology. Charity Ambassador Su Luowei calls on everyone to pay more attention to children in disaster areas. The 3 entries ranked in the top 3 of the hot search list. And there is a deep red word explosion next to the first and second place. What is even more outrageous is that even the trending search Weibo server is down. Climbed to 6th place. Obviously, the popularity of the song Invisible Wings has exploded. They didn't know that the Weibo server maintenance staff were also complaining bitterly at this time. This sudden heat is their lifeline. Every second Weibo is down, their hearts jump a centimeter. Who wrote this song? Yao Sikhan kept scrolling through Weibo, but the cautious voice of the staff member came to his ears again. Mr. Yao, Mr. Lang, this song has been uploaded to the Yiwang Cloud Music platform. In just 1 hour, it has received 300,000 views. What? Everyone in the conference room was shocked again. 300,000 per hour? Now, this song is at number 2 on the new song chart. The staff logged into eNetCloud Music on their computers and retrieved the information about the work Invisible Wings. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, the playback volume column on the screen showed 319,000. The number of comments has exceeded 10,000 and is still rising. Everyone looked at the data on the projection in silence. Compared with the song Invisible Wings, the 50,000 views of their regret in 2 hours is simply a joke. Damn, where the hell did this song come from? Which musician is collaborating with Chunwe Entertainment? Who else have they overlooked? The staff seemed to understand their thoughts and directly clicked on the information column of the work. Soon, everyone's eyes were stunned. Singer Su Luowei. Lyrics by Jiang Chen. Composed by Jiang Chen. Arrangement Jiang Chen. That's impossible. Yao Sikhan widened his eyes and blurted out first. How could Jiang Chen possibly write a song? And it's a song of this quality. When everyone else looked at him, he realized that he had lost his composure. But after taking a deep breath and calming himself, he continued in a deep voice, this song absolutely couldn't have been written by Jiang Chen. I've met that guy several times. Apart from being a bit handsome, he has absolutely no merits. How could he possibly write a song? Lang Fushuan frowned slightly, as the development of things was somewhat beyond his expectations. No matter who wrote this song. All this means that Chunwe Entertainment is already capable of producing new works under this blocked situation. Most of their previous plans have come to nothing. If you want to continue targeting Chunwe Entertainment, you have to start over. Things are getting a little interesting. After he pondered for a while, he actually smiled. Yao Sikhan and Bai Tao both looked at him. No one could have imagined that Chunwe Entertainment would react like this. What should we do next? Don't worry. Lung Fushuan waved his hand. We have to admit that we lost this battle with Chunwe Entertainment. But, it's more interesting this way. He smiled slightly. Chunwe Entertainment is just a startup company and doesn't have enough influence in the industry, so no matter how the situation develops, they can only passively defend themselves. we are always the attacking side. After a long time, the other side will eventually give up. I'm curious, under these circumstances, how long can Chunwe Entertainment last? Hearing this, Yao Sikhan and Bai Tao nodded secretly. Lang Fushuan was right. Chunwe Entertainment was just a small studio after all. Even if it successfully released a new song this time, what would it matter? Will they be so lucky next time? Boss Lang, a media partner, just called and told me something very strange. The staff hesitated. What is it? Lung Fushuan took a sip of tea and asked lightly. Chunwe Entertainment's resistance also aroused his desire to win, and he was thinking about his next plan to deal with Chunwe Entertainment. That media outlet said some press releases related to our company's artists have suddenly appeared online. Please take a look. The staff handed over a tablet. Lung Fushuan took the tablet computer, and on the screen was the content of the press release that the staff had already compiled. Chunwe Entertainment speaks out, Allegory Entertainment's Lu Siki is banned online. Unveiling the feud between Chunwe Entertainment and Lu Siki. Actress Lu Siki angered Chunwe Entertainment by slapping a girl in public. See these titles. Lang Fushuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Chunwe Entertainment is going to ban Lu Siki from the entire network? Are you kidding me? Entertainment Circle Fear Value 94. Chapter 100. Jiang Chen is so handsome. The word ban has always had a special meaning in the entertainment industry. Whenever this word appears, it represents great power. If they want to ban someone, either the boss behind the scenes has to give the order, or a giant company or figure in the entertainment industry has to give the order. Whatever the case, it means power and status. But Chunwe Entertainment is just a small studio. Do they have the ability to do this? And ban it across the entire network? Stop joking. Even Xingcheng Entertainment wouldn't dare to say so. If Chunwe Entertainment really has such a stupid idea, then what's the difference between that and seeking death? Why would he need to spend so much energy to deal with it? Boss Lang, what should we do next? Yao Sikhan looked at Lung Fushuan with a complicated expression. No one took the little incident that just happened to heart. Banning artists from other companies across the entire internet is really too outrageous. The entertainment industry is not a one-man show of a single company. Even for the giants in the industry, it is difficult to completely ban an artist. Don't panic. Lang Fushuan waved his hand. Su Luowei's song Invisible Wings is somewhat related to the topic of charity, so it's not easy to intervene. Besides, she's at the peak of her power right now, and a direct confrontation with her would definitely lead to trouble. We can only wait until the internet calms down before we continue looking for a breakthrough. However, no matter how popular Su Luowei becomes, it has nothing to do with Jiang Chen. This time, why don't we change our strategy and attack Jiang Chen? That guy is full of flaws anyway. Su Luowei will be scrambling to protect him. Then it will be easier to deal with Chunwe Entertainment. Yao Sikhan and Bai Tao's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the lobby of Shanghai Airport was crowded with people. It was because a piece of news suddenly spread on the internet that the national goddess Su Luowei would take a flight back to Shanghai tonight. The media and fans who received the news immediately surrounded the airport arrival hall. The national goddess, Su Luowei, and Invisible Wings are now the hottest topics on the internet. If you are lucky enough to interview this popular little queen, any media will immediately gain huge exposure. Fortunately, the Shanghai airport was no stranger to such incidents and immediately arranged dozens of security guards to set up protective fences at the scene. They also arranged more than a dozen people to form a human wall, waiting for Su Luowei to come out of the airport. Although every time a celebrity appears at the airport, it will have a certain impact on the order on the scene. But the airport doesn't mind this. Every time the media films and exposes the airport, it is also a disguised form of advertising for the airport, and it can get a lot of exposure every once in a while. It was already approaching midnight, but the airport's A3 arrival gate was still very noisy. Some people on the same flight were shocked when they saw the scene at the exit. After asking someone, I found out that the national goddess Su Luowei was on the same flight as them. Several of Su Luowei's fans opened their mouths wide on the spot, and immediately dragged their suitcases to join the waiting queue on the scene. Finally, 10 minutes later, most of the ordinary passengers had dispersed. The figures of Su Luowei, Su Jingqiu, and their group also slowly appeared at the exit of the flight. The media immediately raised their cameras and started taking pictures. The dense flashlights made the place look like daylight. However, what surprised everyone was that Jiang Chen appeared next to Su Luowei. I don't know how this show-off got in. It was clearly late at night, but he put on a pair of sunglasses and walked arrogantly on the main road of the exit. The flashlight shining on his face had no effect at all. The national goddess Su Luowei was a little shy as she held Jiang Chen's arm and followed him gently. All the media who saw this scene couldn't help but curse in their hearts, "Damn, slut." Then I felt a pang of sadness in my heart. How did this beautiful goddess, this fairy flower, end up stuck in this pile of cow dung, Jiang Chen? God is blind. But no matter how angry I am, there is still a lot of work to do at this time. The media pushed the guardrail and rushed forward. Su Luowei, can I ask you a question? Luowei, Invisible Wings has been played over 350,000 times on E1 Cloud Music. Do you have anything to say? Luowei, I heard that Yao Sichuan's Regret was written specifically for you. Is this true? Goddess, can you sign an autograph for me? Excuse me, could you please tell me how Yao Sichuan left Chunwe Entertainment? Did Jiang Chen really write the song Invisible Wings? A flood of questions came flooding in. Everyone asked loudly the questions that concerned them most. Although there are many colleagues in the field and the competition is very fierce, if you are lucky, you may get a reply. But unfortunately, Su Luowei never answered any questions and just smiled politely at everyone. Apart from signing autographs for a few fans, he didn't say anything along the way. It looks like I don't plan to answer any questions today. The media were all filled with regret, but it was understandable. After all, there were so many topics about this national little queen on the internet. Su Luowei's every word and action is closely watched. Unless it is an irresistible situation, no artist will accept an interview at this time. But at this moment, a male reporter suddenly shouted loudly, "Jiang Chen, you are so handsome. Can I ask you a few questions?" He has a very loud voice. It instantly attracted everyone's attention, and some people even laughed out loud. Jiang Chen, so handsome? Even Jiang Chen looked at him curiously. Master Jiang Chen, please, I just have a few quick questions. Seeing that he had attracted Jiang Chen's attention, the man shouted even harder. When everyone at the scene heard this, they all showed contempt on their faces. Damn, this guy is so fucking shameless. He had no shame in asking a question and actually called Chen Go a handsome guy? Is there still justice in this world? Is there still law? Aren't you afraid that you'll be spit to death by Su Luowei's fans when you go out? However, Jiang Chen seemed very satisfied with this title. After looking at him with interest, he actually slowly stopped. Yes, you have good taste. But time is limited, so I can only ask 2 questions. After hearing his words, everyone present was stunned and couldn't believe it. Damn, this is even possible?